Chapter 1. On the planet Namek, a fierce battle raged, causing the very ground to tremble beneath the tumult. In a secluded cave, there lay a half-moon-shaped house of pristine white. At that moment, within the living room of this abode, a charming blue-haired girl sat contentedly slurping instant noodles. Wow, Goku and the others have become so powerful, she mused. And yet, I find myself constantly bickering with Yamcha. I must have made a grave mistake in my choice. Fortunately, I remained cautious ever since Yamcha ceased to fear girls. He has become quite the flirt. Otherwise, I might have entrusted my first time to him. This blue-haired girl was Bulma. She reflected on the years spent in a tumultuous relationship with Yamcha. A sense of bitterness washed over her. Yamcha would often retreat into seclusion to train, leaving her to fend for herself even when he had time. He squandered it in the company of other girls. For nearly a decade, they had scarcely enjoyed a simple outing together. His indifference to her feelings was painfully evident. Countless arguments had ensued as a result. A carefree, unfaithful scoundrel, does he truly believe I cannot live without him? This thought flashed through Bulma's mind, only to be dismissed with a shake of her head. Never mind now that he is gone, it is all in vain. Finishing her meal, Bulma felt the ground tremble beneath her once more and let out a sigh. The scale of their battle is monumental. I am utterly powerless to assist. After tidying a few articles of clothing, she stepped into the bathroom. As her garments slid from her fair skin, she turned on the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade over her. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the bathroom. Jiang Ling, holding a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Who are you? Goku, help me! Bulma exclaimed, her voice filled with panic as she beheld the unexpected intruder, T.O. Jiang Ling. However, her words were nothing more than a series of incomprehensible cries. He stood momentarily stunned before taking a bite of his food. Ding! System activation successful. Please select your gender. 1. Male. 2. Female. 3. Androgynous. 4. Asexual. What the heck? Jiang Ling was taken aback by such a choice. Of course, he'll choose the first option. Ding! Selection successful. Please choose your gift package. 1. Saiyan bloodline, 10 cents of beans. 2. Three-eyed race bloodline, 20 cents of beans. 3. Invisible person bloodline, 50 cents of beans. 4. Jiang Ling. That invisible person bloodline? If I were in my original world, I'd have chosen that, but now, it'll pick option 1. In the Dragon Ball universe, many formidable beings could sense energy remaining hidden would be rather pointless. Ding! Selection successful. Bloodline automatically merged. Cents of beans have been added to your inventory and can be viewed or retrieved at any time. At that moment, a tail sprouted from the coccygeal region of Jiang Ling, breaking through his trousers and swaying behind him. Why are you silent? How did you get in here? A man of your stature must have come to spy on me while I bathe, engaging in indecent acts. Am I to confess everything on my very first visit? I've known Yamcha for quite some time, and I never revealed anything to him. He is always off training and is quite the lecher. At this moment, Bulma had wrapped herself in a towel, her expression tense, her incessant chatter serving to alleviate her anxiety and bolster her courage. Jiang Ling suddenly realized he could comprehend her words. Ding! This is one of the invisible benefits provided by the system. Fluency in Dragon Ball language. Jiang Ling nodded, glancing at the wary Bulma. Hello. Don't think that just because you're handsome and act so polite, you can win me over. Let me inform you, you lecher, that I have many formidable friends. As Bulma continued her tirade, Jiang Ling felt his head buzzing. Unable to absorb any of her words, he set down his bowl and utensils, cleared his ears, and displayed a hint of impatience. With a swift motion, he covered Bulma's mouth with his hand, a threatening glint in his eyes. If you continue to speak, I shall silence more than just your mouth. Their proximity was undeniable. Bulma blinked her large eyes, fear evident, and nodded subtly. Seeing this, Jiang Ling licked his parched lips. It must be said, Bulma possessed an exquisite figure, and even Jiang Ling found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. He released her mouth, picked up the bowl and utensils set aside, and turned to exit the bathroom. As he left, Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief, patting her chest, her ample bosom quivering slightly, creating alluring ripples. Then a wave of confusion washed over her. Approaching the mirror, she examined her figure from side to side. Am I not attractive enough? Why was that lecher so indifferent just now? Girls often grapple with such conflicting thoughts. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Ling noticed the ground trembling beneath him. He hastily finished the remaining bites of his meal, set down the bowl and chopsticks, and stepped outside. A cave? A sense of foreboding crept upon Jiangling. Reaching the cave entrance, he gazed at the scenery outside. Before him stretched an endless expanse of land, dotted with sparse trees. The trees bore little resemblance to those on Earth, resembling instead something from a comic. The trees of Namek. Jiangling paused. Piecing together the clues, he concluded that this was indeed Namek. Thus, the Dragon Ball saga had advanced to Namek. This particular time frame harbored significant drawbacks. The rapid escalation of combat power was staggering. The leaps were often from thousands to billions. Feeling the tremors beneath his feet, Jiangling deduced they were the result of Goku and his companions battling Frieza. He turned around, re-entering the house. At that moment, Bulma had finished her bath and emerged. Jiangling made no pretense of formality and sat beside her, his tail swaying behind him, his expression unreadable, lost in thought. Bulma noticed the tail, startled, and cautiously inquired, "Are you also a Saiyan?" Upon hearing this, Jiangling turned to look at her, initially intending to deny it, but then recalled that he had just transformed into a Saiyan. He shrugged his shoulders, offering a polite smile, and nodded, saying, "Indeed." The living room once again fell into silence. After a brief moment, Bulma cautiously glanced at Jiangling, reflecting on his behavior from the beginning. She concluded that he posed no threat. Rising from her seat, she approached the refrigerator and inquired, "So, what would you like to drink?" Jiangling looked over and noticed a package containing a milky white liquid. He replied, "Just some milk will suffice. This." Bulma fetched the milk and handed it to him. "Thank you. As always." Jiangling exhibited his courteous demeanor. Bulma, feeling more at ease, asked, "What is your name?" "You may call me Jiangling, and if you don't mind, you can refer to me as husband." Jiangling responded with a serious expression, his sincerity evident. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow, realizing that this handsome individual had a rather unique way of thinking, perhaps even somewhat endearing. Fortunately, her long acquaintance with Sun Wukong had fortified her mental resilience, otherwise she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. "Then why did you appear in my bathroom earlier, accompanied by bowls and chopsticks?" Bulma cast a glance at the table where the utensils lay, continuing her inquiry. Chapter 2. Unleashing Potential. Well, I cannot quite explain it. I was enjoying a delightful meal at home, about to savor the last piece of braised pork, when suddenly you appeared before me. Jiangling shrugged, his expression tinged with helplessness. Were it not for the countless Dragon Ball novels he had read, he might have unleashed a torrent of expletives at Bulma for bathing in front of him like a rogue. Noticing the curiosity etched on Bulma's face, Jiangling continued, "My name is Jiangling, and I am male. I have one final question," she said. "You mentioned that all Saiyans are malevolent, with the exception of my Saiyan friend. Yet you appear amiable, and your demeanor is gentle. How do you account for that?" Bulma inquired with genuine interest. Jiangling pondered for a moment before fabricating a benign lie. "Well, I am different from those Saiyans. I was separated from them at a young age and raised on another planet. Perhaps the environment has shaped me." "Ah, I see," Bulma responded, a light of understanding illuminating her features. The living room fell silent once more. Jiangling was inherently a man of few words, preferring solitude and the quiet pursuit of his own endeavors. At that moment, he closed his eyes and called upon the system within his mind. "System, open the menu. Name, Jiangling. Gender, male. Bloodline, Saiyan. Combat power, 100 lottery chances. 1 combat power of 100? Even Gohan could defeat me with a mere finger. I suppose I could only bully Bulma with such strength." Jiangling mused. His attention then shifted to the lottery section. To his astonishment, there was indeed a chance to draw. The system truly cherished him. Ding. "Host, I adore you. Heart emoji. System, initiate the lottery." As soon as Jiangling issued the command, a spinning wheel materialized in his consciousness, adorned with an array of dazzling items and skills. Lottery. The wheel whirled faster and faster, and with a flash of light, the pointer landed on his skill. Flight technique. Jiangling nodded appreciatively. This skill was exceedingly practical, almost essential. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of excitement shone within him. Just as he intended to venture out to test his newfound ability, the ground began to tremble violently. Bulma, seated on the sofa, was thrown into disarray. Cracks emerged in the walls above them. Jiangling's expression sharpened. He sensed impending danger. In the next instant, the ceiling shattered, and several pieces of concrete came crashing down, one of which was aimed directly at Bulma. She noticed it too, but the tremors rendered her unable to maintain her balance or evade. The stone loomed larger in her vision, and fear compelled her to scream. Observing the situation, Jiang Ling levitated, unaffected by the upheaval below, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The stone was deflected to the side. Damn, that hurts. Jiang Ling grimaced, clutching his now reddened hand and blowing on it vigorously. To an ordinary person, that large rock would have been fatal. However, in Jiang Ling's hands, it hardly posed a lethal threat, because he possesses a remarkable combat power of 100. It is noteworthy that the average individual has a combat power of merely around 35. Gradually, the ground ceased its tremors. Bulma sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Ling. It's nothing. It is customary for a gentleman to protect a lady. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no great matter. At that moment, the living room dimmed. Jiang Ling turned his gaze toward the entrance, realizing that dusk had fallen. Didn't Tiwi just summon the dragon? Why is it appearing again? Bulma inquired, puzzled. The dragon, appearing for the second time. Jiang Ling mused, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating this segment of the narrative. The dragon's second appearance was due to the Grand Elder's resurrection. As the dragon's wishes had yet to be fulfilled, Jiang Ling recalled that this wish was to teleport all the Namekians to Earth, leaving only Son Goku and Frieza to battle. Alas, Krillin must have perished. Jiang Ling sighed. The moment when Krillin sacrificed himself and Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan is indeed a legendary scene in Dragon Ball. Missing it was a profound regret. As these thoughts lingered, the figures of Jiang Ling and Bulma vanished from the house. In a remote area of Earth, dense woods flourished, and lush green grass was adorned with clusters of delicate flowers. The air was filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the gentle babbling of a stream. Suddenly, over 100 figures materialized, adding a sense of congestion to this serene landscape. We're back, Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta wore serious expressions, evidently aware of the circumstances surrounding their transportation to Earth. Krillin, however, did not join them, having been obliterated by Frieza's finger, igniting the glory of the Saiyans. Jiang Ling took a deep breath of the fresh air, exhaling slowly. Nearly 100 Namekians clustered around a tall and elderly Namekian seated in a chair. He was their Grand Elder. Grand Elder, what is happening now? Grand Elder, it's so good to see you again. The crowd clamored, voices overlapping. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before squeezing through to stand before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have heard you possess the ability to unlock potential. Could you assist me in developing mine? The Grand Elder glanced at him, momentarily taken aback upon noticing the tail behind Jiang Ling, mistaking him for yet another evil Saiyan. However, upon observing the clarity in Jiang Ling's eyes, he reconsidered. This young man is not malevolent. At that moment, other young Namekians began to interject. Please do not trouble the Grand Elder. His time is limited. Let him enjoy his remaining days. You must be an evil Saiyan, right? If you wish to fight or kill, I will accompany you. Please do not trouble the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, his face lined with wrinkles and age spots, smiled gently. It is of no concern. This skill will not harm me. But Grand Elder, no buts. I shall assist him, the Grand Elder declared with authority. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder. Come forth, child. The Grand Elder extended his hand, beckoning Jiang Ling to approach. A large palm rested upon Jiang Ling's head, initiating the unlocking of his potential. In an instant, Jiang Ling felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, as if some shackles had been released. A notification chimed, indicating that he had received the Grand Elder's potential enhancement buff, a boost in the speed of strength augmentation. Upon checking the system menu, Jiang Ling discovered that his combat power had soared to an impressive 500 points. How wondrous! If only he could receive a few more. Alas, such enhancements are not cumulative, unless one were to tap into the potential granted by the old Kai. Chapter 3. The killing intent of Piccolo. Jiang Ling gazed at the buffs displayed by the system, his spirits lifted. This enhanced state he had acquired was immensely beneficial. Having arrived late and possessing limited strength, he now believed that with this newfound advantage, it would not be long before he could catch up with the main forces. Well done, your potential has been fully unlocked. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude sincerely. It is of no consequence. I trust you will assist my kin in the future, the Elder replied, waving his hand dismissively as he regarded the other Namekians present. Clearing his throat, he began recounting the events that transpired on their planet to his fellow clansmen. My sons, this planet is called Earth. Before my life comes to an end once more, I shall share the tale with you. Jiang Ling, having heard the beginning, quietly withdrew from the assembly of Namekians and returned to Bulma's side. At that moment, the Earth warriors listened intently as Gohan recounted the events surrounding Krillin's sacrifice and Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. The others expressed their astonishment. Vegeta's expression darkened. That insufferable Kakarot had surpassed him in achieving the Super Saiyan form. Feeling disgruntled, he cast a glance around the group until his eyes fell on Jiang Ling's tail. You are a Saiyan? Does it truly matter whether or not I am a Saiyan? Jiang Ling retorted. Vegeta, taken aback by the audacity of another Saiyan questioning him, felt his irritation mount. If you possess a tail, then you are indeed a Saiyan. Shouldn't you pay your respects to me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes. Disregarding the possibility of whether he could contend with Vegeta, he boldly replied, Who are you? Why should I bow to you? Prince Vegeta? Wake up. The Saiyan Empire has fallen. This is no longer your era. Are you still proud of your princely status or your superior warrior bloodline? Look around at the remaining Saiyans. Aside from you, me, Kakarot, and his son, how many are left in the universe? What significance does your title hold? What value does your pride have? A fallen prince strutting before the subjects of another land? With a deep breath, Jiang Ling vented the frustrations that weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, he suddenly recalled that Vegeta's battle power must now be at least 2 million, which rendered the situation somewhat awkward. Vegeta clenched his fists, fixating his glare on this seemingly weak Saiyan before him. The energy around him surged, hinting at an imminent explosion of power. At that moment, however, the severely injured Piccolo was restored to health by Dend, the healer. Piccolo swiftly positioned himself before Vegeta, his voice booming. What do you intend to do? Having never liked Vegeta, he found delight in someone standing up to him. Vegeta regarded Piccolo, his gaze flickering. He recognized that Piccolo's strength had also increased significantly. Engaging him now would likely result in a stalemate. Humph. Vegeta turned away, retreating to a nearby tree where he leaned back against the trunk, closing his eyes to meditate. He understood his own heart all too well. Jiang Ling's earlier remarks were indeed accurate. It was merely a matter of pride. As Piccolo observed Vegeta's departure, he turned to Jiang Ling and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Piccolo, Jiang Ling said with a smile. No need for gratitude. I've never been fond of that guy. Piccolo replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Nearby, Bulma patted her chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. You scared me. That Saiyan is truly terrifying. Are all you Saiyans like that? Jiang Ling promptly interjected. No. I am quite gentle. On King Kai's planet, the spirits of Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, who had perished during the Saiyan invasion, gathered on this small celestial body. Their expressions were tense as they regarded King Kai, who donned sunglasses, his antennae quivering slightly. A few beads of cold sweat adorning his brow. The Namekian planet has exploded. Goku may have, King Kai lamented, causing Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu to gasp in shock. Alas, why must he provoke Frieza? Now, he faces a second death, and the Dragon Balls are powerless to aid him. King Kai sighed, realizing he needed to relay this news to his friends and family. After all, Goku could be considered half his disciple. The Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques were learned from him, fostering a certain bond. I will take the initiative, Yamcha declared, stepping forward. Through King Kai, he established contact with Bulma on Earth. Bulma, it's Yamcha. Upon hearing the voice, Bulma responded, Yamcha? Yes. I'm communicating with you through King Kai. I have some news to share. Go ahead, Bulma nodded, her tone noticeably more subdued than before. Goku may already be dead, Yamcha stated. It's fine. The Dragon Balls can bring him back, Bulma reassured him. The Dragon Balls cannot revive someone for a second time, Yamcha countered. What should we do now? Bulma exclaimed, suddenly agitated as she recalled the limitation of the Dragon Balls. So please bear this sorrow. You must inform Chi-Chi of this news, Yamcha said solemnly. Jiang Ling, overhearing the conversation, glanced at Bulma, noting, the Namekian Dragon Balls allow for unlimited revivals. Really? Bulma's eyes shifted from sorrow to surprise. Dend approached them, nodding emphatically, indeed, our wish orbs can revive someone an infinite number of times. But each wish can only bring back one person. King Kai remarked, goodness. Yamcha added, goodness. So we have mourned in vain. Yamcha then pondered a troubling question, but if the Namekian planet has exploded, the dragon will be dead too. Ah, yes. Bulma's renewed hope dimmed once more. After the explosion, there would be no air. If Goku were revived, he would suffocate. Is there no way to summon my father's spirit and revive him instead? Or perhaps bring him back on Earth? Son Gohan gazed up at Bulma with an innocent expression and inquired, oh, that's a splendid idea. Indeed, it can be done. Bulma clapped her thighs, sending ripples of pale waves, captivating Jiang Ling's attention completely. North Kai exclaimed, what a remarkable fellow. Yamcha echoed, indeed, what a remarkable fellow. After the Grand Elder recounted the events, the Namekians appeared enlightened. Suddenly, someone queried about the villagers of Geno, who had not been seen. Were they not resurrected? How peculiar. Vegeta, with his eyes closed in meditation, spoke in a detached manner. What you refer to must be the village I annihilated. I have severed ties with Frisia's army, thus your wishes did not restore those souls. Infuriating. How outrageous. The Namekians gritted their teeth, yet found themselves powerless against him. Piccolo, with a steely gaze, resolved within himself. He had assimilated with the Namekian warrior Nail, acquiring his memories, while simultaneously harboring a profound sense of identity with his race. At this moment, true murderous intent surged within him. Ahem. I have mentioned that my lifespan is dwindling. Nail, the position of Grand Elder shall be entrusted to you henceforth. The Dragon Balls will restore their brilliance. The Grand Elder's voice gradually faded. Yes, Nail nodded solemnly. May peace eternally grace Namek. Upon uttering these words, the Grand Elder transformed into countless stars and vanished. Grand Elder, Grand Elder, the Namekians called out in unison, yet there was no response. Sorrow enveloped their hearts. To them, the Grand Elder was akin to a parent, and indeed, this was the truth. Grand Elder, may you rest in peace, Piccolo whispered softly. Dondi glanced at Piccolo, his eyes bright with understanding. I see now, you have merged with Nail. Piccolo regarded him silently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 4. A profound impression of Bulma. Jiangling silently watched the departure of the Elder, a sigh escaping his lips. The Elder was indeed remarkable, having unlocked his latent potential. Shortly thereafter, the new Elder of Namek, Muley, approached. Apologies, Earthling, might you provide us a place to rest? After we resurrect with the Dragon Balls, we will seek a habitable planet, he requested. Bulma, upon hearing this, bestowed a sweet smile. You can stay at my home. It's quite spacious, and we will need your Dragon Ball's assistance. Thank you very much, Muley replied with a grin. Hey, Jiangling, do you have a place to stay? If not, you can come live at my house, Bulma casually suggested, glancing at him. Jiangling was taken aback, a smile creeping onto his lips. You're not afraid of me, considering my mysterious origins? Bulma blinked, her cheeks flushing as she recalled their first encounter, where Jiangling had posed no threat. She felt a surge of trust towards him. After a moment, she added, You are a good person. But don't get any wrong ideas just because I'm pretty. Jiangling nodded, contemplating that staying at Bulma's house would also afford him the opportunity to utilize a gravity training room to enhance his strength. Casting a glance at Vegeta in the distance, Bulma hesitated before calling out, Hey, you should come stay at my house too. You have nowhere else to go. What a loudmouth Vegeta, leaning against a tree, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Such an uncouth woman, Bulma. May I come stay with you? Gohan asked, looking like he had committed a grave mistake. Why? Bulma scratched her head, realizing that Chi-Chi would be heartbroken. I haven't even touched my homework. I'm in for a scolding, Gohan pouted, his fingers fidgeting nervously. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the atmosphere with joy. Before long, Bulma's father arrived in a massive flying ship, accommodating over 100 Namekians at their company in West City. Jiangling followed Bulma to her residence. I have a favor to ask of you, she said. Why? Just a moment ago on Namek you seemed so aloof, and now you seek my assistance? Bulma teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Jiangling remained silent, observing her with quiet intensity. This girl certainly had a way of teasing him. All right, she said with a light chuckle. What do you need? I need you to help me construct a gravity training room, Jiangling replied. So, you mean like the one on Goku's ship? That is simple enough. But how will you compensate me? Jiangling pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, with my life. Bah, you rogue. Who would want you? Bulma's cheeks flushed, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards his handsome, chiseled face and his tall, well-defined physique, which stirred an unexpected flutter in her heart. In Bulma's personal laboratory, equipped with an array of research apparatus, she thrived. A prodigious talent since childhood, she had devised a laser gun at a tender age. Could one not deem her a genius? In her youth, she had also acquired gravity technology from the Galactic Patrolman, GAC, and now, constructing a gravity training chamber was a task she approached with ease. Bulma diligently worked on the gravity training facility while Jiangling, beside her, was engrossed in examining the system, yet he failed to discern any substantial conclusions. Suddenly, a startling ding from the system caught him off guard. Ding. Congratulations, host, on arriving on Earth. You may extract one Earth skill. Would you like to proceed? Such a stroke of fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangling opted to extract. Extracting. Ding. You have acquired the energy blast. Are you kidding me? This technique is as common as dirt in the universe. Jiangling lamented. While this move lacked power, it could be unleashed in rapid succession, something even the moderately capable could perform. But can you? The system's response delivered a crushing blow. No. Then that S settled. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Jiangling scratched his head, feeling as though he had been deceived by the system. After waiting for half an hour, he inquired about the timeline for completion. What is the rush? I've already completed the core components. The remaining external framework can be sent to the factory for the workers to handle, Bulma replied, rolling her eyes as she wiped the sweat from her brow with a white towel. Despite the presence of air conditioning, the heat from constructing the gravity training chamber's core components rendered it less effective, and the temperature was not set particularly low. The perspiration soaked Bulma's clothing, the blue fabric faintly visible beneath. Where are your eyes wandering? Bulma noticed Jiang Ling's gaze and, hands on her hips, shot him a fierce look. Ahem. Jiang Ling quickly turned his eyes to the sky. Nothing, nothing. I'm done with you. Bulma retorted. You were all serious when you weren't dressed. But now that you are, you're not being honest. As she complained, she sank onto the sofa and adjusted the air conditioning to a lower setting. This work is exhausting. Listening to her grievances, Jiang Ling felt a shift in his demeanor and retrieved 2 senzu beans. He had been pondering how to repay Bulma for her efforts in constructing the gravity training chamber, and now the senzu beans were perfectly suited for the occasion. Here. These are senzu beans. Senzu beans. Bulma exclaimed in delight as she accepted them. As one of the protagonists of Dragon Ball, she was well aware of their extraordinary benefits. One could sustain oneself for 10 days with a single bean, or instantly recover from any injury, regardless of severity. Currently, the production of fairy beans in Corinta is scarce, yielding only a few each year, rendering them exceedingly precious. Bulma solemnly returned the beans. However, Jiang Ling intervened, assuring her that he had plenty to spare and urged her not to be so modest. His generous demeanor left a profound impression on Bulma for the second time. The first had occurred in the bathroom. Chapter 5. At Chi-Chi's home, Jiang Ling pondered the avenues available to enhance his strength. It boiled down to the hyperbolic time chamber in the Temple of the Gods and the gravity training room that Bulma was on the verge of completing. However, given that the deity did not know him, would he grant him access to the chamber? This posed a conundrum for Jiang Ling. At that moment, Bulma, having revived her energy with a senzu bean and freshened up, approached him. Jiang Ling, will you accompany me to Chi-Chi's place? Why are we going there? Jiang Ling inquired. Slightly perplexed, Bulma shrugged her shoulders, exuding a sense of resignation. I can't have Gohan staying here forever, can I? The poor boy still hasn't mustered the courage to return home. Jiang Ling recalled that Gohan had come to Bulma's house with the group due to his unfinished homework. All right, he nodded and proceeded toward the door. Hey, Bulma called out, halting him in his tracks. Jiang Ling turned, curiosity evident in his gaze. What is up? With a roll of her eyes at his puzzled expression, Bulma remarked. You're going out in that outfit? It's filthy and reeks. Jiang Ling glanced down at his attire. It's the same outfit I arrived in. It does have a bit of an odor. Realizing this, Jiang Ling scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed. I don't have any clean clothes. I'll have someone buy you some. Bulma offered. With that, Jiang Ling promptly headed to the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air. 3 minutes later. Bulma, I'm done. Where are the clothes? Bulma's forehead was adorned with 3 large question marks upon hearing his voice from the bathroom. You finished that quickly? She exclaimed, astonished that Jiang Ling had bathed so swiftly, especially since the clothes had yet to arrive. The clothes aren't here yet. How about you wash again? Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Jiang Ling stepped out. Ah, Bulma gasped, instinctively turning away. What are you yelling for? Jiang Ling said, scratching his head in confusion. You're not wearing anything. I'm not wearing anything, but I have a towel. Bulma turned back, and indeed, he was wrapped in a towel. Yet, upon witnessing his physique, her face flushed crimson. He possessed a robust and perfect form, an ideal golden ratio, 6-pack abs, and a tail that swung behind him. Droplets of water glided down his muscular contours, accentuating his striking features, a veritable embodiment of wet male allure. Bulma's cheeks turned instantly red, and her voice softened. The clothes haven't arrived yet. Just wait a moment. Her face aflame, she bit her lip. Clutching the hem of her clothing, her body slightly fidgeting. Jiang Ling waved his hand before her. What's wrong? Startled by his gesture, Bulma regained her composure, chuckling nervously. It's nothing at all. After all, she couldn't possibly confess that she had just felt a rush of excitement. After a brief wait, the garments finally arrived. Bulma's family, renowned as the wealthiest in the world, certainly indulged in the finest luxury apparel. Once Jiang Ling donned the attire, complemented by his handsome visage, his aura transformed instantaneously. As they exited the laboratory, Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, approached with a warm welcome. Mrs. Brief, with her striking beauty and perpetual smile, sported a cascade of golden curls, leading one to believe she and Bulma were sisters if seen together. Upon spotting Bulma and Jiang Ling, her eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, Bulma, is this your new boyfriend? He is even more handsome than the last. Bulma immediately shot her a glare, retorting, Mom, he is not my boyfriend, all right? Oh, I see. May I borrow him for a moment? Mrs. Brief said playfully, her eyes glancing over Jiangling. Absolutely not. Bulma swiftly declined. With a teasing smile, Mrs. Brief remarked, you claim he is not your boyfriend, yet you want to share him with your mother. How it breaks my heart. Bulma. Jiangling. Jiangling was taken aback. Although he was well aware of Bulma's mother's personality, he hadn't anticipated such openness upon their first encounter. As they departed from Bulma's home, Jiangling and Bulma, accompanied by the young Gohan, made their way to Baozi Mountain. Naturally, they picked up an array of delightful items along the journey. Ding dong. Upon arriving at Kiki's residence, Jiangling pressed the doorbell. Gohan wore a nervous expression. They're here. A melodious voice resonated from within, soothing to the ears. Jiangling cast a glance at Bulma. Noting that this initial meeting with Kiki was far more pleasant than with Bulma, the door swung open to reveal a woman with lustrous, dark hair, adorned with bangs, and a charmingly delicate countenance. She was clad in a qipao, accentuating her graceful figure, her skin fair and flawless, radiating an aura of gentleness. This was Kiki. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Bulma, and Jiangling. Bulma, you're back. And who is this? This is Jiangling. Hello, Jiangling. Now that Bulma has returned, Gohan must have come back too, right? Kiki inquired eagerly. Bulma smiled. Yes, he is back too. At that moment, Gohan peeked out from behind Bulma, calling Mom. Ah, my Gohan. I've missed you so much. Kiki exclaimed, enveloping Gohan in a tight embrace. Gohan, caught in her affection, could only offer a wry smile, unable to break free with his current strength without risking injury to Kiki. Jiangling and Bulma exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile, such as the tender heart of a parent. In the dining room, at the table, Kiki busied herself in the kitchen, presenting an array of delectable dishes one after another. Gohan savored his meal, relishing the abundance before him. As the conversation flowed, Gohan hastily interjected, Mother, I truly cannot eat anymore. Please refrain from cooking. Indeed, Chi-Chi, there is no need to prepare such an abundance of dishes. After the meal, Chi-Chi finally regained her composure and entertained her guests with tea in the living room. I sincerely apologize for the inadequate hospitality, Chi-Chi chuckled softly. It's quite all right. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. The primary purpose of today was to bring Gohan here. The opportunity to savor your culinary skills is a delightful bonus. Jiangling chimed in. Ah, yes, indeed. Bulma continued. The main concern, however, lies with Gohan's studies. They were disrupted during the battle. He exerted himself to protect them, but it proved too perilous. And I intervened. I came here today to inform you not to place too much pressure on the child. Jiangling stared at Bulma, pondering silently. Could this be the legendary ability to lie without batting an eye? Chapter 6. The Harmonious Cultivation of Martial and Literary Arts. Chapter 7. The Resurrection of Yamcha. A colossal figure burst forth from the Dragon Balls, transforming in midair into a divine dragon endowed with 2 robust arms. Brave warriors who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Within the limits of my power, I shall assist you in realizing your wishes, the expressionless dragon proclaimed. At that moment, the Grand Elder Muley stepped forward, addressing the Earthlings. This wish is granted to you. We shall wait for the next occasion. Thank you, Grand Elder, Bulma replied with a smile. For the first wish, let us transfer the souls of Krillin and Son Goku here, Dondi suggested, nodding in agreement as he turned to invoke the wish in Namekian. A flash of crimson light flickered in the dragoness eyes as it responded. Krillin's soul has been successfully transferred. However, Son Goku's soul cannot be moved. For he is not yet deceased. Goku is not dead. Then why hasn't he returned home? Kiki exclaimed loudly, prompting murmurs among the others. Master Roshi, patting his smooth head, interjected, I understand. He must be afraid of Kiki. Kiki glared at him dangerously. Let's resurrect Krillin first, Bulma said, furrowing her brow. Dondi then made the second wish. The dragon nodded, and a diminutive figure materialized before them. The gleaming, bald head sparkled brilliantly under the light. It was none other than Krillin, wearing the attire of Frisia's army, commonly referred to by netizens as funeral clothes. Uncle Krillin, Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Krillin is back. That is what matters. Krillin looked at the familiar faces around him, a joyful smile breaking through his initial confusion. Everyone, thank you so much. His voice quivered with emotion. Come now, stop crying, you big baby. I can't respect you if you do. Bulma rolled her eyes, though her expression betrayed her own feelings. Jiangling then spoke. For the third wish, let us bring Goku here. Oh right, that works too. Perhaps Goku has not returned due to a lack of transportation, many agreed, realizing they had overlooked the obvious, typical of those within the situation to be blind to the truth that outsiders could see. Dondi proceeded to make the third wish, to bring Goku here. The dragon fell silent for a moment, as though engaging in some form of communication. Eventually, it spoke. This wish cannot be fulfilled. He himself refuses to transfer, stating that he will return in due time. Why? Is he perhaps afraid of his wife and too timid to come back? Master Roshi enlightened, his expression revealing a newfound understanding of the situation. Kiki shot him a dangerous glance. I was mistaken, Master Roshi admitted, rubbing the bump on his head as he conceded. The dragon continued. Goku is training on another planet and cannot return at this moment. Ah, that explains it. No wonder, he is a training fanatic, Vegeta muttered from the corner, his gaze sharpening. Damn it. Kakarot has become a Saiyan and continues to train without pause. I shall undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan. With this resolute thought, Vegeta cast his gaze toward the spacecraft crafted by Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, not far away. He dashed inside and activated the ship. As the vessel soared into the cosmos, it created a powerful gust of energy, propelling Vegeta toward the stars. The onlookers shook their heads, indifferent to his departure. They understood that this Saiyan prince, who held himself in such high esteem, was likely reeling from the recent blow and sought solitude for a time. It appeared he was off to train in an alien realm. Jiangling murmured to himself, reaffirming his own resolve to grow stronger. At the very least, he must not be outdone by Vegeta. As for the third wish, let us resurrect Yamcha, Bulma contemplated. Dondi communicated this wish to the eternal dragon in the Namekian tongue. The dragon nodded, and with that, Yamcha was restored to life, the three wishes fulfilled. Farewell. With a flourish, the dragon vanished, and the sky returned to its serene clarity. The Dragon Balls reverted to their original spherical form. Didn't you say Yamcha was revived? Why don't we see him? Krillin questioned, perplexed. The others shared his bewilderment. Bulma glanced around, hoping to catch sight of him, yearning for an apology, wishing he would mend his ways, longing for. There he is, Jiangling interjected, crossing his arms and gesturing with his chin. They turned to see Yamcha in the street, behaving in a rather lewd manner, soliciting contact information from a stunningly clad woman. The group was left speechless. Jiangling was taken aback, and Bulma was incredulous. Yamcha, we must break up. You are far too unfaithful. Bulma shouted. Startled, Yamcha jumped 3 feet in the air. Oh yes, finally single. Woohoo, he exclaimed, blissfully unaware. Bulma sighed heavily. Jiangling approached her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Let us celebrate your return to singlehood. We should throw a party. Soon, the festivities commenced, with the Namekians singing and dancing, while Mrs. Brief served refreshing drinks. Mingling among the guests, others indulged in food and conversation at the dining table. Bulma reclined in a lounge chair, a glass in her left hand, gently swirling its contents. Her eyes were fixated on the stars above, lost in thought. Noticing her solitude, Jiangling took a glass and joined her, softly inquiring, What occupies your mind? Nothing. Bulma replied, shaking her head lightly, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the handsome Jiangling, her spirits low and devoid of interest. Such is the nature of love. Jiangling too looked up at the starry sky, contemplating the ebb and flow of life, where some find companionship for a lifetime, while others change partners as frequently as a week. I have heard of a novelist named Today Has Words, who possesses 10 wives, and remarkably, there is no discord among them, for the author is able to fulfill their desires daily. Bulma turned her head to gaze at the young man before her, nodding slightly with a hint of gratitude. Thank you for your enlightenment. Chapter 8. Krillin recognizes his elder brother on a sweltering summer day. The heat was unbearable. People sought refuge inside their homes and high-rise buildings, enjoying the cool air from air conditioners while savoring chilled beverages. In the courtyard of a certain villa, there was a gravity training room. Inside, Jiangling trained diligently with his upper body bare, beads of sweat cascading down his physique, pooling on the ground beneath him. 10,050. 10051, 10052. With a deep exhale, Jiangling deactivated the gravity effect. He retrieved a white towel to wipe away the sweat, the wrung-out fabric dripping incessantly. Despite the air conditioner set to a brisk 16 degrees, it could not quell the relentless perspiration. Such was the price of gravity load training. In the days since his arrival on Earth, he had not been idle, for dependence on Bulma could not be a perpetual crutch. What distinguished him from the likes of the pretty boys and Vegeta? Jiangling, with his striking appearance, successfully debuted on a talent show. The system had bestowed upon him various gifts, including an extraordinary vocal talent and remarkable singing ability, which enabled him to metamorphose into a resounding superstar within a few months. His songs, such as Blue and White Porcelain, Why Not, Little Apple, and The Most Dazzling Ethnic Style, became household anthems. Recently, Jiang Ling had stepped back from the music scene, turning his attention to drawing comics. Titles such as Naruto, One Piece, Magical Girl Sakura, and Inuyasha burst forth from his imagination. His relationship with Yamcha flourished, particularly after Jiang Ling appointed him as his manager upon achieving stardom. Now, many matters were handled by his manager, allowing him more time for training. The villa he resided in was acquired from Bulma. Initially, she insisted on not charging him. Yet Jiang Ling firmly refused to be a kept man, prompting Bulma to display her displeasure, questioning why being a kept man was so undesirable, suggesting instead that she would support him. A gentle breeze rustled the foliage in the courtyard. Jiang Ling soared into the air, gliding towards the outskirts. There, Krillin awaited him, clad in martial arts attire, just as promised. The blazing sun reflected off Krillin's bald head, creating a dazzling glow. "Dude, you said you'd arrive in the morning. Why are you only just getting here now?" Krillin exclaimed, exasperated, as sweat streamed down his face, clearly feeling the heat himself. "Ha, Jiang Ling chuckled. "I'm just a tad late," Krillin retorted immediately. "A tad late? It's already afternoon." "Oh, wait a moment. I'll treat you to dinner. I also want to go karaoke." "Sounds good." After their pleasantries, the two swiftly delved into the matter at hand. Krillin assumed the initial stance of the turtle school, while Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Are you not going to take a stance? Starting like this would be more efficient," Krillin questioned, puzzled. Jiang Ling contemplated this and found it to be a reasonable suggestion. He then extended a finger, beckoning, while simultaneously shouting, "Come here." As Krillin pondered this, his body involuntarily surged towards Jiang Ling, as if an unseen force was guiding him. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a faint smile as his body sank slightly, and with a powerful punch, he struck. Bang! Klin was hit, hurtling backward until he collided with a small stone peak, finally coming to a halt. Jiang Ling dashed forward, while Klin desperately counterattacked. The aftermath of their battle stirred up clouds of dust. As the confrontation neared its conclusion, both combatants were panting heavily. "Who would have thought you were this strong, Jiang Ling?" Klin exclaimed breathlessly. Likewise, Jiang Ling replied with a grin. After months of diligent training, he had finally caught up to Klin. In the past, this would have been a cause for celebration. Yet now, such strength felt utterly insignificant. Why? In just a few months, Frieza would be arriving with his father. Jiang Ling pondered whether Frieza's arrival might trigger a butterfly effect, potentially preventing Trunks from coming. There were no certainties regarding this matter. Thus, he resolved to become stronger, striving to surpass Frieza before his arrival. Klin inhaled deeply, placing his hands on his hips in a flower-like stance. "Jiang Ling, be cautious. This is my final move. Come on." A glint flashed in Jiang Ling's eyes, his expression turning serious as he mirrored Klin's stance. "You can do that too?" Klin exclaimed in astonishment at the identical posture. "Indeed, are you surprised? Whether victory or defeat is still uncertain. Then let us find out." With that, both warriors let out a fierce roar in unison. Kamehameha! Two beams of blue and white light erupted forth. As their energies clashed, the atmosphere trembled and dust swirled around them. The two energy waves collided with tremendous force. Boom! 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 The dust quickly expanded, enveloping both figures, obscuring the outcome of their clash. Time passed, and a gentle breeze blew through, gradually dispersing the smoke, revealing two silhouettes standing amidst the aftermath. Jiang Ling smirked as he walked toward Klin and poked him gently. Thud! Klin slowly fell to the ground, gasping for breath, a smile gracing his lips. "You truly are remarkable. I concede defeat." "Haha, you were merely being lenient," Jiang Ling replied with a laugh. He then grasped Klin's hand, helping him to his feet. "Come on, let us go celebrate with some drinks." "Haha, we must indulge. After all, you defeated me." As night fell, Jiang Ling led Klin to purchase some snacks and beer. They arrived at a secluded little courtyard, a place Jiang Ling had bought for himself. Remote and tranquil, he often retreated here for a day to unwind. Faced with Bulma frequently, his normal male instincts often ran high. What could he do? Without the ability to comfort himself, he might not have survived this long. Hence, Jiang Ling developed a fondness for drinking, using it to dull the restlessness of his spirit. "Klin, how about you recognize me as your older brother? I could introduce you to a few celebrity ladies." "Older brother?" Haha. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling burst into hearty laughter. "Sit, drink. Everything is unspoken." He retrieved bags of snacks and a case of beer from the system space. Without further ado, he exclaimed, "Cheers." Down the hatch, gulping down his drink, he casually inquired, "I heard you've recently experienced another heartbreak?" As these words reached Clinton's ears, tears streamed down his face, and he lamented, "Women are all such fools." Jiang Ling patted him on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, "Let it out. It will feel better." Clinton slowly began to share, while Jiang Ling listened, occasionally sipping his beer. "Brother, I sympathize with your plight. No more words are needed. Let us toast once again. Cheers." Gulping down more beer, Clinton's face turned crimson, resembling that of a monkey's rear. He waved his oversized green stick, only to realize that the beer was all gone. Turning around, he noticed the numerous empty bottles stacked in several cases. "No beer left. We haven't even reached our fill yet. Brother, we're out of beer." Jiang Ling glanced around and confirmed the absence of beer, asking, "Do you want more to drink?" "Yes. This little bit is hardly sufficient." Clinton, with a flushed face, banged his chest loudly, demanding, "Brother, fetch more beer." Jiang Ling gestured behind him, indicating, "The beer is right there." Clinton turned to look, but in the dark of the night, the small courtyard outside was shrouded in shadows, and he could see nothing. "Where? Don't tease me, brother." With a sly grin, Jiang Ling pressed a button on the table. Suddenly, countless lights illuminated the area. A towering mountain made entirely of stacked beer cases appeared in the courtyard, grandly revealed under the bright lights. "Whoa, what the hell? Oh my goodness, brother." Clinton trembled, pointing at the towering beer mountain that loomed hundreds of meters high. His eyes wide with disbelief. This is incredible. Brother, wow, amazing." Jiang Ling took a bite of his snack and chuckled, saying, "What are we waiting for? Bring a few cases over to drink. Then tell me all about your 132nd girlfriend's breakup story. All right, let us drink to our heart's content tonight." Chapter 9. Lovers. The following noon, the small courtyard lay in a remote wilderness, enveloped in an almost eerie silence, rarely disturbed by human presence. Within the courtyard, Jiang Ling awoke from a drowsy slumber, surveying the disarray around him and the pile of green sticks that was Clin. He paid little heed, instead soaring into the nearby woods. Jiang Ling understood that it was likely futile to retain it. It yearned to break free from its shackles. A fruit that is forced does not ripen. Thus, he unbound the chains that had constrained it for so long, and it surged forth like the unstoppable currents of the Yellow River. The leaves of the trees were adorned with the morning dew, and Jiang Ling exhaled a deep sigh, feeling a clarity he had never experienced with it before. After shaking off the remnants of sleep, Jiang Ling donned his trousers and unsteadily floated to the entrance of the courtyard, casually plucking a few roots of grass to pocket. Clint awoke as well, and upon seeing Jiang Ling return from the direction of the forest, he inquired, "Elder brother, off to practice in the morning?" "That forest is rather peculiar. Its formerly sparse foliage has gradually flourished over time." Jiang Ming remarked with a hint of oddity, "You seem quite knowledgeable." "Of course. I've taken several girlfriends into that little grove." Clint puffed out his chest, quite pleased with himself. Jiang Ling mused to himself, better not to reveal the truth, lest it shatter his resolve and render him incapable. "Go wash up." "All right," Clint responded, heading to the bathroom. Upon his return, the pile of green sticks had vanished, and Jiang Ling sat at the stone table in the courtyard, steeping tea. "Elder brother making tea?" "Indeed, Clint. Come and taste this tea, see how it fares." Jiang Ling's face bore a mischievous expression. Clint scratched his head, a look of uncertainty on his face. "What kind of tea is this? Why not give it a try?" Clint lifted the teacup and inhaled the aroma, nodding in approval. "It has a refreshing scent reminiscent of rain." He took a small sip, his eyes lighting up, and exclaimed, "Excellent tea." The rustic flavor was abundant, the taste rich, and the aroma profound. "Elder brother, where did you buy this tea?" Clint savored the lingering sweetness. Hearing this, Jiang Ling lifted the lid of the teapot, revealing a brew made from roots still tinged with earth. He fell silent. Should he disclose the truth? Clint, lost in the aftertaste, continued to chatter away, as if a floodgate had been opened. All right, I must return to my cultivation. You should hasten your own practice as well, lest you fall too far behind me." Jiang Ling waved a hand, interrupting him, and set the teapot aside, pulling Clint out of the courtyard. Hey, elder brother, you still haven't told me what kind of tea this is." Parting ways with Clint, Jiang Ling returned to the villa, only to find Bulma waiting for him. "Ah, old boo, what brings you here? Can't I come if there's nothing going on?" Over the past few days, they had grown quite familiar, and their conversations had become far more casual. "Certainly, if I were to bring a girl back, it would indeed be quite awkward." "How dare you?" Bulma shot him a glare. "Why not?" Jiang Ling replied with a teasing smile. Bulma was at a loss for words. It had been several months since she parted ways with Yamcha, and she initially believed she would not seek another boyfriend. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Jiang Ling had quietly made his way into her heart. He was positive, sunny, ambitious, vivacious, handsome, and most importantly, not the type to engage in frivolous affairs. How did she know this? Bulma certainly wouldn't. He divulged that there was an occasion when she arrived and found the door ajar, only to discover Jiang Ling engrossed in his phone. A man who would rather entertain himself than indulge in indiscretions was a rarity. Bulma fixed her beautiful eyes upon Jiang Ling and, without reason, declared, "It simply cannot be." Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, gazing at her charmingly cute visage, and swiftly pressed her against the wall. A wall slam. He whispered softly in her ear, "How about you be my girlfriend?" The gentle tone combined with the warm breath against her ears stirred Bulma's heartstrings. Upon hearing the tender confession and sensing his masculine aura, she found herself unwittingly enchanted. Lowering her head, a blush adorned her cheeks. What? Jiang Ling inquired. "I agree to be yours." Bulma murmured softly. "I cannot hear you." "Speak louder," Jiang Ling urged with a grin. Bulma locked her gaze with his. "I agree to be your girlfriend." Their eyes met, and the atmosphere thickened. Jiang Ling lifted her chin, and she closed her eyes. Their lips brushed against each other, breaths mingling. Hey, what are you doing?" Bulma swatted Jiang Ling's mischievous hand away, exclaiming, "We've only just established our relationship. And you're already getting handsy?" Hee, it's quite normal for a couple to be affectionate." Jiang Ling chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "No, absolutely not. At least let us cultivate our feelings first." Bulma placed her hands on her hips, speaking with a fierce demeanor. "All right then." Jiang Ling raised his hands in surrender. He turned to head towards the bathroom, taking a cold shower to suppress the stirrings he had just experienced. Emerging from the bathroom, he found Bulma looking youthful and radiant, a bag in hand. "Come on, let us go shopping." She pointed to the door. Jiang Ling hesitated. "Is it possible to skip this? What do you think?" Jiang Ling let out a dramatic sigh. It seems that having a girlfriend comes with its own set of complications, at least a few more trivial matters to contend with. Chapter 10. Rising above the darkness, time flows ceaselessly, and the bustling life fills Jiang Ling's every day, while his strength steadily ascends. On this particular day, Jiang Ling calculated the time, and, feeling it was nearly right, set off towards the Carinta. Below the Carinta, a few tents stood, home to a father and son, guardians of the sacred Carinta for generations. Jiang Ling chose not to disturb them, instead employing his aerial technique to ascend to the towering Carinta. Upon entering the tower, he was greeted by the sight of a bipedal white cat, wielding a scepter and exuding a cheerful demeanor. Beside it was a rotund figure clad in a samurai outfit, a sword hanging at his side, engrossed in his snacks. Those familiar with the original narrative would recognize the white cat as the master of Carinta, known as the Carinta Sage, or colloquially, the Carinta Cat. The plump figure, on the other hand, was the nefarious character who had consumed the store of celestial beings over several centuries, an embodiment of gluttony. "Brave warrior who has ascended to Carinta, what brings you here?" inquired the Carinta Cat. "Should you wish for the super divine water, you must first climb step by step from the base of the tower and undergo my trials." Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for the super divine water. It requires a pure heart to avoid its lethal effects. While I consider my heart to be pure, I dare not tempt fate, as I, Huang, have a profound aversion to gambling with poison." His words were delivered with a righteous fervor. The Carinta Cat responded, "Then, noble warrior, what is your purpose for visiting today?" With a smile, Jiang Ling produced a generous quantity of chicken breast from his system space. "Carinta Sage, I must confess, I wish to exchange these for celestial beans." Initially puzzled, the Carinta Cat's curiosity piqued at the aroma of the chicken, causing drool to escape its mouth. As its paw reached out to seize the offering, Jiang Ling took a step back, retracting his hand holding the chicken breast. "Might I inquire if a trade is possible?" It is well known that a cat's craving for chicken or bird meat is deeply ingrained in its nature. Fish are merely a reluctant alternative. "Indeed, absolutely." The Carinta Cat nodded fervently, its eyes gleaming with desire, fixated on the chicken breast. "How many do you have?" Jiang Ling, wearing a smile, maintained a steady gaze on the Carinta Cat. "Well," the Carinta Cat hesitated, glancing at the rotund figure beside it before continuing, "due to a catastrophic disaster. The current celestial beings are newly produced, and I possess only 5. Feigning contemplation to enhance his bargaining position, Jiang Ling remarked, "That seems rather insufficient." Seeing its beloved chicken about to slip away, the hesitation in the Carinta Cat's eyes was swiftly replaced by insatiable longing. It spoke up, "Actually, I have over 50 hidden away." Upon hearing of the 50-plus beans, Jiang Ling's heart soared with delight at this unexpected boon. However, he maintained a facade of calm, merely inquiring, "But what is the catch?" "However, you must deliver chicken to me weekly, for these celestial beings are indeed precious." "No problem." Jiang Ling readily agreed, subsequently receiving over 50 celestial beings. He took out a capsule from the system space, pressed a button on it, and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding bang, a refrigerator materialized instantly. The Carlin cat, having long shunned the world, was unaware of this contraption. On the other hand, a Cairo possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding it, having spent some time amidst urban life before retreating to Corinta due to social anxiety. Jiang Ling patiently elucidated, "This is a multifunctional solar refrigerator. Any surplus meat can be stored within to preserve its freshness or freeze it. When you wish to consume it, simply retrieve it for cooking. Furthermore, during the sweltering summer, one can open the refrigerator door to enjoy the first refreshing breeze of the season." Upon hearing this explanation, both the Carlin cat and a Cairo were enlightened, gazing at the refrigerator in awe. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling beamed at the sight of the 50-plus celestial beings. What a profit! After exchanging pleasantries atop the tower, Jiang Ling revealed his second purpose. "Could you assist me in establishing a connection with the celestial being?" "No problem," the Carlin cat readily responded. On Earth, the celestial being is synonymous with the deity of the planet. Jiang Ling could have disregarded him. Yet he held in his possession a bug-level item, the Spirit Time Room. Entering it allows one to cultivate for a year, while only a day passes outside. However, access requires the celestial being's approval. "Carlin Sage, shall I accompany you upward?" Observing the Carlin cat, who was performing peculiar gestures to activate the portal, Jiang Ling felt somewhat exasperated. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Subsequently, Jiang Ling employed the dance of the sky technique, tucking the white-skinned cat under his arm and soaring directly toward the apex of Carlin Tower. For the celestial palace stood countless meters above the tower. As they ascended, Jiang Ling gradually discerned a platform. The platform was semicircular, upon which the celestial palace majestically loomed, complemented by a plaza adorned with several trees and vibrant flora. Even at such altitudes, the celestial being had ensured ample greenery. The spirit of environmentalism begins with the celestial. Jiang Ling landed on the plaza, gently setting down the Carlin cat. "Ahem. Jiang Ling, please don't squeeze me so tightly next time. I can't endure it." As a representative of the new generation, Jiang Ling, upon hearing this statement, couldn't help but contemplate an alternate, rather inappropriate interpretation. This statement was quite suggestive. While he was lost in such thoughts, two figures emerged from the celestial palace. One was a Namekian clad in divine attire, wielding a scepter. With green skin and a kindly, aged visage, the celestial being himself. The other, a servant garbed in attire reminiscent of Indian dress, lagged half a step behind the celestial being, possessing dark skin and prominent lips, the beloved Mr. Bobo. "Greetings, Mr. Celestial Mr. Bobo. Long time no see, Master Karen. Are you here once again to recommend a warrior for training? The last time, it was that child, Sun Wukong." The celestial being glanced at Master Karen and then scrutinized Jiang Ling with a discerning gaze. He was well aware of the Saiyan with the tail's arrival on Earth, having observed Jiang Ling for some time. Recognizing Jiang Ling's pure character and optimistic spirit, he deemed him a rare talent. Crucially, Jiang Ling fit the talent recruitment plan, having established a relationship with Bulma and settled on Earth. Moreover, as a prominent star, he effectively stimulated the upward trajectory of the economy, invigorating the market and enhancing the quality of life for the people, allowing them to enjoy a spiritually fulfilling existence. "Indeed, I hold great promise for this individual and wish to introduce him to you," Master Karen remarked, concealing the fact that Jiang Ling had not bribed him. Jiang Ling maintained his politeness and smiled gently, saying, "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jiang Ling, with Jiang representing the river and Ling signifying triumph over darkness." Excellent. Such lofty ambitions. Chapter 11. Arrival at King Kai's realm. "Greetings, Mr. Deity and Mr. Bobo," addressed them with composed grace. His self-introduction was fabricated, infused with an air of righteousness. "I am aware of you," the deity mused, having observed since his arrival on Earth. "I have noted your commendable character." "Thank you for the compliment," replied. "However, your strength now surpasses ours, and there is little left for us to teach you." The deity's expression was one of concern. "Haha, I am not overly concerned. I merely seek a place to cultivate," declared, his intentions clear. "A place for cultivation?" The deity's eyes brightened. "I have two options for you. I wonder which you will choose. The first is to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, where time flows differently. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside, and a person may spend 2 days in their lifetime within. The second option is an introduction to King Kai, a deity of a higher tier than myself." As the deity spoke, a projection materialized before, exuding a blue and white hue, imbued with a strong sense of advanced technology. This was an optimization following a system upgrade, enhancing only the aesthetic aspects while maintaining the core functionality. Beep. Choice activated. 1. Choose to train with King Kai. receiving a tenfold enhancement of the Kaioken, stackable with Super Saiyan form. Note, the combined power will reach 1050, not merely 1050. 2. Choose to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, gaining a day of time-stopping privilege, which may be activated at will but cannot be terminated once begun. Contemplated the rewards, feeling a wave of indecision wash over him. The first option was self-evident. Those familiar with the original comic knew that Super Saiyan and Kaioken could not be stacked due to physical limitations. Now, with this system offering such a generous version, it was undoubtedly a monumental advantage. Imagine two equally matched Super Saiyans, one able to stack Kaioken while the other could not. Such a disparity in power would be undeniable. The second reward was even more extraordinary. Time suspension. Although there were minor limitations, such as once activated, it could not be deactivated, and one would merely have to await the passage of time yet. The implications of stopping time were immense. It would not only prove invaluable in combat, but also in daily life, particularly regarding his long unattained desire for Bulma. After a moment of reflection, suddenly smiled, exclaiming, "Only children make choices. I want them both." The deity was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Very well. You possess spirit." After a brief interval, the deity, invoking an ancient incantation, transported before King Yama. As gazed up at the imposing figure of King Yama, he was momentarily speechless. The king, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, sat at his desk, diligently attending to his affairs. "You wish to proceed to King Kai?" "Indeed." Nodded affirmatively. "Then I wish you good fortune," King Yama stated succinctly, allowing to embark on the path ahead. Once he traversed the serpent path, the illustrious King Kai awaited him on King Kai's planet. For Jiangling, this feat was merely a trifling endeavor, given his current prowess. Unlike the original tale where Goku took half a year due to his inferior strength, Jiangling effortlessly vanished in an instant with a mere flicker of his movement technique. As he soared through the air, a lingering curiosity about why the King of Hell had uttered the phrase "good luck" occupied his mind. Suddenly, he spotted a pavilion below. Compelled by curiosity, he descended to investigate. What he beheld held him captive. A multitude of alluring maidens, scantily clad, posed enticingly before him. As a young man, could he possibly resist? Just as he was about to indulge, several of the maidens revealed their true forms, serpentine demons. "Dear sister, it's been an age since I last feasted on flesh. He. Indeed, sister, delectable meat is a rare delight. Alas, we missed out on savoring Sun Wukong's flesh last time." Jiangling paused, then decisively dealt with them, declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall be in my service. When I return for you, you shall be prepared, understood?" He emphasized the last three words with gravitas. The serpentine heads nodded vigorously, eager to comply. "Transform into human forms," Jiangling commanded with a fierce glare. Instantly, several stunning maidens knelt before him, their bodies perfectly sculpted. Taking a deep breath, he recited his calming mantra and turned to depart. He was still a boy, and this was not the time for such distractions. He would resolve matters with Bulma first, and then return to deal with these little temptresses. With a silent vow, Jiangling resumed his journey to King Kai's planet. At the pace he maintained, it wasn't long before he beheld the serpent's tail. Standing atop it and gazing skyward, he spotted a diminutive planet suspended in the heavens. So small was the planet that the number of characters the author could write in a day could circle it several times over. Jiangling ascended gracefully into the air. The moment he set foot on King Kai's planet, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. First option completed. Rewards have been granted. There is a second option. Please continue your efforts." A smile curled upon Jiangling's lips. As he acclimated to the planet's tenfold gravity, he stretched his shoulders, unfazed by the burden. He had long since adapted. Addressing King Kai, he spoke. "Greetings, King Kai. Hello, you are the one introduced by the Earth deity?" "Indeed. I have heard about your circumstances. To train here, you must amuse me with a joke," the North Kai stated earnestly. Jiangling pondered, then inspiration struck. "North Kai, I believe the next individual to arrive here for training will be named Biden." Huffed. The North Kai erupted into uncontrollable laughter, clutching his stomach. "Haraha, absolutely hilarious. Biden, that old fellow has long since descended into the underworld. How could he possibly come here? You've made my year with that joke. It has me laughing until my stomach aches." Jiangling chuckled. "I find it quite amusing as well." After sharing a laugh, the King of the North spoke earnestly. "You must seize." With a swift motion, Jiangling's figure flickered, and in his grasp, he held a small gorilla, gazing at it with sincerity. "Ah, splendid. You have passed my test. Now, I shall teach you the King's fist." The King of the North wiped the sweat from his brow and proceeded to demonstrate the technique. "You should be able to master this in about a month." Suddenly, A crimson aura ignited around Jiang Ling, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful presence that sent waves of energy cascading through the air, causing the lone tree on the planet to sway precariously. The King of the North remarked, "Let me teach you the spirit bomb." Chapter 12. 2 years later, a week had passed, and the North Realm King stared in astonishment at the white orb of light forming in Jiang Ling's palms. His expression one of disbelief. What on earth is this? This is simply extraordinary. No one has ever possessed such remarkable talent. To master the energy bomb in just a week. North Realm King, is this sufficient? Jiang Ling inquired, retracting the orb. Why yes. I have nothing more to teach you. The North Realm King stammered, feeling a sense of inadequacy wash over him. He thought to himself, this young man's future achievements are bound to be limitless. With a stretch, Jiang Ling draped an arm around the king's shoulders, seated himself at a table, and picked up a mug of beer. Come, North Realm King, let us drink to our brotherhood. With a clink, the North Realm King found himself led down the path of inebriation by Jiang Ling. Half a day later, Jiang Ling returned to the Celestial Hall. The celestial deity looked at him, and he returned the gaze, their eyes locked in mutual astonishment. Incredible. You completed the king's techniques in just 7 days? Jiang Ling offered a shy smile, somewhat bashful. It was rather simple. After a cordial exchange of pleasantries, the celestial deity guided Jiang Ling into the depths of the Celestial Hall, proceeding directly to a particular chamber. Behind this door lies the room of spirit and time. Inside, the gravitational force is tenfold that of the outside world, and the environment is rather harsh. Are you prepared? Absolutely. Jiang Ling nodded solemnly. He was in dire need of strength augmentation, and the room of spirit and time was essential for such rapid advancement. With a glimmer in his eyes, Jiang Ling moved to enter the room of spirit and time, but suddenly halted, turning to ask, Celestial deity, what if I get hungry inside? Rest assured, there is food provided daily, and Mr. Bobo will continuously deliver sustenance. The celestial deity reassured him with a smile, easing his worries. Thank you, celestial deity, Jiang Ling replied, stepping confidently into the room of spirit and time. As he crossed the threshold, the door sealed behind him. Before him lay an open chamber furnished with a bed, everyday items, fruits, and vegetables. It was termed an open room because one side was entirely devoid of walls, leading to a vast expanse of white. Jiang Ling stepped out, his feet sinking into the white ground as the weight of 10 times normal gravity enveloped him. Fortunately, he was accustomed to such pressure. Otherwise, his first encounter would have ended in a tumble. The temperature fluctuated dramatically, at times soaring above 40 degrees, while at other moments plummeting below -40. After contemplating, Jiang Ling retrieved several crates of beer from his system space, placing them in a spot where the temperature remained stable. This way, he could always enjoy naturally chilled beer. Jiang Ling had devised an excellent plan. Thus, the passage of time within the room of spirit and time unfolded languidly. Jiang Ling was unaware of how much time had elapsed within. He continuously engaged in frenzied training. Whenever hunger struck, he would eat. When fatigue set in, he would sleep, only to rise and resume his practice. Tenfold Kaioken. Jiang Ling bellowed. A dense, crimson aura enveloped his body. His hands formed a flower-like shape at his waist, and a brilliant blue-white light emanated from his midsection, growing ever brighter until it transformed into a Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha! Jiang Ling exclaimed, unleashing the energy wave towards the vast white expanse, stirring up a cacophony of wind and rain sounds. Subsequently, Jiang Ling's figure flickered as he accelerated to an unimaginable speed, surpassing that of the Kamehameha wave, positioning himself directly in its path. With arms wide open, he embraced the energy wave fervently. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the intense energy tore through Jiang Ling's garments. He collapsed to the ground, exposed, his chest heaving with rapid breaths. With a swift motion, he retrieved a magical bean from his system space and consumed it. Whoosh! He was revitalized. A powerful aura surged from him anew. Indeed, he had been utilizing this method to rapidly enhance his combat prowess, and it was conservatively estimated that his foundational battle power had surpassed 3 million. He had reached the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. It was time to attempt the transformation. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Ling sat on the ground, bare, holding several bottles of chilled beer, indulging in his own company. Within this mental time chamber, the greatest adversary was not the environment or the sustenance, but the boundless solitude. Whenever he experienced such feelings, Jiang Ling chose to drown his sorrows in alcohol or to utilize the skills bestowed upon him by the system to create a few volumes featuring Bulma as the protagonist. Naturally, he starred as the main character. Singing might well be the finest remedy for loneliness. I turn my face, concealing from you the surging tides within that have grown increasingly evident. Once today concludes, let us not meet again. I dread waking each day with thoughts of you. I have kissed your face. Your hands once rested upon my shoulders, and the sweetness of those moments lingers, my longing deepens. Whenever I close my eyes, I can always envision the unfulfilled promises that will ultimately come to fruition. Jiang Ling stood upon the vast white terrain, naked, passionately belting out a song. This piece, Breakpoint, was one he had cherished in his previous world. Likewise, in the Dragon Ball realm, he had popularized it. Billions of humans and anthropomorphic beings across the globe had heard this song. Once his emotions had been fully expressed, Jiang Ling took a hearty swig of beer and wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, for Bulma, for the women, striving to enhance my strength. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through Jiang Ling, compelling him to hurl the beer bottle into the distance. He then launched an energy blast, striking the bottle with pinpoint accuracy. Yura, Jiang Ling, still bare, nonchalantly embarked on a new round of training. Outside the Temple of the Gods. 2 days swiftly passed. The deity and Mr. Bobo were meticulously tending to the flowers and plants in the square, engaging in light-hearted conversation about amusing occurrences on Earth. Have you noticed? The deity inquired. There is an online author named Today Has Words, who has married 10 stunning wives. The deity responded in astonishment. Really? Can he bear such a burden? As far as I know, humans typically adhere to monogamy, primarily to safeguard the interests of the male. Mr. Bobo shrugged. Indeed. That is the conventional norm. However, this author possesses extraordinary talents, managing to satisfy all his spouses and reveling in nightly festivities, seemingly oblivious to the world. What a remarkable individual. The deity mused, reflecting on the plethora of extraordinary beings in existence. The conversation then shifted, by the way. Have you noticed that celebrity promoting misguided values, leading others astray? Mr. Bobo pondered for a moment and replied, Are you referring to that Akuin? Precisely. Chapter 13. The mission in the Divine Hall Square. The wind was remarkably boisterous, causing the trees to sway gracefully. The deities, including Mr. Bobo, wore expressions of contemplation. At that moment, Jiang Ling emerged from the Divine Hall, his handsome visage resembling the stars, while his tall figure outlined perfectly sculpted muscles. Dressed in a white t-shirt and shorts, he radiated an aura of tranquility and ethereality. Hello, Divine One, Mr. Bobo. It has been 2 years since we last met. Jiang Ling greeted them with a radiant, natural smile, as if time had not dulled his spirit. The Divine One paused for a moment and replied with a chuckle. For you, 2 years have passed, but for us, it has only been 2 days. Indeed, Jiang Ling said, inhaling the fresh air outside, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. The gentle breeze tousled his hair. The outdoors are so refreshing. Although in the time chamber I could be free of clothing, I still find the world outside suits me better. After a moment of thought, the Divine One decided to disclose a matter for Jiang Ling to address. Jiang Ling, I recall you are a prominent star on Earth. Yes, Jiang Ling responded, sensing the seriousness in the Divine One's demeanor. Is there something you require assistance with? To be frank, there is indeed a matter for which I seek your help, the Divine One explained slowly. Jiang Ling pondered, rubbing his chin, before nodding affirmatively. I can handle that. Consider it done. Thank you, the Divine One said earnestly. The future of the new generation on Earth relies on you. Understood, Jiang Ling replied, then leaped from the platform of the Divine Hall. As he descended, he felt the exhilarating rush of the wind and the clouds racing past him, his thoughts settling into an unparalleled calm. He soared over Kalinta, where the Kalen cats and Yakalob watched in astonishment. Only as he neared the ground did Jiang Ling activate his flight technique, soaring directly towards West City. Shortly thereafter, at Bulma's residence in West City, which sprawled across a vast expanse, she lived independently while sharing the space with her parents. At that moment, she was indulging in a bath, exclaiming her delight in the soothing experience. Simultaneously, Jiang Ling appeared outside her home, effortlessly entering the premises. Following the sound, he navigated with familiarity to the bathroom, opening the door and stepping inside. What are you doing here? Get out, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling recalled the 2 years spent in the time chamber, during which thoughts of her had constantly occupied his mind. Her laughter, her visage, her gentleness, and her fiery spirit. He gently lifted her chin with his hand, leaning in to kiss her deeply. Their lips met, a fragrant warmth enveloping them. After what felt like an eternity, they parted. Bulma, now weak and breathless, gazed at him with anticipation. As Jiang Ling subtly curled the corners of his lips, and his gaze radiated unparalleled clarity, he turned and departed. Bulma's large eyes brimmed with confusion. What on earth? He flirts and then runs off? Stop right there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling quickened his pace. It was not that he wished to evade her. He simply had a task to complete and no time to engage in trivial romantic escapades. You are not a man, Bulma exclaimed vehemently. You will come to understand in due time. Jiang Ling's voice echoed distantly. Humph. How infuriating. Bulma stamped her foot in frustration, causing a tumultuous stir. In West City, outside a concert venue, a throng of youthful fans lined up eagerly to enter. They clutched glow sticks, banners, and various paraphernalia. Their faces alight with fervor as they chanted incessantly, Akun, Akun, revered above all else. At the rear of the line stood a strikingly handsome man, adorned with a mask and sunglasses, quietly observing the scene before him. This Akun has turned his fans into a cult, Jiang Ling murmured to himself, making several calls on his phone and issuing commands. Revocation of Akun's artist, singer, and actor identities, a ban on all related resources, removal of his films, television shows, and songs, prohibition from participating in commercial performances, concerts, and various events. As the directives were disseminated and enacted, several staff members emerged from the concert venue. The Akun concert has been canceled. The rescheduled date will be announced later. We kindly ask all fans to exit in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing this, the fans erupted in dissent. Do you comprehend what you are saying? You are offending our Akun. Do you understand how hard he works? By canceling his concert. What do you expect him to do? We will not let this slide. Very well. Excellent. Is it XXX Corporation, then? Tomorrow. No, today. Your stock market will plummet, and your market value will evaporate. At that moment, a luxurious stretch limousine arrived on the scene. A throng of individuals disembarked, 10 bodyguards, 2 assistants, 2 makeup artists, 1 manager, 1 financial officer, 1 life manager, 1 chef, and 1 fashion designer, all standing resolutely outside. Yet, the main figure remained elusive. The luxury vehicle swayed, emitting a series of indescribable sounds. Witnessing this, the fans were moved to tears. Our Akun works so hard, even now. He is practicing his dance in that cramped, dilapidated car. Indeed, he is such a big star and yet drives such a vehicle, which reflects his frugality. Moments later, a flamboyant figure emerged. Akun, the idol, appeared slowly, his steps unsteady. He was accompanied by a provocatively dressed woman, her face blooming like a peach blossom. The fans erupted once more in fervor. Alas, my dear Akun possesses an extraordinary talent for nurturing others. One glance at that woman's pallor reveals her illness, and he has tended to her for quite some time. Indeed, Akun is remarkably gentle. I take immense pride in having such a noble figure in my life. Observing the fervent fans, Akun cleared his throat softly, allowing a subtle smile to grace his delicate features, enchanting all who beheld him. Ahem, dear fans, I have been silenced. Let us rise up and unearth the true culprits. What? Akun, so gentle, and yet they dare to silence him? Is it the oil cakes? Let us find them. A torrent of venomous words erupted from the mouths of the fans. Witnessing their irrational fervor, brainwashed by zeal, Jiang Ling was convinced that with a mere command from Akun, the very concert hall before them would be toppled. He shook his head and walked straight out, lifting Akun into the air as if he were soaring. Chapter 14. Bulma's Thoughts. A remote wilderness. Crack. Akun was thrown to the ground. His effeminate visage bore a sinister gaze directed at Jiang Ling. I don't care what tricks you've employed to bring me here. You had better release me. If you do not, my fans, my company, and the entertainment deity Jiang Ling will surely not let you go. A cold smirk crept onto Jiang Ling's lips as he casually removed his mask and sunglasses, revealing a visage radiant with sunlight, strikingly handsome, yet undeniably masculine. Akun, this half-animal, half-human creature, widened his eyes in disbelief at the man before him. Jiang Ling, why? Why have you chosen to blacklist me? My breakout work, Your Beauty is Too Much, was pinned by you. I could say you made me famous. Yet, why have you sought to silence me globally? Jiang Ling leaned down, a faint smile gracing his lips as he tapped Akun's shoulder. You rebellious ingrate. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your deeds. Manipulating hearts, brainwashing, aspiring to dominate the world and become its sovereign. Do you truly believe you can succeed? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Ling's eyes. At this juncture, Akun's composure faltered, a smirk emerging on his lips. What does it matter if you know? We are both human. I have no reason to fear you. He then produced a handgun from his feathers. The dark muzzle aimed at Jiang Ling, laughing maniacally. He proclaimed, Didn't he see this coming, did you? Ha ha. As the laughter subsided, his expression twisted. A glint in his eye as he uttered 2 words, die. Pulling the trigger, a series of gunshots echoed, smoke billowing from the muzzle. Yet, the smirk on Akun's lips froze, for he witnessed an astonishing sight. Why you? How are you unharmed? Are you even human? Jiang Ling remained steadfast. a semi-transparent aura igniting before him, repelling the bullets that fell harmlessly to the ground. Pathetic, Jiang Ling remarked, pushing Akuin down once more. He was not in haste to annihilate him, for the system had presented him with a choice. Choice activated. 1. Eliminate Akuin. No reward. 2. Transform Akuin into a female and consign her to a special industry. Reward. King S special beverage. It was evident to anyone how to choose. The second option was a must. Though the system had peculiar tastes, Jiang Ling regarded Akuin with an odd expression mingled with pity. Beep. Choice successful. Obtain task item. Gender transformation potion. Ah, there's even a task item? This is quite favorable. I want to need to arrange a visit to a gender reassignment clinic. Jiang Ling smiled. A vial of liquid materialized in his hand. Do you wish to live? Akuin, hearing this, nodded fervently. Yes. Then drink this vial. Jiang Ling extended the potion toward him, and without hesitation, Akuin gulped it down. Evidently, his will to survive was remarkably strong. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would act upon it. Gulp, gulp. A bottle of water was consumed by Akuin, and his physique began to transform. His rear became plump and rounded, and his chest gradually swelled. A pronounced curvature appeared. His cheeks took on a rosy glow, and his enchanting eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply. To his astonishment, the potency of this transformation elixir was indeed formidable. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "Incredible! Rise, I grant you a path to survival." Jiang Ling smiled gently. Thank you, Jiang Shun. Akuin responded, but suddenly realized something was amiss. My voice. Akuin sensed the change. His voice had shifted to a feminine tone, and upon further inspection, he discovered it was gone. What the hell? Jiang Ling, how have you transformed me like this? Akuin exclaimed in anger, though the sound was melodious. Jiang Ling chuckled. Well, if you wish to survive, you must embrace this new form. Ah, you pervert. You have no shame. Akuin retorted in exasperation. You can forget about ever laying eggs again. If you choose not to, then so be it. Jiang Ling shrugged, nonchalantly knocking her unconscious. He then made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a discreet van arrived. From the vehicle emerged a burly man and a flamboyantly dressed madam. Oh, young Master Jiang, I didn't expect you to seek my assistance, the madam said, sidling up to him and wrapping her arms around his. Jiang Ling's arms sank into her soft embrace, yet he remained unfazed, skillfully extricating himself. He pointed to the unconscious Akuin on the ground. This is for you to handle. No problem. I excel at such tasks, the madam boasted, her chest swelling with confidence. Jiang Ling's eyelids twitched as he turned away, waving them off to leave. Humph. Lacking in romance, the madam pouted, feeling slighted despite her glamorous appearance. She then directed the burly man to load Akuin into the van before they drove away. Jiang Ling watched their departure, feeling a sense of relief. Was he truly susceptible to temptation? Not to mention, he had a certain Bulma eagerly waiting at home, along with a few enchanting serpents on the path ahead. Nevertheless, the madam had indeed possessed an exquisite figure. Upon returning to the villa, he found Bulma waiting for him. With her blue hair cascading over her shoulders, her bright eyes and delicate face bore an expression of longing. She wore a tank top that revealed her flat abdomen and short shorts that showcased her long, slender legs, dazzling Jiang Ling clearing his throat awkwardly. He recalled the overwhelming emotions he had been suppressing and rushed into the bathroom, passionately kissing the lovely Bulma before fleeing. He simply ran away. Now, it seems I am at a loss for words. Bulma murmured, you are my boyfriend. You cannot merely flirt and then flee. You must take responsibility, do you understand? What do you wish for? Jiang Ling recalled Bulma's usual fiery temperament, anticipating that the forthcoming moments would not be easy. What do you desire? Bulma approached, seizing Jiang Ling's tail from behind. In an instant, he slumped helplessly into the chair. Since acquiring Saiyan blood, he had not specifically trained his tail, and after becoming Bulma's boyfriend, she had further discouraged him from doing so. Jiang Ling, feeling utterly powerless, gazed silently at Bulma. Unexpectedly, she crouched before him and began to remove the encumbering items. In mere moments, the little bird transformed into a majestic eagle. Subsequently, Bulma wrapped her arms around his neck, their eyes locking as she slowly settled herself upon him. Outside the villa, the moonlight was resplendent, and the whispers of the wind entwined around them. Chapter 15. The arrival of Frisia the following morning. Within the villa, Jiang Ling reclined upon the sofa, with Bulma nestled against his chest. Grapes, he remarked. Bulma, responding to his cue, plucked a grape and offered it to his lips. Pineapple, Jiang Ling continued. With deftness, Bulma speared a piece of pineapple with a bamboo skewer and presented it to him. Milk, he paused momentarily before stating. Bulma promptly took up the milk and gently fed it to him, her movements tender, her gaze imbued with affection. In her eyes, Jiangling was her sole focus. It was evident that this spirited young woman had been thoroughly captivated by him. As Jiangling reveled in her attentiveness, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Bulma. Address me as sister. Bulma, dear sister, the Namekian must have departed by now? Bulma nodded in affirmation. A few months ago, the Dragon Balls were activated, allowing for the resurrection of Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Their third wish was to relocate to a suitable planet. What of it? Jiangling reflected wistfully. Unbeknownst to me, I have been on Earth for a year. Indeed, a year has swiftly passed, Bulma echoed, equally contemplative. A year prior, their first encounter had been a rather comical one in the bathroom. A year? Jiangling furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. A year had elapsed, which meant Frisia's invasion of Earth was imminent. In that instant, he sensed numerous malevolent energies converging upon the planet, among which two were particularly formidable. Jiangling rose abruptly, his gaze fixed upon the sky. Simultaneously, he received a telepathic message from King Kai of the North. Jiangling, Frisia, and his father, King Cold, are en route to Earth. With Goku absent, I must rely on you. Understood, Jiangling replied solemnly. Bulma, we have enemies approaching. It is Frisia once more. What? He is still alive? Goku didn't kill him? Bulma's disbelief was palpable. I do not know. I must go and join the battle. Stay here and wait for me. Jiangling spoke with a grave tone. Bulma shook her head defiantly. I want to go. You must stay here, be good and wait for me. Jiangling gently tousled her hair. Take me with you. After all, with the Dragon Balls, if death comes, we shall face it together. Tears glistened in Bulma's eyes. Her concerns were not unfounded, for Jiangling's strength was no match for Goku's Super Saiyan prowess. Very well, he acquiesced, but you must keep your distance. He bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead, and, embracing Bulma, soared into the sky, uncertain if he would return. With a heart heavy with resolve, Jiangling ventured forth, unaware that his presence would herald Trunks' timely arrival. Across the globe, Tianjin Fan, Vegeta, Yamchu, Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, Master Roshi, and others sensed the ominous presence of Frisia. Such a formidable aura of malevolence. What could possibly compel them to invade Earth? Ah, it is the presence of Frisia. Has my father not vanquished him? Curse be you, Kakarot, you fool, for allowing him to persist. In a secluded forest, a gravity training chamber stood tall. Vegeta had returned months prior and had secluded himself in rigorous training. Sensing the ominous energy, he gritted his teeth and ascended into the sky. He was acutely aware that his strength might prove inadequate. Yet he was resolute in heading to the battlefield. The other warriors of Earth shared a similar determination, pressing forward with no retreat in sight. Before long, Jiangling, cradling Bulma, arrived at a location some distance from the landing site. He closed his eyes, quietly meditating and awaiting the arrival of his comrades, as well as Frisia's descent. Shortly thereafter, the other Earth warriors arrived, including Vegeta. Humph. Upon spotting these individuals and then Jiangling, Vegeta scoffed. The Earth was on the brink of destruction. No one could stand against Frisia now. The Earth warriors regarded Vegeta with disdain, for he had previously taken their lives. Ah, it is Vegeta. Next time, let us engage in a spar. Who fears whom? If I strike you down, don't blame me, Vegeta retorted. At that moment, a spaceship descended nearby. Vegeta spoke with gravity. Quickly suppress your power levels. They possess detection devices. Let us approach and discern their intentions. No need, Jiangling countered, shaking his head as he flew forward. Arrogant fool. Vegeta chastised him. Jiangling turned to cast a glance back. Since you claim we are all destined to perish, what difference does it make whether we die sooner or later? Ah, Vegeta pondered, finding a semblance of logic in the words of this enigmatic Saiyan, thus refraining from further argument. From Piccolo's gaze, he discerned that Piccolo too supported the notion of flying forward. Very well, let us fly. An early demise bears little distinction. Vegeta shrugged his shoulders. Jiangling instructed Bulma not to wander and to remain in place. He then placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Bulma nodded in response. You too? Yamcha's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the intimate exchange between Bulma and Jiangling, leaving him momentarily speechless. In his youth, he had failed to appreciate Bulma's worth. Now, witnessing her tenderness, he felt a pang of regret. However, she was both his superior and friend, leaving him in a quandary. The sky whispered softly as the trees swayed, a green leaf gently alighting upon Yamcha's head. My beloved father, you must aid me in avenging my grievances this time. Frisia, adorned in pudding-like splendor, spoke venomously. Beside him stood a monstrous figure far larger than himself, his father. King Cold, cackling, this insignificant planet shall be obliterated. Nay, Frisia shook his head. I yearn to witness the despair etched upon his face as I methodically vanquish these humans. One by one, upon his return, the Kurdish king nodded, his expression reflecting admiration. "Come forth, my minions," he commanded, clapping his hands. "Scour the lands and seize the earthlings." "Do you understand?" "Understood." The minions were poised to disperse when, in an instant, several energy blasts rained down upon their ranks. The blasts detonated. Boom. In that moment, a multitude of minions was obliterated, leaving only a scant few fortunate enough to evade the blast. "Who dares?" The Kurdish king and Frisia furrowed their brows, gazing at the silhouettes atop the hill. At the forefront stood a figure with jet black hair, strikingly handsome and tall. Clad in casual attire that could not conceal his allure, he exuded an extraordinary charisma amidst his companions. It was none other than Jiang Ling and his fellow allies. Chapter 16. Predicament. The wind howled as it swept across the battlefield, stirring up a flurry of dust. Jiang Ling, Yamcha, Tenshinhan, Vegeta, and others gazed coldly at the Frisia father-son duo below. The disparity in strength between the two sides was glaringly apparent, yet the Earth warriors did not waver. Jiang Ling, endowed with a system, felt an even greater compulsion to stand firm. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within Jiang Ling's mind. Activation of selection. Please choose. 1. Flee in the face of danger. Reward, an eternal tombstone. 2. Endure and await rescue. Reward, a bag of trash. 3. Defeat King Cold and Frisia. Reward, undying glory. Jiang Ling internally scoffed at the offerings. The rewards were truly. One must choose option 3, though he was already experiencing blissful nights. What man wouldn't desire more? Selection successful. Please ensure the host's survival. Jiang Ling shot back defiantly. Even if you perish, I shall not. Damn it. This cursed system is jinxing me. Who are you? Frisia's eyes glinted with cold malice as he slowly articulated his inquiry. Jiang Ling rolled his eyes in response. What gibberish are you speaking? Use human language. King Cold cast a detached glance at his obliterated subordinates, indifferent to the loss of life. He merely considered it a reduction in servants. Who are you? Since you have slain my minions, you might as well serve me, he remarked with a chuckle. Jiang Ling smirked, introducing himself. I am Jiang Ling, known affectionately by my fans on Earth as Jiang Shun. He gestured towards his companions. This is Yamcha, Tenshinhan, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta. Oh, Gohan and Vegeta, your son, Frisia, is well aware of. Pausing momentarily, Jiang Ling continued. What brings you to Earth? What is your purpose? Frisia echoed the question, suddenly erupting into a sinister laugh. What do you think? Of course, I have come to annihilate Earth. Surely, you didn't believe I was here for a holiday? Jiang Ling's expression turned grave. Then there is nothing left to discuss. He exchanged glances with his comrades, who nodded in agreement. In an instant, Jiang Ling's figure flickered and appeared before Frisia, enveloped in a blaze of crimson energy. Tenfold Kaioken, he proclaimed, a conservative estimate placing his power level in the millions. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Ling unleashed a punch upon Frisia. The latter merely stepped back, a derisive smile curling at his lips. Trash. Boom. Frisia retaliated with a punch. Jiang Ling crossed his arms defensively, bracing against the overwhelming force. He was sent flying backward, crashing against the rocky wall, a torrent of blood spilling forth. The wall crumbled significantly under the impact. Kamehameha. Special beam cannon. Masenko. Final flash. Multiple waves of energy surged forth from various directions. The path of Frisia was effectively sealed, leaving him with no chance of escape. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves struck Frisia's body with tremendous force, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Was it successful? Krillin gazed expectantly at the swirling dust. Such wishful thinking. Vegeta scoffed, anxiously watching the direction of the haze. Below, Jiang Ling clutched his chest, enduring the pain as he sat up. Damn, this battle is truly inhumane, he coughed. His expression turned serious as he glanced towards Frisia. He understood well that such minor attacks could not defeat Frisia. Unless he could transform into a Super Saiyan. The thought of the Super Saiyan flashed in Jiang Ling's mind. That's right. Didn't Dragon Ball Super teach the method to transform into a Super Saiyan? He could give it a try. With that resolve, Jiang Ling rose to his feet and began his experiment. He concentrated all his energy towards his back and prepared to unleash it. The agony in his back made Jiang Ling grimace in pain. But for the sake of becoming a Super Saiyan, he could endure. Boom. The aura surrounding Jiang Ling instantly transformed into a brilliant gold. A powerful force surged forth from his body. Is this the Super Saiyan? Jiang Ling stared at his hands in astonishment. No, the power was not the original 50 times. Yet the aura had turned golden. Without a mirror, Ling could not see if his hair and eyes had changed color. Just as he was troubled, a spark of realization struck him. He looked down. His hair had not turned golden. Thus, it must be a pseudo-super Saiyan. Let us give it a try. Ling's gaze hardened. He must have attained a battle power of 70 or 80 million now. Gradually, the dust began to dissipate, revealing two figures standing firm. As expected, nothing had happened. Kamehameha. Ling called out softly, gathering a powerful energy wave in his hands, propelled by immense strength and momentum, charging towards the diminutive figure. He knew that figure was Frisia. Boom! The energy reverberated. The ground trembled. The surrounding earth crumbled inch by inch. A blinding light dazzled everyone's eyes. Before the light could fade, a figure rushed forward, colliding directly with Frisia. It was none other than Ling. The two exchanged blows, each strike resonating with force, scattering the clouds above. Ling seized Frisia's tail, swinging him around several times before slamming him onto the ground repeatedly. Frisia's energy surged, sending Ling flying, as he quickly got up and charged forward. A powerful punch propelled Ling into the sky, where he faced a barrage of blows raining down upon him. Bang, 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 boom, boom. Frisia, feeling a tinge of boredom, slammed Ling back down to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Even though you have grown stronger, you remain no match for me. You possess that tail, yet you are no comparison to Sun Wukong. None of you are capable of a fight. Frisia cast a disdainful glance over the crowd. How infuriating. The onlookers emitted a chorus of unwilling roars. The magical flash. Unable to contain himself, Gohan hurled another magical flash forward. Frisia effortlessly swatted it aside. Vegeta gritted his teeth, erupting in fury as he charged forth. Smash. Boom. Vegeta was sent crashing back, colliding with the ground. Utter trash, a waste of time. In the deep crater, Ling gasped for breath. A trace of despair etched on his lips. Ultimately, I am unable to prevail. A year has proven far too brief. Even if I have not squandered a single moment in training. Bulma, I shall bid you farewell in the next life. The thought of Bulma brought a fleeting smile of happiness to Ling's face. Upon consuming a senzu bean, his physical strength and wounds miraculously healed. Yet, the fatigue of the spirit remained unrelieved. Frisia and King Cold loomed before him like insurmountable mountains, impossible to overcome. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming wave of weariness. Chapter 17. Super Saiyan feeling fatigued, Ling contemplated the need for a revitalizing boost. In his previous life, whenever exhaustion struck during work, he would indulge in an energizing beverage. It seemed that the system had previously gifted him a bottle of such a drink. With a flicker of thought, a beverage materialized in his hand. Observing the familiar packaging, Ling smiled, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. Boom! A surge of formidable energy coursed through his limbs. Instantly, he experienced an unparalleled sense of invigoration, akin to an ecstatic moment shared with Bulma. Before long, it felt as though a shackle within him had shattered, and power surged forth relentlessly. On the battlefield, Vegeta lay on the ground when suddenly, a sensation gripped him, his eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet. Kakarot. No, it's that kid Ling. What has happened to him? How has he suddenly become so powerful? Vegeta's mind was flooded with disbelief as he stared vacantly in Ling's direction. That energy. Gohan's eyes sparkled. It resembled the aura his father once possessed, Super Saiyan. Piccolo nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this realization. The others were equally astonished. What? Such a powerful presence belongs to a Super Saiyan. One could only imagine how formidable Goku had been at that moment. Ling stood still, gradually opening his eyes. His light green irises sparkled brilliantly, and his golden hair stood upright, his eyebrows transforming into a golden hue as well. So, this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan. I never anticipated the system's provisions would wield such immense power. Ling could sense that his base combat power had escalated to 6 million, while his transformed state reached an astounding 300 million. Excellent. Ling chuckled, glancing downward, only to be momentarily blinded by a radiant golden light. Indeed, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, every strand of his hair turned golden. Ling finally resolved a question that had long piqued his curiosity. Bulma would surely appreciate this, he mused, before abruptly returning to the battlefield. Frisia, upon seeing the figure emanating golden flames, was momentarily transported back to the moment on Namek when he faced Goku. Goku? No, Frisia shook his head, fear glimmering in his eyes. You are the second Super Saiyan. Son, is this what you referred to as a Super Saiyan? King Cold inquired. Indeed, father. Frisia became agitated. haunted by the shadow of Super Saiyans, an understandable fear given that he had once perished at their hands. Son, go forth and conquer your inner demons. I shall support you from here, King Cold encouraged. All right. With his father's words bolstering his confidence, Frieza steadied himself and swiftly entered a battle-ready state. Truly, Frieza was a genius. Jiangling squinted his eyes, comparing the auras of both sides, and discovered that Frieza was significantly weaker than himself. With this newfound confidence, his demeanor shifted. He extended his hand, curling his index finger in a beckoning gesture, and loudly exclaimed, "Come here." Upon hearing this, Frieza felt an inexplicable surge of anger. With a swift leap, he charged directly at Jiangling. Jiangling remained poised, slightly crouching, and delivered a powerful punch straight at the incoming Frieza. Bang! The blow connected squarely with Frieza's jaw, dislocating it and sending blood and teeth flying. Frieza's body was propelled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangling advanced. Intent on delivering a decisive blow, he unleashed a flurry of devastating moves. Crow sits on a plane. Tornado destroys the parking lot. Eagle claw technique. Black tiger prowls the heart. Mount Tai presses down. Serpent steps. Each technique flowed seamlessly, imbued with a golden aura, rendering Frieza unable to retaliate. Damn it! How infuriating! Frieza roared, yet he was firmly suppressed by Jiangling. With a keen eye, Jiangling spotted an opening. He unleashed a close-range energy blast that pierced through Frieza's abdomen. Bang! Frieza crashed to the ground, and Jiangling watched him silently, a smirk of derision on his face. Frieza clutched his wound, staring intensely at Jiangling. Curse you. It seems I must resort to my ultimate technique. Oh, pray tell, I am all ears, Jiangling replied, feigning interest. Frieza erupted into laughter, as if mocking Jiangling's naivety, then turned to King Cold and shouted, "Father, save me." Jiangling. Vegeta. King Cold. No, do not approach. I will handle this, Jiangling said, shaking his head and gesturing for King Cold to stay back. He then hurled Frieza into the sky. Concentrating, Jiangling formed a Kamehameha wave, utilizing his innate talent to strike Frieza midair. Boom. Frieza was reduced to ashes. An era's tyrant fell upon the earth, his remains potentially nourishing the trees. King Cold observed the scene with a detached demeanor, making no attempt to intervene. He believed in the natural order of survival of the fittest. Become my son, King Cold said earnestly, gazing at Jiangling. With a peculiar expression, Jiangling firmly rejected. No, I have numerous ventures in the cosmic real estate business. If you become my son, I shall allocate a portion to you. King Cold coaxed gently. Jiangling shook his head again, politely stating, Are you unwell? If you wish to fight, then let us do so without further ado. Then die. King Cold's expression suddenly morphed into one of ferocity as he launched an energy blast. Jiangling observed the energy sphere, shook his head, and effortlessly caught it with one hand, tossing it into the sky. With a subtle, intricate movement, Jiangling approached King Cold from behind. A single punch pierced through his abdomen. What kind of footwork is this? King Cold asked, bewildered. It's the sliding step dance, Jiangling replied, withdrawing his hand, stained with blood. He then concentrated his energy into a blade, dismembering King Cold into pieces. A single energy wave obliterated any trace of him from this world. Both King Cold and Frieza vanished from existence. On Earth, a gentle breeze swept through. Jiangling inhaled deeply, relaxing his entire being. The state of Super Saiyan dissipated in an instant. Jiangling. Incredible. I take immense pride in being your manager, Yamcha exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. He was Jiangling's manager. Uncle Jiangling, you are truly remarkable. I feel you surpass my father by a significant margin. Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Seeing the two major threats eliminated, Piccolo let out a sigh of relief and nodded in acknowledgement to Jiangling. Tien Shinhan also nodded, turning to leave. Recognizing the gap in strength and resolve to train harder, Krillin patted his chest proudly, proclaiming, No doubt, he is my big brother. Let us continue our drinking escapades next time. In the center of the battlefield, Jiangling gazed at the vibrant crowd, a joyful smile gracing his face. Chapter 18. Another Saiyan. A melodious female voice echoed from afar. Jiangling's expression shifted, and he immediately soared into the air. He soon spotted a beautiful girl with blue hair, panting as she approached him. Who else could it be but Bulma? Jiangling promptly flew over and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. Did I not tell you to wait for me in one place? Upon seeing Jiangling, Bulma's initially worried expression transformed into one of joy. I'm so relieved you're okay. I was so worried just now. You always have to show off despite your limited abilities. Limited abilities, you say? Tonight, I shall show you just how capable I truly am. Jiangling raised an eyebrow, gazing at her with mischief. Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson. Hey, no teasing. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's expression turned serious as he leaned in and kissed her deeply. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise, caught off guard by the intensity of his affection. Gradually, she embraced him, reciprocating the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, they parted. Jiang Ling held her tightly, reluctant to let go. Jiang Ling, what has come over you? Bulma asked, her face slightly flushed, puzzled by his unusual demeanor, which she had never witnessed before. Nothing. I just wanted to hold you, Jiang Ling murmured softly. Bulma gently caressed his broad back, speechless. The two remained entwined in the air, free from any distractions, savoring the ambience of the moment. Not far away, a group of Earth warriors glanced their way but chose not to disturb them, allowing the couple their privacy. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, lifting some into the sky. Among them, 2 green leaves landed atop Yamcha and Vegeta's heads. After clearing the battlefield, the group was about to disperse when a young boy with light purple hair appeared. A large sword slung across his back. He surveyed the crowd with a hint of surprise. Has Frieza been defeated? Indeed, but who are you? How do you know about Frieza? Piccolo inquired, perplexed. The others shared his confusion, as they did not recognize this boy. Nor did they understand how he was aware of Frieza. The mysterious youth shook his head. I cannot disclose that information. Bulma, observant as ever, noticed the emblem on his clothing. Where did you get that outfit? It bears the Capsule Corporation insignia. Once again, the boy shook his head. I cannot reveal that either. What a mystery, Bulma muttered, puzzled by his enigmatic demeanor. The boy glanced at the time and addressed the group. Everyone, Mr. Son Goku is about to arrive on Earth. Those who wish to greet him, follow me. With that, he soared off in a specific direction. The group exchanged glances, arriving at a consensus. Given his knowledge of Son Goku, he must be a friend of his. But how did he know Goku was nearing Earth? I don't know, Piccolo remarked, looking around before deciding to follow. Vegeta let out a snort and took flight. Observing the 2 leading figures, the others promptly followed suit. Jiang Ling exhaled, realizing that Trunks had indeed arrived, albeit a tad later than anticipated. With that thought in mind, he lifted Bulma and soared into the air. They soon reached a designated spot where Trunks produced a capsule that transformed into a compact refrigerator adorned with the Capsule Corporation's logo. Upon opening it, a variety of beverages were revealed, each sporting the same logo. Trunks retrieved a bottle and waved it towards the group, encouraging them to help themselves. Thanks, young man, Bulma said as she approached, picking up a beverage. Upon noticing the logo on the can, her brow furrowed in confusion. We certainly do not produce these drinks at home. How could this be? What a peculiar situation. Bulma found herself embraced by Jiang Ling, their closeness whispering sweet nothings to one another. A palpable aura of romance enveloping those present. Trunks observed with a hint of perplexity. What is going on? My mother is still with Yamcha at this time. No mention of anyone else. Who is this man beside her, and why are they so intimate? Catching Trunks' gaze, Jiang Ling flashed a grin and introduced himself. I am Jiang Ling, and this is my girlfriend, Bulma. After that, he fell silent. Trunks, processing this revelation, mused, how is this possible? Who is Jiang Ling? I have never heard of him from my mother. Noticing Trunks' confusion, Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped closer, draping an arm over Trunks' shoulder, and suggested, shall we converse over there? He gestured to a quieter area. Trunks was about to decline when Jiang Ling leaned in closer, whispering, Trunks, you wouldn't want your name to be circulated indiscriminately, would you? Trunks' expression shifted, and he scrutinized Jiang Ling before conceding. All right, let us go. They moved to a more secluded spot, where Jiang Ling offered Trunks a cigarette. Trunks waved it away, indicating he did not smoke. Who are you? How do you know my name? Jiang Ling replied with a smile. I am Jiang Ling, the Jiang from Jiangling. Your father is Vegeta, and your mother is Bulma. Correct? You have come from the future. Yes, how did you know? You may not be born at all. Bulma is now mine. What? Trunks' eyes widened in shock. Nearby, Piccolo's eyelids flickered, a storm of confusion brewing within, yet his composure remained intact as he silently observed the unfolding drama. I know you are a Super Saiyan as well, Jiang Ling remarked with a grin, revealing the tail that extended from behind him. Trunks noticed it and exclaimed in realization. So that's it. I had been pondering the identity of the one who vanquished Frieza and King Cold, only to realize it was you. With that, I transformed into a Super Saiyan. A golden aura erupted forth, and my light purple hair lifted slightly to the sides before turning a brilliant gold. My golden eyebrows and pale green eyes completed the visage of a quintessential Super Saiyan. A smirk danced upon Jiang Ling's lips. In an instant, he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. The two of them basked in the golden flames of their energy, reflecting off one another. Not far away, Vegeta shook off the leaves that had settled upon his head, casting an incredulous glance in their direction. What was happening? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In this world, aside from myself, Kakarot, and his son, there were no other Saiyans left. How could another emerge? Vegeta stared blankly at the two Saiyans before him. What he found most unacceptable was that Kakarot had been the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, which could be attributed to chance. But now Jiangling, this enigmatic youth, had also become a Super Saiyan. Yet here he was, Prince Vegeta, of noble warrior lineage, still unable to attain the transformation. This left him questioning himself. Chapter 19. The Necessity of Training. Jiangling and Trunks stood facing each other, quietly observing one another. They exchanged a smile, and then simultaneously reverted to their normal forms. Just moments ago, I had thought it best to inform Mr. Goku alone. To my surprise, you were aware of my origins from the future. I wish to share something with you. Jiangling quickly interjected, indicating that it was not his concern, and urged Trunks to approach Goku directly, as he had little interest in the matter at hand. After an hour of waiting, a familiar aura emerged on the horizon. Those acquainted with Goku recognized this presence as his return. He was back. Everyone turned their gaze towards that direction. Whoosh. Boom. A spaceship descended from the heavens, crashing into the ground nearby and creating a substantial crater. The crowd hurried over to inspect the spacecraft nestled within the pit. As the hatch opened, an oddly dressed human emerged. He bore a friendly countenance and a perpetually unchanged crab-like hairstyle. He typically wore a cheerful smile, but would undoubtedly be the first to stand up and protect everyone in times of crisis. Let us welcome Mr. Son Goku. Clap, clap, clap. Is this commentary not a bit awkward? Bulma rolled her eyes in jest. Jiangling scratched his head, saying, "It seems I inadvertently fell into the role of commentator. What a coincidence. What are you all doing here?" Goku asked casually, scratching his head. Gohan leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "It's Dad. Hooray." With that, he dashed towards Goku and leaped into his embrace. The others greeted him with smiles. Goku, maintaining his amiable demeanor, nodded and inquired again. "How did you all end up here?" "A mysterious boy informed us," Jiangling replied, gesturing towards Trunks. "Mysterious boy? I don't recognize him," Goku said, his brow furrowing as he regarded Trunks, whose hair was a light purple. Trunks stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Goku, I need to speak with you privately." They then moved to a more secluded area, whispering amongst themselves. Bulma murmured, "How secretive," observing Goku's ever-changing expressions. The others grew curious about the shocking news he must have received. Piccolo, with his keen ears, attempted to eavesdrop on their conversation, yet his expression remained unchanged, regardless of what he might have overheard. For reasons unknown, Goku and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans and engaged in combat. Vegeta, watching from a distance, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Kakarot has grown even stronger. How infuriating. Trunks unsheathed his sword and struck fiercely. Goku extended a single finger, radiating light. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several exchanges, Trunks sheathed his sword. Jiangling observed from the sidelines, prepared for any eventuality. After a few more exchanges, the two concluded their sparring and returned to their normal states. "I lost. Truly, you are remarkable, Mr. Son Goku," Trunks remarked with admiration. "You are quite impressive," Son Wukong remarked, his surprise evident. That last move was learned from an extraterrestrial source. The two then engaged in hushed whispers for a moment. After a while, Trunks departed, and Son Wukong approached, scratching his head, seemingly at a loss for words. Noticing this, Piccolo interjected, "Allow me to speak. I overheard everything." Son Wukong nodded, aware of his own struggles with articulation, making Piccolo's input timely. Subsequently, Piccolo addressed everyone, relaying that approximately 3 years hence, 2 extraordinarily powerful androids would bring about the world's destruction. "What? Are we all doomed to perish? That boy hails from the future?" exclaimed one in disbelief. "Goodness. He must be Jiangling's son. He bears a striking resemblance," another observed. Jiangling nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility. Seeing that he had no further role in the discussion, Jiangling took Bulma's hand and departed, for he was already privy to Trunks' revelations. They soared through the skies, traversing an array of scenic vistas, until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. This was Jiangling's usual retreat for relaxation, and it was Bulma's first visit, sparking her curiosity. The area was devoid of human presence, surrounded by vast woodlands and meadows, accompanied by a babbling brook. The courtyard was nestled within this serene embrace of nature. Inside, Jiangling reclined on a lounge chair, with Bulma seated beside him. They shared intimate whispers typical of lovers. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, while the sounds of chirping insects and birds filled the air, complemented by the soothing flow of the stream. Indeed, this locale exuded tranquility. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Jiang Ling's mind, announcing, "Congratulations on completing the task. You have been rewarded with an unyielding spear." Followed by, "You have earned one lottery draw." Oh, a lottery draw. Jiang Ling recalled the last time he had won the technique of air dance. He wondered what fortune awaited him this time. Without hesitation, he initiated the draw. The mental wheel spun vigorously until it finally came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the full power transformation of Super Saiyan. You have been automatically elevated to full power Super Saiyan. Jiang Ling's eyes gleamed with excitement. This reward was indeed valuable. It was well known that the Super Saiyan transformation emanated immense power, capable of obliterating everything in its vicinity if not carefully managed, particularly for those less adept at controlling ki. However, the full power transformation allowed for the ki to be contained, preventing any leakage, thereby maximizing combat endurance without causing environmental destruction. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Ling. He turned to Bulma in his embrace and said, "Bulma, my Saiyan bloodline has evolved in battle. Would you care to witness it?" "Oh, I would love to see." Bulma replied with curiosity. She caught a glimpse of him today, albeit from a considerable distance, witnessing Jiang Ling and Trunks transform together. Yet, she had not fully savored the spectacle of the Super Saiyan transformation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling rose to his feet and immediately transformed into his full Super Saiyan power. During the transformation, his aura was perfectly contained, revealing nothing to the outside world. His golden hair, golden brows, and light green eyes were striking. His hair stood up slightly. "Wow, it has turned golden. Even the color of his eyes has changed," Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Ling smirked subtly. Glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, and with a mysterious smile, he said, "It has changed too. Let us train together." Ignoring Bulma's protests, he began to engage her in gymnastics, stretching exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Half an hour later, an hour later, what is going on? 3 hours later, Bulma was already panting heavily. "What is wrong with you today? How many times have we exercised? Why aren't you tired yet?" Jiang Ling chuckled. "Isn't it a good thing to have energy? Others would desire it, and yet do not possess it. Bulma, I must say, your body is rather weak. It seems I must compel you to train." Bulma pondered. "I do not wish to train." "No, you must train." Chapter 20. I am Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling and Bulma enjoyed a period of sweet and blissful life together. Sun Wukong made a special visit, and Jiang Ling was delighted, establishing a close friendship with him. A month passed, and a mysterious visitor caught Jiang Ling off guard. He gazed at the young boy with lavender hair, somewhat astonished. "Didn't you return?" Trunks shook his head and replied with a smile. "No, I find you quite intriguing." Jiang Ling nodded and invited him inside, asking Bulma to prepare some tea. Bulma served the tea to Trunks, who immediately stood up to receive it with both hands, displaying a courtesy that surprised Bulma. Internally, Trunks mused that even though this timeline did not have Vegeta with her, she was still his mother. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. After a brief conversation, Jiang Ling discreetly sent Bulma away, watching her retreating figure with a faint smile. He then turned to Trunks and directly addressed the matter at hand. "Trunks, what brings you here this time?" Jiang Ling doubted that Trunks had lingered for a month merely to spend time with him. Trunks hesitated for a moment before saying, "I do indeed have a favor to ask of you. After all, you seem to know everything about me, as if you were a seer." He looked at Jiang Ling with hopeful eyes. Jiang Ling scratched his head, surprised by this unexpected proposition. In his previous life, he had read numerous Dragon Ball novels, where the protagonists were generally invited by Trunks, either whisked away by a system or eagerly requesting Trunks to take them along. Being the first to receive such an invitation was quite a novelty. However, the thought of the future world gave him pause. It was a battleground dominated by androids, where humanity was merely their plaything, and cities lay in ruins. Jiang Ling was indeed intrigued by the prospect of visiting, but he felt his own combat abilities were insufficient. "Trunks, I would like to go as well, but my current strength is rather..." Trunks interjected with a grin, "You can progress alongside me. Don't you feel that training alone stifles your growth? We can serve as sparring partners, and our powers will flourish together." His eyes locked onto Jiang Ling, brimming with anticipation and hope. Unable to refuse, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before saying, "Let me discuss it with your mother." Trunks replied with a perplexed expression. "Although she truly is my mother, could you refrain from taking advantage of the situation?" Jiang Ling approached Bulma, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and leaning in to whisper softly in her ear, "Bulma, I might have to leave for a while." Feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, Bulma's body softened, her cheeks flushed. However, upon hearing his words, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Where are you going? Can you truly bear to leave me? All right. I have matters to attend to. I shall return swiftly. Then, I shall depart tomorrow. Jiang Ling shuddered slightly. The following day, Jiang Ling, supporting his waist, arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with Trunks. What is the matter with you? Trunks, still a youth, was perplexed by the situation. Jiang Ling remained silent for a moment before expressing his grievances. It is none other than your mother. I told her I was not interested, yet she persisted. What on earth are you talking about? The innocent Trunks admitted his confusion. Trunks then produced the time machine, an elliptical contraption with a cockpit atop, emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation's emblem. Its appearance was familiar to Jiang Ling. After making some adjustments, both entered the cockpit, pressed a button, and the time machine activated, whisking them away into the time tunnel. The time tunnel was a kaleidoscope of colors, and Jiang Ling gazed curiously at the scenery outside, experiencing it for the first time. Trunks, on the other hand, was returning for the second time and had yet to satiate his curiosity. Soon, the time machine vanished into the tunnel and emerged in another timeline amidst a landscape of ruins. The city lay in tatters, shrouded in persistent rain. The sky was a dreary gray, with a gentle drizzle falling. The entire environment was veiled in a somber hue. Jiang Ling's immediate sensation was one of oppression, as if a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. Has your world always been like this? He inquired, his expression grave, realizing the severity of this world exceeded his expectations. Trunks waved his hand dismissively. No. It happens to be a particularly rainy day. Jiang Ling conceded, albeit begrudgingly, acknowledging he had perhaps overthought the situation. However, the desolation surrounding them was indeed heart-wrenching. The soft rain fell upon the ruins, the sound echoing mournfully within the desolation. Let us visit my home. I have not returned in over a month, Trunks suggested. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. They summoned a magnetic levitation vehicle, gliding through the desolate city streets. Before long, they arrived at a convenience store. Jiang Ling, puzzled, inquired here. Trunks nodded affirmatively. He then moved a cargo container, revealing an iron door behind it. Producing a key, Trunks unlocked it. Jiang Ling was astonished. He had known that Bulma possessed a secret base, but had not anticipated such an entrance. Once inside, Trunks restored the exterior, locking the door behind them, and they descended the stairs. The echo of their footsteps resonated in the stairwell, creating a somewhat somber atmosphere. Soon, they opened another door, revealing what appeared to be an entirely different realm, a stark contrast to the outside world. One area cultivated vegetables and fruits, while another tended to livestock, essentials for daily sustenance. They traversed this section and arrived at a living quarters. The sounds of life echoed in the space. Trunks knocked on the door, announcing his return. I'm back. A melodious and mature voice resonated from within. The door swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman. Time had graced her with a certain maturity, evidenced by the delicate wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Yet, this only enhanced her allure, adding a unique charm to her presence. Her long blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin was porcelain-like, and her figure was voluptuous, radiating warmth through her gentle smile. In that moment, Jiang Ling felt as if he had stepped into another era. Just moments ago, the youthful and enchanting Bulma was bidding him a heartfelt farewell, and now he stood before the mature and captivating version of her. Mom, this is Jiang Ling, whom I brought from the past to assist us, Trunks introduced. Hello. I'm Jiang Ling. Chapter 21, Legacy. Greetings, I am Jiang Ling, he said with an air of familiarity. Naturally, in his own world, he was exceedingly acquainted with Bulma. After all, they spent every evening engaged in games together. How could they not be close? Bulma offered a gentle smile and nodded. Hello, welcome, Jiang Ling. She invited him into the living room for tea. Then, her gaze fell upon the tail behind Jiang Ling, instantly transporting her memories back to her childhood adventures with Goku. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. Jiang Ling, are you a Saiyan? How come I have no recollection of you in my memories? Did you know me in the past? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Jiang Ling cleared his throat. I am indeed a Saiyan, but I have not appeared in your timeline. In my own timeline, I know you, and you are my partner. Really? Bulma exclaimed, blinking in surprise, turning her gaze toward Trunks with a questioning look. Yes, Mom, Trunks nodded affirmatively. I saw them living with a younger version of you, and they were quite affectionate. Quite shameless, really. With a playful smack, Bulma lightly tapped Trunks on the head. She then turned to Jiang Ling, offering an apologetic smile. This child is quite straightforward, he knows no bounds. Jiang Ling chuckled and nodded. At this age, it's time for some lessons. It would be nice to have grandchildren sooner rather than later. Sighing, Bulma replied. As a woman, it's rather inconvenient for me. Could I impose upon you? Not a problem. Jiang Ling readily agreed. Bulma assessed Jiang Ling for a moment, nodding in approval. Indeed, this young man met her aesthetic standards, handsome, striking, and formidable. Stifling a giggle, she thought, so, he is one of us now. At this moment, Trunks interjected, so do I call you? Yes. Jiang Ling solemnly nodded. We shall each refer to ourselves in our own way. You may call me Dad while I call you brother. In response, Trunks raised a middle finger. Bulma shot him a disapproving glance. Trunks, must you be so rude? Jiang Ling smirked. His rudeness is merely a reflection of your own. You were not shy about using that gesture in your youth. After a lively exchange, the atmosphere grew more familiar. Once dinner concluded, Jiang Ling arranged for himself to stay in an empty room, not neglecting Bulma's request. He proceeded to Trunks' room, solemnly presenting a USB drive containing over 100 terabytes of data. What is this? Trunks asked, bewildered. With a serious expression, Jiang Ling replied. In this era of cultural disjunction, natural disasters, and societal despair, this item is a treasure. It is a gem of civilization's legacy, a repository of material and spiritual essence, a solace amidst the apocalypse. This is the legacy between men. Upon hearing this, Trunks was filled with reverence, pledging to study it immediately. Good luck, Jiang Ling remarked as he gracefully returned to his room. Lying on the bed, he closed his eyes, seeking the embrace of sleep. Yet, the vision of Bulma's mature form continuously resurfaced in his mind. Her fair and delicate skin, her voluptuous figure, and her youthful yet graceful visage adorned with a gentle smile. Jiang Ling lay restlessly in bed, tossing and turning until he finally succumbed to slumber in the depths of the night. The following morning, he appeared at the dining hall with dark circles under his eyes. Trunks, too, stifled yawns, his own dark circles even more pronounced. Trunks, it seems you haven't slept a wink, Jiang Ling remarked with a chuckle. Trunks scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I was engrossed last night. I understand. The vigor of youth is commendable, yet one must still heed the importance of health. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the kitchen with breakfast, yawning as well. Although she lacked dark circles, her demeanor suggested fatigue. Bulma, what is the matter? Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled. Bulma cast a fleeting glance at him, her cheeks tinged with a blush. I was restless last night. Ever since meeting you, for some inexplicable reason, my heart has been stirred. She reached beneath her pillow and retrieved a prop. After finishing breakfast, Trunks proposed a training session. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before suggesting, I shall take you to a remarkable training location where one can achieve great progress in a single day. Such a place exists? Trunks questioned, bewildered. His usual training spots consisted of desolate fields or the training rooms at the base, and after over a decade of living, he was unaware of any such place. Jiang Ling led Trunks out of the base, soaring directly towards the Temple of the Gods. Upon their arrival, they landed in the square, where the surroundings appeared dilapidated and overgrown with weeds, bearing the scars of past battles. It seemed that the conflicts involving the androids had indeed reached this sacred site. Jiang Ling could not help but lament the change, how times and destinies diverged across these two realms. Jiang Ling, why have you brought me here? This place seems to be of no use, Trunks remarked. Jiang Ling chuckled in response, of no use? Then why does this temple of the gods still float in the sky? Surely, it possesses energy. However, this time, we are not here to seek energy, he continued. What are we searching for then? Trunks inquired. The room of spirit and time. Upon witnessing Trunks' puzzled expression, Jiang Ling smiled and said, you will soon find out. With that, he strode into the temple. Having previously trained in the room of spirit and time in his own timeline, he was well aware of its location. Reaching the entrance of the room, he gently opened the door and ushered Trunks inside. As soon as the door closed, the scenery shifted, prompting Trunks to instinctively adopt a combat stance. Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief and halted him. This is the room of spirit and time. A single day outside equates to an entire year within, perfect for training. Seriously, Trunks exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Jiang Ling laughed heartily. Indeed, if you do not believe it. Try cultivating for a day and then venture outside to see how much time has passed. After a day in the hyperbolic time chamber, Jiang Ling and Trunks ceased their combat. Jiang Ling wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, let's step outside and see how much time has elapsed. It seems a day has indeed passed, and I find myself quite hungry. I shall return with some supplies after a brief excursion, and then we can train for a year. Trunks nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber and returning home, Trunks gazed at the electronic clock, his excitement mounting as he noted the date and time. Indeed, not much time had passed. Mom, I am famished, he exclaimed. But you just had breakfast, came the reply. I am still hungry. All right, Bulma said indulgently. After their meal, Jiang Ling and Trunks ventured out to procure supplies. for the provisions at the base were insufficient for a year's worth of sustenance. They managed to gather some food and also hunted for wild game. Storing the prepared meat in the refrigerator, Jiang Ling and Trunks then returned to the sacred world of the Kais. Chapter 22. Calling Dad within the confines of the mental time chamber, Jiang Ling and Trunks gazed out at the expanse of white. The environment was harsh, with gravity tenfold that of the outside world and extreme temperature fluctuations. Trunks, you are to train here for 2 years. Can you endure the solitude? Jiang Ling inquired. Trunks pondered for a moment and replied, if I were alone, I certainly couldn't bear it. However, with your company, it feels manageable. Jiang Ling regarded him thoughtfully for a long while before confessing, I have an affinity for women. Me too. What are you implying? Trunks exclaimed loudly, fearful of Jiang Ling misunderstanding him. Being alone is not an issue for you, Jiang Ling teased, nudging Trunks playfully. You still have the USB drive I gave you. There's surely an endless amount of material to explore. Cough cough. Trunks cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, it is filled with knowledge. We must navigate the vast ocean of wisdom. Jiang Ling patted his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with determination. The future of Earth rests in your hands. Absolutely. Let's give it our all. The two commenced their sparring within the mental time chamber, skillfully refraining from utilizing their Super Saiyan forms, instead practicing in their base states. And why, you may ask? Observe. Enhancing base combat power significantly amplifies strength upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, yielding exceptional value. The sounds of their training grew increasingly intense, both sustaining injuries and depleting their stamina. They paused simultaneously, taking a moment to rest. Training should be progressive, not a life-or-death struggle, unless one possesses the mystical beans. Jiang Ling had them, but preferred not to waste them frivolously. After a brief respite to regain some energy, Jiang Ling proposed, let us transform into Super Saiyans for a round. Sure. Trunks agreed eagerly. Two formidable auras erupted simultaneously as Jiang Ling and Trunks transitioned into Super Saiyans. Subsequently, Jiang Ling harnessed his energy and ascended to the full power stage of Super Saiyan. Trunks widened his eyes, exclaiming, what in the world is this? With a slight smile, Jiang Ling explained, this is the full power of Super Saiyan, the most perfected stage of the first level. The next step is Super Saiyan 2. Wow, that's incredible. Teach me. Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly, just call me Dad. Get lost. In that instant, their energies collided, producing a deafening sound. Waves of intense energy clashed fiercely. The consequence? Jiang Ling ended up wasting 2 mystical beans. And thus, these 2 grown men trained diligently within the chamber for 3 years. Indeed, 3 years. Jiang Ling himself was astonished. Wasn't there a time limit? Each person was only permitted to enter for 2 years. Wait, was it really just permitted? Was it a divine decree to prevent humanity from becoming overly reliant on the room of spirit and time? In truth, one could linger there for an extended duration. As thoughts flowed, Jiang Ling pondered this possibility with great intrigue. Trunks approached, announcing, the food has been consumed. Let us venture outside. The garments worn by the two had already been changed several times during their battle. Alas, their trousers lacked the legendary resilience depicted in the original tale. Trunks' hair had grown considerably, while Jiang Ling's hairstyle remained unchanged. Curiously, Trunks inquired, how is it that your hairstyle remains constant? With a smile, Jiang Ling replied, as a pure-blooded Saiyan, my hairstyle was determined at birth and will never change. Goku is the same, as is your dear father. Indeed, my hairstyle too remains unaltered. So it was. Upon exiting the room of spirit and time, the 2 men stood on the plaza of the sacred realm, inhaling the fresh air simultaneously. How refreshing. The outside world is truly delightful. Trunks wholeheartedly agreed. He held a bag of used tissues, seeking a place to dispose of it. Don't ask. It's simply a matter of runny noses. The 2 returned to the underground base. Upon seeing Bulma, Trunks enveloped her in a warm embrace, catching her off guard. Gently stroking Trunks' back, Bulma asked tenderly, what troubles you, my child? Trunks mumbled, I missed you. Oh, dear child, it has only been 3 days. By the way, how is it your hair has grown so quickly, and you seem taller? Bulma then noticed the changes. Jiang Ling, standing nearby, chuckled and offered an explanation. After hearing this, Bulma affectionately touched Trunks' hair, saying, you've endured so much. Please don't rush your growth in power, all right? Trunks shook his head resolutely, declaring, no, I must defeat the androids swiftly, so that you, everyone, and all of humanity can stand freely upon this earth, unafraid and able to breathe in the fresh air. Not like now, cowering in the basement, living each day in fear. Bulma smiled gently, you truly are my son. Jiang Ling excused himself, stepping out to allow the mother and son some time together. Soaring through the open sky, Jiangling flew directly toward the Capsule Corporation. From Trunks, he learned that Chi-Chi was alive, residing alone on the lookout. Upon receiving this news, Jiangling felt a pang of sorrow. In this timeline, Chi-Chi had lost her husband early on and her son later, now living in solitude on the lookout. Jiangling resolved to take action. Arriving at the lookout, he found a solitary house perched atop the mountain. The surrounding plants were impeccably trimmed, as if tended to daily. After observing for a moment, Jiangling approached the front door and knocked. Tap, tap, tap. Coming. A woman's voice responded, and the door opened. A woman appeared before Jiangling. Her beautiful visage bore slight wrinkles, and amidst her meticulously arranged black hair were strands of white. Clad in a form-fitting qipao, she exuded an air of grace and elegance, devoid of any semblance of despondency. Who are you? Chi-Chi inquired. Greetings, Chi-Chi. I am a friend of Trunks, Jiangling replied with a smile. Ah, hello, hello. Chi-Chi responded courteously. In her peripheral vision, she caught sight of Jiangling's tail, and tears immediately brimmed in her eyes. She hurriedly covered her mouth, silently weeping, her expression steeped in profound sorrow. Jiangling, momentarily flustered and at a loss for what to do, stammered, Please, do not cry. Chapter 23. Chi-Chi's hesitation after a long while. Chi-Chi ceased her tears, her eyes reddened, and she managed to force a faint smile. Upon seeing her smile, I was reminded of my husband and son. Jiangling waved his hand and said, It's good that you're all right. May I come in and sit for a while? Chi-Chi promptly ushered Jiangling into the living room. Jiangling surveyed the layout of the house, which was quite similar to his own space-time. As they passed the dining table, he noticed a bowl of rice and a plate of vegetables, light on oil. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Jiangling inquired, Chi-Chi, is this all you eat daily? Chi-Chi nodded. Yes, ever since Gohan left, I lost the motivation to cook. After all, I am the only one eating, so I just have to make do. Jiangling fell silent. The house, though somewhat worn, was impeccably clean. Puzzled, he asked her about it. Chi-Chi smiled and replied, I fear that one day, they might return, so I try to keep things presentable, ensuring the house is tidy so they do not see me in a state of despair. Then why don't you stay over at Bulma's place? I am afraid that if they return home, they won't find me. Jiangling remained speechless for a while. Then, he called upon the system in his mind. System, I wish to acquire the skill of instant transmission. Ding, granted. What conditions must I fulfill? None required. Unexpectedly, you are rather sentimental. But perhaps you should set a condition, otherwise, I would feel uncomfortable possessing it. Very well, then, the task is this, call me father. Jiangling blinked in surprise. On King Kai's planet, Jiangling suddenly appeared. Observing the almost unchanged North Kai, he smiled slightly and greeted, Greetings, Lord North Kai. Startled, North Kai exclaimed, Who are you? And why have you suddenly appeared here? Jiangling shook his head. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I seek your assistance in gathering information about a certain individual. One does not simply request help upon arrival. North Kai shrugged. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangling remarked, You are quite handsome, Lord North Kai. North Kai paused in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha! How amusing. I am indeed handsome. Ha ha. Jiangling scratched his head, thinking he had merely intended to compliment him. Why was he so elated? After a while, North Kai's laughter subsided. He said earnestly, In light of the joke you shared, feel free to ask your question. Has Goku reincarnated? Goku? He is somewhat like my half-disciple. He has indeed reincarnated, having passed away due to illness, so he could only be reborn. And Gohan? I do not know. Very well, that is all I needed. Jiangling replied, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. What a peculiar individual, North Kai murmured to himself. With a magnifying glass in hand, he meticulously counted the blades of grass on the ground. Bowsy Mountain. Jiangling had returned to this place. Upon entering the house, he gazed at Chi-Chi, momentarily at a loss for words. Chi-Chi, Wukong and Gohan are no longer in the underworld. They must have been reincarnated. Please don't cry. Don't cry. I come from another dimension where Wukong and Gohan are still alive. I can take you there. Chi-Chi's beautiful eyes fell, taking in the surroundings, then glancing at her reflection in the mirror, revealing a visage that had begun to show signs of age. But I am so old now. It's all right. I have a solution. Allow me a moment to think. I'll tell you in a few days. Jiangling nodded after hearing her words. He could do no more than this. Rather than letting Chi-Chi linger in despair, it would be better for her to go to another dimension where reunions were possible. Returning to Bulma's underground base, he found Trunks absent, likely out. Jiangling observed Bulma cooking in the kitchen, her back turned towards him, stirring something in a pot. He was struck by a sudden feeling. Her long, blue hair draped over her shoulders, tied with an apron, her figure curvaceous, skin fair and delicate. A fire ignited within him. 3 years had passed. He had spent 3 years in the room of spirit and time. A full 3 years without indulging in affection with his beloved Bulma. Now, seeing the future version of her, he felt an irresistible urge. Wrapping his arms around her from behind, Jiang Ling leaned in close, whispering softly in her ear, "Bulma, I've missed you so much." The future Bulma, feeling the warmth enveloping her, inhaled his potent masculine scent. The warmth against her ear rendered her weak, causing her to lose her strength. Jiang Ling, I am not your Bulma. I don't care." Jiang Ling growled, suddenly tearing her pants. In the kitchen, the sound of water filled the air. An hour later, Jiang Ling gently cleaned and dressed the now languid Bulma, carrying her to her room for a shared slumber. Upon returning home, Trunks noticed the empty dining table and felt a twinge of confusion. Is there no dinner prepared today? The following morning, Bulma, her complexion rosy, tenderly assisted Jiang Ling in dressing. The satisfaction in her eyes was something she had never experienced in decades. Jiang Ling, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Bulma, I can manage this myself." No. I'll handle these little things from now on," Bulma said, leaning against Jiang Ling's chest, her voice soft and soothing. Gulp. Jiang Ling swallowed hard, his mind racing. "I can't withstand this." An hour later, Jiang Ling emerged from Bulma's room, feeling invigorated. Noticing Trunks still absent, he felt a pang of curiosity. That fellow, what is he up to while not at home? "Bulma, do you have any idea what our son is doing outside?" Bulma replied, "There is a resistance force against the androids out there. He has been in contact, and if he goes out, he is typically found there." "I see. Then I shall go take a look," Jiang Ling said, preparing to step outside. However, in the next moment, he was halted by Bulma. "Wait, breakfast is ready. Have a meal before you leave. After working, you need to replenish your energy." Jiang Ling gazed at the lavish spread on the dining table. He rubbed his stomach, recalling the events of the past 2 days. "Well, I shall eat it all. After all, one must be well fed to have the energy to work, right?" After finishing breakfast, Jiang Ling rose and headed for the door. Before he stepped out, Bulma adjusted his clothes and bestowed a kiss upon him. "Come back early." Jiang Ling responded and then departed from the underground base. Sensing Trunks' aura, he soared directly in that direction. The cool breeze brushed against him, invigorating Jiang Ling with a surge of energy. Chapter 24. The Decision in a Clandestine Underground Facility. The environment is spacious, and the layout suggests it has been transformed from an underground shelter. Dim lights flicker on the ceiling, occasionally threatening to extinguish. Numerous individuals are fervently engaged in their exercise routines. Though their appearances may be somewhat unkempt, the brightness in their eyes is unmistakable. They have united to form an army dedicated to resisting the artificial beings. All share a common conviction: to vanquish the androids. On a platform, a man and a woman stand side by side. The radio nearby crackles as it broadcasts the news. Latest intelligence. Latest intelligence. Androids have appeared in the ruins of Pingqing, bombarding indiscriminately. Those in the vicinity should exercise caution. The static continues, repeating, "Androids have been sighted." Trunks listens intently to the broadcast, observing the individuals exercising, and shakes his head. Their method of training as an army will not be sufficient to defeat the androids. Beside him, a woman remarks, "At least they are striving for a common goal." Her bangs frame her face, and her long, dark hair cascades over her shoulders. With a charming and delicate visage, she is clad in a military green robe, carrying a lengthy sniper rifle on her back. Her gaze is resolute and vibrant. Her name is Xiaowu. After a moment of contemplation, Trunks declares, "I have come to tell you that I am prepared to face the androids in a final battle." Xiaowu turns abruptly to him, wide-eyed. "Are you out of your mind? Those are androids. You were nearly defeated by them before." "I am confident," Trunks asserts, determination evident in his expression. Understanding that he will not be swayed, Xiaowu, having spent considerable time with him, knows that once Trunks has made up his mind, no amount of persuasion will suffice. After a brief pause, she softly asks, "Would you accompany me for a stroll?" "All right." The two make their way through the tunnel, exiting the base. Outside lies a forest, and they stroll amidst the trees, one in front of the other, in comfortable silence. As they wander deeper into the woods, they arrive at a secluded spot. Suddenly, Xiaowu halts, and Trunks almost collides with her. "What is it?" he inquires. Xiaowu turns, extending her delicate hand to caress his cheek. With a gentle step forward, she leans in for a kiss. MMM. Trunks' eyes widen, his body stiffening. As they embrace, Xiaowu gradually pushes him down to the ground, positioning herself atop him. "Xiaowu." Trunks swallows hard. Without responding, she begins to unfasten the buttons of her robe, pulling down Trunks' zipper. Her eyes glisten with a mesmerizing allure. As the atmosphere thickens with tension, Jiangming soars through the air, following the trail of energy. Suddenly, the system's voice resonates. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the supreme breath concealment technique, which allows you to perfectly mask your aura. Jiang Ling was somewhat taken aback. Why was he being rewarded for no apparent reason? Such anomalies often herald something unusual. System brother, what is happening? Why the sudden bestowal of skills? Guess? Jiang Ling decided to refrain from further inquiry. He instinctively employed the breath concealment technique, his aura seamlessly withdrawing. Should anyone attempt to sense his presence, they would find nothing. Suddenly, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. Within his perception, Trunks' aura seemed disordered, followed by vigorous fluctuations. He hastened his pace, approaching Trunks' vicinity. It was a small growth. Something felt amiss. Why were there no signs of battle? Jiang Ling murmured to himself as he descended into the grove, surveying the surroundings. He heard a peculiar sound. Parting the grass, he peered through. Goodness! Had Trunks awakened his hidden potential? Though Xiao held the upper hand, Trunks' influence was unmistakable. The clash was exceptionally intense. Jiang Ling held his breath, crouching aside, quietly observing through the foliage. He could sense the tumultuous ebb and flow of Trunks' aura, sometimes soaring, sometimes plummeting, at times trembling violently. Jiang Ling licked his lips, suddenly yearning to return and speak with Bulma. 10 minutes later, tranquility returned. After all, it was his first experience. It was commendable. Jiang Ling waited an additional 10 minutes before making his appearance, descending from the sky. Hello there, he exclaimed loudly. The two, still resting, were startled. Oops, did I scare you? My apologies. By the way, miss, why is your face so flushed? Jiang Ling feigned ignorance. Trunks quickly explained, perhaps it's a cold. Jiang Ling, didn't you say I didn't have a girlfriend? Allow me to introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Wu. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded. Hello, Xiao Wu. Are you acquainted with Tang San? Hello. Hello. Xiao Wu pondered for a moment before continuing. Tang San, the old man who cleaned toilets? He passed away last year. Goodness. Jiang Ling hadn't expected there to be someone named Tang San. However, that was inconsequential. He had merely inquired casually. Turning to Trunks, Jiang Ling asked, Are you ready? Let us confront the androids. Trunks nodded. Xiao Wu interjected, her expression filled with concern. You should rest a bit, especially after what just happened. Trunks contemplated briefly but decided he was fine and needed no rest. Resolutely bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, he said, Wait for my return. I hope you come back safely. Xiao Wu's voice, laced with blessings, drifted away with the wind. Watching their departing figures filled her eyes with reluctance. Subsequently, she felled a nearby tree, manipulating her tools to carve and sculpt. Under the masterful craftsmanship, the object gradually revealed its general form. Astonishingly, it was a memorial tablet. Xiao wept softly, murmuring to herself, with such a resolute attitude and having set a flag, it seems highly probable you shall not return. She tenderly caressed her abdomen, stifling her tears. I shall carry on with our child and live well. If Trunks were present, he would undoubtedly wear a look of exasperation. Good heavens! Are you cursing me to death right from the start? The weather was splendid, with not a cloud in the sky. Rarely did such fine weather grace the day. In the sky, Jiang Ling and Trunks were soaring through the air. Suddenly, Trunks sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he remarked curiously, What is this? Am I level? I should not be sneezing. He was utterly perplexed. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. Could it be that someone is speaking ill of you behind your back? Impossible. My reputation is impeccable. Trunks retorted without hesitation. Indeed, his social standing was commendable, especially on Earth, where he was regarded as a savior. How could anyone dare to speak ill of him? Perhaps Xiao Wu is cursing you. That is even less likely. Just moments ago, we were, What were you doing? Jiang Ling teased, casting a playful glance at him. Trunks turned his head away, his cheeks flushed. It's nothing. Chapter 25, The Final Confrontation. The two soared through the skies, the scenery below whirling by in a blur. Suddenly, Jiang Ling pondered a pressing question. Trunks, the androids lack any breath. Where shall we search for him? Trunks replied, I have intel. He's in Ping City. We shall go there. Very well. The duo altered their course, flying in the opposite direction. We just flew the wrong way. In the ruins of Ping City, an ominous laughter echoed. The malevolent android 18 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, relentlessly bombarding the already dilapidated remnants, reducing them to mere rubble. With her golden locks and azure eyes, she laughed unrestrainedly. Beneath her alluring exterior lay a heart shrouded in darkness. Nearby, the dashing android 17, with his raven hair, crossed his arms and bore a nonchalant grin. Is that all you've got, 18? You still haven't made any progress. Android 18 rolled her eyes and tossed an energy blast his way. With a casual flick, 17 deflected it effortlessly, sending the projectile soaring into a nearby structure, which erupted in an instant. Unfazed, 18 seized her onslaught. As if you've improved at all. At least I'm stronger than you. In truth, we are invincible. Life has grown monotonous, and progress and strength matters little. 17 nodded in agreement. Let us venture to another city. What of Song City? I recall it harbors a gas station. We could have some fun blowing it up. 17 licked his lips. 18's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Such delightful mischief awaits. What are we waiting for? Let us go. As Android 18 prepared to depart, 17 interjected. Hold on. Our toys have arrived, and they come with a companion. Today promises to be entertaining. Indeed, they are toys, Android 18 remarked. Her gaze falling upon Jiang Ling and Trunks, a faint chuckle escaping her lips. Trunks, you've been absent for days. Do you know how much I've missed you? Without you as my toy, I've been dreadfully bored. Humph. Trunks scoffed. 17, 18. No more idle chatter. This time next year will be your day of reckoning. Both 17 and 18 paused, then erupted into laughter. Oh, that's rich. Did you hear that, 17? Trunks claims he will eliminate us. Indeed, quite amusing. They chortled, doubled over in mirth. The notion of their former plaything declaring his intent to vanquish them struck them as utterly ludicrous. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Having been trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, he was now adept in this form. A wave of energy surged forth, and 17 and 18 instantly sensed a shift in the atmosphere, the approach of imminent danger. Swish, swish. The two figures abruptly departed from their original position. Waves of light struck the ground, erupting into a mushroom cloud. What has happened? How have you become so powerful? Inquired the evil 18, astonished. I won't tell you, Trunks replied defiantly. Then perish. The malevolent 18 and 17 exchanged glances and swiftly encircled Trunks. In an instant, a fierce battle ensued, with the clash of their might causing the heavens to tremble and the seas to reverse. Trunks, valiantly facing both adversaries alone, surprisingly held his ground with unwavering resolve. Jiang Ling observed their fierce confrontation and cleared his throat. Ahem, have you forgotten my presence? With a swift motion, he declared, Super Saiyan, full power, and dashed forward, interrupting the three-way brawl. He lured the malevolent 18 away to a distant spot. Why not engage 17? Jiang Ling rolled his eyes in exasperation. Rather than battle the man, he preferred to contend with the alluring 18. After all, amidst the chaos, it was far more visually pleasing. With a resounding punch, Jiang Ling struck 18 in the abdomen, causing her to spit blood. In retaliation, she launched a knee strike aimed at his vital points. Jiang Ling grinned, swiftly clamping her leg between his own and hoisting her up before hurling her into the rubble. The ground trembled under the impact, sending a cascade of debris crashing down upon her. With a fierce surge of determination, 18 rose, her fury igniting like wildfire in her eyes. You've hurt me, she seethed, her hands gathering energy spheres and unleashing them recklessly at Jiang Ling. The area around him erupted in clouds of dust and smoke as the energy blasts rained down. Yet, 18's barrage showed no sign of abating. Her boundless energy was seemingly inexhaustible. Ha ha ha, you think you can hurt me? Let us see if you survive this. Trunks, engaged in his own battle with 17, noticed the commotion nearby and called out, Jiang Ling. Yet, he felt no worry, for he had complete faith in Jiang Ling's prowess. He had merely aimed to weaken the enemy's defenses. Indeed, from the swirling smoke emerged a figure, radiating a brilliant golden aura, charging through the energy blasts until he stood before 18, delivering a powerful blow to her midsection. How is this possible? 18 gasped, her eyes widening as she was sent sprawling backward. Jiang Ling wiped the corner of his mouth, a cold smirk forming. Now it's my turn. You shall pay for the lives of those humans you have slain. Those humans were mere ants. What have I done wrong? 18 shouted defiantly. Jiang Ling positioned his hands at his waist, forming a blossom-like stance, blue-white light gleaming through his fingers. Then you can discuss it with the King of Hell. Kamehameha. The pupils of the malevolent 18 constricted as she immediately turned and fled at an astonishing speed. Jiang Ling narrowed her eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Do you truly believe this would spare you from my wrath? You underestimate me. With a subtle motion of her hand, the turtle school's Kamehameha suddenly altered its trajectory, hurtling directly towards the malevolent android 18. The attack struck true. Boom. The explosion reverberated deafeningly, obliterating a significant portion of the city's ruins. 18. Upon witnessing the demise of his sister, Android 17 let out a furious roar, his eyes ablaze with rage. I will annihilate you all. Chapter 26. Trunks vs. Androids 17 and 18 in a single strike from Jiangling. Both androids 17 and 18 perished, their existence extinguished. A strand of golden hair drifted down from the air. Jiangling glanced at it, noting its curvature, and chose to disregard it. His gaze shifted towards the fierce battle between Trunks and Android 17. Android 17 was in a state of rage, unleashing a torrent of boundless energy without a care. Jiangling called out, "Trunks, are you capable of handling this? Do you require my assistance?" "Absolutely not," Trunks promptly retorted, setting aside his own capabilities, which Little Wu was already aware of. He felt an undeniable obligation to personally defeat one of the androids. This had long been his aspiration. The androids had wrought havoc upon the Earth, leaving it in ruins and obliterating many of its defenders, including Gohan. For the sake of the planet and in memory of Gohan, he must avenge this wrong. If he allowed Jiangling to dispatch both androids, how could he ever face the loved ones he had lost? Very well, but do hurry. A true man ought to act swiftly when necessary and take his time when the moment calls for it. Jiangling shrugged and floated a short distance away. He conjured a table and chairs, on which rested a teapot and an assortment of pastries. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, steam rising gently. To everyone's astonishment, Jiangling began to sip his tea leisurely. Android 17 hesitated momentarily, fury etched across his face. "You scoundrel! After what you did to my sister, you still have the gall to sip tea." With that, a barrage of energy blasts erupted from his hands. Swish, swish, swish. Trunks flickered into action, intercepting the majority of the energy blasts, leaving only a few to slip through. Jiangling, savoring his tea, casually deflected the stray blasts, unfazed. "Your opponent is me," Trunks snorted, drawing forth his mighty sword and charging forward. With a single, decisive slash, the dragon's descent, he caught Android 17 off guard, sending him soaring. What followed was a flurry of punches from Trunks, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Boom, boom, boom. Android 17 braced himself against the onslaught, only to unleash a sudden surge of fury. With a resounding explosion, a massive crater formed around him, forcing Trunks to withdraw a considerable distance. Android 17 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dark and sinister. "Ha, splendid, Trunks. I never imagined you could grow so formidable in just a few days. I concede that I cannot defeat you, but I can ensure that you and your ally shall accompany me and 18 to the grave." Ha ha. His laughter echoed maniacally, reverberating with madness. Raising his hands, a colossal purple energy sphere materialized above his head, radiating an overwhelming pressure. "Die!" he roared, forcefully pressing the purple sphere downwards toward Trunks. He aimed to obliterate both Trunks and the Earth, ensuring that Jiangling, the one who had slain his sister, would not escape unscathed. The purple sphere loomed larger in Trunks' eyes, a foreboding shadow. His expression grew serious. He had foreseen this dire situation long ago, and was thus thoroughly prepared. "Behold!" Trunks exclaimed with a low voice. "Phantom! Blade! Dance!" With both hands gripping his great sword, he relentlessly struck at the violet energy sphere. The energy transformed into a formidable sword aura, accumulating incessantly before him. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds of blows, creating a dense torrent of sword energy. "Go!" With another sweeping motion, Trunks released a colossal sword aura, crashing it along with the accumulated energy into the violet sphere. Bang! The ground shook thunderously. Where the two forces met, a blinding light erupted, and energy surged forth, causing the air to tremble. Such immense power reduced the remnants of half the city to mere rubble. Number 17 stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. The previous strike had been his strongest, yet it had been effortlessly countered. Trunks appeared unfazed, as if exerting minimal effort. How could this be? How could this be? Number 17 murmured in a daze. Trunks regarded him coldly and declared, "Now, you must take responsibility for the lives you have extinguished." Ultimate Demon Sword Technique, Tempest Style. Trunks vanished from sight, and countless swords materialized around number 17, forming an intricate sword formation that ensnared him. Swish! A flash of sword light cut through the air. Swish, swish. Two more followed. Swish, swish, swish. 3, 5, 9. Clang. The air resonated with the thunderous sounds of countless swords. In the midst of the formation, Trunks could be seen, wielding his great sword with a fluid grace, his form weaving through the chaos. An onslaught of sword light descended upon number 17. In that fleeting moment, the sharp intent of the blades rippled across the battlefield, causing myriad short swords to hum ominously. The very fabric of space seemed to ripple. "No!" Number 17 bellowed, countless sword wounds marring his body, blood flowing profusely. Then, every sword surged forward, targeting him directly. The violent energy swept through, obliterating everything in its path. The ground cracking under the strain, transforming its very hue. On the battlefield, only one figure remained, Trunks, wielding his colossal sword, gazing skyward in a trance. In the heavens, it seemed Gohan's weathered visage appeared, 2 lines of tears streaming down his cheeks. Gohan, I have finally avenged you. You can see this from the afterlife. Can't you? Cough, cough, spit, spit, spit. Jiangling crawled out from the ground, expelling clumps of dirt. Trunks, could you possibly temper your power? You've even caught your father in the crossfire. Jiangling dusted off his clothes, grumbling. I promise to be more careful next time, Trunks replied with a rare smile. Not disputing Jiangling's jest. Glancing over the battlefield, he produced a flask of liquor and poured it onto the earth, symbolizing the rebirth of their world. The era of the androids had finally come to an end. Trunks and Jiangling returned to the base. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar, marked by a somber tone. Jiangling furrowed his brow and approached an individual, inquiring, "What is the matter today?" The person, without lifting their head, replied sorrowfully, "Lord Trunks has sacrificed himself in the battle against the androids." Who said that? Trunks, perplexed, interjected. It was Lord Xiao Wu who mentioned it. Alas, do not trouble me. I am already heartbroken. Lift your gaze and see who I am. Upon hearing this, the individual looked up and was instantly struck with terror, collapsing to the ground and crawling backward, exclaiming, "Why you? Are you a human or a ghost?" His voice immediately drew the attention of everyone in the base, who turned to look in their direction. Good heavens, Lord Trunks, you are alive? This is splendid. By all means, if Lord Trunks has survived this calamity, he is surely destined for greater fortune. I shall arrange for my sister to wed him. Come now. With your sister's appearance, it would be better for her to stay hidden. Only Lord Xiao Wu and Lady Biddy Li are worthy of him. The speaker was promptly knocked to the ground by a petite girl with short hair. The girl, exuding a certain gallantry, snorted coldly, "I have no interest in him." Jiangling observed the unfolding situation, momentarily taken aback. Lady Biddy Li is here too. She is still alive? This is something I had not anticipated. Trunks ascended the platform, where a woman with long black hair and bangs awaited him. Xiao Wu, appearing somewhat awkward, concealed her hands behind her back and smiled sheepishly. I did not intend for it to happen. I thought your departure would be without return? Trunks replied with a bemused smile. Is that so? Xiao Wu nodded. Foolish girl. Trunks gently poked her forehead, an expression of fondness gracing his features. At that moment, he noticed her hands hidden behind her back and questioned, "What do you have back there?" Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously. "And nothing at all." "Show me," Trunks insisted, as he embraced her and reached behind her, retrieving an object. Upon examination, it turned out to be a memorial tablet. Good gracious, you even prepared a memorial tablet? Chapter 27. The banquet. Trunks stood upon the platform, flanked by Xiao Wu. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me." As soon as Trunks spoke, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. His esteemed reputation commanded such respect. With a mere utterance, silence prevailed. Jiangling approached Bidalai's side, hands clasped behind his back, observing the two on the platform. Bidalai cast a fleeting glance at him before averting her gaze. It was simply that she nearly lost her composure, yearning to claim this man as her own. Having remained single since birth, she had never found a man worthy of her affection. That brief glance had indelibly etched Jiangling into her heart. On the platform, Trunks began to address the assembly. "You are all aware that I have once again battled the androids, correct?" The crowd responded affirmatively. Trunks smiled faintly. "Not long ago, with the efforts of my friend Jiangling and myself, the evil androids were finally vanquished." An electrifying silence enveloped the venue, only to be shattered moments later by thunderous cheers that nearly shook the very foundations of the base. "Wonderful. The androids have been eradicated. Oh, Xiao Chui, can you hear us from above? The androids are no more. You can now rest in peace. Mom and Dad, the androids have been defeated. But alas, I shall never see you again." Numerous stalwart men, who had endured blood, sweat, and tears in training without uttering a word, were moved to tears upon hearing this news. Many embraced one another, weeping and laughing in unison. Some even confessed their feelings to the girls they admired. Having concealed their emotions due to the perpetual threat they faced, they were finally liberated, able to offer a home to their beloved. Naturally, some proposals were met with rejection. Take, for instance, Bidalai, who stood beside Jiangling. He observed, as at least a dozen men professed their affection for her, yet she turned them all away without exception. Jiangling, amused, inquired, "You're nearly 30. How do you expect to find a boyfriend?" Bidalai shot him a cold, indifferent glance and retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Jiangling shrugged. Subsequently, a grand celebration unfolded. As the protagonists of this event, Trunks and Jiangling were naturally the focus of the crowd's exuberance. The following day, Jiangling sought to escort the inebriated Trunks home, but Xiao Wu intervened. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, she implored, "Please, allow me to take care of him." Jiangling paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement. Very well. Xiao Wu possessed sufficient strength to manage a person, and she guided Trunks to her quarters within the base. In her private chamber, blushing, she undressed Trunks and began to wash him. As Trunks was utterly incapacitated by alcohol, he lay there submissively. After drying his body, Xiao Wu gently placed Trunks onto the bed, bestowing a tender kiss upon his forehead before embracing him as she drifted into slumber. Jiangling drank considerably more than Trunks at the banquet. However, his tolerance for alcohol was commendable, and he remained lucid enough to fly back. It is prudent to remind everyone, do not drink and fly, nor fly and drink. Upon returning to Bulma's underground base, he shared the splendid news of their victory over the androids. "How wonderful! I never anticipated you would defeat them so swiftly," Bulma exclaimed with excitement, embracing Jiangling and planting a fervent kiss on him. "Ahem, it is still daylight. What of it?" Bulma retorted, her eyes narrowing, and she kissed him several more times. Then, glancing around, she inquired, "Where's Trunks? Why hasn't he returned?" "Ah, that lad has a girlfriend now." Jiangling chuckled. "Our son has grown up," Bulma remarked, her eyes sparkling with sentiment. Jiangling wrapped his arms around Bulma from behind, his hands resting gently on her abdomen. He murmured, "Now that the child is older, you should live for yourself. Perhaps consider having another." "Ugh, let us not discuss that now. I am a bit older," Bulma replied, blushing as she sensed his thoughts. A rosy hue crept up her elegantly elongated neck, gradually enveloping her face. She shot Jiangling a playful glare, exuding allure. Jiangling flashed a charming smile, radiating an intoxicating aura. Before him, Bulma resembled a ripe, enticing fruit, exuding a delightful fragrance. Gulp! Jiangling's throat moved. He realized he was thirsty, longing to taste the succulent juice within that fruit. Bulma, sensing the change in atmosphere, could easily discern his thoughts and interjected, "I'm hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal first." "Hungry?" Jiangling's eyes lit up. "Then I shall provide you with sustenance." He attempted to head to the kitchen to showcase his culinary skills. Bulma, donning an apron and wearing a gentle smile, playfully pushed him out of the kitchen. "Let me cook for you. You've worked hard defeating the androids." Reluctantly, Jiangling took his seat at the dining table, watching Bulma's busy figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. In a moment of reverie, he recalled the Bulma from his own world, their silhouettes merging in his mind. Indeed, it was time to return. Before long, Bulma emerged with a bowl of noodles. The aroma wafted through the air, causing Jiangling's mouth to water. Without a thought for the heat, he began to eat heartily. It must be said, this future version of Bulma had acquired considerable skills. Her ability to transform simple ingredients into such delectable dishes was impressive. After they finished the noodles, Bulma retreated to her room. When she reappeared, she wore a light and breezy outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. Jiangling swallowed hard once more, his appetite rekindled. Chapter 28. Returning with Chi-Chi, Jiangling leaned against the headboard, embracing Bulma's slender waist, relishing the delicate and smooth texture of her skin. Bulma rested against Jiangling's strong chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which inexplicably brought her a sense of peace. "You are quite remarkable. I know. Your expression reveals it all." "How annoying." Bulma playfully chided him with a glance from her enchanting eyes, her mature charm blooming like a flower in that fleeting moment. Jiangling tightened his embrace, his gaze seemingly devouring her. Bulma felt a twinge of nervousness as she stopped his hands. "Ling, that's not permissible. I can't get off the bed." Sighing, Jiangling expressed his disappointment. Sensing his emotions, Bulma felt a pang of compassion. The following day, Jiangling donned his attire and gently brushed Bulma's blue hair, planting a kiss on her forehead. Ever since Jiangling's arrival, Bulma's tranquil sleeping visage had become increasingly radiant. Uncertain of the reason, Jiangling exited the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Instead of seeking Trunks, he ventured alone to the Supreme Kai's temple. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he resolved to train for another day, which equated to a year within. The future promised formidable adversaries, and he needed to seize every moment for cultivation. Of course, a balance of work and rest was essential. Mere exertion would yield little benefit. Jiangling understood this well. Following the recent android incident, a period of calm was likely ahead. The next crisis would be the resurrection of Majin Buu by Babidi. However, with Trunks' strength, Jiangling was confident he could handle it. A day later, Jiangling returned to the underground base, where Bulma was seated at her computer. fingers dancing across the keyboard as she conducted her research. The glow from the screen illuminated her focused face. In this moment, Bulma exuded the essence of a strong woman, devoid of any feminine softness. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, she smiled, her gaze warm and inviting. He approached and gently squeezed her shoulders, whispering, "My Bulma, the energy for the time machine must be fully charged now?" Bulma paused, relaxing her fingers. She sighed. "Ling, do you really have to leave? Can't you stay and keep me company?" It must be said that the time Jiang Ling spent with her had been the happiest she had experienced in many years. Jiang Ling fell silent for a moment before smiling. "What are you saying? I never said I wouldn't return. Now that the android crisis has passed, let's dream of the future. I'll be in bed, and the meals will be on the stove, all at your leisure." Bulma's eyes shimmered with affection. "You know I must go back. After all, you wouldn't want me to neglect your youthful spirit, would you? Rest assured, I shall return." Jiang Ling held her close. Speaking softly, Bulma closed her eyes, relishing this tender moment. She had come to an understanding. She does not harbor the expectation that Jiang Ling will always remain by her side. After all, the disparity in their ages is evident. To have Jiang Ling in her life feels like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. At present, she merely wishes for Jiang Ling to occasionally visit her in the evening. Bulma indulged herself extravagantly throughout the night. The following day, Jiang Ling ventured out to Baozi Mountain, where she found Chi-Chi already prepared, carrying only a capsule containing a few garments. Recognizing her intentions, Jiang Ling inquired, "Have you made up your mind?" Chi-Chi affirmed, "Yes, I have. Rather than squander my time here, I would prefer to return to the past and accompany him, even if my other self remains there." Jiang Ling responded, "Then let us go." In the ruins of Shidu, Bulma was taken aback to see Jiang Ling arrive with Chi-Chi. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's explanation, she understood and approached Chi-Chi, grasping her hand. "Congratulations, Chi-Chi. Live well over there, and do not dwell in sorrowful memories." "I will, Bulma. What about you? Why don't you come along?" Chi-Chi asked. "As for me, what can I do over there? I was with Vegeta for merely a year, and now, after all these years." Those feelings have long faded. Bulma watched as Jiang Ling and Chi-Chi boarded the time machine. A gentle breeze caressed her, causing her garments to flutter. Jiang Ling, through the transparent dome, offered a faint smile and waved, calling out, "Wait for my return." With a whoosh, the time machine vanished. Bulma remained rooted in place, the wind tousling her blue hair, her lips parting softly. "I will wait for you." In Jiang Ling's original timeline, at Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "You, day after day, all you do is train, with no thought of earning a living. It's one thing to have Gohan train with you, but why take away his study time?" After her previous enlightenment from Jiang Ling, Chi-Chi no longer resented Gohan's training, but insisted it must not come at the expense of his education. Yet, Goku now had Gohan training all day long, leaving no time for studies, which was infuriating. Goku scratched his head, attempting to explain, "Oh, Chi-Chi, the situation is exceptional right now. It's just for a year. After we defeat the androids next year, I'll let Gohan return to his studies." Chi-Chi stomped her foot and took a deep breath, resigned to Goku's stubbornness. Although he never quarreled with her, once he made a decision, it was as if 10 oxen could not pull him back. She sighed, Fine. You're the dad. I'll let you have your way this time. Just bring back some wild beasts and chop some firewood, or we shall have nothing for dinner." "All right." Goku grinned. Just then, he suddenly gazed up at the sky, his expression turning grave. With a whoosh, a machine descended slowly from the heavens. It was the time machine. A time machine? Goku murmured to himself. How long has it been since Trunks returned? Chi-Chi gazed at the time machine, perplexed by its nature. Wufan hurried over, and together they fixed their eyes upon the time machine that had descended to the ground. With a soft click, the glass cover of the time machine opened before the family's astonished gaze. Jiang Ling's head emerged, greeting them with a cheerful, "Hello, it's been a while." "Oh, it's Jiang Ling." Wukong exhaled, taking a sip from his water cup. "But where's Trunks?" Jiang Ling chuckled. "He hasn't returned." And with a sudden, enigmatic smile, she added, "Look what I have brought." "What?" The family of three exchanged puzzled glances. Another head appeared from the time machine, revealing a future Chi-Chi, clad in a chi-pao. Her hair elegantly styled, and her face bearing the marks of time. Wukong gasped, "What? Chi-Chi?" Wufan was taken aback, exclaiming, Two mothers." Chi-Chi, in a state of shock, covered her slightly agape mouth. "How can there be another me?" The future Chi-Chi gazed at the familiar faces, tears streaming down her cheeks. This was the visage she had longed to see in her dreams every day. Now, at last, it stood before her, vibrant and alive. How could she not be overwhelmed with joy and emotion? Chapter 29. Enlightening Wukong. Jiang Ling descended with future Chi-Chi, elucidating the events that were yet to unfold. Tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes as she empathized with her future self, for these were indeed her own impending tribulations. She grasped future Chi-Chi's hand and entered the house, engaging in a heartfelt exchange akin to that of close sisters. Meanwhile, Yukong and Gohan stood frozen in place. Jiangling, is what you just said true? Will Gohan and I perish at the hands of the androids? Jiangling nodded solemnly and affirmed, indeed, that is the case. Trunks came to warn you previously. If you begin preparations now, the androids will pose no threat. He refrained from disclosing that he was already capable of defeating the androids, fearing it might lead to complacency. Jiangling understood that while Yukong would not become lax, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. After all, the future of Earth depended on them. He merely wished for a tranquil life with his wife and children. Yukong and Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Two Kikis Yukong mused, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. One Chi-Chi was already a handful, now there were two mothers? Gohan appeared dazed, as if envisioning a future where two mothers supervised his homework. Jiangling glanced at them, noticing Yukong's reaction and slightly furrowing his brow. He addressed Gohan. Gohan, why don't you go inside and keep your mother company? I need to speak with your father for a moment. Okay. Gohan was ushered away. Jiangling then placed his arm around Yukong's shoulder and inquired, Yukong, do you have strong feelings for Chi-Chi? Of course I do. Yukong replied without hesitation. How often do you spend time together? Jiangling probed, contemplating how a woman as inherently gentle as Chi-Chi could develop a temperament akin to that of an older woman. Perhaps frustrations in certain areas had led to increasingly erratic behaviors. Are you suggesting? Yukong scratched his head in confusion. Jiangling leaned closer to Yukong's ear and whispered about the intimate acts between men and women. Upon hearing this, Yukong's face turned crimson. This I don't think I've ever done that really. Then how did Gohan come to be? What about kissing mouth to mouth? Jiangling pressed further. EWISNT that dirty? Yukong grimaced. Jiangling was taken aback. Yukong, think again. Are you truly certain you haven't engaged in such activities with Chi-Chi? Yukong bit his finger in deep contemplation until a sudden realization struck him. On the night of our wedding. I got drunk and vaguely remember Chi-Chi removing my clothes. So that was it. Jiangling exclaimed, finally understanding the source of Chi-Chi's increasingly irritable demeanor. He hadn't anticipated Yukong to be so dense. After some deliberation, Jiangling resolved to shift Yukong's perspective to foster a more harmonious family dynamic. He produced a USB drive and handed it to Yukong, claiming it contained educational materials. It would be best to send Gohan to spend a few days with Master Roshi while he and Chi-Chi enjoy a cozy evening at home. Goku, with a vague understanding, accepted the USB drive, assuring that he would comply. Jiangling retracted the time machine and departed from Baozi Mountain, soaring through the skies. During his flight, he retrieved his phone, which promptly received signals. Indeed, upon opening it, a flurry of messages inundated him, primarily from Yamcha, who, as his agent in the earthly entertainment industry, managed his various affairs. The messages pertained to missed engagements and inquiries about future opportunities, including song invitations and appearances on variety shows, such as serving as a mentor on Earth's Best Singer. After contemplation, Jiangling resolved to temporarily withdraw from the entertainment sphere, reasoning that he had earned sufficient wealth. He sent a message to Yamcha, explaining the situation and requesting him to find a talent named Satan, nurturing him to become a martial arts superstar. Of course, if his combat abilities were lacking, he could always be packaged attractively. Satan was precisely the kind of person who excelled at posturing. Upon returning to his villa, Jiangling discovered it to be empty yet devoid of dust. The only person he could think of who would maintain it thus was Bulma. Naturally, she must have enlisted a few others to assist with the upkeep. Managing such a vast villa single-handedly would be quite the task. Bulma was not present. And Jiangling shook his head. After all, it was unreasonable to expect her to wait at the villa every day, especially with her scientific pursuits and daily chores. He pondered for a moment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and set off directly to Bulma's residence. Arriving at her expansive home, Jiangling was greeted by Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, who was tending to the plants. He offered a friendly greeting. Hello, Mrs. Brief. She turned, her lovely face lighting up with a smile upon recognizing him. It's Bulma's boyfriend. Here to see Bulma, are you? Indeed, Mrs. Brief, he replied. Call me Mom instead, she insisted. Mrs. Brief. Auntie? That will suffice. Bulma is in the lab. You know the way, right? I do, he confirmed, bidding farewell to Mrs. Brief as he made his way to the lab. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a youthful Bulma clad in work attire, diligently repairing a machine. Her eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Jiangling. She dropped her wrench and, despite her soiled clothing, leapt into his embrace. I missed you so much, she exclaimed. Jiangling affectionately stroked her short blue hair, smiling indulgently. I missed you too. Suddenly, Bulma sensed something amiss. Her delicate nose twitched, detecting the scent of another woman on Jiangling. Pushing him away, she demanded sharply, "Were you fooling around with another woman?" "No," Jiangling responded earnestly. "I have only shared a bed with Bulma. How could you possibly carry the scent of another woman? Even the future Bulma remains Bulma. As you know, my affection for you runs deep, and seeing her visage, so reminiscent of yours, overwhelms me." Jiangling scratched his head, offering an awkward chuckle. "Get lost," Bulma exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent Jiangling sprawling. "You scoundrel." Jiangling, scratching his head in resignation, shrugged his shoulders. After all, he acknowledged that he was indeed at fault in this matter. Though this world may endorse a system of monogamy alongside polygamy, at its core, Jiangling simply could not restrain himself. Yet, what is done, and he made no attempt to conceal it. Even though he spent this evening alone, he found a certain pleasure in it, for that future Bulma was undeniably fierce. He had yet to recover from the intensity of it all. A woman starved for affection, indeed, proves to be formidable. Chapter 30. The Cold War. Krillin, come over for a drink. Same place. Jiangling sent this message in a group chat, then made his way to his small courtyard, sipping on some light liquor while nibbling on snacks he had purchased by the roadside. The sky had darkened. The sun had long set. After a while, Krillin arrived, stepping into the last remnants of twilight. "Hey, big brother, why are you drinking alone?" Krillin exclaimed upon entering. Jiangling gestured towards the beer and replied, "You're here? Sit down and drink." After consuming a bottle, Krillin finally picked up his chopsticks, exclaiming, "This spread is quite lavish today." "Of course. When have I not been generous?" Jiangling chuckled. The two clinked their glasses and began to converse leisurely. "Big brother, why are you out drinking? Shouldn't you be at home with Bulma? With her temper?" Krillin hesitated, but Jiangling understood his unspoken concern. It was well known that Bulma had a fiery disposition, and Krillin still seemed to be haunted by her shadow. Let us not dwell on that. Tonight, I have time. Let us drink to our heart's content." After a while, as they enjoyed their drinks, Krillin rubbed his shiny bald head, which was visibly reddening under the light. "Big brother, no matter how hard I train, I feel like I can never catch up to you guys. What should I do?" Jiangling took a few gulps of beer, pondered for a moment, and said, "I have 3 suggestions. It's up to you to choose which path to take." Krillin's eyes brightened with anticipation. "Go ahead. First, seek the dragon Shenron and wish for the Saiyan bloodline. However, given that you've been killed by a Saiyan once, you might not desire their bloodline, right?" Jiangling remarked. Upon hearing this, Krillin nodded. Indeed, he did harbor some lingering shadows. Yet, that did not mean he rejected Sun Wukong and Jiangling. They were different from the rest. Jiangling paused for a moment before continuing. "The second option is to find King Kai and have him teach you the Kaioken technique. Focusing on physical training thereafter will enhance your strength, allowing the Kaioken to stack higher and become more powerful." Krillin, biting his finger, frowned in contemplation. "And the third?" "The third is to continue training under Master Roshi." Krillin hesitated again. Jiangling chuckled and added, "Although Master Roshi's combat prowess may not keep pace with the times, his cultivation of the mind is unparalleled. Following him in this regard will be immensely beneficial." "Is that so?" Krillin mused and ultimately decided to pursue learning the Kaioken technique. The cultivation of the mind was not something one could master overnight. It required the accumulation of time and battle experience. Once these elements reached a certain threshold, a natural progression to a higher state would ensue. Jiangling observed him and nodded, recognizing his potential for growth. Thus, they indulged in food and drink, engaging in casual conversation, and before long, both succumbed to the embrace of intoxication. The dawn gradually revealed its first light. In the morning, the crisp sound of birdsong echoed, rousing Jiangling from his slumber. Groggy, he rubbed his throbbing temples, a reminder of the excesses of the previous night. The incessant chirping of the birds prompted a reflective sigh from him. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. With a swift motion, he gathered the mountain of beer bottles and the litter that had cluttered the table, all of which vanished into the system space. Where did they go? It was the system space, designed to facilitate Jiangling's disposal of refuse. Yet, the system had its complaints. "Is my purpose merely to transport your waste?" Jiangling paid it no mind, as the urge to relieve himself surged. Unsteadily, he made his way to the forest, where instinct led him. He produced a hose, unleashing a torrent of water upon the vibrant flora, nurturing the lush greenery around him. The droplets formed glistening pearls of dew. Jiangling felt invigorated, and the little birds chirped joyfully, seemingly celebrating the newfound ease. His spirits lifted, he ambled back to the courtyard. He boiled a kettle of water and retrieved a packet of tea leaves, sealed in a plastic bag, unbranded and loose. Only Jiangling knew that this was part of a task bestowed by the system, leaves from the revered mother tree of Dahong Pao. Upon opening the bag, the unique aroma of the tea revitalized him. With the boiling water prepared, he brewed the tea. The steam wafted a captivating fragrance throughout the small courtyard. Taking a sip, his eyes sparkled as the tea's essence enveloped his palate, leaving a lingering sweetness. As if stirred by the aroma, the slumbering Clin gradually awakened and approached him. "Brother, what tea is this? It smells divine." "Divine indeed." "Describe the fragrance in a single sentence," Jiangling prompted. Clin pondered momentarily before exclaiming, "Wow, it smells amazing." Jiangling's expression darkened. Indeed, it was not surprising that Clin, who had neglected his studies in childhood, struggled with such descriptors. "I told you to study. Yet you ran off to tend to pigs. Or rather, you went to cultivate. And now look at you." Clin sheepishly scratched his head, wisps of smoke curling up from his bald head. Jiangling noticed this detail and inquired of the system. "Ding. These tea leaves were transplanted from a mother tree into the spiritual world of cultivation countless years ago, undergoing meticulous processing to become the tea you now hold." Jiangling nodded in understanding. It seemed he ought to indulge in this brew more often. "Clin, do you remember what I told you yesterday?" Clin nodded, affirming his comprehension. After sipping another cup, he rose to make his way to the Hall of the Gods. He intended to beseech the deity to guide him to the underworld, from where he could traverse the serpent path to reach the planet of the Realm King. After all, he had never journeyed to the planet of the Realm King himself, though several companions had, and were well aware of the route. Jiangling stood in the small courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. It was time to cultivate, to progress steadily. Although his strength rendered artificial beings insignificant, one could never be certain if Cell would make an appearance. Jiangling himself was uncertain whether his current power could confront Cell. It was frustrating. All he desired was a life filled with a wife, children, and the warmth of a heated Kong. Why was that so difficult? However, he already had 2 wives, albeit in different dimensions. Now, he needed to focus on his training, to train with utmost intensity. After all, he was currently in a cold war with Bulma, allowing him to immerse himself entirely in his cultivation. Women would only hinder the pace at which he could grow stronger. With this thought, Jiangling produced a capsule and tossed it into the courtyard. Boom! A gravity training chamber materialized before him. Indeed, he carried the gravity chamber with him at all times. Ding! The host's unwavering determination to train has been detected. Reward. Chapter 31. What strange apparatus? Ding! The host's unwavering determination to cultivate has been detected. Reward. Radio calisthenics. Audio has been sent to your mobile device. Please check your messages. Radio calisthenics? Surely, you jest. Please, host, maintain civility in your speech. Jiangling began to examine the radio calisthenics in his mind. Simultaneously, his mobile device received a segment of audio. He stepped into the gravity training room and activated 100-fold gravity. Naturally, this level of gravity was far from his limit. He had long since acclimated to it. It had simply been a while since he utilized the gravity training room, and he sought to stretch his limbs. After contemplation, Jiangling resolved that performing radio calisthenics would be the most effective way to invigorate himself. Consequently, he retrieved his mobile device and played the recently received audio. Radio calisthenics commenced now. As the familiar voice resonated, Jiangling found himself momentarily transported back to his former Earth. His body involuntarily began to sway in rhythm with the music. March in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Stretching exercises. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As he completed the series of movements, reality gradually returned to him, and he realized he was drenched in sweat. With a thud, Jiangling collapsed onto the ground. His stamina had utterly depleted. It is worth noting that with his current prowess, 100-fold gravity was merely child's play. Moreover, radio calisthenics were exceedingly simple exercises. How could they have drained his energy so thoroughly? Perplexed, Jiangling consumed a spirit being. Instantly, his stamina was fully restored. Simultaneously, he harnessed his Saiyan heritage, significantly enhancing his cultivation. It seemed that radio calisthenics had greatly benefited his progress. Disabling the gravity, Jiangling ascended to his bed. At this moment, all he desired was a good night's sleep. Even after consuming the spirit bean, rest was essential. The previous night's revelry had been excessive, and the recent exertion had left him utterly fatigued. As he collapsed onto the bed, he fell asleep in an instant. His countenance, marked by profound weariness, evoked a sense of compassion. Unbeknownst to him, Time swiftly passed. The Earth warriors were engaged in rigorous training, acutely aware that without vanquishing the androids, their lives would remain tumultuous. In the interim of several months, Jiangling felt a yearning to return and ascertain whether Bulma still bore a grudge. After all, he missed her dearly. It must be said, Jiangling's feelings for Bulma were indeed profound. She was not only his first love, but also someone he cherished deeply. Just as he was about to set forth, Bulma arrived at his courtyard. "Hey." Jiangling flashed a smile. "I'm here. Shall we put an end to this Cold War? It doesn't sit well with me." He tenderly brushed his fingers through her blue shoulder-length hair, smiling gently. "I concur with your sentiment. I have long wished to discuss this with you. Then why did you not come to find me? Why must I be the one to seek you out? Sigh, I fear you are still upset." Bulma shook her head, lowering her gaze as she said, "I am no longer angry. I have missed you dearly." Jiangling felt a stirring in his heart. To elicit such sentiments from a girl requires immense courage. He embraced Bulma tightly, reluctant to let go. Their body temperatures began to rise, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Bulma sensed a shift in the air, her cheeks flushing slightly. She chided, "Having just ended a Cold War, and you're already thinking about such matters." Jiangling innocently explained, "I cannot help it. It has been months since we last saw each other. Perhaps it longs for you. And your scent has awakened my, you know? No lewd thoughts, okay? My monthly visitor has arrived." Oh my. Time swiftly passed. And 2.5 years flew by. With a beautiful companion by his side, Jiangling's training did not falter and soared to new heights. One day, he was performing push-ups with one hand when suddenly, someone called for him from outside the gravity chamber. Jiangling's expression shifted as he appeared next to the person calling him. It was none other than Goku and Gohan. "Jiangling, it's time to go." "All right." Jiangling nodded, gazing at Goku, who bore a few mature expressions, his eyes lost in thought. Goku was increasingly resembling a father figure. Jiangling turned to Gohan and smiled. "Gohan, you've grown a bit taller over these 3 years. What of it? I'm still young. It's only natural I may surpass you in the future," Gohan replied. "Haha, I shall await that day," Jiangling laughed. "Let us be off." The other two nodded in agreement, and the trio set forth together. Along the way, they encountered companions. Upon arriving at the city threatened by the androids, they found a rock face and paused. After a while, Piccolo, Yamcha, and others arrived. Lastly, Vegeta arrived late, wearing a scowl, choosing to meditate aside rather than joining them. Jiangling stood up and cleared his throat. "Since everyone is here, I shall make a brief introduction. In the city below, it is not androids 17 and 18 wreaking havoc, but rather 19 and 20. Silence fell over the group, confusion etched on their faces. "What do you mean? They are gone. You can't just leave us hanging." Piccolo, the brains of the team, stepped forward to initiate the battle plan. Jiangling retreated to the side, a slight smile gracing his lips. You might wonder why he didn't eliminate the androids 3 years ago, which would have resolved matters in one fell swoop. Jiangling believed it better to allow them to grow stronger before striking. Moreover, Android 18 was one of his childhood crushes. He wished to see if he could win her heart. Thus, he preferred not to interfere too much with the unfolding narrative. In truth, history had already been subtly altered from the moment he and Bulma became involved. Piccolo continued to outline the battle plan. "Is that clear to everyone?" "Understood." "Good. Everyone disperse. Seek out the androids." With a wave of his hand, Bix signaled for the crowd to disperse, each person heading into the city in search of the artificial beings. Upon discovery, they would unleash their fury, summoning nearby companions to their side. One must not act recklessly, lest they find themselves without a grave. Jiangling shook his head, leaping from the precipice and plunging into the heart of the city, determined to locate the androids. The two beings were easily recognizable, one tall and slender, the other short and stout. Jiangling wove through the throngs of people, casting a cold gaze around him. Yet, there was none to be found. Thus, he commenced a meticulous search. In the city, individuals hurriedly navigated their way through the bustling streets. Chapter 32. Vegeta versus number 19. Well hidden, indeed. Jiangling murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on a target as he strode forward. "1 cup of bubble tea, light on the ice and heavy on the spice, please." Settling into a chair at the bubble tea shop, Jiangling began to wait. Indeed, he had decided to take a laid-back approach. Why not let others search while he simply awaited their arrival? Observing the bustling crowd, he noticed a myriad of charming women passing by. Jiangling squinted slightly, taking in the scene. There were petite girls with delightful pigtails, sophisticated urban ladies clad in business attire, and more abundantly, enchanting mature women whose glances and smiles radiated an array of allure. Jiangling merely admired in silence, resolutely refraining from any inappropriate actions. Even if an unclothed individual were to pass before him, he would remain unfazed, perhaps only taking a fleeting photograph. Before he knew it, his cup of bubble tea was empty. Just as he was about to order another, he sensed a powerful aura surge nearby. Yamucha's energy. Startled, Jiangling realized that. Just like in the original story, Yamucha was the first to detect the androids. In a flash, Jiangling leaped into the air, leaving behind a bewildered bubble tea clerk. Oh my goodness, a superhero. Meanwhile, Yamucha found himself confronted by the two androids. With a mere burst of energy, the rotund android seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Bystanders had already retreated far from the scene. Those who failed to escape had become casualties, creating a vacant area around them. Yamucha felt the android's grip, as unyielding as steel, rendering him powerless. Gradually, his breaths became shallow, his energy being siphoned away. What is this android capable of? It can absorb energy. I'm running out of time. Someone, help me. Yamucha's vision began to blur, his consciousness fraying. Suddenly, with a sickening sound, the overweight android thrust its hand through Yamucha's abdomen, blood spilling onto the ground. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Stop! The rotund android, number 19, and the tall, slender android, number 20, looked skyward, only to see a foot descending from above. With a resounding impact, the two androids were sent hurtling back, crashing into the wall, which crumbled under the force. Beside Yamucha lay a strikingly handsome figure, with eyes like stars, Jiangling. Yamucha lay on the ground, a gaping wound in his abdomen, his eyes wide with a profound sense of regret. Jiangling sighed, gently wiping Yamucha's face and closing his eyes. Alas, I have come too late. Rest in peace. In the next moment, Yamucha's eyes fluttered open, as if unable to surrender to death. Weak words escaped his lips. I believe there's still a chance for salvation. Jiangling. Very well, who could blame you for being my agent? Jiangling shrugged, producing a mystical being to feed him. At that moment, others arrived on the scene, descending one by one. Yamucha's gaping wound miraculously healed, and his energy was fully restored. Jiangling, thank you for the mystical being. Otherwise, I would have perished, he expressed. Jiangling waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for gratitude. Yamucha glanced at the group and continued, everyone, be cautious. These two artificial beings possess devices that can absorb energy, and they are exceptionally formidable. The group nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta scoffed, enough, you may step back now. Yamucha, do you know? Suddenly, a laser beam swept across the group, prompting them to hurriedly evade. The laser sliced through the surrounding structures, cleaving them in twain. The Earth warriors were filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, having just narrowly escaped death. Gazing at the stout and slender artificial beings, Vegeta felt a profound insult. In a fit of rage, he charged forward. Boom. A single punch. The artificial being, Android 19, extended a palm to firmly intercept the blow. Vegeta swiftly twisted, seizing its arm and executing a shoulder throw. They crashed to the ground, creating a significant crater. Is that all? Vegeta smirked, relentlessly pummeling Android 19's body, causing its abdomen to cave in. The ground around them cracked like a spider's web, radiating from their clash. Son Goku shouted urgently, Vegeta, don't. You'll destroy the city. Jiangling cast a sidelong glance at Son Goku, slightly shaking his head. Observing the devastation caused by the artificial being's laser, concern for the city seemed misplaced. Vegeta remained silent, gathering energy into a ball. He hurled it toward Android 19, who, upon seeing this, smirked. Instead of dodging, he extended his hand, creating a circular void in his palm that devoured the energy blast. Android 19 displayed a look of ecstasy. Ah, what a delightful sensation. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, murmuring, it can even absorb energy blasts? Whoosh. He charged forward once more, opting for close combat with Android 19. Meanwhile, the slender Android 20, with a flicker in his eyes, began to gather an energy blast behind his back. Just as he was about to join forces with Android 19 to encircle Vegeta, Jiangling appeared beside him, seizing his wrist and twisting it fiercely. Crack. The arm bent unnaturally, and the energy blast vanished. What? How could there exist a presence stronger than mine? Fear filled Android 20's eyes. In that moment, Jiangling's overwhelming power became palpably evident to him. With a calm demeanor, Jiangling said, refrain from using your abilities, or you shall meet your demise. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued to exchange blows with Android 19, the battle intensifying. Various techniques emerged in rapid succession, wreaking havoc upon the nearby structures. Vegeta's fist struck number 19 with a sound akin to metal clanging. The onlookers had retreated to a safe distance, poised to intervene at any moment. Goku, brimming with anticipation, felt the battle instincts within him stirring restlessly. He called out, "Vegeta, if you're faltering, allow me to take over." Upon hearing this, Vegeta was inexplicably irked. "You are the one who is incapable." With renewed vigor, he launched another punch at number 19. Number 19 narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his face as he extended a hand to firmly grasp the incoming blow. Yamcha, observing from a short distance, yelled urgently, "Be cautious. He will siphon your energy." Vegeta suddenly sensed a force draining his energy. It wasn't merely his power, it felt as though his very life force was being extracted. Bowing his head, he trembled, exclaiming, "Aw, my energy." Number 19 let out a maniacal laugh. "Huh? At last, I've seized my opportunity." Yet at that moment, Vegeta lifted his gaze, a mocking glint in his eyes. "I was merely deceiving you." What? Boom. Vegeta's aura erupted, his power surging exponentially in an instant, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Chapter 33, Piccolo's Supreme Strength. What is happening? How could that guy Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan? Wasn't it said that only Saiyans with a positive mindset could achieve this transformation? Upon hearing these words, Goku shook his head innocently and replied, "I don't know either. That's just the information I received." How could someone as malevolent as Vegeta ever become virtuous? Krillin exclaimed loudly. The others voiced their profound dissent as well. At that moment, Vegeta was enveloped in a golden aura, his hair standing even more erect than before, his eyes shimmering with a faint green hue. "Ha ha ha, indeed. I am a good person. I blame myself for not surpassing Kakarot, and even that latecomer Jiangling has transformed into a Super Saiyan. I trained relentlessly, day and night, and it was when I pushed myself to the brink that I achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. Ha ha ha, now do you understand?" Vegeta's golden aura surged dramatically. Number 19's eyes widened in fear as he attempted to release his grip on Vegeta's energy, only to find himself firmly ensnared. The energy that surpassed his limits surged uncontrollably into his body. Boom! He exploded. The artificial human number 19 could not withstand the overload of energy and perished. Jiangling sighed in reflection. Vegeta, true to the original tale, had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now, in this world, there were already 3 Super Saiyans. Piccolo stood in the back, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He thought to himself, that detestable Vegeta is growing stronger. How am I to cope? Just as everyone was musing over the situation, Krillin noticed something peculiar. Hey, where did that slender artificial human go? Right? Wasn't he just over by Jiangling? Jiangling scratched his head and chuckled. I wasn't paying attention. He must have escaped. In truth, he was aware that number 20 had fled but chose not to intervene. Why? It was merely to allow numbers 17 and 18 to make their entrance. What do we do now? Yamcha shrugged. They are artificial humans with no discernible energy. We cannot track them. Yes. How frustrating. Letting him escape means he could wreak havoc on countless humans. We should inquire with Jiangling. Piccolo said solemnly. He should possess more information. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Jiangling, and the others followed suit. Jiangling cleared his throat. I indeed know more information. The number 20 who just escaped is Dr. Gero. He has transformed himself into an artificial human, gaining unparalleled power and longevity. Krillin interjected, wow, that old man is ruthless. What happens next? Jiangling continued. His laboratory should be located in North City. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes sparkled, and he surged forward. Flying toward North City, his confidence was undeniably inflated. He must first prove his strength by defeating the artificial beings before he can conquer Kakarot. The others helplessly shrugged their shoulders and followed suit, leaving only Jiangling and Piccolo behind. Why aren't you leaving? Piccolo inquired. I'm not in a hurry. Jiangling replied with a smile. What about you? Why aren't you following? Piccolo shook his head. I once believed that after 3 years of training, I would be sufficiently powerful, yet I find myself still so insignificant. So, therefore, I must seek out the Supreme Being to accomplish that task. Upon hearing this, Jiangling nodded. You should have done this long ago. You've delayed for too long. Indeed, had it not been for this incident, it may have taken even longer. I shall take my leave now. With that, Piccolo flew off in another direction. Jiangling watched him depart, a smirk playing on his lips. Piccolo and the Supreme Being are about to merge. Now, it is my turn to clear the stage. In the Hall of the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being and Mr. Popo stood at the edge of the platform, quietly observing the events unfolding below. Soon, Piccolo arrived at their side. You've come. I have arrived. You should have come sooner. I have only just managed to arrive. The two Namekians, one aged and the other youthful, exchanged silent glances. Mr. Popo seemed to sense the gravity of the impending events, his expression tightening. Supreme Being. Mr. Popo, I am grateful for your care over the years. The Supreme Being's voice trembled slightly. Farewell. After saying this, the Supreme Being turned to Piccolo. Place your hand upon my chest, and then you may assimilate. Piccolo spoke gravely. You must allow me to lead. Can you do that? The Supreme Being smiled gently. Yes, my body has aged, and I have but a few years left. I will grant you vast knowledge and power, but your essence will prevail. That is well. Piccolo pressed his hand against the Supreme Being's chest. Then, let us begin. Boom. A tremendous force erupted. A fierce wind swirled around. The Supreme Being transformed into countless specks of light, merging into Piccolo's body. Piccolo's strength multiplied exponentially. As they flew, Goku, Vegeta, Jiangling, and the others simultaneously halted, gazing towards the hall of the Supreme Being. This is Piccolo's energy. Why do I feel that he is even stronger than Goku and the other Super Saiyans? Vegeta's expression darkened. Though he was reluctant, he had to acknowledge that this Namekian was now more powerful than him. Goku's face lit up with excitement. With Piccolo's newfound strength, they could train together in the future. No longer would he worry about lacking a worthy opponent. Jiangling, feeling the energy, smiled faintly. It was as strong as he had anticipated. Soon, Vegeta arrived at North City, beginning his search, followed closely by the others. Let us embark on a search. Allowing this calamity to persist is not a viable solution. Very well. You may proceed first, and I shall follow shortly, Yukong chuckled. The others, without hesitation, dispersed to seek out the threat. However, Gohan sensed an unusual tension and cast a puzzled glance at his father, Sun Wukong. Father, what troubles you? Sun Wukong offered a faint smile, assuring him, it's nothing. You go ahead, I will join you shortly. All right. Gohan then accompanied the group in their search. Watching their figures fade into the distance, Wukong could not help but sink to the ground, gasping for breath. He had been suppressing his discomfort to spare them worry, for he was the type who wished to shield others from concern. Clutching his chest, his expression contorted in pain, he shakily retrieved a vial of medicine from his waist. He opened it and swallowed its contents. This was the medication that Trunks had previously provided. At home, future Chi-Chi had insisted he carry it at all times, to prevent any tragic recurrence. Indeed, it had proven necessary now. Damn it, has heart disease returned? After years of relative peace, Wukong had believed he was free from such afflictions, yet here he was. Jiangling flew in from behind, noticing Wukong's condition and approaching with concern. Is it a heart attack? Have you taken your medicine? Yes, I have. Fortunately, future Chi-Chi insisted I carry it with me. Jiangling nodded, urging him. Rest well, I shall handle the remaining matters. With that, he conjured a bed and gently assisted Wukong onto it. I entrust this to you, Wukong said. Gazing at Jiangling, I am uneasy about them. Indeed. Chapter 34. Sharpening the edge suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from a distance. It was the unmistakable presence of Yamcha. Jiangling felt a twinge of exasperation. What a surprise, Yamcha again, always teetering on the brink of peril. Whether it's participating in the martial arts tournament or being the first to be eliminated, Jiangling, go ahead, make sure to rest well. Jiangling nodded and soared toward the source of the aura. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Yamcha had just passed by a cave when he was struck against the wall by the approaching Dr. Gero, a formidable foe. Dr. Gero then entered his laboratory. Seeing the door of the research facility close, Yamcha realized he was at a disadvantage alone and unleashed his energy. Before long, the others arrived at his side. Oh, it's Yamcha who found it first again. Looks like if the family cow goes missing, we'll just have to find you. Come on, stop the banner. The android is inside this cave. Yamcha rolled his eyes and pointed toward the cave. Jiangling glanced at the heavily fortified steel door and remarked, we can just blow it open. Everyone nodded in unison, agreeing that this plan was indeed feasible. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, the creator of Android 20, hurried back to his laboratory. Inside, several white dormant pods were stationed. Dr. Gero grimaced, it seems I must unleash these two ultimate weapons. As he spoke, his peripheral vision frequently darted toward the door. With a hiss, one of the dormant pods opened. Inside lay a strikingly handsome youth with black hair, slightly less attractive than Jiangling. He slowly opened his eyes and focused on the elderly Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero quickly grasped the controller on the table, ready to press the stop button at the slightest movement from the boy. Clearly, he could not perfectly control his creations. Android 17, do you hear me? Dr. Gero asked cautiously. The youth, designated as Android 17, had already noticed the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He smiled slightly, esteemed doctor. Greetings. How may I assist you? You're speaking to me? Dr. Gero exclaimed in surprise, loosening his grip on the remote. Android 17 maintained a polite smile. Indeed, Dr. Gero, It seems my transformation was successful. Dr. Gero felt a rush of excitement and proceeded to open the adjacent dormant pod. Inside was a blonde girl with a delicate, fair face, possessing striking beauty and an elegant stature. She slowly opened her eyes, first gazing at Dr. Gero, then turning her attention to her brother, Android 17. 17 gave her a subtle signal, indicating the controller in Dr. Gero's hand, urging her to remain still. Android 18 also noticed the controller and offered a polite smile. Nodding, "Doctor, hello. How may I be of service?" Dr. Gero, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Do you truly obey my commands?" "Indeed, Doctor, after all. I am your creation," replied Android 18 with a smile. Dr. Gero nodded, then gestured towards the outside, instructing the two androids, "I want you to eliminate the enemies outside." "No problem, Dr. Gero." Before Android 17 could finish his sentence, his dark eyes flashed, and he delivered a swift kick that shattered Dr. Gero's arm. With a resounding crack, the doctor's arm, along with the remote control, fell into a corner. Instead of blood, a mass of tangled wires flickered with electrical sparks. Wha? What? Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief. "Weren't you supposed to be subservient to me?" Android 17 sneered coldly. "That was merely a ruse. If you hadn't clutched that remote so tightly, would I have gone through such lengths to deceive you?" "Cursed fool!" Dr. Gero shouted in fury, rushing towards the corner in a desperate attempt to retrieve the remote. In the next instant, Android 18's hand pierced through his chest. The electrical sparks crackled violently. Android 17 delivered a fatal blow, obliterating Dr. Gero's head. The execution was swift and decisive, marking the fall of a once-renowned biological scientist. Boom. A thunderous noise erupted from outside, and moments later, the laboratory door was blown apart. The Earth warriors emerged from beyond the threshold. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances, seemingly unfazed, and approached a nearby stasis pod, opening its door. Inside lay a tall, robust man with an unusual hairstyle, a pineapple head. His eyes emanated a profound philosophical aura. It was Android 16. According to legend, he was a pure robot modeled after Dr. Gero's son. Meanwhile, Krillin furrowed his brow. How could that slender android be killed? Were they not allies? Perhaps not, Yamcha proposed. Gohan pondered for a moment and suggested. It's possible they rebelled against their superior and eliminated him to take charge themselves. Gohan's reasoning held merit. His education evidently shone through. He scratched his head and chuckled. I just watch a lot of television. Dazed, Jiangling stepped forward to clarify, strictly speaking, that Dr. Gero was a villain who had captured these siblings since childhood for his experiments. Ah, I see. That's enlightening, exclaimed one of the onlookers. The trio of Android 16, 17, and 18 regarded Jiangling with surprise at his articulate explanation. I don't care whether they are villains or not. They are my adversaries. And you shall not interfere, Vegeta declared fiercely. Though he seemed to address everyone, his words were directed at Jiangling. Jiangling shrugged in response. Vegeta's gaze flickered with malice as he observed the three androids within. With a swift motion, two energy blasts were hurled into the cavern. Boom. The sound reverberated, echoing throughout the mountain as the energy blasts detonated. The crowd quickly retreated into the sky above, while the mountainside crumbled, engulfed in billowing smoke. What happened? Krillin inquired with palpable anxiety. Jiangling waved his hand dismissively. Such trivial damage cannot harm them. Indeed, three figures burst forth from the haze, confronting Jiangling and the others with unwavering gazes. You've sullied my attire. Number 18's eyes blazed with fury, fixating intently on Vegeta. So what? Vegeta scoffed dismissively, his disdain evident. In a flash, number 18 vanished, reappearing before Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick with her long leg straight into him. Vegeta, caught off guard, felt an overwhelming force before he even registered her presence, sending him hurtling backward to collide with a stone pillar. The pillar shattered instantly, debris cascading upon him. Blood spewed from Vegeta's mouth. Meanwhile, Jiangling stood by, arms crossed, observing with indifference, as he deemed Vegeta had grown overly arrogant, transforming into a Super Saiyan and flaunting his pride. This was the perfect opportunity to temper his overconfidence. Chapter 35-18 charged towards Vegeta, delivering a swift kick to his head. The energy blast just moments ago was indeed unleashed by her, wasn't it? Beneath her foot, Vegeta beheld an alluring sight. Yet his eyes reflected nothing but malice and resentment. Ah, the humiliation. In a fit of rage, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a golden aura that compelled 18 to retreat a few paces. Oh, you've even dyed your hair? She quipped with a slight smirk. But you still cannot defeat me. With a clash, their fists met with a resounding impact, and to his disbelief, Vegeta staggered backward. How could it be possible that the mightiest Super Saiyan was overpowered by a mere woman? In a fit of fury, he unleashed a barrage of punches. Yet 18 effortlessly countered each one. Seizing an opportunity, she lifted her leg and struck Vegeta in the abdomen. "Ah!" he cried, collapsing to the ground, clutching his wounded core. Veins bulging in agony etched across his face. His golden hair reverted to its natural black, and in an instant, he had lost all fighting prowess. 18 was momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. She glanced back at the onlookers with an innocent expression. Jiangling, Gohan, Krillin, Tien. And the androids 17 and 16 all shuddered, their eyes betraying a glimmer of fear. The implications of that single strike sent chills down their spines, as they could only imagine the depths of Vegeta's suffering. 17, witnessing the resolution of the skirmish, surveyed the Earth warriors and nodded towards Jiangling. The three androids had developed a certain fondness for him after hearing his earlier explanation. "You were right. We are indeed not aligned with Dr. Gero," he acknowledged. Jiangling paused, offering a slight smile. "What do you plan to do next?" "I haven't quite figured it out. I'm feeling a bit lost," 17 admitted. 18 leaned in, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Since we're all bored anyway, how about we fulfill Dr. Gero's previous directive to eliminate Goku?" "Excellent idea." 17's eyes lit up in excitement. Jiangling interjected. "If I'm to consider myself your friend." Both 17 and 18 nodded. Though their acquaintance was brief, it felt genuine. "Could we perhaps avoid stirring trouble with Goku? I would join you in battle, and if you manage to defeat me, then you may pursue Goku." "All right." 17 agreed with a nod. The others exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by how, in mere moments, the androids had forged a friendship with Jiangling. His charisma was proving to be quite formidable. The group whispered among themselves, intrigued by the unfolding dynamics. On the 18th, Android 18 crossed her arms and confidently declared to Jiangling, "I'll fight you." To which he replied, "Then I shall comply with your request." They stood facing each other. Jiangling, taking an Android 18's tall and statuesque figure, swallowed hard. It was amusing. He hoped that Bulma would remain oblivious, for otherwise peace would be elusive. Boom. Jiangling transformed into a Super Saiyan. A brilliant golden aura enveloped him, only to be harnessed within, not a trace escaping outward. Returning to primal essence. "Oh, you've dyed your hair too?" Android 18 teased. In an instant, Jiangling moved, appearing before Android 18 with such swiftness that she could hardly perceive his motion. Bang! Their fists collided. Jiangling struck out, and as Android 18 attempted to evade, he was just a fraction quicker, landing a hit in a rather sensitive area. Android 18 paused, momentarily taken aback, then blushed with indignation. "You can hit me. But what do you mean by groping?" With a swift kick, she sent Jiangling crashing to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Dust billowed around them. Yet, before the dust could settle, Jiangling sprang up, launching Android 18 into the air with a series of energy spheres hurled in her direction. They exploded upon impact, leaving her battered and her clothing torn in several places. The sight of her fair, youthful skin caught Jiangling's eye, but he showed no mercy. In battle, to show leniency merely because one's opponent is a woman is to invite defeat. Jiangling charged towards her, exchanging blows until Android 18, overwhelmed, finally conceded. "I cannot defeat him," she admitted. With youthful arrogance, Android 17 chimed in. "That is fine. I can handle it." He exuded an air of superiority, as if declaring himself the elder brother of the duo. Android 18 ignored him, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta, who lay on the ground, before turning her gaze back to Jiangling, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Subsequently, the trio of androids departed from the scene. Jiangling called after them. "Remember, don't do anything wrong." "Jiangling, why didn't you stop them? They are exactly the kind of villains Trunks warned us about," Tianjin Han exclaimed. Jiangling shook his head. "They haven't harmed any humans yet. Intervening would not be justifiable. I observe people to guide them towards the right values." "Very well. I still haven't showcased the skills I've recently acquired." Krillin scratched his shiny head, appearing somewhat troubled. "Next time." Perhaps once the three androids had flown away into the distance, Android 18's expression turned peculiar. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Having been a girl untouched by unfamiliar males for many years, the moment of contact with the strikingly handsome Jiangling during their skirmish had left her feeling mortified. The more she thought about it, the more her face burned with embarrassment, as a wave of youthful infatuation surged within her heart. And thus, Jiangling disbanded the group. He helped Vegeta to his feet and administered a Senzu bean, for without it, the warrior would have met his demise on the spot. As Vegeta regained his composure, his expression contorted with rage, he glared in the direction from which the android had departed, unleashing all his fury. Without a word, he soared off in another direction, resolute in his pursuit of further training, vowing that one day he would vanquish that golden-haired vixen. Jiang Ling observed his retreating figure and shook his head, noting that his relentless competitive spirit often bordered on obsession. Without guidance, he could easily stray down a dark path. With a sigh, Jiang Ling attuned himself to the surrounding energy and utilized instant transmission to appear beside Bobo. Bobo, would you care for a divine being? Huh. Chapter 36. Severe Injury. Bang. Vegeta was slammed into the ground, creating a large crater, with spiderweb-like fissures radiating from his form. A green figure descended beside him. It was Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo scoffed. Today, I shall avenge the fallen Namekians. Vegeta arose from the pit, gazing up at Piccolo. A trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his expression darkened. Wasn't the Earth Dragon supposed to revive them? Towering over 2 meters, Piccolo looked down upon Vegeta, attributing his revival to the Earth Dragon's grace. Yet that does not absolve you of the massacre of my kin. Most importantly, I have taken a disliking to you. Vegeta glared fiercely at Piccolo. You may think your current strength allows you to defeat me, but I will ensure you pay a price. Come at me. I fear you not. Boom. Bang. Bang. The two figures, one green and one yellow, immediately engaged in combat. Their speed was so swift that an ordinary person could hardly perceive them. In mere moments, hundreds of exchanges had already occurred. Vegeta unleashed a punch towards Piccolo, imbued with a chilling energy that could pierce through flesh if it landed. At that moment, Piccolo's eyes flashed, and he boldly met the blow with his palm. Bam! Piccolo's right arm exploded upon impact. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Piccolo would take the hit. This fleeting opportunity allowed Piccolo to seize the moment. With his other arm clenched into a fist and channeling all his energy into it, he struck Vegeta in the abdomen with an unparalleled force and momentum. Vegeta, unable to evade, hastily concentrated his energy to shield his midsection. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive blows. Perhaps it was due to the superior Saiyan physiology, or perhaps Vegeta's quick response, but his abdomen was not pierced. Nonetheless, he was grievously injured, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, Piccolo delivered a punch to Vegeta's cheek. Bang! Vegeta's jaw dislocated, teeth scattering, and his entire body was sent flying, crashing through several mountain peaks before finally smashing into the ground, creating another massive crater. Piccolo hovered above, quietly observing the gaping chasm below, closing his eyes to sense Vegeta's faint aura, and let out a long sigh. The knot in his heart unraveled at that moment, with a slight shudder of his shoulder. His right arm, unscathed, reformed, perhaps influenced by the memories of the Guardian, or perhaps due to the release of his emotional burden. He ultimately refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Vegeta. Piccolo shook his head and turned to depart. Am I to die? So be it. I have found satisfaction in becoming a Super Saiyan. Yet, one regret lingers. I have not surpassed Kakarot or Jiangling. Vegeta's consciousness began to blur. Time passed. And when he regained awareness, he felt an overwhelming pain coursing throughout his body. Vegeta, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to open his eyes. What met his gaze was a rudimentary wooden ceiling and some simple furniture, breathing in the faint fragrance lingering on the quilt beside him. Vegeta was struck by a wave of confusion. Am I not dead? Where am I? At that moment, his body felt as if it had been dismantled, utterly devoid of strength, and every slight movement sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Just then, a small door creaked open, and a charming girl entered. She donned a flowing dress, and her dark hair was adorned with a crown woven from flowers. Upon seeing Vegeta awaken, her bright, expressive eyes shimmered with joy. Approaching the bedside, she crouched down to gaze at him. You're awake. You've been asleep for an entire week. If it weren't for your pulse, I would have thought you wouldn't wake up at all. Looking at the girl before him, Vegeta spoke, his voice hoarse. Who are you? And why did you save me? You can call me Xiaohua. I went out to hunt and gather fruits, and I found you lying in a pit. So I brought you back, she replied, blinking innocently. Why did you save me? Vegeta repeated, a hint of disbelief in his tone. There's no particular reason. As long as there was a chance to save you, I would certainly do so, Xiaohua said with a smile, though a trace of melancholy lingered in her expression. I actually didn't need you to save me. Why would you give up your life? Isn't living a good thing? Xiaohua's tone suddenly grew more intense. Vegeta silently regarded her, and for a moment, neither spoke. Gurgle, gurgle. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. After 7 days of unconsciousness, he was indeed famished. Xiaohua giggled, covering her mouth, her crescent-shaped eyes exuding undeniable charm. You're hungry. Let us have some fruit first. She offered one piece of fruit after another to Vegeta's lips. Noticing his stoic demeanor, she inquired, Eat. Aren't you hungry? Ultimately succumbing to the allure of food, Vegeta opened his mouth, allowing Xiaohua to feed him. He had intended to do it himself, but his body was utterly incapacitated, sore, and aching. He could only move his mouth as Xiaohua assisted him. That evening, Xiaohua slept on the floor. Inhaling the pleasant scent from the bed, Vegeta pondered, is this her bed? He quietly stared at the ceiling. The words Xiaohua had spoken during the day echoing in his mind. ISNT living a good thing? Indeed, life is inherently beautiful. The following morning, Xiaohua rose early. Beneath her dark hair, her delicate face bore the remnants of sleepiness. She squinted, instinctively tending to Vegeta's bandages. Vegeta was jolted awake. Realizing with a start that he was clad only in bandages, his combat suit nowhere to be found. Hey, what are you doing? I'm changing your bandages. And my name is Xiaohua, not Hey. She replied matter-of-factly. Although Vegeta's body remained immobile, he was acutely aware of the sensation of a woman's hand gliding across his skin, evoking an unfamiliar feeling within him. He then sensed that Xiaohua's hand was venturing towards a particular area. Wait, that is not permissible. No. Xiaohua rolled her eyes, questioning what was unacceptable. I have changed the bandages countless times, haven't I? Huh, what is this? Vegeta turned his head, his cheeks flushed, muttering. It's nothing. After a brief moment, Xiaohua gently wiped Vegeta's body and applied a fresh dressing. His complexion was as crimson as a ripe apple. A subtle tension enveloped the room. I shall go out to find something to eat, Xiaohua announced before hastily exiting. Chapter 37. As the days unfolded, Xiaohua seized every opportunity to converse with Vegeta by the bedside. It was as if years of silence had culminated in an outpouring of words. She spoke of trivial matters and recounted memories from her childhood. Vegeta, typically assuming the role of a listener, would occasionally interject with a few words. You know, today fortune smiled upon me. I found a few bird eggs. I caught a rabbit in my trap today. Earlier, while chopping wood, I misjudged my swing and nearly crushed my foot. Xiaohua chattered incessantly. For the first time, Vegeta experienced a peculiar sensation. Perhaps it was warmth? His state of mind gradually transformed, as if nourished by something profound within. Through their conversations, Vegeta came to understand that they were situated in a remote forest, far removed from civilization. Xiaohua had previously lived there alone, and now he shared this solitude with her. One day, Vegeta's body finally regained the ability to move. He found himself filled with the strength to stand and wander freely. It was nighttime, and Xiaohua was not in the room. For reasons unknown, Vegeta felt compelled to share his newfound mobility with her. He stepped outside and spotted Xiaohua perched upon a rock in the courtyard, her chin resting in her hands. Her demeanor seemingly dim. The moonlight cascaded upon her, enveloping her in a delicate glow. Hey, Vegeta called out. Xiaohua turned, her face instantly brightening with a smile. Congratulations, Vegeta. You can walk now. Vegeta maintained a serious expression and remained silent as he approached and sat beside her. May I inquire what troubles you? He asked. What? Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback. You appear to be in low spirits tonight. You noticed, she replied with a faint smile, her expression quickly darkening again. I miss my parents. They passed away due to a snake bite. The treatment came too late. Vegeta listened intently, inhaling deeply. He rose and gently pulled Xiaohua's head into his embrace, remaining silent for a time. Xiaohua lifted her gaze and smiled at him, as if a beautiful flower had just bloomed. In the months that followed, Vegeta's injuries gradually healed, allowing him to partake in hunting. Xiaohua took charge of gathering fruits and cultivating small vegetables, while Vegeta hunted for game. Their lives began to improve steadily. As the months passed, their synergy grew stronger, and they settled into a harmonious existence of labor and companionship. One day, upon returning from a successful hunt, Vegeta discovered that Xiaohua was not home. He presumed she had gone fruit gathering. He decided to process the game he had caught. At that moment, however, he noticed movement in the nearby bushes, and a figure emerged, a frantic Xiaohua, running towards him, casting anxious glances over her shoulder. Hot on her trail was a small dinosaur, a raptor towering over 2 meters. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and he charged forward. Suddenly, Xiaohua stumbled and fell to the ground. As the fearsome raptor lunged towards her, Vegeta felt a surge of urgency in his heart, his gaze solely fixated on her form. He unleashed the meager energy within him, his speed multiplying several-fold, crashing into the raptor with tremendous force. Bang! The creature was sent sprawling to the ground. Vegeta positioned himself protectively in front of Xiaohua, his demeanor fierce, akin to that of a battle-hardened deity. The raptor, recovering from the impact, stood upright. Its limited intelligence instinctively recognized the formidable presence of the dark-haired warrior before it, prompting an immediate retreat. Without a second thought, it turned and fled. Vegeta then turned to Xiaohua, helping her to her feet and enveloping her in his embrace. He had previously been uncertain of the emotions stirring within him. Was it affection or pity? In this moment, clarity dawned upon him. I was so scared. Xiaohua trembled slightly. Fear not, I am here. The two held each other tightly, Vegeta's hands awkwardly stroking her back. He carried Xiaohua back to her room. You should rest now. As night fell, Vegeta, as was his custom, lay down on the bedding spread on the floor beside her. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the small bed. Vegeta, I'm scared. Come to bed with me. I am keeping you company here as well. Xiaohua remained silent. After a moment, Vegeta sensed someone slipping into his bedding. Hey, return to your own bed. No, I want you to hold me. My patience has its limits. Feeling the softness of her skin, Vegeta breathed heavily, instinctively reaching out. Xiaohua shivered. I can't hold back anymore. Call my name. Xiaohua. Love me. Time rewound several months. Jiang Ling utilized instant transmission to arrive at King Kai's planet. Hey, Lord North Kai. Startled, the North Kai exclaimed, You little brat. Can you not appear so suddenly and scare me? Jiang Ling shrugged helplessly. I didn't mean to. But your presence is rather alarming. Enough of the small talk. What brings you here? The North Kai said, a hint of irritation in his voice. Jiang Ling's expression turned serious. Is it not permissible to visit you, old man? Humph. Am I not worthy of your visit? The North Kai scoffed. All right. You caught me. I actually came to seek your assistance in locating the new Namek. I knew there was a reason. But I have no knowledge of the new Namek either. The North Kai replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon the two antennae atop the North Kai's head, the implication clear. You have your sights set on this. The North Kai retorted. Before using his antennae to search the cosmos for energy signatures. He is a person whose words are tough, but heart is tender. Despite his verbal refusals, his body remains quite obedient. Eureka! In that direction, the North Realm King's expression brightened with joy. Jiang Ling placed his hand on the North Realm King's shoulder, memorizing the essence of that location, and then returned to Earth. Upon arriving beside Bulma, he explained his intentions. So you mean to take me to the new Namek to fetch someone back? Perhaps to have a little excursion as well? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Don't say it like that, Jiang Ling replied, somewhat speechless. It's for the future of Earth, after all. Earth cannot exist without the Dragon Balls. Just as the West cannot thrive without Jerusalem. All right, enough of your ramblings. I will accompany you, Bulma retorted with a sidelong glance. Jiang Ling immediately wrapped his arm around Bulma's slender waist. Hey, what are you doing? Thinking about such things in broad daylight. But I do enjoy it, Bulma replied with a hint of allure in her eyes. Jiang Ling remarked, You are the one who has misinterpreted the situation. Chapter 38. Dandy New Namek. Jiang Ling accompanied Bulma to this place. Observing the surroundings, he could not help but exclaim. Indeed, this resembled the Namek he had known before. Ah, how it brings back memories of yesteryears. Bulma nodded in agreement, her cheeks flushed, her lips slightly swollen and tinted with a rosy hue. Glistening with a hint of pearlescent sheen, truly captivating. Jiang Ling gently wiped the white residue from the corner of her mouth, saying, You've overheated. You should have wiped your mouth after drinking milk before leaving. Bulma, savoring Jiang Ling's tender care, licked her lips, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. Subsequently, they arrived at a gathering of Namekian villages. Greetings, I wish to speak with your elder, Jiang Ling said with a smile, fluently speaking the Namekian language, infused with the local dialect. Unlike Piccolo, whose Namekian bore an earthly accent, the young Namekian before him was taken aback. He never expected an extraterrestrial to converse in their tongue. He regarded this with great admiration and expressed his delight at seeing both Bulma and Jiang Ling again. Recalling that the Namekians had previously stayed in Bulma's home on Earth. Although Bulma might not recognize all the Namekians, each one was familiar with her. The young Namekian directly communicated with the elder telepathically, then guided Jiang Ling and Bulma to the elder's abode. Upon their arrival, the elder, named Muley, awaited them outside. Muley was the second-generation elder of Namek, following the first elder, who was the progenitor of all Namekians and had passed away after the Frisia incident upon returning to Earth. Muley graciously ushered them into his dwelling, brewing a pot of fine tea. Jiang Ling found it intriguing that the Namekians also indulged in tea. Muley waved his hand and chuckled, Not quite. I learned this from Earth. It seemed rather pleasant, so I adopted it, and now everyone on Namek enjoys tea. Jiang Ling smiled. Perhaps I shall teach you all how to play mahjong someday. Haha. After some light-hearted exchanges, Bulma articulated the purpose of their visit. Elder, we have a matter to entrust to you. Muley, now serious, replied, Go on. Bulma gathered her thoughts and continued. You are aware of the Kai from our Earth, correct? Muley nodded. Indeed, his father was of the same generation as the first elder, making him my contemporary. We had splendid conversations back on Earth. Alas, a prodigy from the Dragon Clan has now diverged into two beings. Bulma responded, he senses his lifespan is waning and has fused with Piccolo. Muley reflected on this. In that case, it is well that he continues to shine and contribute. It is a commendable fate. His expression grew pensive, as the visage of the aging Kai flickered faintly in his mind. Bulma took a sip of tea, paused for a moment, and continued, as you know, Earth cannot exist without the Dragon Balls, much like the West. Suddenly, she lost her train of thought and turned to Zhongling. Zhongling placed his hand over hers, signaling her to remain calm, and interjected, Earth cannot be without the Dragon Balls, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Oh, that was it. Thus, we have come to inquire if there are any suitable candidates for the role of deity. Muley pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. There is, that child Dandy, you know him, right? Bulma looked somewhat perplexed. Can a child truly fulfill such a role? She recalled Dandy, a child from Namek saved by Krillin and Gohan during their time there, and they had gotten along quite well. While on Earth, Dandy had been absorbed in animated series. Muley called Dandy over telepathically, simultaneously addressing Bulma's concerns. Now that Dandy has grown a bit, he is one of the few talented members of the Namekian race capable of creating Dragon Balls. He would undoubtedly be qualified for the position of Earth's deity. Bulma smiled and said, with the Elder's endorsement, I feel reassured. Before long, a Namekian boy entered the room. Elder, is there something you need? Dandy, look who has come to visit. Dandy turned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Aunt Bulma, you're here. Bulma's smile vanished instantly. How many times must I tell you not to call me Aunt? Address me as sister. Sure thing, Aunt Bulma. No problem at all, Aunt Bulma. Bulma glared, utterly at a loss. Zhongling burst into laughter beside her. Dandy added, Aunt Bulma, look, even your father is laughing at you. Zhongling's laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression darkened. This time, it was Bulma who found amusement in the situation. Zhongling rubbed his thick beard, contemplating whether it was time for a shave. After explaining the purpose of their visit, Dandy's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he readily agreed. All right, no problem. I accept the role of deity on Earth. That could not be better, Zhongling replied. Subsequently, he, Bulma, and Dandy bid farewell to the Elder and returned to the temple of the deity, where they encountered an unexpected figure, Piccolo. He bore the marks of battle, as if he had just come from a confrontation. Hey, Piccolo, have you just fought? Zhongling greeted him. Piccolo nodded. Yes, I just dealt with Vegeta. In the end, I spared his life. Whether he survives now depends on his fate. Zhongling's brow furrowed slightly. He still needed to rely on Vegeta for the critical task of reviving the Saiyans. Where is he? Zhongling inquired. Having sensed Vegeta's presence earlier, though it had been too faint to detect. Are you looking to save him? Piccolo shook his head. I have said that his survival is contingent upon his own fate. After all, he must pay the price for the lives he has taken. As he spoke, Piccolo turned to Dandy beside him. Dandy, what brings you to Earth? I have come to be a deity. Dandy replied with a smile. A deity? Piccolo furrowed his brow. Observing Dandy's frail frame, he felt a pang of concern. He did not doubt Dandy's abilities. Yet the thought of the youthful Dandy assuming the role of a deity tugged at his heartstrings. Bulma interjected, this was recommended by Elder Muley, and Dandy wholeheartedly agrees. Oh, in that case, it is acceptable, Piccolo nodded. He trusted Muley's judgment implicitly. If Muley dared to make such a recommendation, then it was undoubtedly fitting. With Dandy's consent, there was no cause for concern. Piccolo advised Mr. Bobo to assist Dandy before taking his leave. Zhongling added, we should have Krillin and Gohan come up to keep you company another day. Sure, don't forget to bring some snacks. No problem, Zhongling replied, shaking his head in amusement. He then wrapped his arm around Bulma's slender waist and departed from the sacred realm. Chapter 39. The rivalry between two women. The sun shone brightly, casting a serene glow over the tranquil woods. The occasional chirping of birds and the gentle hum of insects filled the air. Beneath the trees lay a small courtyard, where Zhongling reclined in a lounge chair. Stretching languidly, Bulma, come over and give my shoulders a rub, he called. Bulma, clad in light loungewear that barely concealed her figure, rolled her eyes in response. Go away, I'm busy watching Jinhuan. She was engrossed in a television drama, snacks in hand, her eyes glued to the screen. Rising to his feet, Zhongling stretched his body, a playful smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer to Bulma's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Shall we rise with the sun and rest with the sunset? Bulma pushed him away, her gaze still fixed on the screen. Oh, I'm watching a show. Don't disturb me. This won't affect anything. You watch yours while I do mine, Zhongling teased, prompting a look of confusion from Bulma. Can it really be like that? Before she could respond, Zhongling took action from behind, exploring her figure with boldness. Unable to resist, Bulma surrendered to his touch, her complexion gradually flushing, her soft hums growing more alluring. Then, Jiangling abruptly initiated a more intimate discussion about the origins of life, the essence of humanity, and the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. An hour later, in a dreamy haze, Bulma felt as though she had become weightless, as if she were soaring among the clouds. Jiangling planted a gentle kiss on her lips before retreating to sip tea, utterly content to remain motionless. Bulma shot him a playful glare, rising to reveal her enticing silhouette as she made her way to the restroom, muttering, "Straight men can't even say a little sweet talk afterward?" Jiangling reflected on her words, acknowledging his oversight, and smiled. "Bulma, could you help me with a massage?" "Absolutely not. I have no time for that. Seems like you don't respond to gentle persuasion, so perhaps a firmer approach is needed." "Hey, what are you doing back?" With a mischievous grin, Jiangling remarked, "This is what we call a wise wife under the rod." Observing Bulma, he continued, "I trust you now understand what needs to be done." "Honestly, you really are something else," Bulma retorted, though her body betrayed her, warmth spreading through her as her legs instinctively tightened. Throughout the day, Bulma remained without clothing. As night fell, Jiangling held her close, enveloping her fullness as they drifted off to sleep. In the wilderness, a bonfire crackled. Numbers 16, 17, and 18 sat upon the rocks, savoring freshly roasted dinosaur meat, a delicacy from the day's hunt. To be precise, it was numbers 17 and 18 who feasted, as number 16 was merely a robot. "What shall we do next?" As the 18th strolled leisurely while savoring barbecued delicacies, her striking eyes suddenly clouded with confusion. Despite their inability to contend with Jiangling, they adhered to their agreement and refrained from troubling Sun Wukong. The younger brother, the 17th, shrugged dismissively, proclaiming, "Tomorrow, I shall defeat Jiangling. Your inability does not imply my own, for I am indeed the strongest." As he spoke, an air of inexplicable confidence illuminated his countenance. The 16th interjected, "Based on energy readings, you cannot defeat Jiangling, 17th. How can you be so sure?" He retorted, "Because I possess a radar within me that can detect energy levels." "Oh, then it must be malfunctioning," the 17th scoffed. "Perhaps we should avoid a confrontation altogether," the 18th suggested. Deep down, she harbored doubts about the 16th's radar accuracy, firmly believing in her brother's prowess. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an aversion to the idea of Jiangling being harmed. The 17th shot her a teasing glance. "Oh, 18th, ever since your encounter with Jiangling, you've been acting strangely. Have you developed feelings for him?" "Nonsense," she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Young women often instinctively rebut such assertions. "You still refuse to admit it," the 17th shrugged. "Fine. Tomorrow I shall bring Jiangling over to stay by your side and serve you." The 18th hesitated, contemplating, "Well, that could be acceptable." The 16th, sipping gasoline nearby, spread his hands in bewilderment, failing to comprehend the complexities of human emotions. The following day, Jiangling awoke punctually, sitting on the edge of his bed and supporting his waist. He glanced at the alluring sight of Bulma beside him and sighed. "What a little enchantress," he murmured, shaking his head as he proceeded to the bathroom for his morning routine. In the living room, he retrieved goji berries and longan from his system space, preparing a nourishing brew. Youthful and vigorous, he committed to his health regimen. As he enjoyed the refreshing breeze in the courtyard, sipping his concoction, he relished the pleasures of life. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted 3 figures approaching from the distance. The 16th, 17th, and 18th descended before him. The imposing 16th, the elegantly tall 17th, and the alluringly graceful 18th stood before him. Jiangling inquired nonchalantly, "What brings you here?" The 17th smirked. "We have come to defeat you and take you back as my sister's captive man." Jiangling cast a perplexed glance at the 18th, who averted her eyes. Her cheeks flushed, offering no denial. She realized she indeed harbored affection for him and resolved to be bolder about it. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated from within the house. "Who dares to steal my husband?" Bulma emerged, clad in a qipao, her blue hair cascading over her shoulders, her figure perfectly proportioned. Her exquisite face radiated an imposing aura, as though intruders had trespassed into the territory of a fierce tigress. The 18th glared in disbelief, taken aback to discover that the man she admired had already found a woman. Yet her heart remains unyielding. Love is a pursuit worth striving for. "What is your relationship with him? Are you married?" Question 18. One must not lose momentum. "I am Jiangling's girlfriend. So what if we are not married?" Bulma declared loudly, hands on her hips. Upon hearing this, 18 couldn't help but smile with delight. "Setting aside the absence of laws mandating monogamy, the fact remains that you are not yet wed, and that signifies that anything is still possible. You shameless woman. How dare you compete with me for a man? I have claimed him. So what? I adore him. Why should I not endeavor to pursue him? As tensions escalated between the two parties, Jiang Ling and 17 were both at their wits' end. Meanwhile, 16, with her pineapple hairstyle, began to emit wisps of smoke. Chapter 40. The Green Shadow. I can engage in all the delightful activities with Jiang Ling every day. Can you? Bulma provocatively gazed at Android 18. The latter's face flushed as she retorted, I can too. Who's afraid? Everything you can do, I can do as well. As the two girls continued to escalate their quarrel, Jiang Ling hurriedly intervened, separating them. Meanwhile, Android 16 and 17 stood frozen, at a loss, their youth betraying their inexperience. Enough of this childish bickering, Jiang Ling exclaimed with authority. Bulma looked at him, covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Oh, so you're being stern with me. You no longer love me. Jiang Ling could only stare in silence. Observing this, Android 18 swiftly took hold of Jiang Ling's arm, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. Jiang Ling, I like you. You shouldn't be with this troublesome woman. Be with me instead. Bulma, unwilling to relinquish her charming partner so easily, grasped Jiang Ling's other arm. Jiang Ling, you are mine. Don't be deceived by this blonde-haired woman. You shouldn't fall for this blue-haired woman's charms. Jiang Ling interjected, feeling increasingly dizzy as he was tugged in opposite directions by the two girls. Enough of the noise. He glared, asserting his masculinity with a commanding tone. Children make choices. I want both. Impossible. Bulma and Android 18 exclaimed in unison. Jiang Ling faltered, glancing between the two women. Ladies, I realize it's my fault for being excessively charming and attracting you both. Yet, I don't wish to hurt either of you. What should we do? Humph. They both turned away, their backs to him. Seeing that the immediate conflict had subsided, Jiang Ling exhaled in relief and approached Androids 16 and 17. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from the system, taking a moment to relax. I never expected Android 18 to be so adorable. It's giving me a headache. Android 17 exhaled a puff of smoke, coughing slightly. I didn't know my sister had such deep feelings for you, to go to this extent. Android 16, the larger of the two, took a drag, letting out 2 streams of smoke from his ears. Observing the cigarette in his hand, he remarked, this smoke is quite good. Where did you get it? Jiang Ling glanced at the red packaged cigarettes. Well, this particular brand is not available for purchase. Men often forge strong friendships over a cigarette, a film, or a game. As the three of them shared light-hearted banter, Bulma and Android 18 glared, rushing towards them. Each seized one of Jiang Ling's ears. You're not allowed to smoke. Oh, so you've taken up smoking too? Do you want a beating? Jiang Ling yelped, hastily discarding the cigarette and extinguishing it. Ladies, I was wrong. I promise not to smoke again. That's more like it. The two girls replied in unison, then exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously turning their heads away. Humph. Subsequently, number 18, arms akimbo, fixated her fierce gaze upon her brother, number 17. In the purely robotic number 16, both men trembled slightly. In that moment, a thought suddenly emerged. One should never provoke an angry woman, regardless of her combat prowess. They each hurled their cigarettes into the sky, releasing an energy wave that obliterated them completely. We do not smoke. Look, number 18. Now that's more like it. At Baobao Mountain, Goku lay on the bed, lost in slumber. Initially placed in the wilderness by Jiang Ling, the crisis involving the androids had subsided, and Gohan had brought him back home. Beside the bed, a future Chi-Chi had red-rimmed eyes. Recalling the harrowing scene when Goku succumbed to heart disease due to a lack of timely medical attention, causing her to faint multiple times. Oh, my poor Goku. He has taken his heart medication. He should be fine, right? Meanwhile, Chi-Chi wiped her tears, her sobs incessant. Goku, please be safe. How could I possibly live without you? At this moment, Gohan bore the weight of the eldest son's responsibilities, comforting both mothers. Rest assured, Dad has taken his heart medication. He is merely in a deep sleep. Outside the house, the sound of peculiar footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. A humanoid, green creature appeared outside. Its body was a blend of orange and green, adorned with black spots, standing an imposing 2 meters tall. If Jiang Ling were present, he would undoubtedly recognize it as the second stage of Cell. Cell gently pushed against the wall, causing it to crumble, revealing the scene within. Goku lay on the bed, 2 Chi-Kais weeping at his side, while the eldest son bore the weight of responsibility, as if the galaxy had fallen from the heavens. Who are you? Gohan instantly assumed a combat stance. The 2 Chi-Kais looked on in alarm. Who am I? Cell cackled. I am Cell, here to slaughter you all. Then I shall put you to the test. Gohan's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His golden hair and eyebrows, coupled with his light green eyes, radiated with power. Whoosh! Gohan struck decisively. For someone as knowledgeable as him, Cell's actions constituted an unlawful invasion of private property, endangering the lives of the inhabitants. This was a violation. Thus, Gohan did not hesitate to defend himself. His fists rained down like a tempest upon Cell's chest. Cell staggered back, and they both retreated outside the house. At that moment, Cell smirked slightly, suddenly unleashing a surge of energy that sent Gohan flying. A smirk reminiscent of a domineering CEO graced his lips. Is that all? I have already gauged your strength. Cell clapped his chest. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Gohan. With a swift strike, Gohan reverted to his normal state, collapsing unconscious. Hee, now it's just the two of you. With a flicker, Cell swiftly moved back into the room, grinning wickedly. You two can either submit to me or be consumed. Chapter 41. Chi-Chi's despair with a rhythmic sound of footsteps. Salu advanced towards the two Kikis. Stay back. Goku, save me. In the next instant, a powerful fist struck his face. Salu merely tilted his head, slowly turning to face the assailant. Super Saiyan Gohan. Oh, you recovered from being knocked out so quickly? Then allow me to deal with you first. With a flicker of movement, Salu appeared beside Gohan and launched a punch. However, Gohan blocked it with a crossguard and retaliated with a series of 3 swift kicks, pushing Salu back a few steps. Get away. Don't harm my parents, Gohan said coldly, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. Salu sneered, transforming into 2 forms and attacking from both sides. With relentless force, he swiftly brought Gohan to his knees. Grasping Gohan by the neck, the appendage on his back extended towards him. I'll start with you absorbing you. No. Chi-Chi and future Chi-Chi, witnessing the scene, were instantly overcome with panic. At that moment, disregarding Salu's terrifying presence, the 2 frail women rushed towards him, relentlessly striking him with their fists. Put Gohan down. I won't let you get away with this. If you have a problem, come after me. Don't target my child. You filthy trash, always bullying the weak. Let go of my Gohan. Salu felt their attacks were little more than annoying tickles. As he listened to their cries, irritation brewed within him, his expression shifting to one of impatience. Since you've come to me, don't blame me for what happens next. With a swift motion, he tossed the limp Gohan onto the ground. Gripping each Chi-Chi by the neck, he lifted them off the ground. Chi-Chi immediately began to struggle, her hands and feet beating against Salu in vain. Observing their futile attempts, Salu chuckled mockingly. Why don't you keep screaming? What's the matter? Lost your voice? Feeling a wave of suffocation, Chi-Chi's vision grew increasingly blurred. Gradually, she ceased her struggles, turning her head with great difficulty to gaze at Goku and her child. Tears of sorrow streaming down her face. Gohan, my love, my son, I may be leaving first. Future Chi-Chi, similarly gazing at Goku, could not hold back her tears. Being able to return and be with Goku and Gohan, I am already content, but why does it feel so hard to part? I want to be with you both forever. Salu watched the 2 women, his expression becoming increasingly deranged. Ha, gaga, kik. I relish witnessing such poignant moments of life and death. His face then contorted into a twisted grin. You shall serve as my fertilizer. The appendage from his back reached out, prepared to absorb the 2 women. Lying weakly on the ground, Gohan, severely injured and drained of strength, saw his mother on the brink of being killed by Salu. He let out a desperate roar. No. Stop. You bastard, stop it. Sheru cast a glance. Chuckling mischievously, do not rush. First indulge your mother, then yourself, and finally your father. Gohan's eyes widened in fury, just as Sheru's appendage accelerated with intent. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom. A formidable force erupted. A hand seized Sheru's appendage. A cold voice resonated in Sheru's ear. Who granted you permission to torment my family? Turning to face the source, Sheru beheld a figure with golden hair and emerald eyes, a visage as frigid as frost. Son Goku. Chapter 42. The one-sided assault. Cell widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Goku. This cannot be. Goku should have succumbed to a heart disease. How is it possible for him to appear before me, brimming with vitality? Moreover, how has his strength increased so dramatically? Unbeknownst to Cell, Goku had ingested the heart medicine that Trunks had provided, and throughout the past 3 years of rigorous training, his power had surged to levels far surpassing that of this timeline in the future. Goku, I advise you to release my tail, or you will face my wrath. Cell sneered. Is that so? A glint of cold determination flashed in Goku's eyes as he tightened his grip. Bang! Cell's tail snapped with a resounding crack. Simultaneously, Goku concentrated his energy into his palm, forming a blade that sliced down toward Cell's arms. Thud, thud. The arms that had ensnared Chi-Chi were severed as easily as cutting through tofu. Ah, my tail, my arms. Cell's eyes bulged in agony, the immense pain eliciting a wretched howl. For the first time, he experienced the sensation of pain. Gasping for breath, Chi-Chi and future Chi-Chi exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. Goku, you're awake. How wonderful, my Goku is safe. Goku smiled, reassuring them. I'm sorry to have caused you worry. He turned to the weakened Gohan, offering his approval. You did well, but you were too weak. It seems my training methods have been too lenient. After this, I will have Piccolo train you. Gohan grinned widely, as long as you're all right. After calming his family's concerns, Goku turned his gaze back to Cell, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. Throughout the years, he had maintained a composed demeanor, only feeling rage when Krillin was slain by Frieza. Yet now, someone had dared to touch his pride. Cell, I can unequivocally assure you that I will not spare you, Goku stated coldly. Cell regained his composure, green blood oozing from his wounds. Humph. His veins bulged as he exerted himself. Uffed. A flatulent sound escaped him. Goku remained unfazed. Cell let out a low growl, his eyes bloodshot. Soon, new arms sprouted from the wounds, and a tail reformed behind him. Surprised, aren't you? I possess the bloodline of the Namekians, Cell said with a hint of pride, leaning back slightly. Humph. Goku dismissed the conversation, uninterested in Cell's origins or his Namekian heritage. His sole intention was to utterly annihilate Cell. Ha! Goku shouted, his golden aura erupting in a blaze. He then reined it in, concealing any trace of his energy. This was the full power of Super Saiyan. In a flash, Goku appeared before Cell, delivering a crushing elbow strike to his chest. Cell, caught off guard, stared in shock, his eyes bulging and mouth agape. Goku pressed the advantage, raising his knee and driving it forcefully into Cell's groin. Fortunately, he did not possess the male anatomy of a man. Otherwise, he would have perished on the spot. A tremendous force struck beneath Cell, sending him hurtling away, far beyond the confines of the Bun Mountain. This was the outcome Goku had desired, as he wished to spare his family from harm. It must be said that in the realm of combat, Goku's intellect was undoubtedly magnified, reaching at least double its usual capacity. Cell's form crashed against a small peak, causing the mountain to shatter and debris to scatter. The resounding roar echoed through the heavens. Animals fled in all directions, while birds scattered in a frenzy. Couples are like birds of a feather, yet in times of peril, they take flight in their own ways. Goku pursued, seizing the battered Cell. Farewell, Cell. Cell had not anticipated that Goku would be this formidable, leaving him utterly defenseless. This was a stark contrast to the record stored within Dr. Gero's computer. As he gazed into Goku's face, mere inches away, a tremor coursed through his body, and fear enveloped him entirely. At that moment, Goku's palm was a mere 0.1 centimeters from Cell's face, and a primal urge for survival ignited within him. I concede, Brother Goku. Please spare me, I beg you. Cell's countenance reflected desperation. Impossible. Goku's eyes held no trace of compassion. With a swift motion, his hand came crashing down, shattering Cell's head. Subsequently, Goku unleashed an energy blast, obliterating Cell's body into fragments. Observing the devastated area, Goku nodded in approval, envisioning a future where a lush forest would thrive. Just as he was about to turn and depart, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, thunder rumbling ominously. A sinister wind began to stir. Chapter 43, The Resurrection of Cell. An extraordinary transformation enveloped the heavens and the earth. Dark clouds gathered, and a tempestuous wind howled. The radiant sunlight was obscured, casting a shadow over the land. Son Goku gazed intently, his demeanor grave, when a shadowy figure abruptly materialized beside him. It was Jiangling, who had instantly transported himself upon sensing the unusual energy of battle. Goku's confrontation with Cell had been swift. Jiangling had only just perceived the disturbance when he teleported over, and the fight had already concluded. Goku, what is the matter? Jiangling inquired, his expression serious. A certain individual crossed his mind, one he presumed would not manifest again. Yet, unexpectedly, Son Goku regarded him with some surprise, but did not dwell on it. A creature named Cell attempted to harm my family, and I eliminated him, which led to this bizarre phenomenon. Goku recounted the sequence of events. Indeed, it is Cell. Jiangling pondered. It was plausible that after his own arrival in this realm, Cell had already existed in the future, thus remaining unaffected by his presence. Just then, a cacophony of arrogant laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha! I never imagined I could be resurrected. The recently slain Cell appeared high above, transformed into his perfect form, handsomely formidable, albeit slightly inferior to Jiangling perfect Cell. Is it? Humph! Jiangling chuckled, shaking his head, infused with unwavering confidence in his current abilities. Just as he was about to engage in battle, Goku intervened. Fixing a piercing gaze upon Jiangling, he solemnly stated, "Jiangling, had I not awakened just now, Chi-Chi and Gohan would have perished at Cell's hands. Therefore, refrain from intervening. Let me handle this." Acknowledging Goku's intent, Jiangling nodded. He understood that if anyone dared to harm Bulma, he would exact 1,000-fold vengeance. However, Goku, I fear your current strength may be insufficient to contend with perfect Cell, unless... Before he could finish his thought, Goku grasped the implication. Unless I have attained the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, correct? Indeed, Jiangling exclaimed, astonished. You've mastered that transformation. Goku affirmed with a nod. The confidence radiating from him was palpable. Jiangling, you have mastered it too, haven't you? And you can teleport as well. Indeed, Goku. When did you become so astute? Haha, I may be a bit naive, but that doesn't imply a lack of intelligence, Goku chuckled. Soaring to face Cell while turning to Jiangling. We shall spar another day. That would be most welcome. Jiangling replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Cell, left to simmer in frustration, seethed inwardly. Am I to be disregarded? I have achieved my perfect form, the most formidable fighting entity in existence. Yet, as Goku stood before him, Cell's anger dissipated. After all, he was the strongest. Why would he concern himself with mere insects? Was it worth his ire? As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of self-mockery appeared on Sheru's handsome face. He then conceived an intriguing game. Sun Wukong, you cannot defeat me, but I can offer you a chance for survival. In 7 days, I shall host a... Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Wukong's fist collided with his abdomen. Sheru, your words are more numerous than those of both my wives combined. Thud, caught off guard. Sheru was propelled into a mountain peak by the immense force. The mountain crumbled, rocks scattering and collapsing, burying Sheru deep underground. Not far away, Jiangling leisurely retrieved grilling tools from the system space. Sipping beer, he contemplated hunting a dinosaur for a barbecue, as dinosaurs were rampant and not protected species, thus. Fair game. He found himself reminiscing about the dinosaur meatballs that Chi-Chi made, bouncy, tender, handcrafted, and utterly delicious. Sun Wukong watched Jiangling nonchalantly enjoying his beer, somewhat speechless. Yet, he did not let his guard down. He knew Sheru would not perish so easily. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged from the spot where Sheru had fallen. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he placed his hands at his waist in a flower-like stance, his voice resonating deeply from his throat. Kamehameha. A blue-white energy wave coalesced from his hands. In the next moment, the ruins obscuring Sheru erupted, revealing a figure standing unscathed amidst the chaos. He mimicked Sun Wukong's posture, the blue-white energy wave in his hands gleaming brilliantly. Kamehameha. Boom. The two energy waves shot forth, tracing elegant arcs as they collided in midair. Bang! A colossal wave of energy radiated from their point of impact, snapping trees in half and shattering boulders. The ground fissured with immense cracks. However, when the invisible ripples approached Jiangling, he waved his hand, causing the waves to vanish without a trace. To him, it was merely an aftershock. Yet for Sun Wukong, who was entrenched in the battlefield, he was forced to retreat several paces. Meanwhile, Sheru remained unfazed, standing firmly in place, a smirk gracing his handsome features. Surprised? I have mastered your techniques, all of them, and I am unafraid to tell you that I have inherited your Saiyan traits as well. After my recent resurrection, my power has surged significantly. Haha. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, stating earnestly, I see now. You are nothing but a mongrel. Furious, Sheru's entire being erupted with energy. It seems you have chosen to disrespect my offer. I shall get serious now, he declared. Listening to Sheru's incessant chatter, Sun Wukong was reminded of Chi-Chi's nagging. While he could not strike his wife, could he not retaliate against an enemy, especially one who had nearly harmed Chi-Chi? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the inferno of anger within Sun Wukong ignited as if doused in gasoline, boiling over with intensity. Kiki, Gohan, so you never cared about me? Since I am currently incapable of defeating you, allow me to unveil the power that transcends even the Super Saiyan, what I shall refer to as Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong concentrated his energy, his body arching slightly, as a golden aura surged forth unceasingly from within him. Adu. Boom. The golden aura ascended into the heavens, blazing fiercely. His golden hair, now standing upright, was illuminated by the golden flames. At this moment, Sun Wukong's expression was one of indifference. Small bolts of lightning danced around him, enhancing his formidable presence under the golden glow. It was about time for him to transform into Super Saiyan 2, delaying until now. Jiangling remarked. He had a vague understanding of why Wukong could transform at this moment, It was merely due to having entered the hyperbolic time chamber ahead of time. Cell widened his eyes, feeling the overwhelming aura of Sun Wukong, incredulously exclaiming, "Impossible." Just as he was speaking, Sun Wukong darted and appeared before him in an instant. This speed was such that even Cell, in his perfect form, could not react in time. Whoosh! Wukong concentrated energy into a blade in his hand, plunging it directly into Cell's heart. Thud. Chapter 44. The astonishing power of Goku as Cell spat forth a stream of green blood. A sinister smile crept across his face. You cannot kill me," he declared, one hand clutching his wound while the other gathered a sphere of energy, which he hurled at Goku with fierce intent. Goku, however, merely chuckled coldly. To him, Cell's movements appeared as sluggish as that of a snail, transforming his fist into a claw. He seized Cell's arm and crushed it with a powerful grip. Boom! Cell's arm shattered into a grotesque mass of flesh. Without hesitation, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha wave once more. Realizing he was outmatched and unable to escape, Cell extracted a piece of flesh from his abdomen and cast it to the ground. This was subsequently obliterated by the Kamehameha, leaving not a single remnant behind. "Surely that will suffice," Goku murmured to himself. Nearby, Jiangling's voice interjected. No, he is not dead yet." "Why?" Goku inquired. As Jiangling roasted meat over the fire, he patiently explained. "Did you see the piece of flesh Cell discarded? Within it lies his core. As long as the core remains intact, he cannot perish." Goku's eyes widened in realization as he began to scour the ground for the discarded meat. "No need to look," Jiangling said, retrieving a green piece of roasted meat from the flames, revealing the core within. "He just threw it my way," Goku responded. Just then, the core, along with the roasted meat, shot skyward with a swift whoosh, trailing a plume of energy. Boom! An immense burst of energy erupted in the sky, manifesting as a colossal firework, both magnificent and vividly colorful. The powerful energy waves coalesced into a shadowy figure adorned with a tail. "Ouch, that burned me alive," Jiangling exclaimed. Goku remained silent, while Cell, observing the two, erupted with rage, his aura surging to an even greater intensity. In his first resurrection, Cell's aura had transformed into a golden hue. Now, in his second revival, not only did he radiate golden flames, but also crackling bolts of lightning, akin to the Super Saiyan 2 Goku at that moment. "Haha, did you not expect this? I have returned, and I am even stronger, thanks to your bloodlines," Cell boasted, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. "The Saiyan bloodline enhances strength upon near death. I have inherited that as well." With a lightning-infused form, Cell felt invincible, having mastered the core techniques for augmentation. Goku furrowed his brow. This indeed posed a complication. "Goku, do you need my assistance?" Jiangling called out. "No need." Goku waved dismissively. "Very well, just call if you do," Jiangling replied. "Understood." Cell, gazing disdainfully at Goku, taunted. "Are you certain you do not require the aid of another?" Goku shook his head and chuckled softly. "Cell, you must understand that true combat prowess is not merely a matter of transformations or realms, but rather the foundation of combat strength. Thus, I previously restrained my power to avoid harming the earth. My foundational strength is high, which naturally makes my Super Saiyan form formidable." With that, Goku unleashed his full power, bursting forth with an overwhelming surge of energy. The ferocious energy erupted forth, overwhelming the air and leaving Cell gasping for breath. How could this be possible? Fear filled Cell's eyes, a profound dread swelling within him. Whoosh! Sun Wukong appeared directly behind Cell. With a punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, a kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. In an instant, Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of attacks. Bang, 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 bang. After the flurry, Cell's body was instantly shattered into pieces. Sun Wukong exhaled, his hands positioned at his waist like a flower bud. A terrifying energy coalesced into a singular point, followed by an immense shockwave. Boom! Cell's remnants, accompanied by small sparks of lightning, disintegrated into dust at that moment. Were it not for the remnants of Cell left on the battlefield, there would be doubts about his very existence. Jiangling, savoring dinosaur barbecue and sipping beer, gazed solemnly at the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong, influenced by me, had become significantly more formidable than in the original tale. Facing him now truly posed a challenge. 2 colossal green figures clashed together. Jiangling and the battle-hardened Sun Wukong celebrated with drinks. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and future Chi-Chi, brought over by Gohan, joined in the barbecue party. "Daddy, you're amazing. You must keep it up." Sun Wukong chuckled as he ruffled Gohan's hair. "Husband, you're incredible. Husband, you're so strong." Chi-Chi and future Chi-Chi showered him with praise in succession. Sun Wukong scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. having been frequently nagged before. He was at a loss for how to respond to such compliments now. Jiangling watched them with an expression of exasperation. Feeling as though he had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food, he resolved to bring Bulma and Android 18 over. Arguments suppressed. Chapter 45, The Three Wishes of the Divine Dragon. Enough of the bickering. You both belong to me. Jiangling glared at the two girls, resolved to embrace his machismo. He had given up on restraint. The incessant chatter of women grating on his ears was his greatest annoyance, disrupting his peace. It mattered little to him. The worst outcome would simply be the loss of both. Upon witnessing his outburst, Bulma and Android 18 exchanged glances, simultaneously lapsing into silence. Sensing he had regained control of the situation, Jiangling suggested, "Let us go for some barbecue." Android 16 and 17 joined as well. He turned his gaze to the two bewildered androids nearby. Android 17, still lost in the memory of Jiangling single-handedly subduing the two fierce women, snapped back to reality upon hearing his name. "All right, I don't mind." Android 16 shrugged nonchalantly. Thus, the five of them were led by Jiangling to the wilderness where he had previously enjoyed barbecue with Sun Wukong. The barbecue party was in full swing. Filled with camaraderie, Jiangling, Android 17, and Sun Wukong sat together, feasting on grilled delicacies and imbibing spirits. These oysters, chicken kidneys, and grilled leeks are splendid. They are particularly beneficial for men, Jiangling exclaimed, urging the other two to indulge. Android 17 scratched his dark hair, visibly troubled. "But I don't have a girlfriend," he lamented. "No matter, it's never too late to catch up," Jiangling reassured him. "Does it really work?" Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled at Jiangling's words. "This is nutritional supplementation. It requires consistency," Jiangling elaborated, prompting Wukong to dive into the feast with fervor. Observing Wukong, Jiangling suddenly realized, Wukong is indeed a man with two chi-chis. Although Wukong was robust, the cumulative effects over time could take a toll on his body. He wondered to himself how frequently Wukong indulged. Android 16, being a pure robot, held a bottle of beer, sipping it while expertly grilling various meats. While he could consume food, it was of little consequence to him. He did not particularly enjoy it. Thus, Jiangling had assigned him to focus on providing grilled meats for the others. As for the four girls, Bulma and Android 18 were engaged in a silent competition, each pulling a chi-chi to discuss culinary techniques. Jiangling was indifferent to their domestic skills. He could cook himself or simply order takeout if he felt lazy. Yet, Bulma and Android 18 were determined to outdo one another in their culinary endeavors. The saga of the androids concluded in a rather ambiguous manner, yet the outcome was pleasing. Unlike the original narrative, Trunks did not travel back through the time machine a second time, as it had been brought forth by Jiangling. The three androids inexplicably forged friendships with the Earth Warriors, embarking on a righteous path. This differed from the future timeline, where the androids emerged with blank slates, having avenged themselves against Dr. Gero without further purpose. However, outside, one encounters individuals with malevolent hearts, which tarnishes their own spirit, akin to a glass of clear water tainted by a single drop of ink, rendering it entirely black. Thus, they embark upon a nefarious path. In this temporal realm, the artificial being initially crossed paths with the exemplary youth, Jiangling. Naturally, this led them towards a righteous journey. Days passed, and on the 17th, unable to endure the affection between his sister, number 18, and Jiangling, number 16 expressed a desire to explore the beauty of nature, prompting the two to embark on a journey together. On that day, within the villa, a room filled with intricate research apparatus found Bulma seated before a large screen, scrutinizing something intently. Jiangling approached, feeling a headache from the complex data displayed. "My dear Bulma, what are you up to?" Bulma did not turn around, her brow furrowed. Number 18, also known as Lazuli, confided in me a secret, a burden she carries. Inside every artificial being lies a bomb. Although we currently lack the means to detonate it, it remains a lurking threat. She has entrusted me with the task of determining whether it can be dismantled. Moreover, they possess a device that can immobilize their bodily functions. The sole controller is in Dr. Gero's possession, and their act of killing him rendered it inoperative. So for the time being, there is no need for concern. Jiangling listened attentively, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Bulma, how did your relationship with number 18, Lazuli, become so amicable?" Bulma scoffed. "Our relationship is hardly close, but since she is with you, she is essentially family, and I cannot disregard her." Observing her conflicting sentiments, Jiangling chuckled softly. "All right then, have you discovered a solution?" "There is one, but it requires making an incision in her body to extract." Bulma's brow furrowed further. "To remove the bomb and the control device will inevitably leave scars. I am not a biologist. I cannot ensure there will be no scars." Dr. Gero, being one of the foremost scientists in biology, certainly could achieve that. As a woman, Bulma understands all too well the anguish that scars can inflict upon a girl. Thus, her distress was palpable. Isn't this straightforward? Jiang Ling smiled slightly. Why not summon the dragon Shinran? Oh, how could I not think of that? Bulma exclaimed, slapping her thigh, her eyes lighting up. Jiang Ling gently caressed her blue hair. Go on, share this good news with Lazuli, and say it was your own idea. Bulma paused, then gazed deeply at him, her expression laden with meaning. Jiang Ling leaned down, planting a kiss on her cheek. You may now consider each other sisters. Bulma rolled her eyes. I suspect you're indulging in karaoke. But I don't mind, for I've found myself entangled with such a man. Through these days of shared meals and living together, she had come to understand that Lazuli's arrival had not diminished Jiang Ling's affection for her. Their interactions remained unchanged. Moreover, Jiang Ling, this old lecher, has yet to win over Lotzi Li, demonstrating a consideration for his own feelings. Bulma pondered for a moment and then made her way to Lotzi Li's room. Before long, the sounds of their playful banter echoed through the air. Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. After all, what man does not yearn for a harmonious home and prosperity? The following day, Bulma and Lotzi Li, hand in hand, set out in search of the Dragon Balls, leaving Jiang Ling behind, who was disinclined to join them. This time was intended for them to nurture their bond. With the arrival of the new Supreme Kai, Dandi, the Dragon Balls on Earth had been upgraded, granting the ability to make 3 wishes. It did not take long for Bulma and Lotzi Li to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, successfully making their wishes and depleting the trio of desires. Chapter 46, A Thousandfold Return. In the evening, within the villa, Jiang Ling stifled a yawn, estimating that Bulma and Android 18 would not return for the night. He rose from the chaise lounge in the garden, intending to retire to his room. Their return would pose no issue, as they possessed keys to the villa. Just then, 2 stunning young women descended from the skies, their blue and golden hair painting a breathtaking scene as they landed gracefully before him. It was none other than Bulma and Android 18. Having learned to fly under Jiang Ling's tutelage, Bulma had mastered the art, albeit at a leisurely pace. In contrast, as an android, 18 possessed formidable combat prowess and could fly with ease. The 2 girls, hand in hand, resembled affectionate best friends, a stark contrast to their previously competitive demeanor just days prior. Jiang Ling couldn't help but marvel at the capricious nature of female emotions. You're back? Was everything resolved? He inquired. Yes, it's all taken care of, Android 18 replied with a slight nod and a smile. Bulma made a wish to eliminate the bombs on me. My brothers 17 and 16. And what about the subsequent wish? Jiang Ling asked. At this, Android 18's cheeks flushed slightly. The second wish was to remove the control devices from 16 and 17. Bulma interjected. Jiang Ling, perplexed, furrowed his brow. But why wasn't the control device on 18 removed as well? I'm going to take a shower, Android 18 said. Her face still tinged with pink as she swiftly entered the villa without another word. What's up with her? Jiang Ling scratched his head in confusion. Bulma chuckled softly. This brings us to the third wish. The third wish was to upgrade the control device on her. Now, it cannot be hacked, and only this button can control her. As she spoke, Bulma produced a sleek, technologically advanced controller and handed it to Jiang Ling. Given her extraordinary abilities, I feared she might inadvertently harm you while in your presence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling felt warmth spread through his heart. He embraced Bulma, running his fingers through her blue hair, marveling at its softness. Bulma, you're truly wonderful, always considering my well-being. Bulma playfully punched his chest a few times with her small fist, feigning annoyance. What can I say? You're my man. She then gently pushed him away. Now, go. Embrace her tonight. You can do it. A glimmer of encouragement sparkled in Bulma's eyes. Jiang Ling slowly raised an eyebrow in confusion. Bulma let out a light laugh, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, that controller, you fool. Besides, I asked Android 18, and she wants to be with you too. Hee hee. Her expression conveyed a knowing mischief. However, Jiang Ling hesitated, concerned about any potential feelings of resentment she might harbor. Noticing his uncertainty, Bulma smiled reassuringly. Tonight, I won't intrude upon you too. I can reclaim what is rightfully mine 1,000-fold later. Just focus on your own happiness. Upon finishing his words, he swiftly entered his dedicated research lab. 1,000 thoughts raced through Jiang Ling's mind as he blinked, feeling a faint ache in his waist. However, upon grasping the controller in his hand, an overwhelming surge of strength seemed to flow through his body. He stepped towards Razali's room. With a soft click, the door swung open to reveal Razali wrapped in a towel, her fair skin exposed to the cool air. Her demeanor was shy, her cheeks flushed with a delicate rosy hue. She possessed a flawless, statuesque figure, and her golden hair exuded an exotic allure that captivated Jiang Ling. Without uttering a word, he embraced her waist, and as he beheld her gradually entranced expression, he seized her lips in a fervent kiss. Razily, Jiang Ling. As the night deepened, the clock struck 3. Jiang Ling wiped the sweat from his fatigued body, his stomach grumbling audibly. Razily, I'm hungry. Could you prepare some noodles for me in the kitchen? He received a disapproving glance from her, but no outright refusal. Just as she was about to dress, a smirk appeared on Jiang Ling's lips. Just slip on some slippers and tie on an apron. Nothing more is needed. Razily retorted, raising an eyebrow. Is it really that absurd? With a playful swat, Jiang Ling delivered a light slap to her backside, enjoying the sensation. Just tell me whether you'll do it or not. No. Slap. No. Slap. All right, stop already. Razily conceded, rising without acknowledging the clothes left aside, donning her slippers and making her way to the kitchen. Jiang Ling admired her, the sight of her alabaster figure akin to a work of art. As Razily tied on her apron, Jiang Ling observed her silhouette from behind, an enchanting allure emanating from her form. Unable to resist, he approached her and enveloped her from behind, his voice a gentle whisper in her ear. You tempt me. Razily shot him a glance. Is this endless? I need to cook the noodles. Waiting a bit longer is fine. An hour later, Jiang Ling finally savored the steaming bowl of noodles. Soon, his vigor was replenished. Fortunately, Razily possessed an infinite power source, akin to boundless stamina. Perhaps he should experiment with the remote? A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Ling's face as he brandished the controller. All right then. Razily, feeling bashful, buried her head into her chest. Beep. Jiang Ling pressed a button on the remote, and in an instant, Razily lost control over her body, leaving only her eyes and mouth capable of movement, indicating she retained her consciousness. Moreover, she could feel sensations coursing through her body, yet remained immobile. Razily. I'm about to begin. Chapter 47. Resolving aftermath. The weather was splendid, with a clear sky stretching infinitely. It was now noon. Bulma emerged from her laboratory, stretching languidly. In the kitchen, she encountered a just-awakened Lazuli. Bulma instantly wore a knowing smile. How was last night? Upon seeing her expression, Lazuli's face flushed crimson. Bulma chuckled heartily, reminiscing about her own first experience. She then wrapped her arm around Lazuli's. Come on, we're sisters now, and with Jiang Ling in the mix, there's nothing we can't discuss. Well, it was a bit painful at first, Lazuli confessed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, the first time, right? I felt the same way. Bulma nodded with a smile. But it didn't hurt afterward, did it? Indeed. A smile crept onto Bulma's lips. That's the principle of it. Once you're through, the pain dissipates. Lazuli contemplated the meaning of this revelation, feeling enlightened. Indeed, the pain was fleeting. It was just that initial moment, and then the enjoyment followed. Sister Bulma, where did you learn that phrase? Lazuli inquired with curiosity. Where else could I have learned it? Bulma shrugged. Jiang Ling comforted me with the same words when it was my turn. And yes, after it was all done, the pain truly vanished. In that moment, the two women found a deep sense of camaraderie, as if they had discovered kindred spirits in one another. Shared experiences often bridge the gap between souls. What time did you two sleep last night? 6 in the morning. Wow, how did you manage that? Since when has Jiang Ling become so capable? I have an infinite energy core, so I managed. But I can't really speak for him. I don't understand men at all. Impressive. It seems someone is helping me shoulder the burden at night. What are you saying? Isn't it a bit embarrassing? Come on, who are we to each other? At that moment, Jiang Ling approached from behind, wrapping an arm around each of their waists. What are you two discussing? Stay out of it. We're sharing intimate women-esque talk. Exactly, Bulma playfully remarked, then suddenly noticed. Why does yours seem so lackadaisical? That's unusual. Jiang Ling scratched his head. Is it possible that it's just exhausted? Bulma. Lazuli lowered her gaze, feeling shy, as she was the one who initiated the conversation. In the afternoon, Jiang Ling gathered his thoughts and set out. He aimed to accomplish a significant task, bringing the artificial human incident to a conclusive end. He flew to the North City, arriving at Dr. Gero's research facility. This was the very site where Dr. Gero met his demise, now reduced to ruins. Jiang Ling searched the premises and eventually discovered an entrance, one that led underground. Descending through the passage, he encountered a computer still operational before his eyes. Beside the computer, there lay a cultivation chamber, within which an embryo was gradually taking shape. Indeed, it was the juvenile form of Cell. The Cell that had been vanquished by Goku had traversed through time from a future timeline, having slain Trunks and seized the time machine to arrive here. Thus, there existed a parallel timeline in the future where Trunks had met his demise. Jiang Ling shook his head, dismissing his wandering thoughts, and fixed his gaze upon the embryo before him. Cell, If I do not extinguish you in your cradle, I would surely be remiss in my conscience, he murmured. With that, Jiangling delivered a powerful punch, shattering the cultivation chamber and extracting the infant cell. Channeling energy, he obliterated the newly formed embryo without a trace. Exhaling deeply, Jiangling glanced around and noticed a plethora of documents scattered about. With a swift motion, he gathered the materials into his system space. He then released a multitude of empty beer bottles from the system space, filling the underground room, remnants of his previous drinking sessions that he had long forgotten to dispose of. Retracing his steps, he emerged from the ruins of Dr. Jarrow's laboratory, hovering in the air as he surveyed the devastation before him. An energy sphere began to coalesce in his hand. This research facility had become obsolete. He hurled the energy sphere downward and turned to leave, displaying not a hint of nostalgia, as if to say, I shall not take a single cloud with me, while leaving behind a multitude of beer bottles. Boom. The entire mountain, along with the research facility and everything within the underground chamber, was reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace. No less than I expected. I am indeed the Earth's environmental ambassador, Jiangling muttered as he returned to his villa. Upon entering, he found Bulma lounging on the sofa, clad in a loose top, indulging in snacks while engrossed in a television drama. Jiangling plopped down beside her, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. What's up? She inquired. Nothing, just missed you, he replied. With a playful smirk, Jiangling produced the research materials he had scavenged from Dr. Jarrow and handed them to Bulma. Do you find this useful? Bulma took a glance, and her eyes sparkled with interest. Very useful. Where did you get this? I visited Dr. Jarrow's place. Ah, I see. Bulma said, enlightenment dawning upon her as she began to scrutinize the documents intently. Unconsciously, a strand of hair fell across her delicate profile, and with her focused expression, an indescribable charm emanated from her. Jiangling felt a stirring within him. He slyly maneuvered his tail to lift the hem of her loose top. More of her fair thighs gradually became exposed to the light. Jiangling stole a glance, his pupils narrowing as he inhaled sharply. This girl, is she really so casual at home? Swallowing hard, he stealthily extended his tail, teasingly brushing against her. Jiangling, stop it. I'm trying to concentrate on the materials, Bulma protested, twisting her body, her voice a soft reprimand. Yet, despite her words, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Chapter 48, A Wish to the Dragon Once More. A fleeting year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiangling has led a blissful life. The bond between Bulma and Lazili has flourished. However, they prefer to engage in intimate activities with Jiangling one-on-one. Jiangling is indifferent to this arrangement, as he does not possess the experience of a triad. Throughout this year, Goku's family has welcomed 2 new members. The first is a girl named Sun Shinro, born to Chi-Chi, and the second, a girl named Sun Yutuan, destined to be born to a future Chi-Chi. This has brought joy to the Sun household. Upon receiving this news, Jiangling couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Goku truly knows how to enjoy life. The future Chi-Chi is not to be overlooked either. What a winner in life. Goku muses, is it possible that Chi-Chi and the future Chi-Chi are conspiring against me? I find myself unable to resist. Others have also fared well, life progressing smoothly without tumult. From Piccolo, it was learned that Vegeta had suffered grave injuries at his hands. Fortunately, he is presumed alive, as Piccolo later visited the site and found no trace of Vegeta's body or any signs of beasts. Thus, Vegeta has been missing for a year. Jiangling finds himself somewhat nostalgic. After all, Bulma is now his, and Vegeta's return matters little. Today, the Dragon Balls are once again ready for wishes, a timing that Jiangling has meticulously calculated. Moreover, Sun Wukong has desires of his own to fulfill. In Jiangling's villa, Sun Wukong holds a Chi-Chi in each arm, both cradling adorable infants. The family shares laughter and joy, basking in harmony, with Sun Wufan trailing behind. Meanwhile, Jiangling is flanked by Bulma on his left and Lazili on his right. The 2 men exchange knowing smiles. Shall we summon the dragon? Very well. With a sweeping gesture over the now glimmering 7 Dragon Balls, Jiangling boldly declares, it is you, dragon. With a thunderous roar, the heavens darken. A radiant golden light emerges from the Dragon Balls, transforming into a colossal dragon that towers majestically. The villa is perched upon an island. Yet not far off lies a city. Observers gaze at the dimmed skies and the magnificent dragon that has materialized, lost in contemplation. Subsequently, they kneel in unison. The deity has manifested. Grant me a girlfriend. Bestow upon me great wealth. O divine being. I am 28 years old and have yet to even hold a girl's hand. Might you bless me with a future wife? Naturally, the dragon hears none of these pleas. Brave warrior who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, you may make 3 wishes. Jiangling steps forward, standing tall and resolute, his gaze fixed upon the dragon. Let us cut to the chase. I wish to know the location of the time machine used by the cell that was slain by Goku. The dragon's eyes glimmer. Your wish is simple. The location is now embedded in your mind. Jiang Ling receives the information and nods. He then glances at Goku, who responds with a nod, his face alight with anticipation. Jiang Ling, with a knowing glance, pointed at future Chi-Chi and made a wish to the dragon. I hope this Chi-Chi can regain her youthful body and beauty. Upon hearing these words, future Chi-Chi, who was soothing her daughter, froze in disbelief. Her gaze fixed incredulously upon Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. This wish was entrusted to me by Wukong. Future Chi-Chi turned her eyes towards Wukong, her gaze filled with tender affection. Wukong, thank you. Son Wukong scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Beside them, Chi-Chi giggled softly. Ah, my future self. Wukong still holds us dear. Indeed, Wukong is increasingly embodying the essence of a responsible man. After the dragon transformed future Chi-Chi into her youthful self, it noticed the prolonged silence regarding the third wish and could not help but inquire. Have you decided on your third wish? Jiang Ling rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment, then surveyed the group. Realizing that there were no further wishes at present. It seems there are no wishes for the moment. The dragon asked, shall I take my leave then? That would be acceptable. With that, in a flash of golden light, the dragon balls reverted to stone and soared into the sky, dispersing across the world. Jiang Ling glanced at those present. Since they were all gathered, why not host a celebration? Hey, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, come over here. Let's throw a party, he added, and don't forget to bring some food. Jiang Ling began to call the Earth Warriors. As for Piccolo, a simple instant transmission to inform him would suffice. The energy of ordinary individuals is relatively weak, making it challenging to sense their presence for precise movement. However, Piccolo's energy is quite formidable, and since he is constantly training, he does not conceal his aura, making it easy for Jiang Ling to detect him. Chapter 49, Charging the Time Machine. The group arrived at the villa, gazing at the blissful families with a look of bewilderment. I remarked, what is the meaning of this display of affection from your two families, inviting us single folks into the mix? The food was all provided by them. Having come this far, everyone began to engage in conversation. They were all acquaintances, usually scattered across various locales, and it was a rare occasion to gather together. So there was much to discuss. Today, the beer flowed abundantly. Jiang Ling observed the lively scene and exclaimed loudly, with that proclamation, I shall not return home sober tonight. Such a bold declaration. The two sisters-in-law must be quite remarkable to have nurtured such a charismatic elder brother. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with Jiang Ling, Clint had become quite the smooth talker. His words brought smiles to Bulma and Lazili. Jiang Ling shot a glare at Clint. You chatter too much. You're not a child anymore. Find someone to marry instead of playing the field like Yamcha. Yamcha interjected, why am I being dragged into this? I'm actually settling down, having found a girlfriend from a girl group. One must admit, Yamcha was rather clever, leveraging his connection with the illustrious Jiang Ling to win over a member of a girl group. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan approached Piccolo joyfully. Piccolo took a sip of beer, nodding slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of affection. Uncle Piccolo, why don't you find a wife like Uncle Jiang Ling? Being alone must be quite lonely. Gohan inquired curiously. Piccolo paused momentarily. I am both male and female. There is no need for a wife. Piccolo, auntie. Gohan uttered a phrase that struck right at the core. Upon hearing this address, Piccolo showed no emotion, setting down his drink and stating, Gohan, let me assess your latest training progress. Gohan, feeling the energy waves emanating not far off, along with Gohan's cries. Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. This was the consequence of lacking communication. After a while, Piccolo returned, looking refreshed. Jiang Ling approached and patted him on the shoulder. Old Piccolo, I've seen through you. Don't let your aloof demeanor fool me. You must have a rather passionate side within. Piccolo raised an eyebrow. Oh, Jiang Ling continued. Do you really only use your clone technique for training? I understand. I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Piccolo draped his arm over Jiang Ling's shoulder, and together they soared into the distance. Bang! Wow, Piccolo, you scoundrel! With a thunderous crash, Jiang Ling's voice echoed. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Super Saiyan 2. Boom. The two powerful energies collided violently. Meanwhile, Goku, at the villa, set down his bottle, his eyes sparkling, and with a swift motion, raced toward the battleground. Instantly, three energies began to clash. The guests at the villa felt the tremors beneath their feet, left speechless. What on earth was happening? The lively party took an unexpected turn, descending into chaos. Days later, Jiang Ling arrived at the designated location of Shenlong. There, he discovered a time machine identical to the one in his possession. A relic from a distant future where Cell had slain Trunks to seize it. The machine was overgrown with moss, its exterior worn and aged by the ravages of time. With a swift gesture, Jiangling stored the time machine in his system space and returned to the villa. In the courtyard, he unveiled the time machine, and Bulma approached to examine it. After a thorough inspection, she remarked, "I've checked. The basic functions are operational. With a bit of energy, it should be good to go. However, I must caution you. This time machine connects to an unknown future timeline. So the Bulma you encounter there will not be the same as the one with whom you share an ambiguous relationship." Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction in a lengthy tirade. All right, Jiangling said, embracing her to soothe her. "When I visited that timeline, I noticed the future Bulma appeared rather lonely, and as your boyfriend, it pained me." Bulma merely sought to voice her annoyance. In truth, upon learning of the experiences that future Bulma endured, she felt a profound sympathy and supported Jiangling's actions, recognizing that they were essentially the same person. Moreover, since Jiangling's return, he had not ventured back to that place, demonstrating his genuine affection for her. As Jiangling held Bulma, his hands wandered, exploring the fabric of her clothing. Just as they shared a tender gaze, the atmosphere thickening with emotion. Jiangling recalled Bulma's earlier remark. "Wait, you mentioned that Cell's time machine connects to another timeline, correct?" At this, the contemplative Bulma rolled her eyes, retorting with mild exasperation. "Yes, to put it simply, it's a future timeline you have yet to visit." Jiangling fell silent for a moment. Noticing his hesitation, Bulma grew anxious and decided to take action herself. However, Jiangling interrupted her once more. "Bulma, could you please help me recharge this time machine?" The seriousness of his tone caught Bulma off guard, as it was the first time she had heard him speak in such a manner, indicating how much he truly cared. "All right," she acquiesced, meeting his clear gaze. She rose to transport the time machine to the lab, beginning the recharging process. Given the nature of her task, she needed to remain focused, but she turned to Jiangling and playfully warned, "Just wait until I'm done. You'll owe me a favor." And there is no escaping it. Jiangling smiled softly, his lips curling into a gentle grin. "I'll do whatever you ask, my dear girlfriend." Chapter 50. The time travel of two. Inside the laboratory, Bulma was intently operating the machine. After all, the time machine was a product that transcended an era, and charging it with current technology required utmost precision. Jiangling quietly awaited, refraining from disturbing Bulma. He even declined Lazili's invitation to go shopping with her. An hour later, Bulma stretched her graceful form and turned to Jiangling, announcing, "It's ready. Just 10 more minutes until fully charged." "You've worked hard," Jiangling said, gently tucking a loose strand of her hair behind her ear, his voice laced with concern. "It's no hardship, merely fate's design," Bulma jested, pinching the bridge of her nose. She was already well versed in such tasks. An hour of focused work at the computer was something any ordinary person could manage. And as a young scientist, it was effortless for her. Unable to bear her exhaustion, Jiangling produced a magical bean. Bulma quickly waved her hands, laughing. "I was just joking earlier. I can rest with my eyes closed. Those beans are too precious to waste. Consume it," Jiangling insisted, his tone brooking no refusal. He treated his beloved well, but often carried a hint of male dominance, a certain assertiveness. People are curious creatures. Seeing his determination, Bulma could only smile helplessly. Having been with Jiangling for so long, she was well aware of his temperament. Thus, she accepted the magical bean and swallowed it. Instantly revitalized, the fatigue accumulated over the days dissipating entirely. "Wow, how miraculous!" Bulma exclaimed, feeling a surge of vitality. "Indeed," Jiangling replied, a smile gracing his lips. A sound signifying the completion of the charging process echoed through the room, indicating that the time machine was ready. Both realized this moment had arrived. Jiangling's expression brightened, while Bulma's demeanor grew somber. "Jiangling, are you truly going to take the time machine?" she asked. He nodded, then added with a grin, "Come with me. Consider it a journey. Is that wise?" "I fear I may hinder you." Bulma expressed her concerns, acknowledging her own limitations. Jiangling shook his head, solemnly stating, "I promised you I wouldn't leave. I owe you that much. However, time is of the essence, so we must go together. You truly are wonderful." She beamed. "Of course." Jiangling called Lazili over to explain the situation. Lazili nodded, indicating that it was no trouble at all, and that she could use some relaxation. In the courtyard, Jiangling and Bulma took their seats within the time machine and pressed the button. Lazili watched as the time machine slowly ascended, disappearing in a flash. She lowered her head, murmuring to herself, letting him spend some time alone with Bulma isn't a bad idea. I can finally monopolize the television. Haha. Within the time tunnel, Bulma leaned against the transparent glass cover, gazing at the scenery of the time tunnel, her eyes sparkling with wonder. For a scientist like her, this sight was the epitome of allure. The cockpit was cramped, squeezing Jiangling behind Bulma, as he gazed at the graceful silhouette. Jiangling was certain that, at that moment, he did not wish to indulge in such desires, yet his hands betrayed him, wrapping around her waist, his palms resting upon her flat abdomen. Bulma, I have come to compensate you. Oh dear Jiangling, can't you choose a more appropriate setting for such antics? First it was in the courtyard under the open sky, and now, Jiangling felt the heat radiating from his body, panting heavily. He responded with an innocent tone, I did not wish for this either. But my body does not heed my commands. Then you are indeed at a loss. A blush crept across Bulma's cheeks. Jiangling had indeed found the right place. In an unknown future dimension, the sky was clear, devoid of clouds. Eagles soared against the azure backdrop. On Earth, humanity had begun to rebuild its home from the ruins, following the defeat of the androids. However, the hero Trunks, who had vanquished the androids, had not been seen in quite some time. In a suburban area, an elliptical machine appeared in midair, slowly descending to the ground. As the glass canopy opened, Jiangling and Bulma leaped out, their curiosity piqued by the surroundings. It feels remarkably similar to before. This is the outskirts. Let us venture to West City for a look. All right, I wonder how my counterpart here is faring. Jiangling's senses swept across the globe. His brow furrowed. He discovered that aside from a few slightly stronger presences, akin to ordinary martial artists from the World Martial Arts Tournament, there were no formidable warriors remaining on Earth. After a moment of contemplation, he wrapped his arm around Bulma's slender waist and took flight into the sky. Although Bulma had long mastered the art of flight and possessed a modicum of combat ability, her strength was insufficient for swift travel. Thus, Jiangling bore her aloft, simultaneously channeling a portion of his energy to envelop her, safeguarding her from potential harm due to excessive speed. One must admit, Jiangling's meticulousness in this regard was commendable. The scenery whizzed past them, and soon they found themselves hovering over West City. While much of it lay in ruins, a small area had begun to see reconstruction, as humanity had dwindled under the nefarious grip of the androids. Though the androids had been defeated for several years, restoring the human population to its former glory was no simple endeavor. That is my home, but it appears to be just another ruin now. Bulma pointed to what was once her residence, her brow furrowing. Let us go take a look, Jiangling suggested, descending to the vicinity of her former home. Before them stood the remnants of once magnificent buildings, now worn with the weight of history. Yet, amidst the decay, a new circular abode stood proudly, adorned with blossoming flowers around it. You should reside there in this timeline, Jiangling remarked as they approached the quaint dwelling. They arrived at the doorstep and knocked gently. Excuse me, is anyone home? Chapter 51. Future Bulma and Future Chi-Chi. A voice echoed from within. Who is it? Jiangling's heart stirred. He recognized that voice, reminiscent of his own connection with future Bulma. However, the voice before him lacked a certain vitality. The door swung open, revealing a well-dressed lady with a blend of blue and silver hair. Her face retained its beauty, yet fine lines graced her eyes, whispering tales of the years gone by. Aside from the abundance of white hair and the wrinkles at her temples, she appeared to embody the maturity and grace of someone in her 30s. As their gazes met, the two Bulmas paused, seemingly locked in a moment that traversed time itself. In the living room, the delicate aroma of tea wafted through the air as the three took their seats on the sofa. Future Bulma observed the affectionate pair before her and glanced at Jiangling's fluffy tail, a wistful expression crossing her face as memories of adventurous days spent with Sun Wukong flooded her mind. Alas, those days were irretrievable. Past me, you seem so blissful. And that brings me solace. I have yet to meet this gentleman. Might you introduce us? Future Bulma inquired. Bulma, taken aback, responded, You don't recognize Jiangling? He is a Saiyan, my boyfriend. Jiangling placed his hand over hers, smiling as he explained, I am an anomaly, the sole existence across myriad realms. And it is you who fortuitously encountered me. As she absorbed his tender words, Bulma's gaze gradually became entranced, softly murmuring, Ahem. Future Bulma interrupted the blossoming affection between them. Now I understand. No wonder I hadn't crossed paths with you before. Bulma, filled with curiosity, asked, Then who is your partner? Future Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Let us not delve into that. After so many years, I have almost forgotten his visage. Why do you appear somewhat haggard? Bulma observed her counterpart's face, feeling a pang of empathy for her future self. Future Bulma paused, touching her own cheek with a sigh. Perhaps it is the loss of my son Trunks that has left me weary. Bulma's heart ached, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Perhaps women are inherently sensitive beings. Despite the events occurring in a different timeline, she involuntarily empathized with the pain, feeling profoundly distressed. Sensing the somber atmosphere, future Bulma sought to console her. Do not mourn for me. After all, it has been years. I have long since let go. Jiang Ling internally sighed, recognizing the profound suffering of this timeline's future Bulma. With all her companions lost and family gone, she remained, bearing a weight that made living seem more burdensome than death. It was this awareness of her existence that spurred him to this realm, driven by a desire to alter such a fate. Future Bulma, may I address you as such? Jiang Ling inquired. Future Bulma nodded in acquiescence. I have something I wish to convey to you, Jiang Ling slowly articulated. Pray, do tell, future Bulma urged, leaning in attentively. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling revealed one of the reasons for his visit. Future Bulma, to be candid, I have previously traversed a dimension akin to yours, where both you and Trunks are alive. Is that truly so? Future Bulma exclaimed, gripping Jiang Ling's hand with a fervent gaze filled with yearning. I long to see Trunks once more, just for a fleeting moment. I never had the chance to bid him farewell. As she spoke, she began to kneel. Jiang Ling hastily supported her, refusing to allow her to bow. As a person of Chinese descent, he held the belief that kneeling is a profound act of reverence, one he could not bear. In our culture, we kneel to heaven, to the earth, and to our parents, regardless of local customs. I cannot kneel before another or easily accept such homage, except for my girlfriend, of course. After all, in certain circumstances, a girlfriend might need to kneel, or at least squat. Ahem, his thoughts meandered slightly. Jiang Ling cleared his throat and continued, Future Bulma, I can arrange for you to reside there permanently, allowing you to gaze upon him as often as you desire. I am certain that the Bulma there would wholeheartedly agree. Future Bulma listened intently, nodding in approval. Is that truly possible? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Jiang Ling thumped his chest and gave a thumbs up, assuring her, absolutely. That Bulma is also my partner. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized he had spoken too boastfully. Both Bulmas stared at him intently. The original Bulma regarded him with a contemplative expression but bore no significant resentment. After all, they were essentially the same person, and she felt a pang of sympathy for her counterpart in another realm. She understood Jiang Ling's temperament and was content as long as his feelings for her remained unchanged. Future Bulma wore a peculiar expression. Is it truly permissible to have such a situation? She scrutinized Jiang Ling closely. He was handsome and exuded a sunny disposition. No wonder she found him appealing. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Jiang Ling diverted the topic. Well then, since you have agreed, please prepare to join us in a few days. Wait, Future Bulma interjected. I wish to bring someone with me. Is that acceptable? Who? Jiang Ling and Bulma asked in unison. Kiki, Future Bulma responded just as the front door swung open. A slender, black-haired woman clad in a qipao entered. Though she was indeed a beauty, the creases at the corners of her eyes betrayed her age. It was Kiki from this timeline. Ah, you all. After a thorough exchange of information, both parties grasped the situation. Kiki currently resided with Future Bulma, their circumstances being somewhat parallel, providing companionship and conversation. Kiki was also informed of Jiang Ling's origins and his intentions. In the future, Chi-Chi, you may join us in our timeline alongside Sun Wukong and Gohan. There are already 2 Kikis present, so your addition would not be a burden, Jiang Ling said earnestly. Chi-Chi, do not concern yourself with me. You can live happily with your husband and children, Future Bulma also advised. She would not seek out Vegeta, as they had only truly shared a life together for about a year and a half. Following that, the androids attacked, leading to Vegeta's demise, and now, over 20 years later, his visage has nearly faded from her memory, not to mention the emotions associated with him. The only tie that binds Future Bulma is her son Trunks. In contrast, Chi-Chi's connections are rooted in Goku and Gohan. The thought of them brought tears to Chi-Chi's eyes, and she nodded resolutely. Very well, I shall travel to your timeline, Jiang Ling, to be with my husband and children. Chapter 52. Flames. As the evening quietly descended, Chi-Chi busied herself in the kitchen. After dining, Jiang Ling and Bulma discovered an unoccupied room and decided to spend the night there, for the time machine required charging. This charging, available only in the future at Bulma's place, utilized a specialized charger that allowed for stable recharging without supervision, albeit at a slower pace. As night deepened, Jiang Ling and Bulma retreated to the empty room to rest. The house lacked sufficient soundproofing, causing their voices to carry clearly into the living room. The 2 women exchanged silent glances, both contemplative and unspoken. Chi-Chi broke the silence. Bulma, I never imagined you'd be so vocal in that regard, and rather bold, too. Bulma retorted, get lost. That was the old me. And don't tell me you don't make any noise. Chi-Chi replied, I tend to be more reserved, keeping my voice low. Bulma, The two mature women began to playfully tease each other in the living room, their banter rather liberated. After all, they had known each other for a long time and shared a close bond. Having been without men for years, they often resorted to such open conversations to alleviate their solitude. After tiring from their playful scuffle, they paused to catch their breath. Honestly, I envy you. You get to return to Goku's side and have a man to accompany you. Bulma joked lightly. Come on. I'm far too old for that sort of thing now. Chi-Chi replied, a hint of blush gracing her weathered yet beautiful face. Bulma, however, held a different view. You merely have a few more wrinkles. Your face is still quite lovely. Your figure remains unchanged, and you haven't reached menopause. Why can't you indulge in such things? Chi-Chi blinked, contemplating. I wonder if Goku would even accept me. With a soft sigh, Bulma caressed her mature yet charming face, marked by a few lines of experience, and said, I am different. My fate is sealed without a man in the latter half of my life. You could always seek someone new. Forget it. If I had that intention, I would have found someone long ago. I think Jiangling is quite good young. And he was once your boyfriend. It would be free of burdens. Let us see. The following day, before dawn, Jiangling took Bulma out for a stroll in the city, navigating through the ruins. Perched atop one of the highest dilapidated buildings, the couple held hands, awaiting the sunrise. Bulma produced a gadget she had invented long ago, a shrinking watch. In her youth, she had used this very watch to diminish in size and accompany young Goku on adventures. After donning the shrinking watch, she manipulated it, reducing her size significantly before nestling into Jiangling's embrace. Jiangling smiled tenderly, cradling her as if she were a child. Yet Bulma, restless, squirmed in his arms. Jiangling playfully admonished, settle down. The sun is about to rise. Oh. Bulma emerged from her garments with an air of innocence. After a brief moment, a ray of light appeared on the horizon, swiftly dispelling the darkness. As an increasing brilliance claimed the skies, Jiangling stood entranced by this spectacle, his body and soul seemingly cleansed, submerged in an ineffable state. Bulma, sensing Jiangling's unusual demeanor, remained still, nestled quietly in his embrace, akin to a small kitten. Time flowed gradually, and soon, Jiangling's attire began to flutter without a breeze, as golden flames ignited upon him. Suddenly, he transformed into a dragon, letting out a resonant cry. Then, he morphed into a phoenix, soaring gracefully. In an instant, he took on human form, moving with rhythm and vitality. Though it was fire, it radiated a gentle warmth, causing no harm to Bulma, who remained cradled in his arms. Chapter 53. A surge in power. The morning light enveloped the entire world. Jiangling, adorned in golden flames, cradled the petite Bulma in his arms. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze transforming into a pale green, while his hair and brows instantaneously turned golden. However, this golden hue lacked the frenzied intensity of a Super Saiyan. It exuded an all-encompassing aura, reminiscent of the morning sun, embracing everything within its warmth. Jiangling cast his eyes down upon the diminutive Bulma nestled in his embrace. Their gazes met, filled with profound affection. Jiangling mused, for some reason, my power has surged significantly. Bulma lifted her delicate, fair hand, the golden aura clinging to her skin. Jiangling observed her closely, sensing her energy, a look of delight dawning in his eyes. It seems my current state has influenced you, greatly enhancing your strength. Can I possibly defeat you now? Bulma inquired, a hint of disappointment coloring her tone. Jiangling playfully pinched her petite nose and chuckled. Why must you compare yourself to me? I. Bulma murmured, her gaze cast downward, hesitant in her words. Speak freely. I am not a stranger, Jiangling encouraged. If I were stronger, I could force you down beneath me at night. Bulma finally confessed. Jiangling. He lightly tapped her head, exasperated. You and your unhealthy thoughts. If you wish to take the initiative, you need only tell me. It is not impossible. After they tidied up, they soared down to the streets below. Bulma had not deactivated her shrinking watch, and they walked hand in hand, their height difference resembling that of an adult escorting a 10-year-old girl. The houses in this area appeared pristine and new. Years had passed since the androids, and humanity had resumed a semblance of normalcy. Yet, the streets were eerily devoid of people. Jiangling furrowed his brow, his ears twitching as he detected strange sounds emanating from the houses, his expression growing peculiar. Is this an initiative to restore the human population and revive past prosperity? Well, that is rather commendable. Bulma's cheeks flushed red, clearly having overheard the same sounds. Let us move to another place. We should not disturb their work. Agreed, Jiangling replied, intending to lead her away. Just then, a group of burly men approached from across the street, blocking their path. Hey kid, halt. Jiangling paused momentarily, glancing at them. Oh, are you addressing me? Who else could it be? The leader of the group, a muscular man, kept stealing glances at Bulma, the implications of his gaze unmistakable. Jiang Ling frowned. Is there something you need? The burly man flashed a menacing grin. Kid, you're from out of town, right? There's a rule here. What rule? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. For the future of the human race, you must hand over the woman beside you to us. The others behind him burst into laughter. In their eyes, the girl was already a possession. Although Jiang Ling was tall, he exuded a delicate demeanor. In this era where brute strength reigned supreme, he found it difficult to withstand the onslaught of several individuals. Moreover, his striking good looks only fueled their envy. Perhaps it would not be impossible to have this pretty boy serve them. The two women at the center, daughters of the former tycoon, wielded laser guns, an intimidation he dared not confront, yet they seemed intent on bullying an outsider. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, a wave of nausea surging within him. Just as he was about to take action, Bulma intervened. Allow me, she said in a tone that caught Jiang Ling off guard. He glanced at her, taken aback by the frost on her face and the iciness in her demeanor, clearly indicating her fury. He nodded in agreement. With a sudden flourish, Bulma's attire moved as if stirred by an invisible wind, her azure hair billowing, and a golden aura emanated from her. Her energy erupting with the might comparable to that of Sun Wukong's first transformation into Super Saiyan. Jiang Ling pondered briefly. Perhaps his earlier epiphany had influenced her bloodline, leading to this transformation. Before he could dwell further on this thought, Bulma had already acted. A fleeting golden figure darted past, followed by a series of sounds. With a series of gruesome gasps, the fearsome brutes cried out, each bearing a gash across their abdomen, blood erupting in a crimson mist, until their breaths ceased entirely. Looking back, Bulma had already retracted her energy blades, as if nothing had happened. Do you think I was too cruel? She asked, a hint of concern that Jiang Ling might be repulsed. He shook his head. Not at all. What you did was still too lenient for them. Oh, Bulma queried, puzzled. What should we do then? Wouldn't it be better to render them eunuchs? Jiang Ling chuckled. Bulma appeared contemplative, raising her hand to conjure another energy blade. Glancing between the blade and Jiang Ling's, Jiang Ling shuddered, hastily diverting the subject. I'll take care of the bodies first. With a wave of his hand, golden flames surged forth, engulfing the corpses, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Grasping Bulma's hand, he soared towards a specific location, the direction of the Celestial Temple. The Celestial Temple stood in ruins yet still towered in the sky. As Jiang Ling and Bulma stepped onto the plaza, a sense of desolation enveloped them. He gently caressed Bulma's fair, delicate face and leaned closer to whisper in her ear. Instantly, a blush rose to her cheeks. Not like this, it's only morning. And in such an open space, Jiang Ling murmured, fear not. This is the highest level, unseen by others, and I find pleasure in such places. At his words, Bulma shot him a playful glare, momentarily embodying a blend of allure and enchantment. Upon receiving the garments from Jiang Ling, she donned them without hesitation, disregarding any modesty typically observed between the sexes. After all, they had engaged in physical connections countless times. What was there to conceal? Bulma adorned herself in an ancient attire and began to dance gracefully before Jiang Ling. Her flowing sleeves fluttered, and her figure was captivating. The morning light enveloped her, casting a golden halo around her. A smile graced Jiang Ling's lips as he stepped forward to embrace her, whispering sweet nothings typically exchanged between lovers. Their warmth lingered for a considerable time. Jiang Ling then waved his hand, conjuring a bed from the system's space. Clearing his throat, he gestured toward the bed. Bulma looked on, somewhat taken aback. Jiang Ling gently coaxed her. You have just acquired tremendous power. Allow me to help you stabilize your foundation. Moreover, do you not wish to engage in battle with me, wielding your newfound strength? In the past, you were too frail, and I was cautious, refraining from exerting my full power. As his words sank in, Bulma felt a stirring within her. She recalled how Jiang Ling had not unleashed his full might, being careful during their previous intimate encounters, and she pondered how arduous that must have been for him. Alas, she had been so self-absorbed, failing to recognize his tenderness and concern for her. Come, this time, I shall ensure your utmost enjoyment. Chapter 54, The Third Kiki. As dawn broke, the sun ascended gradually into the sky, only to descend slowly towards the west. With the final rays of light vanishing, the two combatants finally ceased their struggle in the Divine Hall's plaza. Jiang Ling sat up, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a ring of smoke. The flickering glow of the ember illuminated his handsome visage, his deep-set eyes gazing down at Bulma, sprawled on the bed. A mischievous grin playing on his lips. I'm smoking now. Go ahead, smoke away. Bulma replied weakly, clearly exhausted and unable to continue the fight. The following morning, Jiang Ling, Bulma, and future Kiki stood beneath the time machine, preparing to return. It seems this time machine can't accommodate 4 people. Bulma furrowed her brow. Jiangling chuckled. But don't you have those shrinking watches? Oh right, Bulma exclaimed, pulling out 2 shrinking watches and handing them to future Bulma and Kiki. Jiangling blinked. I have a question. Why do you carry 2 shrinking watches with you? Hee. Bulma laughed. Of course, they're for you. For some reason, Jiangling's body shuddered slightly. He quickly changed the subject. Let us get ready to shrink. It's time to depart. Future Bulma and Kiki donned the watches and shrank in size, after which Bulma tucked them into her bosom. Hey, past me. Why did you put us in here? Protested future Bulma. Bulma grinned mischievously. You're too small. I was afraid you'd get lost. Future Bulma uttered a haunting remark that caused Bulma to lose her composure momentarily. At least your chest isn't too ample. Jiangling, who was piloting the machine, nodded in agreement, having some experience in that regard. Given his affair with another future Bulma from a different timeline, he could discern the distinctions quite well. Seeing Jiangling nod, Bulma shot him an exasperated glare, reaching over to pinch the soft flesh at his waist. Bulma, I was wrong. I admit my fault. Jiangling feigned contrition, providing a gracious excuse for the blue-haired woman. Otherwise, they would be stalled in activating the time machine. With a whir, the time machine activated, whisking the 4 of them away from this timeline and into the time tunnel. As they chatted and marveled at the scenery, time passed swiftly. An hour later, the time machine re-emerged on Earth. However, this Earth bore no ruins. Instead, towering and magnificent edifices adorned the cityscape, whether in commercial streets or residential areas, with exquisite houses and buildings lining the roads. Once future Bulma and Kiki returned to their normal size, they could not contain their tears. It was an overwhelmingly familiar scene, yet they had not witnessed it for over 2 decades. Come, Kiki, I will take you to meet Goku, Jiangling said. Okay, future Kiki responded, though she felt a tinge of anxiety, knowing that another future Kiki was with Goku in this timeline. It is a kind of tension one feels upon encountering the long-cherished brother Sunday. Each of the 2 Kikis has welcomed another child, and if you desire offspring, you must strive diligently. What? The future Chi-Chi glared, urging me to hurry. Jiangling delivered the future Chi-Chi to Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan. And the 2 Kikis were momentarily taken aback upon meeting yet another new Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong rubbed his nose, realizing that 4 individuals would have to share the same bed tonight. It is essential to devise a plan to expand the dwelling and procure a spacious bed. Chapter 55, Martial Arts Tournament in the Villa. Jiangling suggested to future Bulma, why not stay here for a while? Future Bulma appeared somewhat perplexed. Is something wrong? Jiangling shook his head and replied, no, it's just that the world's foremost martial arts tournament is about to commence, and I wish to participate. Additionally, I forgot to charge the time machine that will take me to another timeline, and it is currently recharging. I see, future Bulma said, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia, recalling the splendid memories of her youth. Bulma chimed in, Sister Bulma, please stay. It would be nice to have your company. Future Bulma nodded gently, smiling. All right. I could use some time to stroll around and reminisce about my youth. With matters settled, Jiangling felt relieved and devoted himself to intense training in the gravity chamber. In a forest, there stood a house, a testament to human habitation, where Vegeta and Chaohua resided. One day, as Chaohua was preparing a meal, Vegeta returned home, holding a flyer. What is this? Chaohua inquired curiously. The world's foremost martial arts tournament. I intend to participate, Vegeta stated solemnly. Why do you want to join that? Chaohua asked, puzzled. There are substantial rewards for the top 3. I wish to provide you with a better life, Vegeta said, wrapping his arm around Chaohua's waist gently. Having lived there for some time, he had grown indifferent to life and death following his severe injuries, and Chaohua had stayed by his side, nurturing him back to health. His demeanor had transformed significantly since then. Life here is quite pleasant. I'm afraid I won't adjust well to city life. Chaohua expressed her concerns, but then added thoughtfully, however, wherever you go, I will follow. Vegeta smiled. I would miss this environment. We need not live in the city. We can simply enhance our quality of life with the money. All right, I will defer to you. Oh, Chaohua suddenly retched. What's wrong? Vegeta asked, bewildered and concerned. It seems I might be pregnant, Chaohua said uncertainly. Ah, Vegeta exclaimed joyfully, a newfound sense of responsibility settling upon him, intensifying his determination to secure the prize from the martial arts tournament. On the summit of Baozi Mountain, 2 Kikis, one from this timeline and a future Kik, whispered together. Kiki, another future Kiki has arrived, perhaps. Just right, since Goku has become enlightened. Neither of us can fully satisfy him. Her arrival is perfect. After deliberating, they led Son Goku and the newcomer Kiki to the bedroom. This will be up to you. I can take the children and Gohan out to play, Kiki announced. With that, the room was left with only Son Goku and the new Kiki. Kiki felt a bit shy and insecure, particularly as the two earlier Kikis appeared quite youthful. Wukong, it has been a long time since we last met. I have grown old. Son Wukong sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist. Do not worry. Now that you are by my side, I bear the responsibility to care for you. Chi-Chi appeared somewhat perplexed. I recall that you were never one to utter such sweet nothings. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Well, one must evolve. Especially now that we have 3 children. I long to have another child with you. Chi-Chi murmured softly. Her voice tinged with uncertainty, for she felt the weight of age upon her, believing herself to be less capable. Why not? Big Chi-Chi is of a similar age and has given birth as well. She merely wished for the dragon to restore her youth. Is that so? Indeed. In the enchanting atmosphere, Son Wukong felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, his body responding in ways that stirred his senses. To him, she was simply a person, without any need for reservations. Wukong, please, not like this. Chi-Chi, I wish to. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as her chi-pow gave way. The creaking of the bed soon crescendoed into a symphony of fervor. An hour later, Son Wukong reclined on the bed, reflecting on the situation. 3 women and a child, the remaining funds were dwindling. Fortuitously, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was approaching. Chapter 56, All Hands on Deck. Unbeknownst to them, the day of the grand opening of the world's premier martial arts tournament had arrived. The almanac indicated auspicious occasions for marriage, funerals, and new beginnings. Jiang Ling piloted his flying vessel, carrying 2 Bulmas and Android 18 to a small island in the south. Bulma occupied the front seat beside Jiang Ling, while future Bulma, referred to as Big Bulma, and Lazili settled in the back. As they soared through the skies, Jiang Ling found himself rather bored. His tail began to fidget restlessly, inching toward Bulma and playfully seeking out a certain spot to tickle her. A soft gasp escaped Bulma's lips, followed by a sharp glare. Focus on flying the ship. No frivolities. With a hint of melancholy, Jiang Ling replied. I've just come out of seclusion after several days. It's been so long since I've had the pleasure of your company. Really? Just a few days, and you're already restless? Bulma retorted, exasperated. As a practitioner, my vitality is more vigorous than the average person. Isn't that perfectly natural? Perhaps I should ask Lazili for assistance? Let us save the idle chatter for after we arrive and register, Bulma interjected, rolling her eyes. She felt grateful for Lazili's presence, as it alleviated her burden, allowing her time for scientific endeavors. Although Lazili was no longer a little girl, her cheeks flushed slightly at the remark. Big Bulma, however, was perplexed by the conversation. Are Saiyans truly so vigorous? Aren't they all known for their battle frenzy? Her memories of the Saiyan, Vegeta, from over 2 decades ago were somewhat blurred. They had only crossed paths on a few occasions, resulting in Trunks. After which Vegeta immersed himself in training, shunning romantic pursuits until his untimely demise. Over the years, her recollections had faded, but the thought of such intimate matters, having been devoid of male companionship for 20 years, made her face flush. On that southern island, throngs of people surged, merchants hawking their wares incessantly. The excitement was palpable. For the once every 4 years world's premier martial arts tournament was about to commence. The mightiest martial artists from around the globe would gather to vie for the coveted title. As Jiang Ling, along with Bulma, Lazili, and Big Bulma disembarked from the flying vessel, their appearance caused quite a stir. Wow, such stunning golden-haired and blue-haired sisters, exclaimed one onlooker. What is the story with that guy? How does he come to be accompanied by 2 blue-haired beauties and a golden-haired goddess? That guy? Even if he is a bit of a rogue, he is undeniably handsome, with a charming demeanor. Can you really compare yourself to him? Humph. I refuse to believe I can't win her over. A young man, who had initially blurted out rogue, slicked back his glossy hair and approached with what he perceived to be a gentle smile. Hello, beautiful. I am Nanxing, as my name suggests. I embody the romantic and ethereal essence of a southern star. If you wouldn't mind, may I add you on WeChat? Bulma shot him a sidelong glance, then offered a polite smile in response. Apologies, but I prefer to keep my WeChat rather private. Nanxing gazed at the enchanting woman before him, momentarily taken aback, and then glanced at the 2 lovely ladies beside her, who also seemed indifferent to him. What infuriated him the most was that the dashing young man in the middle blatantly ignored him as well. This ignited a sense of humiliation within him. Hey, pretty boy, if you dare, challenge me in the arena at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Whoever wins will claim these lovely ladies. Jiang Ling. Bulma. Lazily? Dabuma? What a lunatic. Jiang Ling cast Nanxing a peculiar look before muttering something and leading the women towards the registration area. Damn it. Watch me crush this pretty boy in the arena. Nanchin's expression darkened immensely. How could he be humiliated by this pretty boy? To him, this pretty boy was nothing more than a feeble figure. If fate brought them together in the arena, he would undoubtedly deliver a crushing defeat to this pretty boy. Nanqing, a martial arts powerhouse in a certain realm, also serves as the editor for the author. From a distance, Jiang Ling spotted Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, accompanied by 3 Kikis, 2 of whom were cradling infants. It was evident that the Sun family was thriving. Jiang Ling greeted the 3 Kikis and turned to Wukong with a cheerful demeanor. Wukong, life treating you well? Wukong shrugged his shoulders, sighing. The house is becoming increasingly cramped, and the pressure is mounting. Otherwise, I wouldn't be attending the martial arts tournament. Now, Wukong appeared markedly more mature. He did not blame Jiang Ling for bringing 2 Kikis into his life. Instead, he regarded them as part of his responsibility. He had embraced the mantle of a man. No longer the Saiyan who fought relentlessly without regard for his family. Enough about me, brother. You seem to be having a rough time. Wukong remarked softly. Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled. One Bulma is already quite a challenge. Now there's another, along with a powerful lazily. I worry for you. Wukong looked at Jiang Ling with deep sympathy. Jiang Ling pondered whether to reveal that Bulma had been rather kind to him and had often indulged his unreasonable requests. For instance, in the outdoor courtyard, inside the time machine, and at the Goddess Temple Plaza. Perhaps it was best to remain silent. He feared Bulma might retaliate. At that moment, a few more individuals approached from a distance. Yamchu, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Krillin. They were all clad in martial arts attire, seemingly eager to participate in the tournament. Well, look who has decided to join us. We heard you were coming, so we thought we'd join the festivities. A gust of wind swept by, and Piccolo, in his ever-constant attire, appeared before them. Ah, Piccolo has arrived too. How delightful. Uncle Piccolo, you're here. That is wonderful. Wufan exclaimed with excitement. Piccolo regarded him with a nod. Just as the group was about to register, a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar aura emerged. What is this? Such a familiar presence. A figure surfaced in Jiang Ling's mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia. It had indeed been a long time since they last met. His gaze flickered towards Dabuma. I wonder how she would react upon seeing him. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before recalling the identity of the presence. Vegeta, that fellow has been missing for quite some time. Piccolo raised an eyebrow, having anticipated that Vegeta had not perished. After all, he had deliberately left a fragment of life force behind. Without intervention, he surely would have met his demise. Should someone have intervened, it would simply mean that Vegeta's fortune had favored him, for luck is a form of strength as well. Regardless, Piccolo believed he had avenged himself. Chapter 57. Satan Vegeta descended from the heavens, clad in garments fashioned from beast hides, cradling a young maiden in his arms. The girl was enchanting, adorned with a crown woven from flowers, and similarly dressed in the same rugged attire. It was evident that they had been living together for some time, their intimacy unmistakable and solidified. Upon arrival, Vegeta's gaze met Piccolo's. Their eyes locked in a fierce exchange, akin to a silent duel. Little Flower tugged at Vegeta, while Gohan nudged Piccolo. They both nodded in unison, breaking their mutual stare. Well, old friend, I never expected you to bring a girl along in just a few months, exclaimed Goku, his demeanor casual. Despite his confusion over the discrepancies with Trunks' account, he remained unconcerned. It seemed that Vegeta had not been with Bulma, but had chosen another girl, while Bulma had paired with Jiang Ling. For Goku, such matters were trivial. His focus lay on battle, where he truly utilized his intellect. Vegeta nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at the multiple Kikis beside Goku and the several women accompanying Jiang Ling. His expression grew peculiar as he quietly inquired of Little Flower. Is it now common for men to have multiple women? Little Flower shot him a fierce look. Dare you entertain thoughts of other women? I wouldn't, Vegeta replied, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Meanwhile, on Jiang Ling's side, Big Bulma regarded Vegeta with an odd expression. She had anticipated a surge of emotions upon encountering him again, yet when the moment arrived, she felt no ripples in her heart, as if meeting a complete stranger. Jiang Ling seemed to sense her thoughts and smiled. Sister Bulma, consider me. I'm quite the catch. Big Bulma blinked and pointed at the Bulma nearby, wielding a massive cleaver. Jiang Ling was taken aback, nearly forgetting about the original Bulma. Jiang Ling, while I don't mind you courting the future me, at least do it when I'm not around. To do it in front of me is utterly disrespectful, Bulma exclaimed, gripping her weapon, her aura flaring. Goodness, help, stop. The crowd witnessed the spectacle, a stunningly beautiful woman wielding a cleaver, pursuing a handsome man with a tail. Surely, this man has wronged her, murmured one onlooker. If I had such a beauty as my girlfriend, I would be the happiest man alive. but this woman seems incredibly powerful. As they observed Bulma shatter a wall with a single punch, a collective shiver ran through the crowd. Among them, Nanxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fortune favors me. So this pretty boy is so feeble. He conveniently overlooked the fact that Bulma had just demolished a wall. After an indeterminate period, Jiangling returned, holding Bulma. All right. Enough of this. The lottery for the tournament is about to commence. After this commotion, everyone registered and entered the backstage of the martial arts tournament, awaiting the lottery. At that moment, Yamcha approached, whispering to Jiangling, Jiangling, the Satan you urged me to support is also participating. Jiangling furrowed his brow. He nearly forgot that Satan was the owner of an entertainment company. Through his machinations, 80% of the stars on Earth emerged from his agency. I remember he was the champion of the last martial arts tournament, as none of the formidable contenders from the previous edition are participating this time. However, this time is different. A mere poke of our finger would spell his demise. Yamcha nodded. I share your sentiment. I shall inform him now. Let him observe as the previous champion, without participating. Jiangling pondered for a moment, deciding, allow me to handle this. He then followed Yamcha to a private room. This room was a privilege reserved for the champions of the previous tournament. Inside, there was a middle-aged man with a wild hairstyle, puffing on a cigar, cradling a provocatively dressed woman in a bikini. Nearby, a black-haired girl, around 11 or 12 years old, quietly gazed out the window. Satan, this is our boss, Yamcha introduced. Jiangling and Satan exchanged glances, nodding slightly. Satan harbored a sense of pride, believing himself to be the champion, the strongest. Although he had entered the entertainment industry, he maintained this perception. Thus, when informed that he should not participate in the tournament, he was vehemently displeased, perceiving it as a covert manipulation behind the scenes of the entertainment world. Jiangling, even if you are the boss, you cannot engage in underhanded tactics for your reputation. What position does that leave me in? Satan lounged on the sofa, showing no signs of welcome. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he stroked the alluring woman in his arms, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. Your reasoning is sound. Perhaps I shall deal with you first. Jiangling stepped forward, effortlessly lifting him with one hand. What are you doing? Satan exclaimed, repeatedly striking Jiangling with his fists. Bang, bang, bang. Despite exerting all his strength, it proved futile. A wave of shock washed over Satan. He was confident in his own power, yet why did it seem ineffective against this young boss? Soon, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, he was hurled out of the window. We are on the second floor. A commotion erupted below. Satan stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Addressing the onlookers, haha, just a joke. The crowd responded with friendly laughter. Haha, Mr. Satan has a talent for comedy. Mr. Satan, may I ask if you will participate in this martial arts tournament? Coughing lightly, he replied, I believe I will not participate. As the champion of the last tournament, I am here to cheer for the competitors of this edition. Mr. Satan is truly benevolent. Had he chosen to intervene, a championship would have been a foregone conclusion. Yet he graciously relinquished his opportunity to another. It brings me to tears. In the room on the second floor, an enchanting lady screamed as she dashed out. A little girl, who had just been observing the scene, looked on in astonishment. In her heart, she found her father quite disagreeable, despite his current lack of physical training. His infatuation with women, and his indulgence in life's pleasures, he remained the mightiest man in the world. It was unexpected that he could be so effortlessly defeated by this older brother. Jiangling glanced at her, and recognized that the girl was none other than Satan's daughter, Bidalai, who possessed considerable strength. She had been the champion of the previous youth division. After rigorous training, her prowess had now surpassed that of Satan himself by a considerable margin. Chapter 58. Bulma vs. Yamcha. Jiangling nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his face. Little sister, I am doing this for your father's sake. Many formidable opponents have come this time, much like myself. Bidalai nodded earnestly. I understand. That's good. Farewell, little sister. Jiangling waved his hand, leading Yamcha to the door. At that moment, Satan approached. Boss, it was my fault. I shouldn't have disregarded your advice. You have treated me so well. I truly feel overwhelmed. Cough, cough. Big men should refrain from such tears. I forgive you. But could you please let go of my leg? Bidalai observed Jiangling's retreating figure from the room, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Upon returning to the backstage, the drawing of lots commenced. Jiangling and the others also participated in the draw. Fortunately, they mostly avoided facing their own comrades. With one exception, Yamcha. Jiangling cast a peculiar glance at him. Every time there was a competition, Yamcha was invariably the one who encountered difficulties first. This time, Yamcha was pitted against Bulma. Indeed, Bulma had also taken the stage. Bulma, haha, I wouldn't show mercy just because you are my sister-in-law. Yamcha chuckled. Both Jiang Ling and Bulma wore expressions of curiosity and sympathy. Soon, everyone had swiftly dealt with their less formidable opponents, often with a mere flick of a finger or a single punch. It was now Yamcha and Bulma's turn to face off. Clad in his martial arts attire, Yamcha, amidst the cheers of the audience, casually declared, "Bulma, you should concede." Bulma. Whoosh. Bulma's figure vanished. A graceful silhouette dashed towards Yamcha with astonishing speed. The latter was taken aback. Such speed. He hurriedly attempted to block. Bang. A fist collided with his arm, leaving it tingling. What is happening? Bulma, how? Before he could finish his thought, Bulma's fist struck again. Yamcha staggered backward. This cannot continue. Although shocked, he quickly adjusted his mindset. With a series of backflips, he created distance between himself and Bulma. I am astonished by your newfound strength. I shall not hold back. With that, Yamcha let out a fierce shout. Wolf Fang Fist. Instantly, an ethereal wolf appeared behind him, transforming his very aura. Bulma smirked slightly. You haven't improved over the years. It seems you've neglected your training. Jiang Ling mentioned that you've been preoccupied with starlets. I can see your vitality has diminished. As her words fell, she unleashed her full power. Her combat power rivaled that of Goku during his first transformation into a Super Saiyan. 150 million. Not that Jiang Ling could discern those figures. He possessed a system. What? Yamcha's face paled in shock. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Bulma, he was incredulous. Bang! Bulma launched a powerful punch. Yamcha hurriedly dodged. Bulma leapt into the air, her fist descending from above. The fierce rush of wind prompted Yamcha to roll away. In the spot he had just occupied, Bulma's fist struck the arena, sending spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from her center. The audience erupted in excitement. Wow, this girl with blue hair possesses incredible strength, doesn't she? Indeed, she appears delicate and fragile. Yet who would have anticipated this? Satan, observing from the second floor, felt a shiver run through his body. If that punch were to land on him. Chapter 59, The System's Choice once more. Wow, Bulma, when did you become so powerful? Yamcha exclaimed, his heart heavy with unspoken bitterness. He had neglected his training for merely a few years, and now a woman had surpassed him. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. Yamcha gathered energy into a sphere, launching it toward Bulma with fervor. The energy orb, propelled by a fierce gale, soared through the air. The ordinary spectators had never witnessed such a spectacle. Could one truly condense a sphere of light to strike another? Even if they had seen it before, it was during the martial arts tournament from decades ago, when Goku was just a child. As the energy orb approached, a smirk played at the corners of Bulma's mouth. She leaned back, executing a flawless backbend. The orb narrowly grazed her abdomen. Bravo. Impressive flexibility, young lady. I'm rooting for you. Yes, beautiful, shatter that man. Wow, that girl possesses remarkable agility. A collective gasp drew everyone's attention back to the energy sphere. Yamcha bellowed. Ki blast. The orb, initially veering off course, curved back and hurtled towards Bulma once more. Humph, I anticipated this, Bulma remarked, unfazed. As she stood tall and extended her hand. With a single motion, she caught the energy orb. In an instant, she hurled it back at Yamcha. Whoa, help. Yamcha felt the loss of control over the orb and immediately turned to flee. However, the orb's speed far exceeded his own. In a heartbeat, it caught up with him. Boom. After a cloud of dust settled, the law of no injury from smoke did not apply here. Yamcha lay battered and unconscious, sprawled upon the arena, his posture reminiscent of a classic pose. Jiang Ling watched from backstage, his eyes narrowing. The T-God lives up to his name. He shines brilliantly in the end. I am humbled. The host stepped onto the stage to assess Yamcha's injuries, summoning the medical team to carry him away. I declare Bulma the victor. The audience erupted into a thunderous applause, the first of its kind that day. The previous bouts had been lackluster, either mere squabbles or resolved with a single punch, lacking any allure. This match had truly satisfied their cravings. As Bulma descended from the stage, she rushed backstage and flung herself into Jiang Ling's embrace. Did I perform well? Jiang Ling affectionately stroked Bulma's delicate nose, replying, quite commendably, your training was not in vain. Observing their display of affection, Lotzi Li shot them a glare, while Krillin, Tin, and Dend, among others, turned away, unable to bear the sight. Goku exchanged a knowing smile with Chi-Chi. Vegeta wrapped his arm around the waist of his little flower. Piccolo, being androgynous, showed little interest in such matters. Subsequently, Jiang Ling stepped onto the stage, effortlessly dispatching his opponent with a swift punch. As for why this globally renowned superstar remains unrecognized by others, the explanation is quite simple. He has created a cognitive barrier, enabling others to fail to recognize his face. Following the first round of the tournament, the competitors returned to the designated hotel arranged by the first martial arts conference. The second round is set to commence the following day. Jiang Ling shares a room with Bulma, De Bulma, and Lazili. Unfortunately, the hotel accommodations are so fully booked that De Bulma's request for a separate room could not be granted. Inside the room, with one arm around Bulma and the other around Lazili, Jiang Ling remarked, "You two performed exceptionally well today. Allow me to reward you." Jiang Ling, "Please, don't." Bulma shyly protested. Lazili, blushing, added, "Yes, this may not be the most appropriate time." Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. "What makes it inappropriate? Haven't we always been together?" Their gazes then shifted towards De Bulma. "Sister Bulma, although you and I are one and the same, Jiang Ling has not yet claimed me. I apologize for the inconvenience," Bulma said with a smile. De Bulma's face flushed, and she muttered as she exited the room, heading to the living room. Such impropriety in broad daylight. As Jiang Ling was about to take action, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host, a choice has been triggered. 1. Allow Bulma to win the championship of the first martial arts conference. Reward. Title of Bulma's good husband. Title attribute. All of Bulma's inexplicable attraction towards you. 2. Allow Lazili to win the championship of the first martial arts conference. Reward. Title of Lazili's good husband. Title attribute. All of Lazili's unconditional attraction towards you. 3. Allow other Earth warriors to win the championship of the first martial arts conference. Reward. Title of the most useless transmigrator. Title attribute. Derision from all other transmigrators. 4. Win the championship of the first martial arts conference. Reward. Ascend to the status of Super Saiyan God. What the hell? Is there even a choice here? Jiang Ling couldn't help but scoff internally. Noticing Jiang Ling's inaction, Bulma and Lazili exchanged glances and resolved to take matters into their own hands. Observing the considerate nature of the two, Jiang Ling felt a surge of emotion. The first and second options were unnecessary for him, as he already possessed what they offered. Moreover, he had no intentions of seeking additional romantic partners at the moment. The third option was not worth consideration, as it would definitely not be selected. Thus, he was left with the fourth choice. The Super Saiyan God. How splendid. This form requires 5 benevolent Saiyans to channel their energy into one Saiyan, resulting in the emergence of a Super Saiyan God. With Sun Wukong's assistance, the Saiyan population is gradually recovering, making it relatively easy to gather 5 kind-hearted Saiyans. Among the options provided by the system, this is undoubtedly the best choice. If not this, then what? I choose option 4. Very well. Jiang Ling suddenly recalled something. Oh right, system. What is it? Shut down. Shutting down. Now off. Jiang Ling called out to the system several times, but receiving no response. He chuckled to himself. The night passed without incident, marked only by exclamations and interjections. The following morning, everyone gathered once more at the backstage of the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament. Third Chi-Chi, the one whom Jiang Ling had recently brought back, appeared with a rosy complexion, her cheeks glowing with vitality. She looked at the dark circles under Bulma's eyes in surprise. What happened to you? Did you not sleep well last night? Bulma rolled her eyes in response. Don't even mention it. I spent the entire night thinking about men. Third Chi-Chi sighed. You cannot continue like this. I think Jiang Ling is quite a catch. Why not find a way to share his bed? Bulma retorted. How shameless of you. At your age, you should know better. Oh, come now. I'm quite happy as I am. This statement left Bulma momentarily speechless. She understood that even if Jiang Ling were to conclude his affairs and send her to another dimension to live with that world's Bulma, she would still remain single. Bulma cautiously glanced at Jiang Ling, who, upon noticing her, flashed a radiant smile. The sunlight cast him in a handsome light. Chapter 60. Jiang Ling vs. Nanxing. Welcome, everyone, to the grand venue of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. The host, adorned with golden hair, sunglasses, and a suit, proclaimed loudly while holding a microphone. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, filling the entire hall with enthusiasm. This marked the second day of the tournament, as well as the commencement of the second round of matches. Backstage, a monk approached the contestants with the lottery numbers. Each participant drew a ball, and this time, Bulma was set to face off against Piccolo. There was no need for contemplation. She would simply forfeit. Piccolo's strength was formidable. Meanwhile, Krillin was matched against Tien Shinhan, while the others did not face one another. Jiang Ling held the number 3 ball, scanning the surroundings to identify his opponent. A fellow contestant, also clutching a number 3 ball, approached him. It was none other than Nanxing, the man who had previously sought to wager Bulma upon Jiang Ling's arrival at the island. With a sinister grin, he poked Jiang Ling's arm and remarked, I wondered who it was. It's you, the pretty boy? I won't show any mercy. You'll be crying on stage soon. Then that blue-haired beauty will be mine. He waved the number 3 ball in front of Jiang Ling's eyes. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Ling replied, somewhat perplexed. Even if I lose the match, she is still my own, not a wager. Besides, I doubt I will be defeated. Jiang Ling shrugged nonchalantly. Humph, Nanxing scoffed. We shall see on the arena. Don't end up in tears when I defeat you. Before long, the second round of matches began, with contestants stepping onto the stage one by one. Krillin was soon bested by Tian Xinhan, while other Earth warriors, including Lazuli, swiftly dispatched their opponents with ease. As time passed, it finally came to Jiang Ling's turn to take the stage. The host introduced both competitors. Nanxing, hailing from Seven Cat Town, has defeated all challengers in his hometown and is regarded as the strongest. Jiang Ling, from Earth Village, is an unremarkable ordinary person. However, given your previous performance, you are certainly no ordinary individual. The host chuckled. Nanxing crossed his arms, disdain evident in his posture. TCH, he is merely a pretty boy. His ability to knock out an opponent in the last round was sheer luck. His adversary was too weak, he declared with overwhelming confidence. Irritated by the beauty surrounding Jiang Ling. Oh, can we commence now? Jiang Ling said casually. Observing Jiang Ling's calm demeanor, Nanxing felt an inexplicable irritation rising within him. Eager to be struck? Very well, I shall oblige you. The host, acting as a part-time referee, announced, since everyone is prepared, let us begin. Just as the words left his lips, Jiang Ling mysteriously produced a bowl of rice, holding it in his left hand while wielding chopsticks in his right. Upon a fragrant mound of rice lay a succulent chicken leg, accompanied by an assortment of vegetables, all generously drizzled with savory sauce, presenting a feast for the senses. Jiang Ling then stood in place, indulging in his meal. The audience erupted into fervent discussions. What is this spectacle? Has someone truly come to the arena to dine? This is unprecedented. As for future occurrences, one cannot be certain, for there may yet be even more bizarre individuals, such as Old Eight. Nanxing, poised for action, furrowed his brow deeply. He perceived Jiang Ling's actions as a direct affront. Just watch as I pummel you into submission. I refuse to believe this. With a swift motion, Nanxing charged at Jiang Ling. However, to Jiang Ling, this unfolded in slow motion. As he savored his meal, he naturally leaned aside, causing Nanxing to miss his punch. Nanxing's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of his fist, he attempted to strike again. But Jiang Ling effortlessly crouched down, muttering to himself, eating while crouching is simply more delightful. Goodness, Nanxing cursed. His hands clenched tightly as he aimed to strike Jiang Ling's head. Jiang Ling stood up, stretching his body leisurely. Meanwhile, Nanxing felt an overwhelming force. After his fist struck, he realized it had failed to breach Jiang Ling's defense. As Jiang Ling rose, Nanxing stumbled back several steps. What on earth? This infuriates me. Nanxing, in a fit of rage, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Jiang Ling, yet Jiang Ling remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his meal. Upon finishing, Jiang Ling cast a glance at Nanxing, who was subsequently sent flying off the stage. I declare Jiang Ling the victor. The host's voice resounded, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The audience, witnessing such an unconventional combat style for the first time, found it utterly fascinating. Nanxing, in a daze, stumbled home, feeling as though he were a mere shell of his former self. This defeat weighed heavily upon him. Fortunately, he had a loving wife awaiting him at home. Once a fiery and tempestuous woman, she had transformed into a paragon of virtue and tenderness since their marriage. Ascending to the 10th floor, he fumbled for his keys and opened the door. Honey, I'm back. From the bedroom emerged a rustling sound. Soon, his wife Mouchi appeared. Clad in a tank top and shorts, her skin still adorned with past tattoos. Yet, her face carried a faint blush, marked by an unnatural hue. Upon seeing Nanxing, she smiled and inquired, Darling, weren't you supposed to be at the martial arts tournament for several days? Nanxing, suspicious of the peculiar flush on Miaoqi's face, suddenly entertained dark thoughts. Why would she be blushing for no reason? She must be harboring a secret. With this troubling thought, his expression darkened. Wife, have you been unfaithful? What are you talking about? However, Nanxing could not bear to hear her explanation. His mind was already clouded with confusion as he pushed past her, who stood blocking the bedroom door. He dashed straight into the room. On the bed, there was nothing. Under the bed, nothing. In the wardrobe, nothing. The balcony and the restroom. I searched everywhere, but to no avail. Nanxing stood in a daze, scratching his head, casting an awkward smile towards his wife, who wore a stern expression. My dear wife, I shouldn't have doubted you. Miaoqi's delicate frame trembled, feeling an unexpected chill on this sweltering day. In that moment, she resolved not to be bullied any longer and to reclaim her former fierce and spirited self. Chapter 61. Drinking with a resounding slap. Miaoqi struck Nanxing across the face. She then approached the bed and retrieved a pair of stockings from under the covers, coldly stating, "I had intended to reward you for winning a few matches, but now you have lost the competition and still harbor distrust towards me. This truly disheartens me. Nanxing, do not ever expect to see me in stockings again. I wish to divorce you." Nanxing was taken aback, his expression transforming into one of despair as he clutched her leg, wailing, "Wife, I truly apologize. Please do not leave me." "Apologize?" Miaoqi shot him a sidelong glance before delivering another slap. "Apologize. I realize my mistakes." Nanxing, too frightened to retaliate, hastily offered his contrition. "Will you ever doubt me again?" "Never again. I shall not harbor even the slightest suspicion towards my wife. From now on, you will earn the living, and I shall handle all household chores. Do not touch me without my consent, and you will obey my commands." "Ah, what? Is that unfeasible? Then it shall be divorce." "And no, I wholeheartedly agree. However, I have one question. What will you do? Eat, sleep, and spank Nanxing." Upon hearing this, Nanxing shuddered, instinctively touching his rear. "If you behave well, I might consider wearing stockings for you to see." The World Martial Arts Tournament had reached the conclusion of its second round. Jiang Ling, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Lazuli, Tianjin Fan, and Sun Gohan successfully advanced. "Come on, old Bay, hurry up. I have 3 children now," Sun Wukong chuckled, flanked by 3 Kikis, with 2 of them each cradling a child while Sun Gohan carried a bag of maternal and infant supplies. "Oof, what's so impressive about that?" Vegeta scoffed. "Not only will I defeat you in this World Martial Arts Tournament, but my offspring will surpass yours." He then turned to Xiaohua, gently caressing her abdomen with a tender expression. "Ah, congratulations." Jiang Ling immediately understood, offering his felicitations. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. "Eh?" Sun Wukong paused, scratching his head in confusion. "What do you mean?" Kiki whispered in his ear, and only then did he comprehend. "Wow, old Bay actually has children," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Vegeta felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Why does it seem like you are implying something about my prowess? How dare you?" Vegeta rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage. Given his current temperament, he was not one to easily resort to violence. "Why, you ask?" Xiaohua would not permit it. But he could no longer contain himself this time. Seeing this, Xiaohua swiftly grasped Vegeta's arm, whispering in his ear, "Beige, do not be angry. He does not know. I am well aware of who you are. Please do not fight. I will. Later, all right?" Vegeta's body trembled as he took Xiaohua's hand and hurried back to the hotel, leaving the others staring at each other in bewilderment. That evening, Jiang Ling reserved an outdoor barbecue restaurant, inviting everyone out to enjoy drinks, barbecue, and conversation. At the banquet, Clin draped his arm around Jiang Ling's shoulder. His face flushed from drink. Big brother, I've broken up again. The starlet you introduced me to is not suitable." Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What happened? Do tell." Clin hiccuped and continued. "You know that girl? After spending some time together, we went to a hotel. And then, the table was filled with eager faces. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong all awaited his tale. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of gossip? Then, hic, she scolded me for being too short to reach her while standing. Clin lamented, a sorrowful expression on his face. Isn't that bullying? The crowd was stifling laughter, and finally, Yamcha could no longer contain himself. "Ha ha ha. Clin, I've never seen someone so foolish. Ha ha." His laughter prompted a chorus of chuckles from the others. "Ha ha ha. I simply can't hold it in. Ha ha ha. My lack of decorum is evident." The atmosphere at the table was filled with mirth. After the laughter subsided, Jiang Ling turned to Clin with a serious tone. "This is your shortcoming. If you held enough significance in her heart, she would willingly kneel to align with you, rather than standing and watching you humiliate yourself." Clin, upon hearing this, found tears flowing uncontrollably. "Why is it so difficult to find someone to improve my genes?" Jiang Ling shook his head. "Let me teach you another trick. Have you ever considered the full power of Master Roshi?" Clin pondered for a moment. His teacher, Master Mateto, transformed into a muscular giant when exerting his full strength, towering in height. But that was the form he had in his youth. "Yes, I've thought about it," Clin nodded. "He was that tall when he was young. If you continue your training, is it possible for a second growth spurt? After all, everything is possible as long as you hold that determination. At that point, women will fall for you everywhere." Jiang Ling encouraged. Clin's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Invigorated by this new goal, "Uncle Piccolo, allow me to toast to you." Gohan, his face flushed, stumbled over to Piccolo. "Good." Piccolo regarded Gohan approvingly. "From a young age, you should cultivate your drinking skills. Don't end up like your father with such poor tolerance. He cast a glance at Goku, who was sprawled over the table. Lifting his glass, he clinked it with Gohan's. Gohan, let us drink. Cheers. They both gulped down their drinks. After finishing, Gohan noticed a bit of liquid left in Piccolo's glass and exclaimed, "Are you keeping fish, Piccolo?" The following day, the atmosphere at the World Martial Arts Tournament remained lively. The scene was indeed quite grand, filled with the resounding clangor of gongs, the crackle of firecrackers, and a throng of people. Today marked the commencement of the third round. Tomorrow, the semifinals will commence, followed by the finals to determine the ultimate champion. Backstage, monks held boxes, allowing the contestants to draw lots as per tradition. Gohan was matched against Lazuli, while Jiang Ling faced Tianjin Fan. The remaining participants were similarly unpaired. On the arena, the moment swiftly arrived for the duel between Gohan and Lazuli. Lazuli exchanged a farewell kiss with Jiang Ling backstage. "Wish me success," she said. Jiang Ling smiled slightly and nodded. However, he was acutely aware in his heart that Lazuli stood no chance against Gohan. Gohan had already achieved Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, he had not suppressed the power within him, making him even stronger than in the original narrative. If Lazuli's combat strength could be quantified as 1, then Gohan's would be 2. 5. Had Lazuli been training daily alongside Jiang Ling, she might have reached a combat strength of 2, but alas, she had not. Chapter 62, Gohan vs. Lazuli. The match begins. The host declared the commencement of the match. Son Gohan and Lazuli stood face to face on the arena. "Aunt Lazuli, I look forward to your guidance," Gohan said with a smile. "Likewise, Gohan," Lazuli replied, her expression turning serious. Jiang Ling had informed her that Gohan's strength was no trifling matter, having surpassed Piccolo, whose power had already eclipsed that of their androids. Thus, she realized with a high probability that she might lose this battle. Yet, she was determined to exert her utmost effort. A gust of wind swept through the arena. Lazuli made the first move, swiftly advancing to Gohan's front. She launched a powerful punch. Bang! Son Gohan instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan, blocking Lazuli's strike with a single hand. He countered with a punch aimed at Lazuli's abdomen. Boom! Lazuli managed to block it in the nick of time. Boom, 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 boom. The flurry of their strikes created mere afterimages, and in no time, their figures vanished from sight, leaving only a cacophony of noise. The audience was left in bewilderment. What just happened? They disappeared mid-fight. Indeed, a child and a beautiful woman are engaged in combat. How did that boy's hair change from black to golden in an instant? And is that a perm? How peculiar. How can they move so quickly? Host, what is occurring? The host, equally perplexed, could only hear the roaring sounds without seeing the combatants. This was an unprecedented phenomenon, one never witnessed before, even in past events. There had only been instances of fighters soaring into the sky, but never had two individuals simply vanished from the arena, while the audience remained in confusion. Jiang Ling and the other Earth warriors displayed keen observation, clearly keeping pace with the astonishing speed of the two fighters. Indeed, Gohan has not wasted his training over the years. You should consider who his mentor is. It's hard to believe that the timid boy from back then has now become one of the top 5 fighters on Earth. Truly, he is my son. Go. My wife. Everyone's gaze turned towards Jiang Ling. He shot back a glare. What? Am I not allowed to cheer for my wife? Gohan is not my son. At that moment, 2 figures, one large and one small, a man and a woman, reappeared. It was the recently vanished son Gohan and Lazuli. Both were panting heavily, their garments tattered. Gohan, if you do not unleash your full power, this battle may continue indefinitely, Lazuli said, catching her breath. Gohan waved his hand dismissively at Lazuli. I fear that if I unleash my full power, you may not be able to withstand it. Lazuli's lips curled into a smile. No worries, unleash your full strength. Very well, Gohan resolved, grounding himself in a stance, his voice erupting in a series of roars. The atmosphere around him surged, and a fierce wind howled. A radiant golden light burst forth. The audience was momentarily blinded, instinctively shielding their eyes. Meanwhile, the host remained unfazed, donning sunglasses. The warriors backstage did not flinch either, their gaze fixed intently on Gohan. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Gohan transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form. A golden aura enveloped him, his hair standing even more upright. With a lock of bangs sweeping down across his forehead, he exuded an aura of unparalleled coolness and charisma. Looking good, Gohan, Lazuli acknowledged, nodding. In that moment, she realized she was utterly outmatched. Surrendering completely, Gohan nodded in response. Lazuli continued, let us settle this with one decisive move. Are you certain? I fear you may be obliterated. No worries. Lazuli waved her hand dismissively. All right. Gohan assumed a battle stance, gathering energy for his special beam cannon. Wait. I said one decisive move, not unleash your ultimate technique. A brilliant yellow light coalesced in Gohan's hand as he intoned gravely, special beam cannon. A massive energy blast surged forth, hurtling directly towards Lazuli. As the formidable beam grew ever closer, Lazuli stumbled backward, desperately attempting to escape, but it was too late. Just as the blast was about to strike her, a figure appeared. With one arm wrapped around Lazuli's waist, he intercepted the colossal energy sphere with his other hand. With a single motion, he redirected the beam skyward, sending it soaring into the heavens. The audience was left in a daze. Soaring, explosive power, energy blasts, each was beyond their reach. The host, ever the professional, quickly regained his composure, declaring, Lazuli sought external assistance, thus she is disqualified. Gohan emerges victorious. Silence enveloped the arena. Not a single clap echoed. Jiangling cradled Bulma as they floated above, sharing a glance. Jiangling, I'm grateful for you. What should I call you? Brother Jiang. Now that's more like it. Jiangling gazed into Lazuli's eyes, slowly leaning in to kiss her crimson lips. What's wrong? There are still many people around. Fear not. Jiangling furrowed his brow, instantly teleporting Lazuli to Satan's side. Satan, could you step outside for a moment? Startled, Satan quickly comprehended. Glancing between them with an expression of understanding, hastily exiting and closing the door behind him. In the room, Jiangling smiled. Now no one can interrupt us. Lazuli rolled her eyes in broad daylight. Really? I can't deal with you. Even as she said this, her hands began to shed her clothing. The two embraced each other. Jiangling, Lazuli, Ling, Li. They drew closer. Oblivious to the slight crack in the restroom door nearby, a pair of curious eyes observed the scene. To Di Li's surprise, she had not left. She had merely stepped away to the restroom and unexpectedly found herself eavesdropping. Half an hour later, Jiangling and Lotzi Li hurriedly returned to the backstage. The matter had been resolved swiftly, as Jiangling was soon to make her entrance. Bulma pinched the soft flesh at Jiangling's waist with a fierce grip, casting a glare in her direction. You didn't invite me to join. Beside her, the tall Bulma blinked, a sudden realization dawning upon her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. The Earth Warriors regarded Jiangling with peculiar expressions, as they had not anticipated such antics before her performance. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong scratched his head, puzzled by the situation. It was only after Chi-Chi explained the reason that he began to comprehend. Leaning close to Chi-Chi's ear, he whispered, What if we get lost? Chapter 63. Untapped potential soon. The competition arrived at the match between Jiangling and Tianjin Fan. The two stood upon the arena, their gazes locked in a fierce exchange. The chilly breeze swept through the air. Jiangling, tall and slender, exuded an air of elegance, his tail swaying unconsciously behind him. In contrast, Tianjin Fan boasted a muscular physique, his three-eyed bald head marked by a prominent scar across his chest. Jiangling, I am well aware that I cannot defeat you, yet I still yearn for a battle, Tianjin Fan declared earnestly, his eyes fixed on Jiangling. Upon hearing this, Jiangling nodded, adopting a combat stance. Come on. In an instant, Tianjin Fan unleashed his energy, vanishing from sight. He reappeared behind Jiangling, launching a powerful punch aimed at his waist. Bang! Jiangling reacted swiftly, blocking the strike and seizing Tianjin Fan's arm, flinging him into the sky. As Tianjin Fan steadied himself in midair, Jiangling followed suit. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each strike resonating with a thunderous sound. The speed was so tremendous that the audience could scarcely discern their movements, only glimpsing fleeting afterimages. What is happening? It's just like before with that child and woman. Incredible. But this is rather dull. We can't see their fight. Indeed, the two figures reappeared high above, each on opposite sides. Kamehameha. Tianjin Fan unleashed a series of radiant waves of energy, surging towards Jiangling unyielding. Jiangling retaliated with an energy blast of his own. The two forces collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. I never expected, Tianjin Fan, that your strength has become quite formidable, Jiangling remarked with a smile. Flattery won't get you anywhere. I am still no match for your kind of monsters, Tianjin Fan replied, shaking his head. Jiangling's expression turned serious. In that case, let us not waste any more time. Unleash your most powerful move. All right, Tianjin Fan responded. His muscles bulged, and two additional arms sprouted from his shoulders, transforming him into the four-armed Tianjin Fan. He positioned his right hand atop his left, with the pinky of the right hand touching the index finger of the left. Thumbs pressed together, forming a frame. The newly formed arms mirrored this arrangement, creating two squares, with the squares aimed at Jiangling. Tianjin Fan's aura surged as he bellowed, "Ultimate Kamehameha." The eye on his forehead glimmered with intensity. A colossal energy surged from his eyes, coursing through the two squares and rocketing towards Jiang Ling with an unstoppable force. Jiang Ling's expression sharpened. The might of this Kamehameha was no trivial matter. Boom. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, a golden aura enveloping him as he assumed a fighting stance. His hands formed a flower-like shape at his waist, and he intoned, "Kamehameha." A brilliant blue light coalesced from his hands, forming a dazzling energy wave that surged forward, colliding directly with the Kamehameha. Boom. The air crackled with energy, enveloping them in a blinding radiance. As the tempest raged, a colossal wave of energy surged through the audience below. Yet fortune favored them as they soared to a height that spared them from harm. Once the brilliance subsided, Jiang Ling stood alone upon the arena. The spectators, filled with confusion, murmured, "Where has that bald man gone? What transpired?" This was indeed a battle shrouded in enigma. At that moment, a figure plummeted from the sky, landing before Jiang Ling. "Jiang Ling, I have been defeated." Tianjin Fan lay on the arena floor, his eyes wide open. Jiang Ling replied, "To reach such a level is commendable. I hold you in high regard. However, the competitors you should measure yourself against are not me or those Saiyans, but rather the people of Earth. Moreover, I have a piece of advice for you. The eye upon your forehead remains untapped. I sense that you possess even greater potential." "Thank you. I understand now." The host, momentarily taken aback, then grasped the microphone and announced, "The victor of this match is Jiang Ling. The third round concludes, and the semifinals will take place tomorrow." Chapter 64. The semifinals. Time slips away quietly and unnoticed. A day has passed since Jiang Ling faced off against Tianjin Fan. Today marks the commencement of the semifinals in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Only 8 competitors remained backstage: Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Jiang Ling, Vegeta, Piccolo, and 3 fortunate ordinary martial artists. As anticipated, Jiang Ling has successfully matched up against Piccolo. The others are pitted against the ordinary martial artists. It seems the tournament organizers have a discerning eye, ensuring that the strongest contenders are reserved for the final rounds. The semifinals of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament are now underway. The host, donned in sunglasses and a suit, animatedly addresses the microphone while making a phone call. His professionalism shines through, as a few words from him stirs the audience into a frenzy. "Let us welcome the favored champion, Jiang Ling, and Piccolo to the stage." Jiang Ling strides in wearing a long robe, his fluffy tail swaying behind him, while Piccolo retains his iconic attire, a white hat and cloak, his green skin prominently displayed. Towering over 2 meters tall, this height disparity leaves Jiang Ling feeling somewhat inadequate. Although he has the ability to match Piccolo's stature, he refrains from doing so, as such a height would complicate his evening moments with Bulma, making their physical differences unmanageable. Presently, their height difference is tolerable, with Jiang Ling at 1.8 meters and Bulma, through a wish, reaching just over 1.6 meters, making it less uncomfortable. The match begins. The host announces the start of the contest. On the stage, Jiang Ling locks eyes with Piccolo, both remaining motionless. Piccolo, who previously lacked the opportunity to prepare, now stands before Jiang Ling once more. "Indeed. Let me witness the extent of your growth. Haha, I too am eager to gauge the increase in your power." No sooner had the words left his lips than both Jiang Ling and Piccolo unleashed their energy. Golden flames enveloped Jiang Ling, transforming his hair, eyebrows, and other features to a radiant gold, while his eyes glimmered with a faint green light. Soon, the golden aura receded into his body. Super Saiyan at full power. In contrast, Piccolo radiated a semi-transparent energy, his physique swelling, exuding an equally formidable presence. In an instant, both figures sprang into action. A series of dazzling afterimages appeared, and they converged at the center of the arena. With a simultaneous strike, their fists collided. Boom. The impact of their fists generated a shockwave that left the audience gasping in astonishment. What just happened? Why did a shockwave hit me? It hurts so much. Ah, my hand is broken. How terrifying. Look at the arena beneath them. The remaining spectators turned their gaze to the stage, where cracks began to spiderweb beneath the feet of the 2 combatants, spreading outward like a web. "We should still be in the air, right?" "Indeed. If we continue like this, the stage will be obliterated in no time, and it would not bode well for the ordinary humans either." Unexpectedly, the once formidable Bick has shown a glimmer of compassion. "Huh, I am not that worthless father, nor have I ever committed any wrongdoing. Now that I have merged with the divine, I certainly have not engaged in any misdeeds." As they spoke, they ascended into the heavens. No sooner had they finished their words than another round of strikes commenced. Their fists collided, delivering powerful blows to each other's bodies. Jiangling delivered a devastating punch, shattering Bic's arm. Bic retaliated with a fierce strike to Jiangling's abdomen, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. They both retreated several steps in midair, breathing heavily as they began to recover. Bic exerted his strength, regenerating his arm, while Jiangling rubbed his sore belly, grimacing in pain. In the next moment, their eyes met, and simultaneously, their forms vanished. When they reappeared, their faces, abdomens, and thighs bore various degrees of injury. Most astonishingly, Jiangling had kicked Bic between the legs, yet Bic's expression remained unchanged. Huh, did you expect that? I certainly did not. As Jiangling momentarily lost his focus, Bic landed a kick below the belt. Jiangling let out a pained cry and plummeted to the arena floor. Meanwhile, Bulma and Lazuli in the audience were visibly shaken. Oh no, that area. I hope he is all right. Spectators around them began to murmur. That looks like Jiangling. How unfortunate. Indeed. But I feel no sympathy for him. Perhaps even a hint of schadenfreude, as I noticed 3 beautiful women surrounding him, inflicting an indelible wound upon our single community. However, that is the most vulnerable spot. Jiangling is truly suffering. Lying on the arena floor, Jiangling took a deep breath, rubbing his groin. He managed to stand up. Bic, you lack martial ethics, attempting to render me incapable of progeny. Go away, I do not understand your human ways. How could you commit such acts? Jiangling promptly retrieved a healing bean and consumed it without concern for his depleting stamina, as his current state required immediate healing to avoid a lifelong disability. He also tossed one to Bic, wishing for a fair battleground. Without hesitation, Bic accepted it and swallowed it down. Instantly, the energies of the two surged skyward, one retracting into his own body, the other radiating power. Their voices vanished in an instant. From the skies to the ground, from the south to the north, then from the north to the west, and from the west to the east, they exchanged blows, both sporting bruises and battered faces. The visceral thrill of their combat became somewhat addictive. Boom! Jiangling's fist crashed into Bic's abdomen, causing the latter to spit out bile. Subsequently, Bic retaliated with a kick aimed at Jiangling caught off guard. Jiangling was struck. As they continued to exchange blows, they found themselves back above the arena. Both were now covered in injuries. The audience, initially bored, perked up upon seeing the two figures return. They rejoiced, they're back. Goodness, I've waited for half an hour. Indeed, my wife and I even made a trip to the restroom together. Wow, brother, you're impressive. What's the big deal? Just now, my girlfriend was right beside me and already took care of it. Upon hearing this, the brother who spoke was immediately met with countless gazes. Meanwhile, his girlfriend, blushing, raised a bag to shield her face and softly murmured, I'll punish you for a month by not letting you touch me, just for boasting. Jiangling took a few deep breaths. Bic, is this truly all your strength? You spoke correctly. If you possess hidden capabilities, then reveal them. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Jiangling's lips. Well then, I shall indeed reveal them. Chapter 65, Semi-Final 2. Jiangling's aura began to fluctuate intensely, enveloped in a resplendent golden flame. Following a series of exclamations, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. His visage became even more handsome, and his physique taller and more slender. His hair stood more erect, with a small tuft of bangs swaying in the breeze. This transformation was known to both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. Though I mastered it earlier than they did, I seldom employed it. Jiangling mused, and with a thought, he retracted the surrounding golden aura back into his body. At this moment, he embodied the full power of Super Saiyan 2, a state neither Sun Wukong nor Sun Gohan had attained. As for Vegeta, his thoughts remained unknown. In the background, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan gazed at Jiangling in the sky, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. They did not expect Jiangling to reach such a level. Indeed, Uncle Jiangling always seemed to be a step ahead of us. Vegeta, with his eyes partially closed, observed Jiangling in the sky, a flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze. He murmured to himself, so this is the extent of development. This is the realm achieved. Quite impressive. Although the enhancement is comparable to a typical Super Saiyan 2, I am particularly fond of this energy containment method, unlike the times I spent with Xiaohua at night, when energy always seemed to leak out. In the sky, Piccolo remained composed, fully prepared for the moment. He nodded slightly. Is this your strongest form, Jiangling? Jiangling shook his head. No. If you are interested, I can show you. Please do, Piccolo gestured. Jiangling's gaze sharpened, and his muscles slightly bulged. Ah! A crimson energy radiated from his body. Tenfold Kaioken. In the air, Jiangling's appearance was somewhat peculiar. He retained the Super Saiyan 2 form, yet his aura was not golden, but rather a mesmerizing red. This is my ultimate form, Super Saiyan 2 combined with tenfold Kaioken. Piccolo stared in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the background, no one matched Sun Wukong's surprise, for he was the only one who had studied the Kaioken technique. He understood deeply that the Kaioken could not be combined with the Super Saiyan form. Both forms were inherently volatile. If fused, the body could be utterly destroyed, or worse, lead to a fatal explosion. Thus, he never utilized the Super Saiyan alongside the Kaioken. Yet here was Jiang Ling, presenting the feat before him. How could this not astonish him? Jiang Ling was indeed a martial arts prodigy. It seemed that after this World Martial Arts Tournament, I must engage in earnest practice with him. In the sky, Piccolo gathered his focus. In that case, let us employ our final move. Are you certain? I would hate for you to be harmed by me, Jiang Ling replied, his expression cold and indifferent. Ah, I deserve to be defeated. Piccolo laughed heartily, showing no concern whatsoever. Then let it come. Jiang Ling unleashed his most adept technique, Kamehameha. Golden, crimson, and pale blue energies converged in his hands, radiating with brilliance. The golden hue represented the Super Saiyan, the red signified the Kaioken, while the pale blue was the original color of the Kamehameha. Piccolo, undeterred, prepared to counter with his signature move, Special Beam Cannon. His fingers pressed against his forehead, gathering a lightning-like golden energy as he unleashed a deep, resonant shout. The two energies intertwined in the air, generating a tempest that sent the spectators reeling. They clung desperately to their seats, their eyes fixated on the battle above. Boom. The two energy blasts, propelled by an unstoppable force, collided with an explosive intensity, unleashing a violent surge of energy. Countless spectators were swept away by the shockwave. This was merely the result of their controlled energy being released upwards. Otherwise, the audience would have been obliterated by the residual force. The deafening sound and blinding light enveloped the entirety of the martial arts tournament, lingering in the atmosphere. The audience began to murmur among themselves. Despite the blinding radiance that made it difficult to see, their curiosity remained insatiable. Who do you think will win? Do you think I can guess? I wager you can't guess. What a ridiculous notion. They marveled at the extraordinary spectacle of combat before them, exclaiming that attending the martial arts tournament had truly dazzled their eyes. Indeed, they could hardly keep their eyes open. The energy fluctuations were so immense that one spectator, donned in a suit and sunglasses, murmured softly into his instrument, I must report this to the League. We need to take samples. In the end, Jiang Ling, softened by compassion, chose to protect Piccolo at the last moment. He stood before him, offering his shield. Although he had succeeded in safeguarding him, Piccolo's lower half was already gone. Sigh. Piccolo, it seems your second half may only consist of your upper body. Jiang Ling, have you forgotten something? Piccolo spoke gravely. What might that be? My racial innate ability, he responded, letting out a few exclamations. Suddenly, with a swift motion, his lower half reformed right before them. Jiang Ling was taken aback, astonished by Piccolo's extraordinary talent that could restore his severed lower half. If such an ability were possessed by a eunuch, could they not choose to sever as they pleased? Shaking off that thought, Jiang Ling turned his gaze back to Piccolo, who, though weakened, slowly rose to his feet. I have lost. He then walked off the stage. At that moment, the host finally regained composure and announced, Jiang Ling is the victor. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into cheers, having never witnessed such a fierce clash before. Indeed, we have only seen it on television. Ultraman battling monsters is a familiar scene. Yet this was their first encounter with such an extraordinary spectacle in reality. The intense energy, the howling winds, and the blinding light compelled them to believe that this was no mere illusion. Jiang Ling, Jiang Ling, Jiang Ling, Jiang Ling, I wish to bear your child. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Jiang Ling gradually retreated from the stage, leaving behind a battered arena. The others, each capable of vanquishing ordinary warriors with a single blow, offered little excitement. As the competition concluded, the host announced that the finals would commence the following day, necessitating repairs to the arena. Consequently, ticket prices would be raised for tomorrow's event. The audience erupted in lamentations, yet their anticipation soared as they awaited the battles of those one-punch men. They were eager to witness the prowess of those who could defeat their opponents with a mere fist. Chapter 66. Sun Wukong vs. Vegeta inside the hotel. Jiang Ling, you were remarkable today. The form you transformed into on stage is something you have never shown us before. Bulma and Lazili crossed their arms, gazing at Jiang Ling with smiles. Jiang Ling blinked. Are you certain you want me to transform like that? The two women nodded eagerly with sparkling eyes. Very well. Let us change locations. I fear this hotel may not withstand it. The trio prepared to depart, and Bulma turned to Big Bulma. Sister Bulma, we shall step out for a moment. You stay here. Why not join us? I don't mind, Big Bulma replied with a smile. You are me. And I am you. Is there anything about you that I have not seen? Upon hearing this, Bulma glanced at Jiang Ling and Lazili, both of whom signaled their agreement. Thus, the four took to the skies. Bulma carried Big Bulma, while the latter could not fly on her own. The night had already descended. After soaring for a distance, they arrived at a small island, lush with trees and breathtaking scenery, devoid of any human presence. The four descended. Big Bulma instinctively wandered off to a distance, leaving the battlefield to Jiang Ling, Bulma, and Lazili. Suddenly, a low shout echoed, and a golden light illuminated the surroundings. Jiang Ling transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, Bulma and Lazili unleashed their full potential. As garments were cast aside, the three figures commenced their fierce battle. The clash was intensely fierce. In the end, Jiang Ling found himself besieged, conceding defeat. Big Bulma, watching from afar, was utterly engrossed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, and her legs lightly crossed. It appeared to be such delightful fun. It had been ages since she had fought. Back at the hotel, Vegeta was engaged in his usual training, performing push-ups, with Little Flower perched on his back, adding a bit of weight. Yet, this posed no challenge for Vegeta. 10020, 10021. 10999, 11,000. Vegeta broke a slight sweat as Little Flower dismounted from his back. Do you think you can win tomorrow's finals? I will undoubtedly win. If not, I shall seize victory by force. I will ensure you both live a good life. Seize? Only a wild person would do such a thing. Is our life not wild enough? Vegeta gazed out at the starry sky, his eyes twinkling with determination. He silently vowed to win tomorrow. Meanwhile, on Sun Wukong's side, three Kikis were engaged in conversation while tending to a child. Sun Wukong lay in bed, soundly asleep. Suddenly, Sun Wufan entered from another room. Mom. Oh. The three Kikis responded in unison, then exchanged smiles. What brings you here, Wufan? Indeed, why aren't you preparing for tomorrow's match in your own room? Like your father. Rest well before anything else. Hearing these words, Gohan chuckled softly. I came over just to see what thoughts father might have for tomorrow. Chi-Chi shook her head, saying, what thoughts could he possibly have? As long as he has rested enough today, we shall discuss tomorrow when it arrives. Gohan nodded. Indeed. That was very much like father. All right. Another Chi-Chi interjected. You should return to rest. We too need to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Gohan left the room. After the lights went out, the three Kikis embraced Sun Wukong and drifted into slumber. The four contenders eagerly anticipated the morrow's arrival. Well, perhaps not with such fervor. The following day dawned bright and clear, the sky devoid of clouds. A refreshing breeze swept through, heralding the final showdown of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Jiang Ling faced off against Gohan. Sun Wukong squared off against Vegeta. The arena had been meticulously repaired, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause, their cheers soaring into the heavens. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Prepare yourselves for a series of spectacular battles. The host, clad in a formal suit, sported slicked-back golden hair, and his black sunglasses shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. With his profound hosting skills, he stirred the audience into a frenzy. Jiang Ling is so handsome. He must be the champion. Gohan, unwavering in martial prowess. Sun Wukong, unmatched in strength. Vegeta, you are not short. Our adoration for you is eternal. I wish to gift you for a lifetime of monkeys. The chorus of voices echoed backstage, causing a slight blush to rise on the faces of a few who felt a tad embarrassed. Jiang Ling, however, was already accustomed to such fervor. Recalling the time he performed in front of tens of thousands, this was merely trivial. Ahem, it is our turn to take the stage, Vegeta. Sun Wukong cleared his throat. Vegeta glanced over and nodded. The two exited the backstage, stepping into the arena. The audience, witnessing their beloved One Punch Man, erupted into a cacophony of exuberant shouts. What a ruckus! Monkeys, kisses. Among them, one burly man in his 30s expressed a desire for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to be his pretty boys. Standing on the arena, Sun Wukong and Vegeta disregarded the audience's clamoring, locking eyes as if they were sworn rivals preparing for a fateful duel. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The wind ceased. Withering leaves fell upon the arena, rustling softly. Yet at that instant, the wind stirred once more. Two fierce golden auras swirled, sweeping the leaves into the stands. The entire arena shimmered with a golden glow. In that fleeting moment, the two combatants sprang into action. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fists, moving at blinding speed, collided with a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the World Martial Arts Tournament. The audience was left in utter astonishment. Why? The noise was deafening. The ears are nearly deafened by the cacophony. The audience wails in despair, finally comprehending why those previously engaged in battle have chosen to abstain. It turns out they feared for their safety. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had exchanged hundreds of blows. Simultaneously, they ceased their assault, standing in their original positions as if they had never moved at all. A slight sheen of perspiration glistened on their brows as they caught their breath. Vegeta glanced at the anguished spectators and scoffed, suggesting, "Let us change our venue. This place feels constraining." Sun Wukong beamed with agreement. Without delay, the two ascended into the air, soaring away with a series of sonic booms. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted in fervent discussion. "Incredible." With a strained voice, "These two are truly remarkable, even though I have seen nothing." "Agreed. Merely witnessing their transformations brings me immense satisfaction." Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Gohan, Jiangling. Legends for a lifetime. Speaking of their departure, what shall we do now? I am uncertain. Fortunately, the host was well prepared, promptly seizing the microphone to enliven the atmosphere. This host is not merely a master of the martial arts tournament. He is also a variety show presenter and a celebrated talk show personality. With his succinct remarks, the martial arts tournament swiftly transformed into his own showcase. Chapter 67, Sun Wukong vs. Vegeta, and, in the backstage, Jiangling sighed, fully aware that this outcome was inevitable. He anticipated that his battle with Gohan would likely unfold in a similar manner. "Gohan, allow me to assess the results of your training," he declared. "All right, I shall give it my all." Gohan, at the tender age of 11, responded earnestly. Out at sea, the surface roiled tumultuously, with colossal waves crashing skyward. Ah! Two golden figures radiated an overwhelming aura. Boom! Their energy surged into the heavens, tinting the clouds above with a resplendent golden hue. The immense power they exuded sent the waves spiraling upward, with small bolts of lightning encircling their forms. At that moment, both had ascended to the formidable stage of Super Saiyan 2. Who would have thought, Vegeta, that after disappearing for a few months, you could achieve a form that surpasses even the Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong exclaimed. "Humph, Kakarot, you have yet to fathom the extent of my capabilities." Lightning crackled around them as their golden hair stood on end. The sea churned violently, poised to engulf anything in its path. Vegeta made his move. He unleashed an array of energy blasts, hurtling them directly towards Sun Wukong. The latter narrowed his eyes, deftly evading the barrage with swift movements. In an instant, Sun Wukong appeared before Vegeta, delivering a colossal punch squarely into his abdomen. Bang! Vegeta's stomach caved in, his eyes bulging slightly, yet he refused to yield. With a fierce sweep of his leg, he sent Sun Wukong staggering back. Countless punches rained down upon Sun Wukong, generating an overwhelming tide of power. Seizing an opportunity after enduring several hundred strikes, Sun Wukong grasped Vegeta, delivering a flurry of kicks before hurling him into the depths of the ocean. A single energy blast followed suit. Boom! The ocean erupted, leaving behind a vast crater. "That should have hit," Sun Wukong muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. However, he remained vigilant, knowing that Vegeta was far from defeated. "Ah!" A voice erupted from behind. Vegeta conjured two energy blasts in his hands, merging them into one radiant sphere. A blinding light erupted forth. Final flash. Boom. Sun Wukong reacted instantaneously. But the proximity left him no choice but to cross his arms defensively across his chest, bracing for the blow. Ah! As the blinding light faded, Sun Wukong remained in place, though his attire lay in tatters. Kakarot, it seems we are quite evenly matched." "Huh," Sun Wukong replied, puzzled, only to feel a sudden chill below, finally comprehending Vegeta's implication. "Well, it's not bad. Chi-Chi says it works well." Vegeta chuckled, recalling how little Bulma had complained. Two formidable men found themselves engaged in an unexpected conversation amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. Suddenly, Sun Wukong became motionless, and Vegeta's pupils constricted as he witnessed the figure of Sun Wukong gradually vanish. It was merely an afterimage. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind him. Indeed, it was the technique known as the afterimage fist. Vegeta swiftly turned around, only to see Sun Wukong with both hands placed before his eyes, palms spread wide. The solar flare erupted with blinding brilliance, instantly dazzling Vegeta's vision. "Ah!" Vegeta exclaimed. Kamehameha. A colossal blue and gold energy wave coalesced from Sun Wukong's hands, enveloping Vegeta at close range. Boom. Following the thunderous explosion, Sun Wukong stood firm, gasping for breath. After exchanging blows for several hundred rounds and enduring a powerful attack, combined with executing his mightiest technique, he found himself significantly drained and on the verge of collapse. After a lengthy wait, Vegeta, battered yet resolute, reappeared. "Kakarot," Vegeta shouted. The two golden figures collided with tremendous force. Their participation in this tournament was not solely for the sake of improving their lives. It was also to engage in a fierce battle against one another. At the scene of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the audience listened to the host's comedic routine on stage, erupting into fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and others backstage were doubled over with mirth. Haha, this is too amusing. But do we truly not need to worry about Dad and Uncle Vegeta? Gohan chuckled, nearly brought to tears from laughter. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, stating, they'll be aware of each other's presence. They were just locked in a fierce struggle. After a while, their energy signatures began to fade, indicating that the battle had concluded. Jiang Ling sensed this, and then saw a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform carrying someone as they returned to the arena. The host, overjoyed, exclaimed, Sun Wukong has triumphed over Vegeta. Instantly, the young girl backstage burst into tears and rushed toward the stage. Vegeta, are you all right? Please don't leave me, she sobbed, as she saw Vegeta lying motionless, tears streaming down her face. The medical team lifted Vegeta to take him backstage for treatment, with the girl trailing closely behind. Jiang Ling stepped forward, halting the medical team's efforts. What do you intend to do? Do you realize how dangerous this is for the patient? We are in the midst of treatment. Several doctors frowned, casting wary glances at Jiang Ling. He shook his head, insisting, you need not concern yourselves with treatment. I will handle it. Are you a doctor? Do you possess a medical license? An elderly man with graying hair spoke sternly. And someone of your youth certainly lacks any medical experience. You are being exceedingly arrogant. His voice echoed throughout the backstage area. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and replied, that is not your concern. If the patient is not treated promptly, it will be too late. I will restore him to health immediately. Ha! A young man beside them scoffed. What a joke. Even the most skilled doctor on our planet, my esteemed teacher, Old Chun, would not dare to claim 100% cure. He can only offer conservative treatment. Do you truly believe you can heal him? As he spoke, he bowed to the old man, adding, Teacher, let us not pay any mind to this arrogant individual. The elder huffed in response. Today's youth seem to think that mere physical prowess can equate to the ability to heal and save lives. Such arrogance is truly astounding. Jiang Ling ignored their taunts and instead produced a magical bean, handing it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua, if you wish to prevent Vegeta's demise, you must have him consume this. Unaware of the bean's remarkable properties, Xiaohua stood there, bewildered, unsure of what to do. Chapter 68. Hasty Actions. Beautiful lady. Do not heed his words. That peculiar bean is of unknown origin, the young man exclaimed. The old man's expression darkened considerably. He felt his authority was being challenged. How dare this young man act so brazenly before him? Enraged, he spoke up. I acknowledge your prowess in combat, but when it comes to healing, I am the most esteemed physician on this planet, a fact beyond dispute. I urge you to exercise caution and refrain from administering those poorly crafted substances to the patients. Turning away, the old man noticed that Xiaohua had already given Vegeta the magical bean. Madam, how could you do this? Such an unverified substance should not be given to a patient. Xiaohua lifted her head, her gaze resolute. I trust that it will not harm Vegeta, for they can transform just like him. After spending these days together, I believe they are good people. Before the old man and the young man could retort, Vegeta had awakened. Rising to his feet, he glared at them with overwhelming intensity. In an instant, both of them collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. They were utterly terrified. The next moment, that fierce aura dissipated, for Xiaohua had embraced Vegeta. Darling, thank goodness. You are safe. Vegeta, slightly stiff, stammered. What did you just call me? Darling? Yes. Xiaohua nodded. Is it wrong to call you darling? No. Absolutely not. Vegeta replied, wrapping his arm around her waist. The old man and the young man stared in astonishment at the scene before them, feeling incredulous. What just happened? How could someone who was barely clinging to life recover so swiftly after consuming an unknown substance? This medicine is truly miraculous. The old man's eyes lit up as he hurried towards Jiang Ling, bowing deeply. I apologize. I did not recognize your true worth and nearly defamed a great figure. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. It is understandable that you did not know. The old man bowed once more. Might you take me as your disciple? I wish to learn your medical skills. The young man, flabbergasted, interjected, Teacher, that is utterly inadvisable. Given your current status, how could you seek to be a disciple? That would only invite ridicule. Slap. The old man struck the young man across the face with a resounding clap, snorting in disdain. A true master is always a teacher. One learns until the end of their days. I am not one to seek fame at the expense of my integrity. Jiang Ling observed for a moment, then waved his hand. Enough. I shall not be taking on disciples. With that, He waved his sleeve and began to depart, for he had heard the announcer calling him and Goku to the stage. Watching Jiang Ling's retreating figure, the old man muttered to himself, "Now, that is a true recluse. How embarrassing." Sun Wukong returned to the three Kikis, weary and battered, and sat down to rest. "Wukong, how could you be so careless? Everyone saw everything." Kiki hastily retrieved a garment from her capsule to cover Sun Wukong. "Haha, I don't mind." Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, "We do." Three Kikis stared at him, exclaiming loudly, at the venue of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. After a brief intermission, the next contestants, Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong, were invited to the stage. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong leapt onto the arena. "Wukong, let us make this a swift battle." "All right." Whoosh. A golden aura erupted. Instantly, two figures collided in the sky. "Wukong, at your age, why do you still not have a girlfriend? How are your studies going, Wukong?" "Wukong. Wukong." Under Jiang Ling's verbal pressure and formidable force, Wukong finally reached his limit. With a miscalculated move, he was kicked off the stage. Contestant Sun Wukong has fallen from the arena. Jiang Ling wins. The host proclaimed loudly. The audience was bewildered. Huh? Was that so hasty? Did it end so easily? Upon reflection, however, there was no significant flaw in the outcome. Falling off the stage indeed constituted a loss. Wukong stood up, dusted himself off, and smiled at Jiang Ling on the stage, saying, "Uncle Jiang Ling, I truly felt that I couldn't defeat you." Jiang Ling nodded. "Keep working hard." "I will." The two figures, one large and one small, returned to the backstage. The host then announced that tomorrow would determine the champion, runner-up, and third place. Today's martial arts tournament concluded. As the audience exited the venue, they discussed the host's stand-up routine. Indeed, they had paid to attend the martial arts tournament to witness a comedy show. It was utterly ridiculous. Later that evening, Jiang Ling made a special trip to Sun Wukong's room. However, upon hearing voices from within, he hesitated and decided not to enter. Sigh. Perhaps the sins of beans would be better delivered tomorrow. He did not wish to disturb their familial warmth. Meanwhile, inside Sun Wukong's room, "Wukong, if you're injured, just lie down and rest well." "Yes, Wukong." "Hey, first Kiki, I was thinking, if he doesn't move, we can still take action." "Exactly. That's true. Oh my goodness." Third Kiki, "You're truly a genius. Let us aim for Wukong to conceive a child with you." Sun Wukong. "All right. So you want to even spare a sick person, huh?" The following day, backstage, Jiang Ling observed Sun Wukong, who bore dark circles under his eyes, shook his head, and patted his shoulder. "Wukong, exercise moderation. It's good for your health." Sun Wukong, on the verge of tears, lamented, "I wish I could." Jiang Ling handed him a senza bean to restore his energy. "Wukong, prepare yourself. I won't hold back this time." Sun Wukong nodded, consumed the senza bean, and instantly his energy was fully restored. On the arena, the host proceeded with the customary opening remarks. The audience chimed in, "Just get to the point. Let us have a stand-up comedy segment." "Ha ha, well said. After all, we can't see the contestants fighting. How amusing. Just observe who emerges victorious." As Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong ascended the arena, they promptly entered a state of combat with the commencement of the match. Swiftly, they etched numerous afterimages upon the stage, while thunderous roars reverberated through the heavens. In an instant, the arena began to shatter incessantly. Subsequently, the two transformed into golden Saiyans, soaring into the sky. After exchanging blows for several hundred rounds, they flew into the distance. The audience stood in astonishment, witnessing their departure. Some spectators began to cheer, calling for the host. "They've flown away. Let's have a stand-up routine. Come on, come on." Laughter erupted. Now, it seemed that a stand-up performance was truly in order. The host, wiping the sweat from his brow, stepped onto the now crumbling stage, unwavering and focused, delivering an impromptu comedic routine. Chapter 69, Jiang Ling vs. Sun Wukong. Champion of the martial arts tournament. Jiang Ling and Wukong arrived on a diminutive island, devoid of fauna and humanity, a veritable wasteland. The two unleashed their full potential. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, while Jiang Ling also assumed the same form, augmented by a tenfold Kaioken. A formidable aura surged into the heavens, a striking blend of crimson and golden hues that painted the sky in a dazzling tapestry of red and gold. The clouds were dispersed by the overwhelming energy, and the sounds of their combat resonated across the sky of the isolated isle. Boom! Sun Wukong was struck down onto the island, and instantly, a Kamehameha wave was unleashed from his position, hurtling directly towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, undeterred, retaliated by gathering his own Kamehameha wave, sending it back with equal fervor. Ah! Bang! Sun Wukong, along with the island, was obliterated by the Kamehameha. The sea began to fill the void where the island once stood, gradually reverting to tranquility. Yet, Sun Wukong remained absent. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. Wukong should not be this feeble. It was highly plausible that he was lurking in the shadows, plotting a surprise attack. At that moment, a golden yellow energy wave surged from beneath the ocean depths, rapidly ascending towards Jiang Ling. In an instant, it reached his sight. Jiang Ling extended his hands, exerting every ounce of strength to block the energy blast while his left hand ignited with a golden glow and his right with a crimson flame. Boom! The dual streams of red and gold light nullified the energy blast emitted by Sun Wukong. Jiang Ling's visage now radiated with golden hair and skin adorned with red flames. One hand engulfed in golden fire, the other in a rising red blaze. Sun Wukong stood upon the surface of the sea, his pupils constricting. He sensed that Jiang Ling had transcended their previous limits. However, he would not concede so easily. Super Kamehameha. A wave of blue and gold energy erupted from Sun Wukong's hands, hurtling towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He clasped his hands together, intertwining the two flames, and a mighty roar reverberated through the air. A magnificent golden dragon materialized in his grasp, its body enshrouded in red flames, charging forth to meet the incoming Kamehameha. Roar! The clash between the dragon and the energy wave produced minimal energy fluctuations, as the golden dragon consumed the Kamehameha entirely. In an instant, the dragon's head loomed before Sun Wukong, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The next moment, with a flash of crimson eyes, the entire dragon vanished without a trace. Sweat cascaded down Sun Wukong's form in torrents. The sheer might was overwhelmingly oppressive, instantly subduing him. Jiang Ling, hovering in the air, nodded toward Wukong. How about that? Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, reverting to his normal state, and with a wry smile admitted, I have lost. His willingness to acknowledge defeat without clinging to pride is one of his commendable traits. Jiang Ling smiled in return. Keep it up, Wukong, you can do it. Now, let us return. At the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, two figures descended from the sky, leaving the host in a state of bewilderment. Who emerged victorious? Indeed, the outcome has been determined. It is Jiang Ling who has triumphed, declared Sun Wukong. Glancing over at Gohan and Vegeta, it was evident that they too had settled their contest. The host, donning sunglasses, surveyed the audience and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed friends and family, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament has been crowned. It is none other than Jiang Ling. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, the sound resounding throughout the venue. Streamers and fireworks filled the air, creating a vibrant spectacle. The host then announced the runners-up, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Celebrations ensued, with Sun Wukong surrounded by 3 Kikis and 3 children. He offered a wry smile and shook his head. I'm afraid, Kiki, I cannot provide a larger house. It's all right. Your heart is what matters, she replied. Vegeta, with an arm around Bulma's waist, softly murmured, Bulma, it is my fault for not improving our circumstances. At least you tried, she responded, tilting her head, her eyes sparkling with mirth, reminiscent of a crescent moon. Amidst the nationwide jubilation, the host suddenly interjected. We extend our gratitude to Jiang Ling's special drink for their support of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This event has been generously sponsored by Jiang Ling Group, where real men are made. Furthermore, the prize money has been significantly increased by Jiang Ling Group, allowing the champion, runner-up, and second runner-up to receive substantial rewards. The audience was taken aback, then erupted into laughter. The host was quite the trickster. What a remarkable gesture to sponsor the World Martial Arts Tournament. Truly, Jiang Ling Group lives up to its reputation. Jiang Ling's special drink is a must-try. Let us go buy some and be real men. In the backstage area, everyone turned to gaze at Jiang Ling in astonishment. Jiang Ling shrugged. I'm not aware. That was a decision made by the management. I had no involvement. Sun Wukong and Vegeta approached, patting Jiang Ling on the shoulder, gravely stating, Good brother. Everything is understood without words. Gohan also came over, expressing his discontent. Why is there no reward for 4th place? If there were, I could use that money to impress someone. Jiang Ling, having claimed victory, returned to the hotel with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, Super Saiyan God. Jiang Ling smirked, aware of the method to achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation. It involved 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans bestowing their essence upon one Saiyan, thus facilitating the transformation. However, obtaining the Super Saiyan God without such elaborate efforts felt quite rewarding. System. Present, host. Call me daddy. What a peculiar request. I shall not comply. Jiang Ling scoffed, dismissing the notion. He approached Bulma, embracing her. Bulma, I have secured the championship. So you have, she replied nonchalantly. Have you forgotten your previous promise? Jiang Ling's tone carried a hint of playful mockery. Bulma pondered for a moment, her cheeks flushing, and murmured softly. Is it possible not to call me? No, it cannot be. With a deepening blush, she whispered, Daddy. Jiang Ling shaped his hands into a trumpet form and placed them by his ear, exclaiming, What? I can't hear you, it's too quiet. Daddy, say it again. Daddy, Daddy. Is that enough? Jiang Ling broke into a broad smile, responding eagerly, Hey, good. The system interjected. I suspect this host has a peculiar inclination. Nonsense. What peculiar inclination could I possibly have? I merely wish to be a father. I don't believe you. Jiang Ling glared, silently rebuking the system. You had better pray that you do not manifest before me. Chapter 70. A new departure on an island. Jiang Ling stood at the center, his eyes tightly shut. Clad in a long robe, the fabric fluttered in the breeze that swept through the forest. Suddenly, his aura surged, emanating a translucent energy around him. His black hair gradually transformed, shifting from ebony to crimson. As he slowly opened his eyes, they glowed a striking red, and his entire demeanor became ethereal. The god of Super Saiyans. Indeed, Jiang Ling chuckled softly. He then sensed the presence of Sun Wukong and instantly teleported. With a whoosh, he materialized in the forest behind Baozi Mountain, where Wukong was clad in work attire, chopping wood. Hey, Wukong! Jiang Ling greeted. Wukong spun around abruptly, his pupils constricting in astonishment. What was happening? He had not sensed Jiang Ling's arrival, and now, Jiang Ling emitted no discernible aura. Such a phenomenon was unfathomable. After all, everyone possesses an aura, albeit ordinary individuals have a significantly diminished presence compared to those who cultivate martial arts. The existence of someone like Jiang Ling was utterly implausible. Jiang Ling, are you dead? Wukong inquired. At this, Jiang Ling swayed, nearly tumbling to the ground. I am not dead. I have ascended to divinity. He explained with a hint of resignation. Wukong scratched his head. That sounds rather similar to being dead. Jiang Ling sighed. Never mind, let us have a spar. Boom. After a brief yet intense exchange, Wukong conceded defeat. Jiang Ling, you are extraordinary. I never anticipated that in just a few months, you would have grown this powerful. Wukong marveled. Jiang Ling humbly waved his hand, and then produced 2 bottles of beer, sharing a toast with Wukong. Wukong, you must understand, to grow stronger, one must have no distractions of women. I have refrained from associating with Bulma and Lazili. Wukong's eyes brightened with realization, yet he shook his head. In the past, I could have done that, but now I cannot abandon my family. I cannot achieve what you have. Jiang Ling nodded, his gaze filled with meaning. In this world, Wukong had matured into a responsible man. That was commendable. Wukong, I was merely jesting. You too can attain such a state if you desire it. Wukong's eyes gleamed as he pondered. Let me think about it. I'll focus on mastering Super Saiyan 2 first. Jiang Ling held a favorable opinion of Wukong's mindset. He was becoming increasingly composed. After finishing a bottle of beer and offering some encouragement, Jiang Ling teleported to where Piccolo was located. Piccolo was meditating atop a high peak. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, gazing at a point in the air before him. In the next moment, Jiang Ling appeared. Their gazes met, with surprise glimmering in Jiang Ling's crimson eyes, while Piccolo's pupils narrowed in response. Jiang Ling, enveloped in a divine aura, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am now a god among Saiyans. Though I bear the title of a deity, I am merely a Saiyan cloaked in divine essence. This alone is quite remarkable. The astonishment on Piccolo's face deepened, for he understood the rarity of such a divine presence, having assimilated the knowledge of the Supreme Kai. Old Piccolo, shall we engage in a spar? Piccolo shook his head. No, I cannot match your strength. However, I vow that one day, I shall surpass you. His eyes gleamed with determination. Jiang Ling smiled. Such ambition. I believe you have yet to fully unlock your potential. Alas, the Grand Elder of Namek has departed. Piccolo nodded solemnly, burdened by the memories of the mightiest warrior, Nail, and felt a deep pang of sorrow for the Elder's passing. Nonetheless, I will find a way for you to harness your latent abilities, Jiang Ling continued. In time, you should be able to transform into a more formidable form. Transform? Piccolo murmured. Can Namekians also undergo transformations? Indeed, Jiang Ling affirmed, but Piccolo shook his head. That seems distant. My focus is solely on training to enhance my strength. External forces are merely supplementary. The power cultivated through personal effort is the only true strength. Jiang Ling wholeheartedly concurred with his sentiment. Producing 2 bottles of beer from the system space, Jiang Ling shared a drink with Piccolo. After several rounds, he instantaneously transported himself to the location of Vegeta. In a serene forest, Jiang Ling observed Vegeta, clad in animal skins, engaged in hunting, and chose not to intrude. Each individual has their own life, and few possess the leisure that he does. Accompanied by Yamcha, Jiang Ling visited Kame House, bringing several bottles of beer and a few magazines featuring beautiful women from Master Roshi. They enjoyed drinks while discussing martial arts wisdom, and life passed pleasantly. As Jiang Ling and Yamcha departed from Kame House, a sudden urge struck Jiang Ling. He raised himself above the tranquil sea and, with abandon, relieved himself. Observing this, Yamcha joined in, exclaiming, "Let us see who can go further." Hearing this, Jiang Ling smirked slightly. With a thunderous sound, a column of water shot forth into the distance. Yamcha looked on in astonishment. "Goodness, how robust are your kidneys?" After attending to this pressing matter, Jiang Ling and Yamcha arrived at the nearest coastal city to Kame House. Upon landing, they spotted a woman dressed in revealing attire by the roadside. Her hair cascaded in large waves, her makeup was bold, and she wore high heels, a cigarette dangling from her lips, exuding an air of worldly experience. Yamcha's eyes lit up as he approached her. "How much?" The woman glanced at him and replied, "Considering your looks, I'll give you a discount, 200. Yamcha frowned slightly and attempted to negotiate. "I am the disciple of Master Roshi." "Oh." The woman was taken aback, realizing he was the apprentice of a regular patron. "All right then, I'll make it 100. Yamcha nodded, indicating his acceptance. He then greeted Jiang Ling and pulled the enchanting woman into a narrow alley. Jiang Ling remarked, Well, here I am, out for a leisurely stroll, and they've wandered into a brothel." Yamcha never changes. With a shake of his head, he concluded, "Forget it. I'll return to find Bulma." He then soared back to West City. In West City, the metropolis remained as vibrant as ever. Upon returning to the villa, he found Bulma, the elder Bulma, and Lazuli bustling about. Jiang Ling inquired, "Is the time machine fully charged?" Bulma replied, "Yes, it's ready. Just be cautious on your journey back with Bulma, and refrain from engaging in any peculiar activities." Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. He retrieved the time machine from the laboratory, which had been meticulously maintained. This particular machine was his first, leading to the future timeline he had initially visited, the one where Trunks still existed. As the hatch opened, Jiang Ling carried the elder Bulma into the cockpit, and the time machine gradually ascended, vanishing in a flash of light. Bulma and Lazuli watched as they departed. Lazuli teased, "Bulma, you don't seem jealous." "I'm quite certain Jiang Ling will win over the elder Bulma." Bulma shrugged, "I know, but what can I do? After all, the elder Bulma is a part of me, and I too wish for her happiness. Moreover, Jiang Ling has shown remarkable restraint during this time, not making any advances towards her in our presence." Lazuli nodded with a smile. "True, out of sight, out of mind. Pretending not to see is the way to go." Chapter 71. The whispers of the wind within the vibrant and colorful tunnel of time. A time machine glided slowly forward. Jiang Ling occupied the driver's seat, as the machine had commenced its journey on autopilot. Beside him, the alluring Dabuma blinked her eyes, reveling in their moment together, free from any external interruptions. Yet, upon reaching their destination, uncertainties loomed, potentially obstructing her intentions. In other words, the time to act was now. Dabuma licked her lips. Having long harbored desires after witnessing Jiang Ling and Bulma engage in intimate activities over the past few days, 2 decades of solitude had rendered her indifferent to the implications of her thoughts. Moreover, her appearance and figure still retained the allure of a woman in her 30s. With natural desires still intact, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Had she inadvertently betrayed herself? Jiang Ling HM. Jiang Ling turned to her. Noticing the seductive glint in Dabuma's eyes and the flush on her cheeks, instantly discerning her thoughts. "Bulma, have you come down with a fever? Your face is quite flushed." Dabuma shot him a playful glare before seamlessly settling onto his lap. "Jiang Ling." Jiang Ling shook his head, his expression innocent. "I don't understand, Bulma." "What do you mean?" Bulma frowned slightly. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, she became decidedly bold in her actions. Observing her brazen demeanor, Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile, making no attempt to halt her. Dabuma exuded the grace of a mature woman, her figure voluptuous and inviting, exuding warmth and charm. Jiang Ling's affection for Bulma had remained steadfast, save for the unexpected emergence of Android 18. In the future timeline, Jiang Ling found himself in a realm he had previously visited alongside Trunks, where they vanquished the androids and shared unforgettable experiences with Bulma of that world. In West City, atop Bulma's residence, a machine gradually descended and landed gracefully on the ground. Clad in neat attire, Jiang Ling and Dabuma disembarked. Jiang Ling felt invigorated, while Dabuma's complexion radiated a vibrant glow, as if she had finally fulfilled long-suppressed desires. This place seems to have developed far beyond my own world, Dabuma mused, taking in the transformed surroundings in awe. Thanks to the leadership of Xiao Wu and Biddy Li's army, West City had undergone complete reconstruction, flourishing with order and gradually restoring its population. Before them stood Bulma's home in this reality. Bulma. This version of Bulma is also connected to me, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. Dabuma rolled her eyes. Are you being fair to Bulma with such thoughts? Fair? How could it be unfair? They are all Bulma. Dabuma pondered for a moment, left speechless. Well, I just engaged in something unspeakable with you. Perhaps I'm not in a position to judge. With a smirk, Jiang Ling wrapped his arm around her slender waist, gently lifting her chin to gaze into her enchanting face. As he leaned in closer, drawn to her mature beauty, he felt an irresistible urge to kiss her. At that moment, a voice pierced through the air. Come on, Jiang Ling, be a decent person, at least don't behave like that in front of my mother. The lavender-haired Trunks appeared before them. Bulma turned around, tears streaming down her face, and embraced Trunks tightly. Oh, my Trunks, it's so wonderful to see you again. Trunks stiffened, never having witnessed his mother cry so intensely. He reached out, gently placing his hand on Bulma's back, softly patting her. Jiang Ling wore a smile reminiscent of a caring father. The Bulma from this timeline also opened the door from within the house. In the living room, the group had already exchanged the details of the situation. The two Bulmas sat together, dabbing at their tears. Trunks felt somewhat bewildered, suddenly faced with an additional mother. And to make matters worse, this mother was connected to Jiang Ling. This was truly infuriating. Since both Bulmas will be residing here from now on, we should establish a way to differentiate between them, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. Indeed, it is necessary to differentiate. Otherwise, it could become quite complicated. Both Bulmas nodded in agreement. Jiang Ling contemplated. How about we refer to them as Big Bulma and Little Bulma? The Bulma from this timeline will be Big Bulma, and the one I brought will be Little Bulma. The two Bulmas and Trunks expressed their approval. With this matter settled, they shared laughter and lightheartedness. Suddenly, another visitor arrived. A beautiful woman with black bangs entered, cradling a small child wrapped in a swaddling cloth. This was none other than Xiao Wu. Hey? Jiang Ling glanced at her. Then at Trunks. Trunks puffed out his chest slightly, a hint of pride on his face. This is my wife, Xiao Wu, and our child. Jiang Ling was taken aback, astonished by the surprise that awaited him upon his return. He then turned to the swaddled child and playfully said, Call me Grandpa. Grandpa. Trunks erupted in fury. Xiao Wu looked at the two Bulmas, her expression one of utter astonishment. Surprise, grandmother. After understanding the circumstances, Trunks and Xiao Wu returned to their home with their child, while Jiang Ling remained in the company of the two Bulmas. In the bedroom, the two Bulmas, dressed in thin nightgowns, sat on the bed with Jiang Ling, sharing a drink. Big Bulma leaned against Jiang Ling's shoulder, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol. Jiang Ling. Do you know that ever since you left, I think of you every day? Jiang Ling gazed at her tenderly. What do you think of? My prowess. How annoying. Big Bulma retorted. Honestly, this time you came here, could you stay a little longer? Jiang Ling sighed softly. You're intoxicated. I am not drunk. I have simply been lonely for too long, and you have entered my heart. Big Bulma spoke with a dreamy expression in her eyes. Bulma interjected. I feel the same way. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, and unbeknownst to him, the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders grew slightly heavier. He set aside the bottle. On either side of him lay a Bulma, as he reclined on the bed. That night, the sound of the wind was tumultuous. Chapter 72, Departure to Namek. The following day, under the resplendent sun and an azure sky, the earth flourished with vibrant life. In West City, rows of newly constructed houses stood proudly, a testament to the reconstruction from the ashes of war. The streets began to teem with life, commerce flourished, people strolled, and establishments of all kinds bustled with activity. It was common to see numerous men accompanying their pregnant wives to bask in the sunlight. The era of reckless androids had long since passed, and tranquility had embraced the lives of the populace, prompting a natural resurgence of progeny. At the heart of West City, within Bulma's residence, Jiang Ling awakened from a deep slumber on a grand bed, only to find the two enchanting figures beside him had vanished. Stretching languidly, he donned a pair of loose shorts, and as sunlight streamed through the window, it danced upon his sculpted abs and robust physique, rendering him particularly striking. In the living room, two elegantly attired women sat gracefully before a coffee table, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Jiang Ling settled himself among them, taking a leisurely drag from a cigarette. The two Bulmas exchanged concerned glances. Although the elder Bulma disapproved, she nevertheless retrieved a lighter, igniting Jiang Ling's smoke. A delicate wisp of smoke ascended in the living room. Jiang Ling, you ought to smoke less. It is detrimental to your health, the elder sister cautioned. Indeed, she continued. Be mindful, or you may find it difficult to have children in the future. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. I do not smoke often, but seeing my two beloved women today brings me joy, prompting me to indulge. As for the matter of children, I believe we may need to address that soon. The two Bulmas flushed slightly. I think it is feasible, though our age may not quite support such endeavors. Although they appeared to be in their 30s. It was merely a reflection of their excellent upkeep. That is simple enough. We merely need to gather the 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish. Jiang Ling asserted with confidence. Dragon Balls? The elder Bulma of this timeline shook her head, a sigh escaping her lips. Ever since Piccolo was pierced through the heart and perished over a decade ago, his body has stood atop the mountain, and with him, the Supreme Kai also met his demise, as they shared a life bond. With the death of the Supreme Kai, the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, leaving no time for wishes. Rising, the elder Bulma rummaged through a cabinet, unveiling a package containing 7 spherical stones, the now inert Dragon Balls. As Jiang Ling absorbed the gravity of Piccolo's legacy in this world and gazed upon the petrified Dragon Balls, he was momentarily taken aback. Piccolo, the stoic Namekian who valued Gohan and the earth above all, stood resolute until his last breath, unwavering upon that mountain peak. Sighing, Jiang Ling contemplated. Though Piccolo was androgynous, he was indeed a true man. He nodded slowly, then shook his head. Who says the Dragon Balls cannot be used? But the Supreme Kai. No. Jiang Ling interrupted, raising his hand. One Supreme Kai has fallen, yet there are countless others across Namek. Upon hearing this, both Bulma's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Of course, how did we not think of that? Yet, almost immediately, their expressions dimmed once more. In the realm of the new Namek, its whereabouts remain a mystery to us all. Indeed, since that fateful day when Frisia obliterated Namek, its inhabitants have relocated to other planets. Otherwise, we would not be so defenseless against the androids. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile as he waved his hand dismissively. This is hardly a concern. Just because you are unaware does not imply that your men are equally uninformed. Bah, spare us your banner. The two Bulmas, aware of Jiang Ling's thoughts, flushed with embarrassment, the rosy hue cascading down their elegantly sculpted necks to their delicate faces. In unison, they cast him a disapproving glance, their beauty radiating with charm and allure. At this, Jiang Ling cleared his throat, suppressing his desires. No matter how vigorous he felt, moderation was essential, especially with such enchanting company surrounding him. Otherwise, it would not be long before he succumbed not to his foes, but to the whims of women. This was unacceptable. He needed to enhance his strength, lest he find himself overwhelmed by his many wives. Contemplating this, he shifted the topic. Embrace me tightly. I shall take you to the new Namek. The two Bulmas exchanged glances, amusement dancing in their eyes. You plan to go dressed in mere shorts? And your firearm protests as well. Jiang Ling glanced at them and swiftly donned his uniform. Ah, dear sister, I have realized that being with Jiang Ling is indeed a splendid choice. How so? His vitality is remarkable. One laughed. Indeed, I too share this sentiment. Jiang Ling possesses a kindness that soothes our wounded spirits. Yes, I feel the same. Jiang Ling, somewhat exasperated, pondered whether it was appropriate for them to speak so candidly before him. Are you prepared? I shall transport you. The elder Bulma expressed her confusion. How will you take us there? Jiang Ling replied, simply with a swift motion, we shall be there in an instant. The elder Bulma. The younger Bulma? Paying no mind to their bewilderment, the two emerged from the room, emerging clad in a new ensemble before Jiang Ling. Their skin, a flawless blend of white and rosy hues, and their statuesque figures rivaled that of youthful maidens. Despite having feasted his eyes upon them the previous night, his gaze remained firmly affixed. The two Bulmas, unfazed, had long since embraced honesty with one another. There was no fear in their hearts. After all, it had been quite some time since they had experienced such longing, and Jiang Ling's intentions were, perhaps, fortuitous. Once they had changed, Jiang Ling remained still, for he understood that excess in such matters could lead to complications. The two Bulmas, attired in modest yet elegant garments, accentuated their graceful curves. Sister, I believe I should prepare some dishes to nourish Jiang Ling. After all, good health is paramount, the elder Bulma suggested. The younger Bulma nodded earnestly in agreement. Their gazes then turned simultaneously towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling held a cup, steam rising from the hot water as he steeped a handful of goji berries. Let us go, he declared, extending his robust arms to either side. Two companions eagerly linked their arms with his, their bodies pressing closely against him. Feeling the gentle warmth radiating from his sides, Jiang Ling could not help but feel his heart race. Taking a deep breath to dispel his distractions, he activated his instant transportation ability. In an instant, the trio vanished. They arrived on the new Namek, where the sun shone brightly in a clear sky. Many Namekians toiled in the fields, relying not on grains for sustenance, but rather on the tendrils on their foreheads to absorb sunlight and synthesize starch to meet their bodily needs. However, they did possess the means to consume food and water if available. The Namekians laboring in the fields were not cultivating crops but rather planting trees. In the past, Namek had thrived, its civilization flourishing with remarkable technological advancements. Yet, the reckless exploitation of technology by their ancestors led to a gradual deterioration of the environment, culminating in catastrophic sandstorms. During that turmoil, many Namekians sent their children aboard spaceships to escape the impending disaster, while they chose to remain and resist. The deity of Earth was among those children sent away. Following the devastation of the sandstorm, only one Namekian survived. Having assimilated many others to ensure his survival, this individual became known as the Grand Elder. Over the long passage of time, the Grand Elder fathered over 100 offspring, giving rise to the present Namekian population. The tradition of tree planting to restore the environment was established by the unyielding edicts of the Grand Elder. Chapter 73, Arrival and Memories with Muley Jiangling and the two Bulmas appeared on the serene and vibrant planet of Namek. Surrounded by a symphony of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms, the lush greenery painted a picturesque scene. In the distance, a cluster of white, semicircular houses emerged. Undoubtedly the village inhabited by the Namekians. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiangling walked alongside his companions, indulging in the beauty of their surroundings, leisurely appreciating the flowers and moonlight. Before long, they arrived at the village. A small Namekian child approached them, his large eyes darting curiously. The child spoke in a language that was incomprehensible to the two Bulmas, but Jiangling, equipped with a system, understood the child's words. The essence of the child's message was clear: outsiders should not approach unless necessary. Jiangling nodded and said, "Please speak in the universal language. My two companions do not understand your local tongue." "All right," the child repeated his earlier statement. Understanding dawned on the two Bulmas. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiangling instructed, "Child, please seek your elder and inform him that an old friend has come to visit." "Yes, tell him, Elder. Do you remember the blue-haired girl from West City on Earth over a decade ago?" the eldest Bulma added. The former elder, who had fathered over 100 descendants, had passed away after visiting Earth. The current elder was his eldest son, Muley. The child tilted his head, observing Bulma with innocent eyes, then nodded before running off to relay the message. Inside a notably larger and more rounded house, Muley sat gracefully. "Elder, Elder," the child panted as he rushed in. "What is it?" Muley inquired, his expression warm and gentle, as the child was his own. "There are 3 visitors from afar who wish to see you." "Visitors?" Muley stood up abruptly, his demeanor shifting as memories of a calamity from years past resurfaced. He had grown particularly sensitive to outsiders. The child continued, "They asked me to tell you. Do you remember the blue-haired girl from West City on Earth over a decade ago?" Upon hearing those words, Muley's mind conjured the image of the fierce and spirited blue-haired girl. A smile broke upon his face. "Ah, it is them. Please, invite them in." The child nodded eagerly. "Yes, Elder, it shall be done." With that, he dashed out once more. Muley watched the child depart, nodding in approval. Children should be encouraged to strengthen their bodies. It is essential for their well-being. After a short while, the child returned with Jiangling and the two Bulmas. "Muley, it has been a long time." The eldest Bulma beamed, her smile radiant. The second Bulma mirrored her joy with a similar grin. How come there are 2 of you?" Initially intending to engage in a heartfelt reunion, Muley was momentarily taken aback upon seeing 2 Bulmas. The elder Bulma offered an explanation, and Muley soon understood. So that was the case, but it would be wise to refrain from excessive time travel. "What do you mean?" the elder Bulma inquired. Puzzled, "Have you heard of the gods?" The elder Bulma nodded, acknowledging her awareness. "Our Earth's Supreme Kai is quite familiar with you, along with Mr. Popo, the North Kai, and King Enma." Muley shook his head. "I'm not referring to that. Even if I told you, you would only grasp the surface. In due time, you will come to know more, but remember, excessive time travel is discouraged as it is disapproved of by the higher authorities." The 2 Bulmas nodded in a manner that suggested partial comprehension. Meanwhile, Jiangling's gaze flickered. As a time traveler himself, he was well aware of such matters. Although he had not watched much of Dragon Ball Super, he retained these rules in his memory, after years in the Dragon Ball universe. Remembering these nuances was quite an accomplishment. Some protagonists from the novels Jiangling read in his previous life were entirely oblivious to the overarching plot of Dragon Ball. Truly a disgrace to time travelers. Subsequently, Muley motioned for the 3 to take a seat. Muley glanced at Jiangling and remarked, "Bulma, is this your son?" Jiangling, "Elder Bulma." Second Bulma. Ha ha ha, he is my current partner. Upon hearing this, Muley cast a meaningful glance at Jiangling, and after a long pause, uttered two words, quite the player, discerning taste. With many years of experience, Muley could immediately discern that given Bulma's striking appearance, she certainly had numerous admirers. The fact that Jiangling managed to capture the affection of two was indicative of his remarkable capabilities. As they sipped tea and engaged in conversation, Muley expressed his surprise. Who would have thought that after all these years, the once fiery girl would transform into such a gentle woman? Jiangling cleared his throat. Is it possible that my presence here has influenced that? The two Bulmas flushed slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, her inherent nature remained. Yet the presence of someone she cherished naturally brought forth her softer side. Of course, after so many years, they had also grown considerably gentler in disposition. Coughing lightly, Muley shifted his thoughts back to the past. What about the others? Are they faring well? I remember Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and my kin, the Supreme Kai and Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression darkened. They have all passed away. What? Muley exclaimed in disbelief. It can't be. That is simply impossible. Their strength was formidable even back then. Yet, the truth was as such. Bulma proceeded to recount the tumultuous changes Earth had undergone in recent years, leaving Muley to sigh deeply, his heart aching at the grim reality. Had I known that I should have revealed the coordinates of the new planet to you from the very beginning. In my haste, I resorted to wishing upon the Dragon Balls and could not find the time to inform you. Sigh. Bulma sighed with a wry smile and shook her head. It's all in the past. Moreover, Jiangling has shown me a recording from another timeline, where everyone is living quite well. Chapter 74, A Wish. Beside them, Jiangling and the younger Bulma fell silent. The elder Bulma shook her head, suggesting they refrain from discussing such sorrowful topics. Muley nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, that is behind us now. Things will only improve from here on. After conversing for a while longer, Jiangling took a sip of tea and remarked, Elder Muley, to be candid, we have a favor to ask of you. Such words feel distant. Muley exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gestured animatedly. What assistance do you require? Speak freely. After all, it was the Earthlings who had rendered significant help over a decade ago. Without their intervention, his clan would have faced annihilation at the hands of Frisia. It is not a matter of great consequence. Earth is flourishing now, and we are here for a personal request. Jiangling's gaze softened as he glanced at the two Bulmas beside him. He continued, I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls to grant Bulma a wish to regain her youth. Both Bulmas shared a smile. After all these years, it was time for them to live for themselves, seeking not grandiosity, but rather to avoid any regrets. It is merely a wish, no problem at all. I will arrange it. Muley declared with grandeur, promptly summoning his kin to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Before long, in the village South Cultural Park Square, a gathering of Namekians had assembled. After over a decade, the prospect of seeing the dragon again filled them with excitement. Bulma Auntie, a youthful Namekian exclaimed joyfully, only to be met with confusion upon realizing there were two. The elder and younger Bulma exchanged glances, reminiscing about a child from their time on Namek. During the year he spent on Earth, they had formed a close bond. Dondi, they both exclaimed in delight. They enveloped Dondi in a warm embrace, their joy at reuniting palpable. Dondi, momentarily breathless, hurriedly said, Bulma Auntie, please let me go. Upon hearing this, the two Bulmas released him. Dondi, we hardly recognized you. You've grown into quite the young man. Dondi scratched his head, chuckling. Bulma Auntie, you still look as beautiful as ever, but why are there two of you? The two Bulmas erupted in laughter. The elder Bulma took the time to clarify Dondi's confusion, and he soon understood. Shall we summon the dragon now? Dondi suggested, eager to assist with the wish, remembering he had helped with a wish before. Jiangling shook his head, smiling. Dondi, there is no need for your help this time. I can make the wish myself. Really? Jiangling, you speak Namekian? Dondi inquired, astonished. Indeed. The elder Bulma interjected. Our Jiangling is truly multi-talented. Wouldn't you agree? Younger Bulma? She spoke with a hint of pride, her chest puffed slightly. Absolutely. The younger Bulma nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiangling felt slightly bashful at the attention. No matter how one puts it, these two Bulmas have aged considerably, yet they still exhibit the infatuation of youthful girls. Nevertheless, he takes pride in his own charm. Dondi shrugged in response. Subsequently, Jiangling began the summoning of the 7 Dragon Balls placed in the center of Cultural Park Square. Arise, Shenron. Instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a golden light. The sky darkened, and the winds shifted dramatically, howling fiercely, causing the trees in the park to sway uncertainly. A beam of golden light shot forth from the Dragon Balls, forming a colossal figure, with green skin and crimson eyes. It possessed robust arms and well-defined chest muscles that rippled with power, exuding an imposing aura. Warrior who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. I can grant you 3 wishes within my capacity. Speak your desires. The commanding voice emanated from the Namekian Shinran as he gazed down upon the gathered crowd, his red eyes flickering with an otherworldly glow. One must admit, the aura was quite impressive. Jiang Ling blinked, unable to endure the sensation of being looked down upon by others. With a swift motion, he soared into the sky to level with Shenron's head. My wishes are simple. Jiang Ling pointed to the 2 Bulmas below. Restore the left Bulma to her 18-year-old form and transform the one on the right to approximately 30. These 2 desires had been previously discussed with them. He had anticipated they would choose the same age, yet their thoughts diverged. This will consume 2 wishes. Are you certain? Affirmative. Shenron nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming. Your wishes have been fulfilled. 1 wish remains. Jiang Ling's gaze shifted toward Bulma, his eyes lighting up. Before him, the elder Bulma transformed into a charming young maiden with bright, clear eyes, a delicate yet prominent nose, and lips that appeared soft and inviting, her skin flawless. Though her bosom diminished in size, beside her stood the younger Bulma, exuding the elegance of a mature woman. She was composed and graceful, with enchanting eyes, a beautifully contoured face, and a figure that was both curvaceous and poised. Her youthful beauty was vividly displayed at her age, contrasting with the elder Bulma's youthful innocence. Instead, she radiated allure and sophistication. Observing their transformations, Jiang Ling gasped, momentarily lost in thought, realizing both of these individuals were his, leaving him somewhat dazed. Under such circumstances, anyone would find it hard to maintain composure. At that moment, the authoritative voice resonated once more. You have 1 wish remaining. Jiang Ling snapped back to reality. Pondering silently for a while, it seemed he had no further wishes. Just as he was deep in contemplation, the elder Bulma suddenly had an idea. Her cherry-red lips curving into a smile as she approached Dondi. Dondi, please help me make this wish. All right. Though Dondi was puzzled by her desire, he complied. The Grand Bulma gazed at Jiang Ling, her eyes shimmering with intent. This time, the wishes were made for both Bulmas, and it was only fitting that something be done for Jiang Ling as well. Dandy turned to the dragon and spoke in the Namekian tongue. Oh, dragon, please enhance Jiang Ling's physique. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback by the request. The dragon's eyes flickered, and it shook its head. No, his physique is already too formidable. My powers cannot enhance it further. However, the strength of a man originates from his kidneys, and I can elevate Jiang Ling's already powerful kidneys. Jiang Ling blinked slightly and promptly acquiesced, not for any peculiar thoughts, but simply to augment his strength. Subsequently, the dragon fulfilled the 3rd wish, its form vanishing, and the Dragon Balls on the ground transformed into 7 large, round stones. As Jiang Ling soared through the air, he felt a surge of warmth emanating from his kidneys, coursing throughout his limbs and body. The sensation was profoundly comforting, enveloping him in a delightful warmth. Chapter 75, Mr. Popo. The sky had returned to a state of clarity. The Namekians, who had gathered to witness the divine dragon, began to disperse at the behest of the Grand Elder. Only the Grand Elder Muley, the 2 Bulmas, Dondi, and Jiang Ling remained. How long would it take Jiang Ling to descend? Uncertain. After a considerable time, Jiang Ling opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance passing through them before he descended to the ground. He promptly planted a fervent kiss on both Bulmas. How annoying. There are others here. It's broad daylight. Please refrain from such displays. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. Suddenly reminded of something, he turned to Muley and Dondi and said, There's one more matter on which I seek your assistance. Speak, they replied. It has been over a decade since Earth has had a deity. I wish to see if anyone is willing to serve as the god of Earth. Upon hearing this, Muley addressed Dondi. What do you think? Would you be interested in becoming the god of Earth? He was aware that Dondi was one of the few geniuses of the Namekian race, known as the Dragon Clan, fully capable of fulfilling the role of a deity, much like the previous one. Considering that Earth was in dire need of revitalization, and perhaps inspired by a fondness for agriculture, Dondi eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, I wish to become the god of Earth. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. In his timeline, as well as in the original narrative, it was indeed Dondi who had taken on the role of the deity on Earth. After all, Earth could not be without a god, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Then it is settled, Jiang Ling declared with a smile. Dondi, go prepare your belongings. We shall return to Earth shortly. Understood, Dondi replied, soaring off toward his home. Meanwhile, at Muley's residence, Jiang Ling produced a pouch of tea leaves. Please brew my tea. Muley took the leaves and replied, No need. We have tea here. Mine is of superior quality, Jiang Ling insisted, waving his hand dismissively. Realizing he had no choice, Muley began the brewing process. Before long, the tea was ready, and Jiang Ling gestured for Muley to taste it. Muley lifted the cup, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. What exquisite tea! He savored the liquid, a look of delight crossing his face. A faint wisp of vapor emanated from his body, indicating a slight enhancement in his strength. Jiang Ling encouraged the Bulmas to partake as well, ensuring nothing went to waste, and he too savored several cups. After all, this was the famed Dahong Pao cultivated in the realm of cultivation. Soon after, Dandi arrived with a small bag of belongings. Jiang Ling offered him a cup of tea brewed with the Dahong Pao. Each of them experienced a modest elevation in their cultivation levels. As they prepared to return to Earth, Dandi inquired, Jiang Ling, where is your spaceship? Spaceship? What spaceship? Jiang Ling responded, feigning ignorance. Did you not arrive in a spaceship? Dandi was puzzled. Jiang Ling smiled slightly. Simply place your hand upon me. Dandi, perplexed, complied, resting his hand on Jiang Ling's shoulder. The two Bulmas each linked their arms with Jiang Ling. Let us take flight. Jiang Ling uttered 2 words, and with them, his figure vanished, leaving Elder Mu Li in a state of bewilderment. Oh, where did they go? How did they suddenly disappear? Earth, the dilapidated temple of the gods. Jiang Ling appeared alongside the 3 others atop the temple. Wow, Dandi exclaimed, eyes sparkling, Jiang Ling, you are incredible. I never imagined you could instantaneously transport us from Namek to Earth. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, signaling for modesty. Not long ago, the system had notified him of acquiring a version of instant teleportation akin to that of the King of Worlds. Thus, he was now capable of teleporting to Yardrat, as well as employing the King of Worlds version. The former required sensing the aura to move close to a specific individual, while the latter allowed him to go wherever he wished. The combination was exceedingly convenient. At that moment, a vortex materialized in front of them in the plaza of the Temple of the Gods. Jiang Ling's expression turned grave as he shielded the 3 behind him. His gaze fixated on the vortex. Slowly, a figure emerged from it, with dark skin and prominent lips, clad in an outfit reminiscent of a certain character. This appearance was unmistakable. Only one person possessed it. Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo? Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo. The group exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. Popo nodded and smiled. Ms. Bulma, it has been a long time. Greetings to you all. Bulma was understandably perplexed. Mr. Popo, where have you been all these years? Mr. Popo flashed a smile. Ever since the death of the Supreme Kai, I fell into slumber, only to awaken upon sensing the arrival of someone with the potential of a new Supreme Kai. He then glanced at Dandi. You must be the new Supreme Kai. I am your servant, Mr. Popo. Dandi hurriedly waved his hands. You flatter me. You flatter me. I will need your assistance in the future. Clearly, he was struggling to adapt to this shift in identity. Jiang Ling suddenly realized so. After a period following the Supreme Kai's death, Mr. Popo enters a slumber awaiting the appearance of a new Supreme Kai. How similar this is to the relationship between angels and destroyers. Jiang Ling shook his head. The question was too profound to ponder, so he decided to set it aside. Dandi, can you resurrect the Dragon Balls of Earth now? Dandi pondered for 2 seconds, at least 6 months. I see. Jiang Ling felt a twinge of disappointment. Then Dandi added, if the original dragon model were here, I could summon the dragon immediately. Jiang Ling turned his gaze toward Mr. Popo, who nodded and stated, I have the dragon model with me. With that, he produced the dragon model from behind him and handed it to Dandi. I have an idea, but I wonder if it is feasible? Jiang Ling suddenly remarked. Go ahead. I want the dragon to grant 3 wishes. That is possible. To resurrect multiple people at once. That, too, is possible. Dandi reflected momentarily and added, as long as they have not been reincarnated. With his current strength, he could easily accomplish this. Excellent. Jiang Ling's spirits soared. It appears that the decision to bring Dandi to Earth was indeed a prudent one. Subsequently, without uttering a word, Dandi extended his hands towards the dragon model. His palms emanated a faint glow, and gradually, the color of the Dragon Ball model reverted from its stony hue to its original vibrant shades. 7 beams of golden light erupted from the model, soaring towards Bulma's residence. Observing the direction of the golden rays, Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. As the Dragon Balls had turned to stone and resided within Bulma's home, it was evident that these golden lights were in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. After a lapse of several years, Earth was finally poised to reclaim the Dragon Balls. Chapter 76, A New Technique Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully restoring order to the timeline. As a reward, you have received the boundless yin-yang borrowing technique and the dual cultivation true method. A question mark slowly materialized above Jiang Ling's head. Upon seeing the name of the reward, he realized it was rather frivolous. System, must I truly employ such a technique to enhance my strength? He held no interest in such methods. believing that true power should be cultivated step by step. Ding. Host. This true method can solidify your foundation and elevate both your and your partner's abilities, preventing her from becoming a burden, thus allowing your strength to ascend even further. Hiss. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiangling gasped in astonishment. So, this means I can grow even stronger, and when confronted with formidable foes, I will be able to navigate through them with ease. Recently, Jiangling had been troubled by the power disparity with Bulma and the others. His strength was so overwhelming that he had to exercise extreme caution during their intimate moments, leading him to master the subtleties of his own power to an exquisite degree. However, this situation was not sustainable. Jiangling contemplated whether he should teach them the 8th set of radio calisthenics to help them train. Just as he thought of this, the system presented him with this technique, alleviating his concerns. A refreshing sensation washed over him, and he became adept at the rewards technique. Entering the room, he found Bulma, specifically the youthful version of Bulma he had wished for from the dragon. She appeared unweathered by time, embodying the essence of a young girl, fresh and delicate. She was trying on clothes, as many of her outfits no longer fit her youthful form. "What are you doing, Bulma?" Jiangling asked with a smile, wrapping his arms around her from behind. His tall stature contrasted significantly with the youthful Bulma. He encircled her waist, leaning his head close to her ear, his deep voice sending shivers through her. Bulma felt as though her very being was melting. With a token struggle, she protested, "Stop it. I'm trying on clothes." Jiangling chuckled softly, "I want to. You're incorrigible. I can't do anything about you. Bulma, let me teach you some moves." 3 hours later, Bulma let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, she felt a sticky, black substance on her skin, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. With a shriek, she dashed to the shower. Meanwhile, the sheets bore a crimson mark. Half an hour later, wrapped in a towel, she approached Jiangling, hands on her hips. Her face flushed with indignation, paired with her youthful visage. She looked utterly adorable. "Jiangling, what have you done? I had to wash so many times before I stopped smelling." Jiangling lay on the bed, a grin on his face. "Jump with all your strength." Bulma, puzzled but obedient, attempted to jump. Bang! Her head collided directly with the ceiling. Sitting on the floor, the towel had slipped from her grasp. But she paid it no mind, dazedly rubbing her head. "What just happened? Why am I able to jump so high?" Jiangling helped her up and smiled, saying, "It is due to the 3 hours of exercise we just completed. The movements I taught you can only enhance your strength when we are together." "And what was that foul, black, sticky substance earlier?" "That was the impurities within your body. The rapid increase in your strength over just a few hours has expelled some of that toxicity." Martial artists experience the same phenomenon, albeit at a slower pace. The impurities are cleansed daily, but are less frequently observed. Jiangling provided this explanation. Bulma, being an intelligent person and a genius scientist, brightened with understanding after hearing his words. After clarifying these questions, the two embraced, their bodies unencumbered by clothing. Bulma felt Jiangling's reaction and shot him a glare. "After all that, you," Jiangling smirked. "Doesn't that indicate your man is in good shape?" As he spoke, he made a move towards her but was stopped by Bulma. "No, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." "Why don't you go find the other me?" Jiangling responded, "All right," with enthusiasm, and swiftly made his way to the other Bulma's room. Bulma watched his retreating figure, rolled her eyes, and muttered, "Thank goodness there's another me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle it." With that thought, she lay down on the soft bed, her fatigued body quickly succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, the other Bulma, clad in a silk nightgown, was preparing to sleep when the door suddenly opened, and Jiangling slipped inside. "Hey, Jiangling, weren't you with the other Bulma?" she asked, puzzled. Jiangling chuckled and deftly climbed into bed beside her. Gazing at the alluring visage of the other Bulma and her curvaceous figure, he licked his lips. "She called me over here. No time for explanations. I'm here to teach you some movements." Bulma, though confused, complied, trusting Jiangling's guidance. Hours later, Jiangling, with a smile, watched her mimic the same movements as the other Bulma before dashing off to take a shower. After her bath, Jiangling embraced her, feeling her soft warmth, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Jiangling awoke, invigorated, and placed a gentle kiss on the foreheads of both sleeping Bulmas. He then rose and made his way to Trunks' home, a residence situated on an island. The weather was splendid, with sunshine and sandy beaches. The trees were vibrant with greenery, and the flowers exuded a delightful fragrance. Trunks was practicing swordplay on the grass, while Chi-Chi, smiling and holding their child, watched quietly, her eyes filled with tenderness. A man and a woman, in their own paradise. Yet at that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived. Jiangling descended slowly from the sky, greeting them. Hello, everyone. Despite his annoyance at the disruption of their serene existence, Trunks managed to smile. Jiangling, you're here. Come in for some tea. Jiangling waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not in a hurry. He then approached Xiao Wu, playfully teasing the little child in her arms. A smile gracing his face as he said, "Little one, have you called me Grandpa yet?" Xiao Wu stifled a giggle, replying, "Dad, you are overthinking it." He cannot speak yet. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's address, Jiangling grinned widely, clearly pleased. Trunks, with a scowl on his face, interjected, "Xiao Wu, just call him Jiangling. I have not acknowledged him as my father." "Is that so? Yet he is with your mother. Logically, he ought to be called Dad." Xiao Wu blinked her large, innocent eyes, brimming with confusion. Jiangling narrowed his eyes and rolled up his sleeves. "If I am with your mother, then I am your father. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you must accept it. It seems that we need to have a serious conversation." Chapter 77. Bidalai. After a fierce battle, Jiangling returned to the small island with the bruised and battered Trunks. "How have you become so powerful?" Trunks inquired, a sense of disbelief in his voice. "I feel such a vast difference in our strengths." "Huh, I have yet to unleash my full power. I haven't even tapped into the Super Saiyan God form," Jiangling replied nonchalantly. Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment. "Super Saiyan God? Is that a divine level?" Jiangling shook his head. "I believe that level does not equate to divinity. It merely dons the aura of a god, a mere half-step toward the divine." "That is still quite impressive." Upon entering the house, they found Xiao Wu had already prepared tea. The group enjoyed their tea while engaging in conversation. "Trunks, the reason I sought you out is not to challenge you to a fight but to share an idea." Trunks, intrigued, urged him to continue. Jiangling took a sip of the hot tea and slowly articulated, "Isn't there still a multitude of individuals at your base? I wish to establish an organization." Xiao Wu, listening intently, furrowed her brow and shook her head. "Those individuals have now become part of the Earth Defense Force. I fear your idea may not be feasible. Please hear me out. This concept does not conflict with the Earth Defense Force. I aim to create an organization called the Martial Soul Hall." "Martial Soul Hall?" Trunks and Xiao Wu murmured, pondering the name. "Indeed, the Martial Soul Hall. We would select individuals from the Earth Defense Force who possess good qualifications, decent strength, sincerity, and good character. I shall impart martial arts techniques and cultivate their skills. Nu Gadandi would oversee the organization. You both would supervise daily training and lead the group. Of course, Xiao Wu must also train to gain the respect of the others. In doing so, the Earth can develop more effectively under the protection of this group, ensuring better defense when danger approaches." After listening to Jiangling's vision, Trunks and Xiao Wu fell into a moment of silence. They exchanged glances and nodded in mutual agreement. "We believe your approach is viable." A glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Jiangling's face. Xiao Wu contemplated for a moment, gently rubbing her belly, and said softly, "However, I may not have the energy to devote entirely to training. That is of no concern. Given your previous status as a leader, it will be manageable. Focus on nurturing your child. You can practice the techniques I provide after giving birth." Jiangling waved his hand dismissively. "After all, my grandchild is of utmost importance." Days later, at a certain base, which was originally established as a military stronghold against the artificial beings, many strong men and women filled its ranks, fueled by their fervor to resist the artificial beings. Now that peace had been restored, they had seamlessly integrated into the Earth Defense Force, maintaining order. At this moment, the base housed those carefully selected by Trunks and Xiao Wu over the past few days. They were engaged in animated discussions. "What do you think Lord Xiao Wu and Lord Trunks have summoned us for?" "I am uncertain, but it seems that it is not a matter of great significance, and therefore, they likely will not seek our involvement. Look at us. We are all individuals of considerable strength and reputation." "Indeed, you are correct. Alas, just yesterday, I was engaged in a moment of intimacy with my newlywed wife when I was summoned here by Lord Trunks. I work in the self-defense force. I had intended to retire and was delivering food when Lady Xiao Wu sought me out. Should a battle arise, I shall return at once." Nearby, a striking girl with black hair casually tied up at both sides, possessing a slender figure and fair skin, yet appearing quite robust, was performing warm-up exercises. Exuding a faint aura of determination, it was evident that she maintained a regular fitness regimen. At that moment, someone inquired of her, "Sister Bidalai, given your close relationship with Lady Xiao Wu, what is your perspective?" "I am unsure. We shall find out once they arrive," Bidalai replied with a shrug, indicating her lack of knowledge. Suddenly, an image flashed in her mind, the boy she had encountered on the day they defeated the androids. Just then, Jiangling, Trunks, and Xiao Wu appeared on the high platform, prompting a flurry of discussion among the assembled crowd. Bidalai's eyes sparkled. She had just thought of him, and there he was, An inexplicable sensation stirred within her. Xiao Wu cleared her throat, and the chatter ceased immediately, bringing silence to the venue. Today, I believe many of you harbor a question. Why have we gathered you here? She began. The truth is, we wish to establish an organization called the Spirit Hall. She proceeded to elucidate the concept, and the attendees unanimously endorsed the plan, deeming it viable. Jiangling then surveyed the crowd and, upon spotting Bidalai, his eyes brightened. He promptly designated her as one of the chief instructors among the assembly. Her authority was second only to Trunks and Xiao Wu, leaving no room for dissent. Thus, the Spirit Hall is officially established under the supervision of the Earth's deity, with myself, Jiangling, as the instructor, alongside Trunks, Xiao Wu, and Bidalai as the chief coaches. To safeguard the Earth is the undeniable duty of the Spirit Hall. The crowd erupted in fervent chants. To safeguard the Earth is the undeniable duty of the Spirit Hall. The resounding voices reached a crescendo, and Jiangling nodded in approval. Let them commence their exercises freely to activate their bodies, he instructed. Subsequently, he called Trunks, Xiao Wu, and Bidalai outside to the grassy area. Jiangling extended his hand, a smile gracing his face. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiangling Bidalai, she responded, shaking his hand. Jiangling nodded in acknowledgement. I shall begin by teaching you the basics. This set of exercises is known as the 8th set of radio calisthenics. He played music from his phone, and his body began to move in synchrony with the rhythm. Let us begin with marching in place. Stretching exercises commence now. After completing the exercise of counting from 1 to 8 twice, the music was turned off, and then it was performed again in slow motion. Did you all observe carefully? The three individuals shook their heads slightly. Jiangling let out a sigh and began to teach them step by step. An hour passed, and they had all essentially grasped the fundamentals. Suddenly, Jiangling recalled something and asked Xiao Wu and Bidalai, have you learned to fly yet? Both shook their heads. Jiangling, feeling exasperated, glared at Trunks. Haven't you taught them anything over the years? Trunks scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. He had indeed overlooked this, and they had not needed it in their daily lives. With a sigh, Jiangling said, then I shall teach you both how to fly tomorrow. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced at Bidalai, whose long black hair was casually tied up on either side, and asked, would you consider cutting it short? Chapter 78. Learning Can You Cut Your Hair Short? Jiangling inquired, casting a glance at Di Li's long, lustrous hair, which cascaded elegantly over her chest. Do you like short hair? Di Li's cheeks flushed crimson, an inexplicable shyness enveloping her, contrasting with her previously bold demeanor. Jiangling waved his hand dismissively, his expression turning serious. I merely believe that short hair would be less cumbersome during training and would not pose a fatal weakness in combat. Upon hearing his explanation, Di Li's face turned even redder, and she shot him a glare before turning on her heels and walking away. What happened? Did you upset Di Li? Trunks nudged Jiangling with his elbow. Jiangling shrugged, a look of bewilderment on his face. I truly do not know what transpired. Trunks scratched his head, utterly puzzled. Xiao Wu, however, observed with keen eyes. As Di Li's close friend and a woman herself, she understood Di Li's feelings intimately. From the recent exchange, she concluded that her dear friend Di Li had developed a crush for the first time in years. As a confidant, Xiao Wu felt a mix of joy and complexity. After all, the object of Di Li's affections was none other than Jiangling, the very man who was entangled with her mother, Bulma. Though there were no strict rules regarding a man marrying only one woman, such a situation could certainly complicate familial hierarchies. Shaking her head, Xiao Wu decided she should celebrate her friend's newfound interest in a man. Other obstacles could be addressed later. Later that evening, after feeding the supplies from her storage to her baby, Xiao Wu confided in Trunks about the entire situation. What? How can that be? Trunks stood up, aghast. Why not? Xiao Wu replied with a teasing smile. Trunks quickly countered, if my mom is with Jiangling, and Di Li is with him too, wouldn't that disrupt the family order? Did you not deny that he is your father? Trunks fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. After a long pause, he sighed. My relationship with Jiangling is somewhat complicated. He has treated me well and taught me many things, enhancing my strength and helping me defeat the androids. Then you shouldn't oppose it. Xiao Wu's words pierced directly into Trunks' heart. Forget it, forget it. We should just focus on living our lives. Trunks dismissed his swirling thoughts and, amidst Xiao Wu's surprised exclamation, pulled her into his embrace, drifting into slumber while holding her tightly. Xiao Wu cast a lingering glance at his peaceful face, whispering softly, in truth, being pregnant does not hinder me. I am not so fragile. A sigh, tinged with yearning, mingled with the sounds of chirping insects, dissipating into the serene atmosphere of the island. The following day, when Trunks and Xiao Wu met Di Li, they were taken aback. Di Li had cut her hair short, The new hairstyle accentuated her vibrant spirit, exuding an air of confidence and grace. Xiao Wu rushed forward, taking Di Li by the hand, and began to whisper excitedly. Lily, why have you cut your hair short? Bai Di asked somewhat unnaturally. I just felt like it. There's no particular reason. Xiao Wu revealed a knowing smile. Are you sure? Wasn't it because of Jiangling's words yesterday? No. How could that be? Lily, you cannot deceive me. If you wish to befriend him, be bold. I was courageous with my partner too. With that, Xiao Wu cast a soft glance at the idle Trunks. However, Bai Di felt a bit bashful. You know me. I've never had a boyfriend or been in love. Xiao Wu encouraged her, reminding her that happiness must be fought for. After hearing this, Bai Di's gaze flickered, leaving her thoughts a mystery. After a while, the personnel at the base gathered. Trunks and the other two taught the 8th set of radio calisthenics that Jiangling had demonstrated the previous day, urging everyone to practice diligently. Strangely, some of the weaker individuals struggled to complete the last few movements. Furthermore, the 3 head coaches sensed something was amiss. The calisthenics lacked a certain rhythm. In the afternoon, Jiangling arrived. He had enjoyed a restful night in his room and awoke feeling invigorated. At breakfast, the 2 Bulmas subtly inquired why he had chosen to sleep alone the previous night instead of joining them to enhance their abilities. Jiangling could only assure them that they would sleep together in the future. As for the teaching of movements, that depended on individual enthusiasm. Otherwise, such routine could lead to issues. Upon seeing Bai Di, Jiangling was struck by her charm. Her aura, paired with her short hair, was simply enchanting. Yet, he felt a hint of confusion. Bai Di, why did you cut your hair short? Didn't you mention wanting me to do the same yesterday? Bai Di shot him a glare, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Jiangling could only offer an awkward smile. Given Bai Di's reaction yesterday, he had assumed she was upset. He called Trunks, Xiao Wu, and Bai Di to the lawn outside the base. Jiangling began. Let us first review yesterday's material. Music began to play. Trunks suddenly recalled what had been missing when he instructed the members of the Wuhuan Hall on the 8th set of radio calisthenics that morning. Jiangling, is this music meant to accompany the calisthenics? Jiangling nodded. Trunks wore an expression of realization. No wonder there had been an awkwardness during the morning exercises. It was due to the absence of music. Upon hearing this, Jiangling slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Oh right. I almost forgot. It was my oversight not to provide you with the music. Trunks. Xiao Wu. Bai Di. Jiangling handed the USB drive containing the music to Trunks and replayed the music from his phone. As the music began to play, a few individuals commenced the movements of the 8th set of radio calisthenics. Jiangling observed them while correcting their postures. After several repetitions, Trunks remained unaffected. But the 2 girls were already breathless, their garments soaked with sweat, revealing the snug attire beneath. Xiao Wu's was adorned with lace, while Bidali's resembled a sports bra. Jiangling cast a significant glance at Trunks, who, with a flushed face, led Xiao Wu into the woods. Bidali, however, was less concerned. Her military life had rendered her indifferent to such matters, as she often wore tightly fitted sports bras. She stripped off her outer t-shirt, revealing her fair, toned physique, complete with defined abdominal muscles. Yet, the sports bra snugly encapsulated her essential areas. Jiangling observed without any ill intentions, but even so, he felt a reaction stirring within him. He discreetly adjusted his stance in a visual blind spot, reflecting, indeed, he should not have practiced alone last night. Wasn't it more delightful to be with Bulma? Now he found himself in an awkward situation. Excessive vitality could be a burden. Jiangling centered himself, contemplating a systematic inquiry. System, is there a method to naturally restrain my bodily reactions in daily life, yet allow me to control them when desired? The system responded, well, with time and ample company, you'll naturally gain control. Jiangling sighed. I suppose I can no longer rely on you. Drawing a deep breath, he recognized that with his strength, he could redirect his vital energy from unnecessary areas to other parts of his body, requiring only mental focus. Earlier, he harbored no improper thoughts towards Bidali. It was merely an instinctive response, a situation many boys likely experience, particularly upon waking in the morning. Jiangling snapped back to reality, turning his gaze towards the direction Trunks and the others had departed. Why had they not returned yet? Chapter 79, A Shared Smile. Trunks led Xiao Wu into the woods, retrieving a capsule to produce a change of clothes for her. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu began to change right before him. Observing her figure, Trunks found himself breathing heavily and quickly turned away, for Xiao Wu was with child, and he had been exercising restraint for months. He feared that if he continued to look, he would lose control. Am I truly that unappealing? Xiao Wu's gaze, tinged with melancholy, pierced through to him. Trunks hastily replied, No, it's not that. I fear for my self-control, especially knowing your condition. Xiaowu embraced him from behind, murmuring softly, I am not so frail. Feeling her warmth, Trunks turned to hold her tightly. Let us find another place. Trunks draped a garment over her shoulders, wrapping his arm around her waist as they soared into the sky towards another small island. Meanwhile, Jiangling sat beside Bidalai, waiting in vain for the return of Trunks and Xiaowu, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. What troubles you? Bidalai inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Jiangling waved his hand dismissively, glancing at her and asking, Aren't you going to put something on? You might catch a chill. Bidalai, clad only in a sports bra, seemed unfazed. It's nothing. I'm accustomed to it, and my body is well conditioned, she replied with a smile. Seeing her nonchalance, Jiangling paid it little heed. After a sufficient rest, with her sweat now dried, he suggested, Let me teach you to fly. It's called the dance of air. Aren't we waiting for them to return? She asked. No. They might be delayed. Bidalai did not dwell on the matter, her thoughts unburdened by peculiarities. Jiangling instructed her to sit cross-legged, encouraging her to relax and regulate her breathing. Following his guidance, she surrendered to tranquility, her chest rising and falling with each natural breath. Placing her hands on her abdomen, she attuned to the energy within. What is this energy? She asked. It is a latent force hidden within each person, Jiangling explained. After a moment of contemplation, he concentrated, directing a finger to conjure a beam of golden light that shot towards a distant rock. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, debris scattering about. A gust of wind swept over them, causing their garments to flutter. This is a simple application of energy. Bidalai, having witnessed Trunks in battle against the androids from afar, now experienced the spectacle up close for the first time. Every individual possesses this energy. Those who consistently train will easily sense it and wield it powerfully, Jiangling elucidated. Instantly, Bidalai turned to him, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Teach me. I wish to master this energy. Thus, Jiangling and Bidalai sat cross-legged on the grass, their hands intertwined before their abdomens. Relax and channel the energy within your body to your hands. Jiangling spoke, and a radiant light appeared between his palms. Bidalai, originally seated cross-legged, leaned closer upon seeing the glow, propping herself up with her hands and raising her hips, her face reflecting curiosity as she gazed at the luminous display between Jiangling's hands. How astonishing! I previously thought that such abilities were beyond the reach of ordinary people, especially after witnessing Trunks' mysterious feats. Ordinary people can indeed learn it. Jiangling chuckled, noticing her somewhat ambiguous posture, and cleared his throat gently, suggesting, You may sit back down. Oh. Bidalai complied but changed her position from cross-legged to a more relaxed stance. Jiangling acknowledged the remarkable flexibility of women, admitting his own limitations. Relax, adjust your breathing, channel your energy. Jiangling's melodious voice gradually guided Bidalai into a meditative state. Slowly, a glimmer of light began to materialize between her hands. Success. Bidalai's face lit up with joy, but the light soon extinguished, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Jiangling smiled reassuringly. You have successfully channeled your energy. With diligent practice, you will gradually master it. How many days will it take to master? Bidalai asked impatiently. Jiangling pondered for a moment, perhaps 3 or 4 days. Once you grasp the energy, I will teach you the art of flight. Excellent. Bidalai was filled with enthusiasm. Suddenly, she seemed to come to a decision, biting her lip thoughtfully. She pulled out her phone and said to Jiangling, Let's exchange contact information, so I can consult you when I have questions. Jiangling paused for a moment, then smiled broadly. Sure, my number is 192790719. Please add me. Bidalai acknowledged and began to input the information on her phone, prompting Jiangling's device to receive a notification. We can chat on the phone in the coming days, Jiangling remarked, shaking his phone that had been verified. Yes. After guiding her for a while longer, Trunks and Xiaowu finally flew over. Both had changed into a fresh set of clothes. Bidalai inquired, What have you two been up to? How long has it been? Trunks scratched his head, unsure of how to respond, while Xiaowu's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. Oh, nothing much. Just went home to change clothes. Jiangling waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Xiaowu will be taught by Trunks since they spend all day together. Upon hearing this, Bidalai nodded in agreement. Trunks and Xiaowu exchanged a glance, each seeing affection reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 80, Sheru of the Future World. Jiangling returned to Bulma's home alongside Trunks and Xiaowu. Trunks and his wife had come to retrieve their child, while Jiangling was genuinely returning to his own abode. After all, Bulma's possessions were inherently his as well. The house was spacious enough. Naturally, Jiangling took residence in the bedroom. The bed was large, capable of accommodating several individuals for slumber. Bulma handed the child to Trunks, exclaiming, I nearly lost my sanity with the child today. Thankfully, there's formula, or I wouldn't know how to feed him. Haha, dear mother. You've had quite the day, Trunks remarked, gazing at his mother's youthful visage, as if transported back in time. Even though he had learned this just yesterday, it still felt somewhat surreal. Bulma too approached, advising, Trunks, it's best if you don't bully Xiao Wu, otherwise, just wait and see how I handle you. Xiao Wu, if you feel wronged, do share it with both of us. Xiao Wu nodded with a smile. Okay, I certainly will. Trunks scratched his head, exasperated. Mother, you know what kind of person I am, don't you? After exchanging some pleasantries, the couple bid farewell. Mothers, Jiangling, were heading back now. Jiangling, with an arm around each Bulma, smiled as they watched the couple depart. Let us prepare dinner, he suggested. Indeed, dinner isn't ready yet. Jiangling's eyes brightened at the mention. I'll assist. No, you'll just be a hindrance, Bulma retorted, playfully pushing Jiangling out of the kitchen and instructing him to watch television in the living room. Jiangling, feeling somewhat helpless, settled in the living room to await dinner. Shortly after, dinner was ready. The cooking speed of the duo was indeed impressive. The three enjoyed a harmonious meal in the living room. As Jiangling ate, he gazed at the vivacious young Bulma and the charming, graceful Bulma too, savoring the meal immensely. After all, having two beauties by his side was something he could hardly have imagined before. Later that evening, after dinner, Jiangling joined the two Bulmas for a stroll. The stars twinkled brilliantly in the enchanting night sky. Jiangling walked in the middle, with the two Bulmas on either side, their arms entwined with his. Beneath the dim street lamps, there were no other pedestrians. The populace, having limited entertainment options, found the earth in a state of revival. Although people had smartphones to communicate, they lacked games. Outside, only brothels were operational. Many industries on Earth struggled to regain their footing, and citizens worked during the day, naturally preferring to either procreate or retire early at night. The trio strolled down the street, a gentle breeze calming their restless hearts, bringing tranquility to their souls. As they walked, they reached the outskirts of the city, arriving at a small stream. Suddenly inspired, Jiangling stepped barefoot into the cool waters, which barely reached his ankles. The refreshing stream felt delightful against his skin. He glanced at the two Bulmas who remained on the shore, a smirk playing on his lips as he scooped up some stream water and splashed it towards them. Ah, Jiangling, you scoundrel. Haha, come and hit me. With their clothes drenched, the playful banter continued, and the three of them engaged in a delightful water fight in the stream. The sounds of splashing water, laughter, and the chirping of insects intertwined, creating a unique melody beneath the night sky. After their playful frolic, the trio settled on the bank, their garments soaked through. It's all your fault for indulging in such childish games, grumbled the elder Bulma, though joy radiated from her. The second Bulma chuckled. It's been ages since we've had such carefree fun. The others readily agreed with her sentiment. Subsequently, the two Bulmas retrieved spare clothing and changed out of their wet attire by the shore. With no one else around and given their close relationship with Jiangling, there was no need for modesty. Jiangling observed with admiration. One was like a budding lotus, and the other, a charming figure. The two Bulmas exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's intentions as they approached Jiangling. What are you planning? He exclaimed. Wait, don't. We're outside. After a moment, the elder Bulma licked her lips and suggested, let us return and practice our moves together. I still have some uncertainties. Me too. I aim to improve my strength. The second Bulma added, her eyes gleaming with determination. Jiangling was left pondering whether bringing them together and imparting the true essence of their craft would be a blessing or a curse. The night passed swiftly, and dawn broke, awakening all things. Jiangling stirred from his slumber, stretching his body, feeling refreshed as usual. The weather was clear as he stepped out of his bedroom. Passing the balcony, he saw Bulma hanging up laundry and playfully patted her rounded backside. The second Bulma merely shot him a glance before returning to her task. In the kitchen, the elder Bulma donned a loose-fitting top that concealed her curves while revealing her smooth legs, as she wore an apron and prepared breakfast. Curiosity piqued. A grin spread across Jiangling's face. Let me take a peek, he mused, lifting the hem of her garment only to be met with surprise. Where are your undergarments? After breakfast, he reminded the two to exercise in the home gym before heading out. Suddenly, a thought struck him. During his last visit to this timeline, he had neglected to seek out Cell. Fortunately, according to the timeline, Cell would not emerge for another year or two. The exact duration was unclear to him, as it had been quite some time since he traversed into the Dragon Ball realm. Moreover, aside from die-hard fans and meticulous web authors, who would bother to memorize the timeline of the future? With the wind howling around him, Jiangling soared through the air at incredible speed, soon arriving at Dr. Gero's research facility. The research facility was nestled within the mountains, now reduced to mere ruins. As to how it met its demise, it is likely intertwined with the fates of the artificial beings, number 17 and number 18. Jiang Ling ventured inside, his fingertips emitting beams of light to effortlessly clear away the debris while surveying the surroundings. Upon encountering the remains of number 19 and Drive Jero, the truth became apparent to him. They had suffered the same fate. Subsequently, Jiang Ling approached the entrance to the basement and stepped inside, fully aware that this was the domain of Cell. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a difference. The traces suggested that someone had either arrived or departed recently. Could it be? A troubling thought crept into Jiang Ling's mind. He hastily made his way to a cultivation chamber, which had been meant for the embryo of Cell. Now, however, the transparent glass dome had been shattered, and the nurturing fluid had completely drained away. Cell had vanished without a trace. Chapter 81. Jiang Ling vs. Bitterly. Since the defeat of the androids, a number of factories have gradually reopened in an effort to restore order. Chen Guo, the manager of one such factory, was burning the midnight oil in his office, embracing his newly hired voluptuous secretary while strategizing. Having been scolded by his wife the previous day, he felt an urgent need to vent his frustrations. Chen Guo pressed the secretary against the desk. A minute later, he let out a satisfied sigh. The secretary, looking embarrassed, inquired, "Guoge, you promised me. Rest assured, Chen Guo, will take care of it." Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a hole was blasted into the wall, sending dust and debris flying. The piercing screams of women and the panicked voices of men filled the air. Chen Guo instinctively shielded the secretary with his body, cowering behind her. Through the haze of smoke, a figure emerged, its skin a grotesque blend of orange and green, sporting grotesque wings and a long tail dragging on the ground, resembling a monster. The secretary turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably as she attempted to flee, only to be firmly grasped by Chen Guo, who remained protectively positioned in front of her. "Why you? Who are you? Don't come any closer. I'll call for help." Chen Guo feigned calmness, yet his trembling legs and the dampness pooling at his feet betrayed his fear. "Sharu," the creature stated disdainfully, fixing a contemptuous gaze on Chen Guo, who was blocking the woman. "What do you want?" "I have money. I can give you anything." In a panic, Chen Guo fished out several stacks of cash from his pocket and tossed them to the ground. Sharu, however, didn't even glance at the money. With a swift motion, he lunged towards them, his tail piercing through both, silencing their screams as they were drained of life. A perverse smile spread across Sharu's face, which soon faded into a frown as he absorbed the secretary's memories of her brief encounters with Chen Guo. Oh, that was a dreadful experience. Yet the secretary's memories were still agreeable, as they required merely a minute, quite a bargain. Sharu then turned his gaze towards the production area outside the manager's office, sensing the need for more energy. During his time in the incubation chamber, an instinctive feeling compelled him to emerge prematurely, lest he perish. Upon his arrival, he sensed an exceptionally powerful aura in this world, realizing he was outmatched. Furthermore, with a dwindling human population, he understood the necessity of stealthily cultivating his strength. Gradually, he would absorb humanity as energy, evolving into his second stage until he reached his complete form. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling stepped out of Dr. Jero's laboratory. A frown etched upon his brow. He had just sensed that there were no other abnormal auras on Earth. Well-versed in Sharu's attributes, he recognized that Sharu possessed the genes of Earth warriors and was adept at concealing his presence. Thus, Jiang Ling concluded that Sharu was lurking somewhere, quietly developing his power. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling raised his hand and unleashed a shockwave that obliterated Dr. Jero's laboratory. He then soared into the sky, racing towards Trunks' home at breakneck speed. Trunks and Xiaowu sat facing each other on the bed, their knees touching as they attuned themselves to their inner strength. Trunks spoke softly, guiding Xiaowu in perceiving the existence of energy. Outside the house, a voice called out. Jiang Ling. Trunks furrowed his brow, hastily urging Xiaowu to dress, before donning his own clothes and stepping outside. "What's the matter, Jiang Ling?" he inquired. Jiang Ling shared his findings, cautioning Trunks to remain vigilant regarding the sudden disappearance of energy on Earth. Upon hearing this, Trunks nodded gravely. His concern for the planet was unparalleled. After their exchange, Jiang Ling produced his phone to swap contact information. "Contact me if anything arises." "All right," Trunks replied, and Jiang Ling departed. Once back at his own home, he relaxed. With both Bulmas absent, presumably at the gym, Jiang Ling comfortably reclined on the sofa. As for the situation with Cell, he entrusted it to Trunks. Ding! A message arrived on his phone. Meanwhile, in a separate residence, Biddy Li, dressed lightly, lay on her bed, slowly attempting to sense her energy as per Jiang Ling's guidance. Yet, with her eyes closed, Jiangling's warm smile and encouraging words flooded her mind, causing her thoughts to spiral. What is happening? She muttered, scratching her head in frustration. She picked up her phone to vent to her close friend, Xiaowu. Xiaowu's light laughter echoed from the other end of the line. You're missing Jiangling, aren't you? Biddy Li quickly denied it. No way. Don't you feel a bit damp? Indeed, she found herself in such a predicament. As a resolute woman in the military, she had never encountered this before, leaving her inexperienced. After hanging up, Xiaowu's words echoed in her mind. Be a little bolder. Happiness is something you must pursue. Biddy Li bit her lip, her expression transforming into one of determination. She promptly sent a message to Jiangling. Are you free? I have something I'd like to ask you. Jiangling responded swiftly. I'm free. What is your question? I'll help you. Tap, tap, tap. Biddy Li typed. How about you come to my house? I'll treat you to dinner, and you can guide me a bit. Sure. Jiangling replied with an OK emoji. Upon seeing this, Biddy Li exhaled in relief and set about preparing a delectable meal. Before long, Jiangling arrived. Ever eager to assist, not merely for the delicious food or the company of a beautiful woman. After their meal, Biddy Li suddenly fixed her gaze intently on Jiangling. He felt a bit taken aback, checking for crumbs on his face. Jiangling, I like you. Will you accept me? Rest assured, as my partner, I will treat you well and never let you suffer. A question mark slowly formed above Jiangling's head. Sensing that Biddy Li had inverted the dynamics of their relationship, he had never entertained such thoughts, for women were already more than enough for him to manage. However, how could one refuse such an opportunity presented right at their doorstep? He pondered for a moment. Biddy Li, I am aware of your intentions. Yet I already have two Bulmas who happen to be Trunks' mother. I do not mind. All I desire is you. Standing at less than 6 meters. Biddy Li pinned Jiangling against the wall, her gaze fervently fixed upon him. With a gulp, Jiangling swallowed hard and nodded. He gradually lowered his head. Biddy Li rose on her toes. They could both feel each other's breath. Biddy Li pushed Jiangling down onto the sofa, seating herself upon his abdomen. Despite their considerable height difference, they found themselves on equal footing at this moment, sharing a kiss. After a while, Biddy Li's cheeks were flushed a deep crimson. Yet her expression remained earnest. How should we engage in this? Allow me to guide you. First, grasp firmly, steady yourself, then aim, and finally, settle down. That night, Jiangling and Biddy Li delved into a discussion regarding the nuances of sensing qi. Chapter 82, The Meeting of Shalu and Babidi throughout the night. Trunks sat cross-legged on the sofa, oblivious to the presence of Xiaowu and the child. With his eyes closed, he attuned himself to the essence of the earth. Suddenly, he sensed a location where the human presence had significantly diminished, followed by a powerful aura that appeared for a fleeting moment before vanishing. His eyes snapped open, a flash of determination lighting them. Strapping on his heavy sword and grasping his phone, he dashed out. As he soared through the skies, he relayed the situation to Jiangling, for that location was none other than West City. By the time Trunks arrived, the once vibrant city of West City had fallen into an eerie silence. Jiangling had already reached the scene, hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. Trunks urgently inquired, Is my mother safe? If anything has happened to her, I will not spare you. Jiangling shook his head. They are unharmed. I have been monitoring West City constantly. I discovered the situation before you did and ensured their safety. Inshallah? Trunks pressed. He has fled. Jiangling's countenance darkened. Initially, he had considered Shalu a minor threat, unworthy of concern. He could overlook threats to others, but when it came to his own family, that was a burden he could not bear. Trunks, you needn't involve yourself. I will handle this entirely. Jiangling declared in a low voice. However, there are no buts. This is an order. Your priority is to protect your mother, your wife, and Biddy Li. Understood. Trunks responded swiftly before taking flight. Meanwhile, Jiangling remained rooted in place, closing his eyes to extend his perception across the globe. It is worth noting that while Trunks could sense auras, he lacked the precision and intensity required for such vigilant monitoring, which was an immense drain on mental energy, reaching alarming levels of exhaustion. As time passed, the sun ascended into the sky, only to eventually descend, giving way to night. Shalu, perhaps sensing that he had overstepped, left no trace of his presence. In a lush grove, Shalu sat perched upon a tree, his green skin blending seamlessly with the foliage. At this moment, he had evolved into his second form, his physique considerably more robust. Below, two individuals passed by, their attire and appearance distinctly unusual, not resembling the typical inhabitants of Earth. Shalu cast a casual glance their way, but chose to ignore them. The two individuals, appearing fatigued, leaned against a sturdy tree stump to rest. Tell me, What could the great Babidi possibly want after gathering energy for over a decade in the cosmos, arriving on this desolate little planet? One of them remarked. Ah, you are unaware. My uncle S. father S. aunt S. daughter S. boyfriend S. brother is Babidi's confidant. He told me that Babidi aims to resurrect the monster controlled by his father, Babidi, to restore his former glory. Is that true? Absolutely. My brother told me himself. By the way, does Babidi have a preference for men? Hush. Perhaps I shall give it a try as well. Listening to the conversation between the two individuals, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Sheru's eyes. Energy, immense energy, he murmured to himself. He leapt down from the tree, landing before the two. Ah, Earthlings, is this how you appear? The two uniquely featured individuals, their eyes gleaming with intrigue, observed him keenly. Suddenly, Sheru's tail struck the figure on the left, instantly transforming him into a mere skin. The soldier on the right was taken aback, frantically drawing a weapon and firing several shots at Sheru. Futile. The lasers struck Sheru's form without igniting a single spark. Sheru's tail ensnared the soldier, lifting him effortlessly. Speak of Babidi and the energy matter, Sheru commanded in a low voice. The soldier's face turned pale, nodding hurriedly. Our leader is called Babidi. He has amassed vast energy and come to Earth solely to resurrect the malevolent Majin Buu, who plagued the universe millions of years ago, to reignite chaos in the cosmos. That is all I know. After listening to his account, Sheru nodded. What brings you here? Lord Babidi commanded us lowly soldiers to seek the giant egg that seals Majin Buu. Sir, I have divulged all I know. Could you spare my life? I would do anything, even that kind of thing. The soldier trembled in fear. Sheru loosened his tail, causing the soldier to fall to the ground. Take me to your leader. The soldier appeared bewildered. Could it be that this green-skinned giant is a submissive? With a mere glance from Sheru, an overwhelming aura erupted, though he did not reveal his true essence. The soldier was instantly paralyzed with fear, feeling as though he had plunged into a sea of corpses and blood. Regaining his senses, he hastily nodded. Within a secluded valley, a spaceship lay concealed. Sheru grasped the soldier and slowly approached the entrance of the spacecraft. Shortly after, a diminutive figure emerged from the ship, wielding a staff, his body covered in wrinkles, Babidi. Following closely behind was a robust figure with dark red skin, emanating a sinister aura, marked with an emblem on his forehead. This was Dubra, the king of the demon realm. His forehead's mark signifying his enslavement by Babidi's magic. Sheru's eyes narrowed. Do you not fear being discovered by exposing your aura? Babidi scoffed. Discovered? What could possibly frighten me on this barren earth, which has forced me to gather energy across the cosmos for over 20 years? Moreover, my spaceship possesses a cloaking ability. I sense a formidable malevolent energy within you. What brings you to seek me? As Babidi spoke, his gaze lingered on Sheru, captivated by the pure malevolence radiating from him. So it is, then I need not conceal my presence any longer. Sheru absorbed the minions, coming into contact with the art of breath concealment. Babidi, I require energy. Chapter 83. I beg you, Trunks. Before Babidi could utter a word, Dubra behind him erupted into laughter. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can obtain energy by defeating me? Dubra's tone dripped with disdain. Babidi, too, wore a playful smile, finding it somewhat absurd that Cell would make such a statement. Cell cast a glance at Dubra, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. I require energy for my evolution. The more, the better. My power is not inferior to that of the red-skinned one behind you. Babidi's interest was piqued as he tapped his nails against his staff, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. What can you offer me? I can serve as your formidable ally. Cell responded without hesitation, though internally he scoffed. Once I acquire the energy, I shall eliminate you first. Serving as a subordinate? Absolutely not. Suddenly, Babidi let out a wild laugh, exuding a sense of audacity. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. I happen to have some extra backup energy collected just for you to absorb. Babidi retrieved an object resembling a chamber pot from behind him. Cell's eyes gleamed with intense desire. He sensed the immense power contained within that small pot. Give it to me, he exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he lunged forward. Babidi remained unfazed, casting a glance at Dubra, who promptly intercepted Cell with ease, given his current strength. I want energy. Patience. Babidi waved his hand dismissively, pointing his staff at Cell. A beam of light erupted from the staff, gradually clouding Cell's vision. Under the influence of a certain force, dark energy coalesced on his forehead, forming a symbol. Slowly, Cell's gaze turned frenzied as he fixated on Babidi, declaring, Master Babidi, I am willing to serve you. Babidi nodded approvingly, clearly satisfied. He then plunged a sharp spike from the pot into Cell's abdomen, allowing a torrent of immense energy to flow directly into him. Ah! Cell's physique began to swell, his aura intensifying into a fierce wind. Had Dubra not swiftly grasped Babidi, the latter might have been blown away. The two retreated several paces, observing in silence as Cell became enveloped in a radiant green glow. This individual's potential surpasses even yours, Dubra, Babidi remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Boom! The green light surged. Cell's form underwent a remarkable transformation, revealing elegant lines and a striking visage, his perfect form. To think he was indeed capable of evolving. However, his power still cannot rival Dubra's. Babidi murmured, casting a sidelong glance at the silent Dubra beside him. Boom! As Cell achieved his perfect state, he did not pause. He emanated a golden Saiyan aura. His power skyrocketed. Ugh hi! Shera's form slightly hunched as he emitted a low growl. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted around him, accompanied by small arcs of lightning. Ah, this power has already surpassed that of Depura. Babidi's face lit up with the expression of one who has stumbled upon a treasure. Humph! Depura remained silent, feeling as if he had swallowed something utterly distasteful. Babidi approached Sheru, nodding in satisfaction with his creation. Soon, he would possess two formidable allies. Once he resurrected Majin Buu, the entire universe would be unable to contend with him. A frenzied glint flickered in Sheru's eyes as he fixated intently on Babidi. Yet, the emblem on his forehead firmly constrained him. His overwhelming aura shattered the ship's energy suppressor. You, worthless trash. Shera glared at Depura, a mix of madness and disdain in his gaze. Depura, unable to tolerate Shera's arrogance, kicked him into the air. He followed, soaring into the sky, unleashing his full strength as they engaged in battle. Instantly, a resounding cacophony of combat echoed through the heavens. Their speed was so rapid that it produced a whistling sound. Dark clouds gathered, and heavy rain began to pour. Babidi, unable to keep pace with their velocity, could do nothing but anxiously observe from the sidelines. Please, stop fighting. In West City, a gentle rain tapped against the towering trees lining the streets, forming droplets that cascaded down the leaves to the ground. Jiang Ling stood motionless in the center of the city, having remained there for 3 days. A small bird, carrying twigs, flew overhead, preparing to build a nest atop his head. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, radiating a brilliant light. Startled, the bird flapped its wings and fled. A glimmer of bloodthirst flashed in Jiang Ling's gaze. His aura erupted forth. The surrounding fallen leaves and dust were swept into the sky. Swish! Jiang Ling's consciousness surged, and his figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, within Vidal's home, Trunks, Pan, and both Bulmas were gathered in the living room, enveloped in a heavy silence, overshadowed by the impending doom. Suddenly, Trunks stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the horizon. What is it, son? Asked the elder Bulma. The others turned their attention to Trunks. There are numerous powerful evil presences, he murmured. Due to the destruction of Babidi's ship's energy suppressor, he could sense them. I must go. No, Jiang Ling instructed me to stay here to protect my family. Trunks shook his head. Just then, his expression transformed dramatically. This is Jiang Ling's energy. Since Jiang Ling had become a Super Saiyan god, Trunks had not sensed his energy until now. To his astonishment, Jiang Ling was not utilizing the form of a Super Saiyan god, but rather the primal Super Saiyan. Trunks has stirred up a tempest. For Jiang Ling's aura has reached an astonishing level of power. In an instant, Jiang Ling materializes beside Babidi, now in his Super Saiyan 2 form, surrounded by a brilliant golden flame and crackling sparks of electricity. Please, stop fighting. Babidi, oblivious to the impending danger, continues to persuade Depura and Cell. Oh! Jiang Ling's piercing gaze sweeps across the battle in the sky and lands on Babidi. His mind swiftly comprehends the situation. Approaching Babidi, he seizes him by the collar. Babidi, you intend to resurrect Majin Buu, do you not? Eh? Who are you? How do you know I, before Babidi can finish his sentence? Jiang Ling unleashes a surge of energy that obliterates him, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, the battle in the sky comes to an abrupt halt. Cell and Depura hover in midair, their expressions bewildered, questioning their own circumstances. Jiang Ling senses the tumult of numerous malevolent presences within the spaceship, his brow furrowing slightly. Inside the vessel lie Babidi's minions, and confronting them alone poses a considerable challenge. Moreover, he must keep a watchful eye on Cell to prevent his escape. If he focuses on Cell, the other nefarious creatures could scatter across Earth, causing significant ramifications. Lost in thought, Jiang Ling devises a plan. He activates instant transmission, appearing beside Trunks before he can react, and directly transports him to the battlefield. Trunks, I count on you. Chapter 84. The Golden Frieza, the monsters within the realm of the Golden Frieza are entrusted to you, Trunks, Jiangling remarked, patting him on the shoulder and gesturing towards the spacecraft. After a fleeting moment of confusion, Trunks regained his composure, although he was uncertain of the circumstances. He nodded resolutely and drew the long sword from his back. The blade shimmered menacingly as Trunks launched himself towards the spacecraft with a fierce slash. Jiangling turned his gaze towards the formidable duo of Cell and Dabura. Bringing Trunks over had not consumed much time. The Demon King, Dabura, wore a grim expression. It was a great humiliation for one of his stature to be controlled by another. Moreover, he now found himself overshadowed by the combat prowess of the green-skinned adversary before him. How could he accept such indignity? Meanwhile, Cell had regained his composure, reveling in his transformation into his perfect form, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him. He erupted into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha, I have succeeded. I have become perfect. Such immense power. Ha ha, no longer must I conceal my energy. I shall no longer cower. Cell unleashed his aura, liberating the pent-up frustration of his previous form. A tempest swirled around him, and even the rain dared not approach his vicinity. Dabura narrowed his eyes, a malicious glint flashing within. This creature must not be allowed to live. Such was the intent that coursed through his mind. Dabura clasped his hands together and slowly drew forth a crimson, grotesque sword measuring over a meter in length. The blade exuded a foul stench of blood, accompanied by tendrils of dark energy. With a swift motion, Dabura swung his sword, not exerting much force. Cell effortlessly caught the blood-soaked blade, scoffing, "Have you not eaten? Your strength is laughably feeble." Dabura revealed his face from behind the blade, offering a disingenuous smile before spitting a mouthful of saliva that splattered across Cell's visage. To his astonishment, Cell's body began to petrify rapidly. How could this be? Cell had wholly lost his vitality, transforming into a lifelike stone statue that plummeted from the sky. Bang! The statue shattered upon impact with the ground, scattering fragments in all directions. Humph! Dabura regarded the debris with disdain, a perfect arc forming at the corner of his mouth. You thought to challenge me? What if your strength surpassed mine? You still met your demise at my hands. However, at that moment, an enigmatic figure appeared behind him, launching a devastating punch. Bang! The blow shattered his vertebrae and pierced through his abdomen. Jiangling withdrew his fist from Dabura's belly, blood gushing forth. The latter slowly turned to face Jiangling, his expression a mix of weakness and disbelief. Who are you? We bear no grudge. Jiangling's smile faded as he shook his head, responding, I have recently encountered a situation that has led me to prefer eliminating potential threats. With that, he sidestepped the feeble spray of blood-tinged saliva that Dabura desperately expelled. As Jiangling cast a glance, he beheld the stone transformed from a pool of saliva, visibly changing before his eyes. It was utterly terrifying. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, he gathered energy with one hand. The immense energy enveloped Dapula, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Jiangling stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, as a gentle rain mingled with a cool breeze soaked his attire. His eyes, flickering with a deadly intent, revealed he was waiting. Sheru. Indeed, Jiangling discerned that Sheru had not perished. With a whoosh, a fierce wind howled. Energy converged. In the very spot where Sheru had seemingly met his demise, a blinding light erupted, coalescing into a figure. A flash of golden light revealed Sheru's visage. His form retained its original shape, yet his skin had transformed into a brilliant gold. Only a small patch of his former green hue remained, perched atop his head. The golden skin, complemented by the striking green cap, became the most eye-catching feature. Hee ha ha ha. Sheru surveyed his body, and his laughter grew increasingly maniacal. I never imagined I could resurrect. Moreover, my power has surged immensely upon revival. Now, I am the supreme, invincible champion of the universe. No one can withstand my might. Ha ha ha. I no longer need to hold back. Let me see who can defeat me. It appeared he was intent on unleashing all the pent-up frustration from before. Jiangling observed him with a calm demeanor, though his eyes were filled with lethal intent. Sheru. Sheru noticed Jiangling. A human? Jiangling nodded. He resolved that he could no longer permit Sheru to roam free. Otherwise, tranquility would elude him, and those around him would be endangered. Are you prepared to face your punishment? Punishment? Sheru was taken aback, scoffing. What punishment? Jiangling's aura erupted with an overwhelming force. His fist, imbued with an irresistible momentum, struck toward Sheru. Bang! Sheru retaliated with a punch, and the two fists collided. A tremendous explosion of energy shattered the ground, sending shockwaves that flattened the nearby mountains. Smoke billowed into the air. Shara staggered back a few steps, his right hand now empty, gazing at Jiang Ling, who stood unwavering. He displayed an expression of disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? I am the ruler of the universe. Jiang Ling shook his head, uttering a few words, a frog at the bottom of the well. Thereafter, Jiang Ling unleashed his aura once more. A golden energy enveloped in crimson flames surged forth. Super Saiyan 2 combined with the Kaioken. With an icy killing intent, he charged towards Sheru. Do not come any closer. Shara could only manage this furious shout before his form was obliterated by Jiang Ling's onslaught, erupting into a magnificent display akin to fireworks. Smoke dissipated. The core of his resurrection lay utterly destroyed, and Jiang Ling had not even resorted to his Super Saiyan God form. This demonstrated the terrifying extent of his foundational combat prowess. With a single strike, one could vanquish the golden-skinned Sheru. The thought of utilizing the Super Saiyan God form is simply unfathomable. Jiang Ling sat at a table crafted from mahogany, gently lifting a teacup to savor its warmth. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air, cleansing his spirit. He had acted impulsively. Such behavior was unwise. It is said that recklessness is detrimental to one's health. Jiang Ling murmured to himself. He then bellowed towards the direction of the spaceship. Trunks, when on Earth will you manage to get this right? It's taking you ages to defeat a mere monster. I've not seen you spend this long with your wife in bed. Suddenly, a torrent of sword energy erupted from within the spaceship, dazzling beams of light scattering everywhere, reducing the vessel to mere fragments. Trunks emerged, his figure drenched in blood, exuding a pungent odor of carnage. Typically, I spend about 5 minutes with my wife at night. Isn't that quite a long time? Trunks said, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Ling's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Perhaps you should consider taking some supplements? Chapter 85, The Kaioken. Huh. Trunks appeared somewhat perplexed. Jiang Ling let out a sigh. Unable to bear the thought of his daughter-in-law Xiao Wu's suffering, he retrieved a vial of medicine from the system's storage, a reward he had received previously but had yet to utilize. This time, he handed a bottle to Trunks, advising him to take a pill before engaging with Xiao Wu in the evening, ensuring that she would be impressed by his prowess. Although Trunks was baffled, he could not resist accepting it. Surveying the chaotic battlefield and the scattered remnants of spacecraft, Jiang Ling shook his head. Trunks, have you destroyed the ship without leaving any technological research materials for your mother? Damn, I didn't think of that. Trunks' eyes widened in realization. Jiang Ling, accompanied by Trunks, utilized instant transmission to return to Biddy Li's home. Upon arrival, the 4 women, Big Bulma, Little Bulma, Biddy Li, and Xiao Wu, rushed towards them. Notably, Xiao Wu dashed directly towards Trunks. I was so worried about you. You scoundrel Jiang Ling, haha. You still lack a clear understanding of my abilities. Allow me to demonstrate. I want to see it too. Trunks and Xiao Wu, overhearing Jiang Ling's conversation with the 3 women, felt their faces flush and hurriedly took their leave. Once the couple returned home, Xiao Wu eagerly kissed Trunks, as if channeling her anxiety into an outpouring of affection. Do you know how worried I was about you? Now I do, Xiao Wu. Trunks, wait. Suddenly, he recalled something. Amidst Xiao Wu's curious gaze, he produced a pill from the vial and swallowed one. Wow, the effect is explosive. Trunks could hardly contain himself, proceeding to passionately engage with Xiao Wu right there in the living room. The balcony, the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, the entrance, the rooftop, the trees, the flower beds, the fields. A gentle rain fell upon the two, seemingly trying to conceal something, yet failing to do so. This encounter lasted a full 3 hours. Xiao Wu exclaimed how impressive it was countless times. Trunks, too, was astonished at his own endurance. He picked up the medicine bottle, noting its label, Lord Wei's secret potion. Life gradually returned to normal. Big Bulma and Little Bulma resumed their lives in their original home, while Biddy Li remained in her previous residence, not having moved. Hang in there. You can do it. Keep going. Jiang Ling encouraged as Biddy Li began to levitate slightly before collapsing onto the bed. That's enough, with a few more days of practice. You'll be able to fly? Really? Indeed. Jiang Ling nodded, marveling at how merely a few days had transformed Biddy Li from a novice to someone ready to soar. However, at that moment, he sensed 2 distinct presences. His gaze sharpened. This is the aura of a deity. Jiang Ling has ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan god, naturally granting him the ability to sense divine auras. As he donned his garments, he remarked to Dilly, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. However, he was interrupted, but we have yet to. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling trembled and hastily employed instant transmission to depart. It was no jest. This had occurred several times today. To continue would indeed be detrimental to his health. Moderation was essential. In an instant, Jiang Ling materialized in Trunks' residence. At that moment, Trunks found himself perplexed by the presence of these two unexpected visitors. Who are you? Why have you sought me? I am the Supreme Kai, known as Shin, and this is my attendant, Jebit, replied a peculiar, short-statured individual with striking white hair and an unusual hairstyle. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man, the attendant Jebit he had mentioned. Pray tell, why have you come to seek me? Trunks remained unaware of their true identities. The situation is dire. Earth is on the brink of catastrophe. An evil sorcerer, along with the demon realm King Dabura and his minions, has descended upon Earth with the intent of resurrecting Majin Buu. Majin Buu? He was the scourge of the universe millions of years ago, utterly malevolent. We have come to you because you are the strongest human on Earth. We require your assistance to accompany us to the Supreme Kai realm, retrieve the divine sword, and train as an apprentice Supreme Kai in the techniques of the Kai swordsmanship. Very well. Trunks, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately consented, his blood surging with excitement. A light cough interrupted them, drawing the attention of the trio to Jiangling. With a peculiar expression, he stated, Trunks, we eradicated Babbidi's gang a few days ago. Trunks gasped in surprise. So that was Babbidi's gang? I wonder how formidable they truly were. At this revelation, both Supreme Kai Shin and Jebit were left utterly astonished. What? You have already destroyed them? That cannot be. Even we lacked certainty. Jiangling shrugged his shoulders with an air of resignation. Yet, the truth remains as such. He then suggested, shall we step inside and converse further? Shall we prepare some tea? With tea in hand, Supreme Kai Shin and Jebit listened in disbelief as Jiangling recounted the events. Could it truly be that Earthlings have become this formidable? It was indeed terrifying. Jiangling kindly patted Supreme Kai Shin on the shoulder. Dear Supreme Kai, I seek your assistance with a matter. Do not hesitate. Please speak. I would like to visit the Supreme Kai realm. Impossible. The Supreme Kai realm is not a place one can simply enter at will. 10 minutes later, in the Supreme Kai realm, Supreme Kai Shin led the way, introducing Jiangling and Trunks to the breathtaking vistas of his domain. Here lies the renowned Triple X. Our next destination is just ahead, the famed Supreme Kai Mountain, where the Supreme Kai sword is sealed. It is said that the one who can draw the sword of the Supreme Kai is the mightiest of all. Jiangling nodded and directed Trunks. You should attempt to draw it. Very well. Trunks ascended into the air. The Supreme Kai smirked slightly. For the sword of the Supreme Kai is not so easily drawn. None of our ancestors have managed to do so. If he were to succeed effortlessly, would that not render our forebears worthless? A tremendous rumble echoed through the air as the very mountain of the Supreme Kai began to tremble and collapse. Trunks soared back down, the sword of the Supreme Kai in his grasp. The Supreme Kai was left speechless, and Jebit was equally dumbfounded. Jiangling, wearing a peculiar expression, gazed at them and remarked, Did you not just say? No, I said nothing at all. The Supreme Kai exclaimed loudly. Chapter 86. The old Kaioshin exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Trunks, allow me to impart the divine swordsmanship of the Kaioshins to you. After all, you are the one who has drawn the sword of the Kaioshins. Hold on a moment, Jiangling interjected, as he effortlessly lifted the somewhat heavy divine sword from Trunks' possession, swinging it with ease. Trunks looked on with envy. While the sword felt cumbersome in his grasp, Jiangling wielded it as if it were a mere twig. Let us first assess the quality of this sword, Jiangling said with a smile. The old Kaioshin's eyes widened in indignation as he retorted. The quality of the sword of the Kaioshins is undoubtedly the finest in the universe, absolutely indestructible. Oh, is that so? Jiangling feigned surprise, then raised the sword, gripping its body with one hand and applying pressure to bend it. Before their very eyes, the sword of the Kaioshins began to warp at an alarming rate. Good heavens! The old Kaioshin and Jebit were taken aback. Warrior, let us discuss this calmly. Do not damage the sword of the Kaioshins. The old Kaioshin could hardly fathom that their treasured sword, a symbol of pride for generations of Kaioshins, could be so easily bent. This was a divine sword, one that had resisted countless attempts at extraction. Today, not only had it been drawn by a mortal, but it was now being bent as well. How could he possibly explain this to the lineage of Kaioshins? Very well, I shall cease this bending, Jiangling declared, halting his assault on the divine sword. However, he still felt compelled to further test its quality. The old Kaioshin and Jebit exchanged perplexed looks, utterly bewildered by Jiangling's intentions. Jiangling turned to Trunks and requested, Lend me your sword. Without hesitation, Trunks drew his sword from behind and handed it over. Jiangling took the sword and prepared to strike the sword of the Kaioshins. The old Kaioshin chuckled. How could this mundane iron sword possibly harm a divine sword? I fear that the moment they collide, Mr. Trunks' sword will shatter. Before he could finish, Jiangling swung Trunks' sword at the sword of the Kaioshins. A resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. To everyone's astonishment, the sword of the Kaioshin was cleaved in two by Trunks' sword. What on earth? The old Kaioshin was left speechless, his heart racing in agony. Overwhelmed, he fainted on the spot. Lord Kaioshin! Jebbet gasped in horror, struggling against his own dizziness as he rushed to administer aid. However, his efforts proved futile against someone who had already lost consciousness. In his panic, he resorted to performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Just as his lips were about to meet, the old Kaioshin awoke. Startled by the sight of a man leaning in with squinted eyes and pursed lips, the old Kaioshin instinctively kicked out. With a thud, Jebbet was sent sprawling across the ground, arms crossed and legs folded. He found it incomprehensible. Despite his good intentions, why was he treated thus? The Supreme Kai, Saiyan, stifled his heartache as he picked up the broken and bent Supreme Kai sword, and he broke into a loud cry. Oh, my ancestors, I have wronged you. A gentle voice resonated in his ears. How can the Supreme Kai weep now? You are no longer a child. It is time to mature. Gradually, the Supreme Kai, Saiyan, ceased his sobbing, as if he had rediscovered the comforting presence of his elders from his childhood. But, the Supreme Kai sword. The aged voice, like a refreshing breeze, soothed him. If it is broken, let it be. There is no need for guilt. You are the exalted Supreme Kai. How can you falter over such trivial matters? Take heart, my child. With a firm nod, the Supreme Kai, Saiyan, seemed to regain his sense of self. He then realized he was gazing at an elderly man clad in Supreme Kai attire. Hey, who are you? The elder promptly delivered a playful thump to his head, exclaiming, Goodness, as a Supreme Kai, how can you be in such a pitiful state? It pains me as your ancestor. Ouch. Saiyan clutched his head, momentarily bewildered. Ancestor? Indeed. I am the Supreme Kai from countless generations ago, later sealed within this sword by a powerful entity. The elder, no. The old Supreme Kai pointed to the sword and cleared his throat. Following his explanation, the Supreme Kai, Saiyan, the recently arrived Jebbet, and Trunks all wore expressions of astonishment. Only Jiangling was unperturbed, for he had watched this narrative unfold many times in his youth. At this moment, he inquired, which powerful entity? The old Supreme Kai, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, I can't quite recall. Beerus? Jiangling suggested a name. The old Supreme Kai jolted upright, scanning the surroundings before releasing a sigh of relief. How do you know of Beerus, young one? That's a secret I won't share, Jiangling replied with a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, he reflected on how, had he not arrived in this future world to alter the storyline, the old Supreme Kai would never have emerged, and both the Supreme Kai, Saiyan, and Jebbet would have perished in the battle against Majin Buu, leading to the demise of the god of destruction as well. His mere presence had drastically shifted the trajectory of the future world back onto the right path. After conversing for a while, they had all become acquainted. Jiangling stated, Old Supreme Kai, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? The old Supreme Kai glanced at him, appearing relaxed. I would like you to help Trunks and me unlock the potential within our bodies, Jiangling explained. Trunks, somewhat puzzled, asked, Unlock potential? What does that mean? It means to awaken the latent power within your body, elevating your strength to better protect Earth, Jiangling elucidated. Trunks' eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked toward the old Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai, however, bore a troubled expression, contemplating his response for a moment. Well, this is somewhat challenging. Seeing him in such a predicament, Jiangling devised a plan and mysteriously produced a laptop. He then inserted a USB drive. The old Kai, upon catching sight of it, was instantly captivated, his eyes transforming into hearts as he exclaimed, Let me have a look. He lunged forward, eager to seize the laptop. Jiangling, quick on his feet, dodged to the side, causing the old Kai to tumble to the ground, mouthful of grass. I wouldn't mind sharing, but the potential within Trunks and me. Entrust it to me, and I assure you, you shall be satisfied. The old Kai pounded his chest, making a solemn promise, his nostrils flaring with fervor. Jiangling and Trunks exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 87. Unleashing Potential. Subsequently, Jiangling and Trunks sat cross-legged on the grass as the old Kai conducted a ceremony to guide their potential. A computer played images nearby while the old Kai raised his hands in ritual, his gaze fixed on the screen, drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. Curious, Jiangling inquired. Old Kai, you seem to prefer the plump ones, don't you? What about the typically slender beauties or the mature ladies? Upon hearing this, the old Kai displayed a contemptuous expression. Those, what can they do being so thin? They possess no sense of beauty. Jiangling and Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangling was aware that the old Kai possessed a crystal ball, allowing him to survey any corner of the universe in high definition. He silently resolved to see if he could procure an item from the system to create a shield, as certain moments could be quite discomforting. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, Jiang Ling retrieved several cases of beer and a few colorful cups from the system space, inviting the old Kai, Shin, and Jebit to join him. He began to teach them and Trunks the game, and they soon started playing. Old Kai, it won't disturb the ceremony if we drink and play dice, will it? It won't affect it. With the old Kai's assurance, the four of them plunged into the game. Head, add 1, 8 sixes. I have 12. Split you 2 cups. Countersplit, for cups. I'll split again, 8 cups. Let us go. The green beer bottles scattered across the ground. Trunks had already collapsed under the table, his face flushed. Murmuring, Xiao Wu, you are amazing. Shin and Jebit, perhaps due to their divine nature, retained their composure despite their reddened faces. Jiang Ling, however, sat upright at the table, his complexion only slightly rosy. His capacity for alcohol had long been cultivated. He could drink continuously for an entire day and night without issue. Although they could use their energy to evaporate the alcohol's effects, none chose to do so. The delightful haze of intoxication was simply too exquisite, allowing them the freedom to act without concern for societal norms. At that moment, Shin was draping his arm around the old Kai's shoulder, calling him brother with every breath. Come, let us play Do Di Zhu. It's perfect for 3. Jiang Ling produced a deck of cards, featuring the portraits of Shin and Jebit as the jokers. Do Di Zhu, how do you play? Shin inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The novelty Jiang Ling brought infused a unique vibrancy into Shin's long existence as a Kai. After a brief explanation of the rules, the 3 began their game. Smack. A trio. Shin tossed down a set of 3s. King Bomb. Jebit triumphantly played the 2 jokers, casting a proud glance in Shin's direction. Shin was taken aback, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? We are together. Jiang Ling is indeed the landlord. Ah? Jia Biter is bewildered, his head spinning. Ha ha. Jiang Ling laughs heartily. These 2 lively characters have brought him immense joy. Shaking his head, he declares, Pass. King Kai Xin waves his hand. No. Jia Biter blinks and lays down a card. 1-3. King Kai Xin. Jiang Ling. 1-2. Jiang Ling decisively wins. The 2 opponents are left speechless. Jiang Ling continues to play. A straight. From 3 to 10. No response. Pass. For hooks. That's it. Each of you owes 4 cups. The corners of Jiang Ling's mouth curl upwards, his spirits lifted. Gulping down drinks, after this round, King Kai Xin and Jia Biter can no longer endure and retreat beneath the table. Jiang Ling expresses his own helplessness. How lonely it is to be invincible. He picks up a bottle of beer, gazes at the beautiful scenery of the King Kai realm, and downs the entire bottle. As time drips away, the potential development ceremony is finally complete. All right, you may leave, says the old King Kai casually, before retreating with his laptop to a secluded spot. Jiang Ling rises, having completed the development at last. At this moment, his head feels slightly dizzy. He glances at King Kai Xin and Jia Biter, who are sleeping together on the grass, and pays them no mind. He utilizes Trunks' instant transmission to return to Earth. Whoosh. Earth, in front of Trunks' home. Xiao Wu, come out. Jiang Ling calls into the house, while seated atop Trunks. Soon, Xiao Wu, wearing an apron, opens the door. Her dark hair is elegantly styled, and her beautiful face bears the charm of a married woman. The apron accentuates her alluring figure. What happened to you? Why is Trunks like this? Xiao Wu exclaims in surprise. Haha, just had a little drink, Xiao Wu. Perhaps you two were a bit too excessive. Trunks drank too much and passed out. Xiao Wu's lovely face flushes with a hint of red. Oh dear, let me help him inside. Jiang Ling stands and smiles. Well then, I shall take my leave. He swiftly uses instant transmission to depart. Xiao Wu, observing Trunks in his half-conscious state, sighs and carries him inside, placing him on the sofa. Noticing his clothes are dirty, she helps him remove them. I can still drink. Trunks mumbles. All right. Drink up, Xiao Wu responds helplessly. Xiao Wu, I am deeply enamored with you. Xiao Wu gently dabbed a towel soaked in warm water against Trunks' body, whispering, I love you too. Trunks continued to mumble, shall we have a football team together? Xiao Wu cast a glance at him and remarked, in your current state, you wouldn't be able to manage that. Jiang Ling felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he instantly transported back home. Guided by instinct, he entered the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, sinking into its softness. He rubbed his face against the fabric and swiftly drifted into a deep slumber. Beside him, 2 Bulmas opened their eyes, glancing at Jiang Ling and exchanging knowing looks. It seemed he had indulged a bit too much. Indeed, he appeared rather adorable in this state. It was amusing to witness him so inebriated for the first time. I wonder if I should touch him, considering he is likely incapable of anything at this moment. The elder Bulma laid Jiang Ling's head upon her chest, while the younger Bulma protested. Ultimately, they each took a side, encasing Jiang Ling between them. Chapter 88. The spaceship approaching Earth. Lush greenery enveloped the landscape, with rolling hills creating a harmonious undulation. In the distance, a meandering river could be faintly discerned, flowing along the mountains, where the gentle sound of water could be heard. Jiang Ling, feeling a sudden urge, hastily adjusted his trousers. After relieving himself, he felt invigorated and utterly relaxed. The day was perfect, with a gentle breeze and warm sunlight. Jiang Ling, along with Bulma and Bidalai, had ventured into the wilderness for a camping barbecue. As the fragrant smoke curled upwards, Jiang Ling strolled back, hands clasped behind his back. It took you so long just to relieve yourself. Next time, I'll assist you, remarked Bulma. Jiang Ling, startled, quickly waved his hands. No, if you help. It would take not minutes, but rather an hour or two to sort out. Bulma raised an eyebrow, tentatively suggesting, the 5 dragons embrace the pillar technique? Bulma? Bidalai? Jiang Ling, you could be a bit more suggestive. At that moment, a chicken lazily wandered by, and Jiang Ling swiftly seized it with one hand, exclaiming, fire up the grill. Let us boil some water. It's time for a feast. Half an hour later, each person held a delectable piece of chicken, savoring every bite. Delicious. A single chicken was clearly insufficient to satiate their appetites, prompting Jiang Ling to venture into the forest to catch a small dinosaur and even secure a large dinosaur egg. The two Bulmas had developed a strong camaraderie with Bidalai, harmoniously coexisting rather than engaging in the rivalry often depicted in dramas. Jiang Ling was delighted to witness this scene. The brook gurgled with clarity, its bottom visible. After the meal, Jiang Ling set up a recliner beneath a grand tree, reclining comfortably to relish the leisurely afternoon. His gaze feasted upon the splendid scenery. A few young women, dressed lightly, frolicked in the stream, their laughter echoing through the depths of the forest. The second Bulma casually draped her long blue hair over her back, securing it with a ribbon, exuding an inexplicable mature charm. Beside her stood the vibrant young Bulma and the increasingly elegant Bidalai, together forming a picturesque tableau. In the meantime, the aftermath of Cell S rampage left behind fallen humanity and damaged structures, which Jiang Ling wished to restore through the dragon's power. Time flew by like the drifting clouds. A year passing in the blink of an eye, filled with fleeting memories and experiences. Throughout this period, the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall, including Jiang Ling, Dandy the God, Trunks, Xiao Wu, and Bidalai, maintained rigorous training for their members. Several individuals displayed remarkable potential, achieving combat powers in the hundreds. Jiang Ling appointed them as group leaders. Notably, Xiao Wu had been absent for half a year due to childbirth. Her second child, a daughter, was just born, her tiny face wrinkled at first, but as she grew, she blossomed into a charming beauty. Jiang Ling was overjoyed. After all, this was his granddaughter, and despite the lack of blood ties, his happiness was profound. In the cosmos, a spaceship was swiftly making its way toward Earth. Within the spacecraft, the occupants resembled humanoid figures, adorned in uniforms unmistakably reminiscent of the Frisia Force from yesteryears. The acting captain, Sorb, pondered the necessity of venturing to Earth. What choice did they have? With the absence of King Frisia, their influence had dwindled significantly, and their only recourse was to travel to Earth in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Inside the vessel were the remnants of Frisia's beleaguered followers. The conversation was led by the diminutive Sorb alongside the tall, blue-skinned Tagma. But what shall we do if we cannot find the Dragon Ball detection device? One subordinate inquired. Sorb contemplated for a moment, suggesting they might as well try their luck. As time elapsed, the ship approached Earth, scanning its surface and displaying images on the screen. Suddenly, a scene unfolded. A woman with blue hair held 7 Dragon Balls in her yard, conversing with a man with black hair. Fortune favors the bold, Sorb exclaimed, realizing that this woman had unwittingly paved the way for them. Quick, activate the energy cloaking device and set course for Earth. Amidst the commotion aboard the ship, a small shadow in a corner of the storage room opened its eyes. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Bulma's residence, Bulma had just laid out the 7 Dragon Balls she had gathered over the past month in her yard. Why are you putting them out here? Jiang Ling asked, puzzled by Bulma's intentions. I'm afraid the Dragon Balls might get moldy if left inside, so I thought they could benefit from some sunlight, Bulma replied. Jiang Ling wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his brow, bemused by her concern. Looking at the Dragon Balls, he recalled the members of the Spirit Hall on Earth, noting their slow progress in power enhancement, while the inhabitants of Earth seemed rather feeble. Should he perhaps elevate the gravity on Earth just a tad? He mused, but ultimately shook his head, deciding to postpone that thought for later. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Ling regarding how to bolster the strength of the Spirit Hall members. Given that the combat power of an average person was around 5, the ordinary members of the Spirit Hall had already achieved a minimum of 100. They could gradually begin gravity training. Bulma, he called. Yes, she replied. Jiang Ling carefully articulated his request. Could you create a gravity machine capable of covering a large area and adjusting the gravity in various zones? Bulma considered this and deemed it feasible. I can, but it might take about 2 weeks to complete. What if you collaborated with the second Bulma? Jiang Ling suggested. Her eyes lit up with realization. Oh, how could I not think of that? If we work together, we could finish it in 5 days. Excellent. I shall entrust you with this task, Jiang Ling exclaimed, grasping Bulma's delicate hand tightly, brimming with excitement. Bulma's delicate and charming face flushed slightly. Despite having grown accustomed to it over time, she still couldn't help but blush. Jiang Ling subsequently proceeded to patrol the Spirit Hall. After a brief conversation with both Big Bulma and Little Bulma, he commenced the research and development of the machinery. The 7 Dragon Balls were left basking in the sun in the yard. Several hours later, 2 figures, one tall and one short, clad in black bodysuits and wearing menacing masks, stealthily infiltrated the courtyard, equipped with small aura suppressors at their waists. The shorter figure, unable to contain their delight, let out a muffled chuckle. Ha ha ha. How could anyone collect the Dragon Balls and not utilize them? If we take these Dragon Balls, King Frieza can be resurrected, and the Legion can once again commence its plundering of planets under his command. Chapter 89, Frieza. All right, Acting Commander, let us first take the Dragon Balls. Very well. I will conceal 3, and you shall hide 4. Amidst a rustle of sound, the two embraced the Dragon Balls and stealthily departed. In a remote wilderness far from West City, Acting Commander Sorbet gazed upon the Dragon Balls, letting out a sinister chuckle. Stop laughing and quickly summon the wish. Lest the night brings unforeseen troubles, urged Tagoma beside him. No need. We possess a life signal cloaker. As long as they lack the intent to sense us, they will remain oblivious, Sorbet replied with a smile, and began the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. While it was daytime in West City, night enveloped this place, for Sorbet, in an act of caution, had piloted a spaceship with the Dragon Balls to the opposite side of Earth. Arise, Eternal Dragon. Sorbet knelt on both knees, hands raised high in reverence towards the 7 Dragon Balls. Noticing the Dragon Balls remained unresponsive, Sorbet turned to Tagoma. Tagoma, kneel with me. Reluctantly, Tagoma complied. Understanding that to resurrect King Frieza, he had no choice but to kneel. At the very moment he knelt, the Dragon Balls shimmered with a golden light, and a tempest arose. The once darkened sky deepened further, as if it were a vibrant abyss. A beam of golden light erupted from the Dragon Balls, coalescing into a magnificent eternal dragon, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Noticing the unfamiliar faces before him, the Eternal Dragon assumed a regal demeanor and spoke in a deep voice. Gatherers of the 7 Dragon Balls, I can grant you 3 wishes. Both Acting Commander Sorbet and Tagoma were momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming aura, kneeling without daring to lift their heads. Esteemed Eternal Dragon, please resurrect King Frieza. The Eternal Dragon nodded and solemnly replied, Your wish shall be fulfilled. With a flash of its eyes, several animated pieces of flesh fell before the 2 men. Sorbet stared in astonishment. The Eternal Dragon continued, Speak your second wish. Tagoma immediately declared, Restore King Frieza to his original form. Very well. In a flash of light, the complete form of Frieza materialized before them. Sorbet and Tagoma erupted in joyous exclamations. King Frieza, you have finally returned. We have missed you dearly. Indeed, King Frieza, they echoed. As Frieza, newly resurrected, stretched his body and cast a glance at them, he remarked, It took you long enough to revive me. You are truly pathetic. My apologies, King Frieza. It was a failure on our part. Do not fret. I shall temporarily pardon you. Ah, Lord Frieza. You are truly a king that instills fear in all who behold you. After such a lengthy absence, your strength remains stagnant, yet your flattery has become increasingly resonant. I must admit, I enjoy it, Frieza smirked, a gleam of satisfaction evident in his demeanor. The imposing voice of the Eternal Dragon echoed once more. You still have a third wish. As Sorbet pondered, Frieza's eyes sparkled with intent, and he voiced, Let me grow 5 centimeters taller. No, Lord Frieza, isn't immortality sweet? Solb interjected. To him, the additional 5 centimeters were trivial for someone as powerful as Frieza. True strength transcended mere height. Indeed. Tagma concurred. You know nothing, Frieza scoffed, turning once more to the Eternal Dragon. No changes. Grant me an increase of 5 centimeters in height. Very well, the dragon's crimson eyes gleamed. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. With a flourish, the Dragon Balls transformed into 7 beams of golden light, scattering across the world. Frisia's height visibly increased by 5 centimeters. He surveyed his perfect physique, nodding in satisfaction with his newfound stature. My lord, your resurrection is truly magnificent. Under your leadership, our legion shall once again achieve greatness, conquering planets and revitalizing the real estate industry. Salb exclaimed with fervor. Tagma, his face betraying little emotion, remained stoic. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. The thought of once more traversing this cosmic expanse thrilled him. Patience, patience, I have yet to exact my revenge. Frisia's eyes flickered with hatred. He recalled the indignity of being trampled by the Saiyans, a humiliation he was determined to reclaim step by step. I am a genius. My previous defeat was due to my lack of training. This time, I shall dedicate months to rigorous preparation before reclaiming my honor. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes shimmering with vengeful resolve. However, Salb cautiously regarded Frisia. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan are all dead. What? How is that possible? I never personally killed them, Frisia exclaimed. Who was responsible for their demise? Salb replied timidly, I'm not certain. It seems 2 androids were involved. But it appears they have perished as well. Frisia pondered. Then who remains on Earth? I'm not sure. It seems there is just one of their offspring left. Their offspring. Frisia nodded. That should be weak. I need not train further. I shall simply go and slay him to vent my frustrations. With a fierce roar, Frisia ascended into the sky, unleashing energy blasts upon the distant city. A grotesque smile etched across his face. Were it not for the need to eliminate the last remaining Saiyan, he would have obliterated Earth with a single blow. Salb stepped forward, observing Frisia's imposing figure in the skies, memories flooding back to decades past, of that once vibrant silhouette. Tagma remained behind, unperturbed by Frisia's display of fury. He was now the strongest warrior in the Legion, indifferent to such theatrics, merely Frisia's outlet for rage. At that moment, a small dark figure leapt from the spaceship. Tagma squinted to see it was a tiny frog, inexplicably aboard the ship. The little creature hopped before him, scribbling a few characters in the dirt with its diminutive limbs, then looked up at him expectantly. Tagma gazed at the inscriptions on the ground, articulating each word with deliberate precision. Exchange, bodies? The frog was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. With a sudden flash, a beam of light surged forth from the frog's mouth, striking Tagma's form directly. In that fleeting moment, the souls of both the human and the frog exchanged places. Indeed, this very frog was none other than Jinyu, inexplicably merged with the current Frisia Force's amphibious Jinyu. The body swap had now been completed, with the essence of Jinyu inhabiting Tagma's physique, while Tagma's spirit found refuge within the frog. Jinyu surveyed his new corporeal form, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as he raised a foot and crushed the fleeing frog Tagma beneath it, relishing the moment. Chapter 90. Frisia. The resounding echoes of explosions reverberated through the air. The acting commander looked at Jinyu with a puzzled expression. Tagoma, what has happened to you? Jinyu's lips curled into a wicked smile. Sorbet, it's been decades since we last met. I am Jinyu. Jinyu. Sorbet exclaimed in disbelief. Aren't you dead? He caught sight of the flattened frog beneath them, and suddenly, everything clicked into place. Indeed, Jinyu chuckled malevolently. An unexpected incident occurred back then, but I have returned. Just then, Frisia descended from the sky. Jinyu? Yes, my lord, after all these years, it is truly wonderful to see you, Jinyu exclaimed excitedly. He was indeed one of Frisia's most trusted subordinates, and when it came to loyalty, there was no one who could rival him. Frisia smiled, surprised by Jinyu's return. What about the rest of the squad? He inquired in a low voice. They are aboard the ship, ready to follow your commands. Sorbet replied. Excellent. Let us commence the resurrection of my first campaign. We shall conquer Earth. Upon hearing this, Sorbet retrieved a microphone and issued the command. The minions poured out of the spaceship, shouting enthusiastically, Hail the return of Lord Frisia. Hail the return of Lord Frisia. Frisia nodded, waving his hand. Let this Earth serve as the starting point for the restoration of Frisia's glory. Glory, glory, glory. The minions shouted in unison, their spirits soaring high. In the next moment, a blinding shockwave shattered the spaceship, a fierce wind roaring as the tremendous impact enveloped the minions. In an instant, countless energies erupted like a tempest. The minions, who had been chanting moments ago, were reduced to ashes. Frisia looked up to see 2 figures hovering in the air. One had blue hair and carried a long sword, standing around 170 centimeters tall with a resolute expression. The other had black hair, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, with a furry tail swaying behind him. You, Science. The moment Frisia spotted the tail, fury ignited within his eyes. He would never forget. The tail was a hallmark of the Saiyan race. Jiangling and Trunks descended to the ground. They regarded the remaining 3 adversaries without responding to Frisia and instead called out their names. Frisia, Sorbet, Jinyu? Jinyu's eyes glimmered with surprise. I didn't expect you to recognize your esteemed Jinyu, but my lord is addressing you. Jiangling nodded and turned to Trunks. Those 2 lackeys are your responsibility. The shorter one is of little concern, but the taller one is Jinyu. He can change bodies, so be careful. Understood, Trunks replied, charging towards his opponents. Jiangling stood his ground, locking eyes with Frisia. Frisia, your wish has been granted. You have grown 5 centimeters taller. Humph, Saiyan. Your death is of little consequence. Frisia raised his hand, unleashing several beams of laser fire. In response, Jiangling stood his ground, effortlessly dispersing the lasers with a wave of his hand. Such trivial tricks were utterly ineffective against him. The fact that Frisia could resurrect in this future world was beyond his expectations. Moments ago, he had been drinking with Trunks when he sensed Frisia's malevolent aura and instantly teleported to his location. Witnessing the multitude of minions intent on occupying Earth, he could not permit it. A single shockwave swiftly resolved the matter. Is this truly the extent of your abilities, Frisia? Where is your golden form? Jiangling inquired, shaking his head. Golden form? I am unaware of what you speak, Frisia replied, his expression grave. The lasers he had just unleashed were not something an ordinary individual could easily counter. It seemed this Saiyan was far from ordinary. With this thought in mind, Frisia swiftly moved, launching an attack in an attempt to seize the initiative. Upon hearing that there was no golden form, Jiangling felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly steeled himself. After all, Frisia represented an unstable factor, and he needed to eradicate the threat in its infancy. With a raised hand, he struck. Bam! Jiangling effortlessly intercepted Frisia's incoming punch, grasping the fist and twisting it. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! Frisia screamed in agony as his arm was twisted into a pretzel shape. Frisia, drenched in sweat, retreated several paces in shock. How is this possible? How can a Saiyan be so formidable? There is nothing impossible, Jiangling exclaimed, his fury ignited upon seeing the distant city reduced to ruins by Frisia. With a swift motion, he appeared before Frisia. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. A relentless barrage of fists rained down like a tempest. Boom, 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 boom. Jiangling seized Frisia's massive tail, swinging him through the air before hurling him away. Crash, crash, crash. Frisia's form shattered through several mountain peaks, ultimately embedding itself in one. You wretched Saiyan. Why? Frisia's eyes bulged with rage as his aura surged violently. Seeing Frisia on the verge of exploding with power, could Jiangling allow him that opportunity? Absolutely not. In an instant, he stood before Frisia, palm directed at him, his aura erupting as his hair and pupils turned crimson. A brilliant red light radiated from his palm. Frisia's eyes widened in terror as he bellowed, "No!" Boom. The red energy obliterated Frisia, along with the entire mountain, leaving no trace behind. Phew. There shouldn't be any issues from here on out. I suppose I shall wait another 7 or 8 years for Black Goku to make his appearance. Jiangling murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for what was to come. He glanced towards Trunks, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Jinyu, the combat escalating intensely. It must be said that Jinyu has indeed found an impressive vessel this time, possessing extraordinary strength. However, he faces Trunks, who has undergone potential enhancement under the tutelage of the old Kaishin. Trunks strikes swiftly. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes, Jiangling urged. Understood, Trunks replied. With a golden aura and arcs of lightning surrounding him, he grasped the hilt of his massive sword, and a flash of determination crossed his eyes. Ultimate sword technique. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Countless sword energies surged forth, yet it appeared as though Trunks had not even drawn his sword. It was too swift. Jinyu, witnessing the impending onslaught of sword energy, felt his pupils constrict and let out a low growl, change form. A beam of light emanated from his mouth. But before he could unleash it, the sword energy shattered him into fragments. Meanwhile, Jiangling and Trunks soared through the sky, surveying the chaotic battlefield and the distant ruins of a city. Jiangling sighed. We can only wait for a year to restore everything with the Dragon Balls. Trunks clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. We are still too weak. Jiangling patted his shoulder. This is precisely why I intend to establish the Martial Soul Hall. Earth should not rely on just 1 or 2 guardians, nor should one individual bear the weight of it all. Chapter 91. Reunion. A month has passed since the resurrection of Frisia. Morning. Jiangling awoke. gently caressing the delicate Bidalai nestled in his embrace, eliciting a playful pout from her. Smack. Jiangling playfully swatted her pert backside. Rise and shine, my little sloth. Ugh. Yesterday was quite the whirlwind. I'm feeling rather fatigued. Jiangling chuckled softly. Who tempted me, after all? Last night, Bidalai had donned black stockings for the first time, swaying enticingly before Jiangling. Could he possibly resist? The answer was unequivocally no. Their fervent engagement persisted until the midnight hour. Let us rest a bit longer. Jiangling embraced Bidalai's smooth, supple form, their skins touching in intimate warmth. Jiangling, are you truly going back? Can you not stay here with me? Since learning of Jiangling's impending departure, Bidalai had been somewhat disheartened. Jiangling gazed at the ceiling. His voice low. I have been here for over a year. It is time for me to return. After all, there are 2 individuals awaiting my return back home. Upon hearing this, Bidalai understood his resolve was firm. Then, will you come back? Absolutely. Jiangling replied without hesitation. Bidalai rested her head against his chest, breathing in his essence, and succumbed to slumber. Jiangling tenderly stroked her hair, letting out a soft sigh. It had been a while since he ventured out. He wondered how Bulma and Android 18 were faring. Moreover, if they were to discover that he had another Bidalai, perhaps it best remained a secret. He rubbed his nose thoughtfully. The following day, Jiangling returned to Bulma's household, having shared an unforgettable night with both Bulmas. In the early morning, as he was seen off by Bidalai, the 2 Bulmas, Trunks, and Xiao Wu, Jiangling boarded the time machine, entering the time tunnel alone. Bidalai sighed. Her gaze filled with anticipation. I must diligently practice martial arts, so that when Jiangling returns, he will see me in a new light. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea, collapsing to the ground as she began to vomit. Both Bulmas and Xiao Wu rushed to her side, gently rubbing her back. What's wrong, Bidalai? Are you all right? This isn't right. We typically don't fall ill anymore. Bidalai shook her head, uncertain. I just feel a bit nauseous. The women exchanged concerned glances, and a singular thought crossed their minds simultaneously. You can't possibly be pregnant. Can you? Almost forgetting, they recalled that during their intimate moments with Jiangling, they seldom employed any precautions, and since it had been quite some time without conception. Indeed, Jiangling is extraordinarily potent. It is rather challenging for us to conceive. To their astonishment, Bidalai was indeed with child. Oh my goodness! Bidalai exclaimed, am I pregnant? She had once thought that pregnancy was a distant notion, yet now it felt alarmingly close. It must be so. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with joy for her dear friend. Let us confirm this. Although the 2 Bulmas shared in the excitement, their rationality remained intact. A gathering of individuals entered the house, and Bidalai carried an object into the restroom. After a brief interval, she emerged, her complexion flushed. How is it? The crowd inquired eagerly. Under their expectant gazes, Bidalai revealed a smile. 2 lines. Meanwhile, Jiangling, who had left the 3 women behind in the time tunnel, remained oblivious to this development. He could scarcely fathom the irony when he longed for a child. He had tried 10 times a day to no avail, yet now, having adopted a tranquil mindset, conception had occurred naturally. Exhausted from the previous night's exertions, Jiangling squinted and dozed off. An hour later, upon receiving a notification, he finally arrived at his destination, feeling rejuvenated. The time machine landed steadily in the villa's courtyard. Jiangling disembarked and surveyed his villa, reflecting on every blade of grass and tree, murmuring, I am back. After securing the time machine, Jiangling entered the villa and proceeded to the research laboratory, a domain dedicated to scientific inquiry by Bulma. Amidst a cluster of machines, he caught sight of Bulma's delicate silhouette. She appeared fatigued, resting her head on the workbench in slumber. Her tranquil profile radiated a gentle serenity. Jiangling approached, draping a thin blanket over her, caressing her cheek, and planting a kiss on her forehead. Bulma's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, still drowsy and dreamy. Jiangling, am I dreaming again? She murmured. Jiangling smiled softly. My dear Bulma, you are not dreaming. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma instantly awakened. Springing to her feet, reaching out to tug at Jiangling's cheek. Does it hurt? She asked. Jiangling shrugged, bemused. Do you truly believe that such feeble strength could cause me pain? Once she was assured it was not a dream, Bulma enveloped Jiangling in a tight embrace, seemingly wishing to vent the loneliness and grievances accumulated over the past year. Jiangling, how could you? You were gone for over a year. Do you have any idea how I spent this time? You have no clue. Jiangling quickly sought to comfort her, calming her emotions before curiously inquiring, so, how did you spend the year? At this, Bulma's cheeks flushed as she hesitantly replied, you know I generally slept with Lazili at night. Jiangling nodded. Recognizing Lazili as Android 18, with whom he had shared nights before, Whenever Lazili felt lonely, she would seek my company, and when I felt lonely, I would turn to her. Jiang Ling inhaled sharply. Yet, upon reflection, it was not an unwise arrangement. They were both his women, and with such a strong bond, mutual support seemed fitting. As they exited the laboratory together, they made their way toward the kitchen. Lazili should be in the kitchen now. You should sneak in. Bulma chuckled softly, revealing a mischievous grin. Jiang Ling also chuckled in response. Upon entering the kitchen, Jiang Ling stealthily approached Lazili and delivered a swift slap. Smack! It landed on her ample, rounded dairy-re. Lazili, engrossed in her cooking, remarked, Bulma, stop fooling around. Dinner is nearly ready. As she turned to see who it was, her eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, Jiang Ling, you have returned. Ah. Lazili leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and intertwining her legs around his waist. Their faces were mere inches apart, and the joy of the moment was unmistakably evident. Chapter 92, Illusion. With her azure hair cascading down, Bulma stood gracefully against the kitchen doorframe, a playful smile adorning her lips. Inside the kitchen, Jiang Ling cradled the golden-haired, blue-eyed Lazili, who had become even more exquisite during their year-long separation. A surge of longing coursed through Jiang Ling as he placed Lazili upon the countertop and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. As his hands began to wander, Bulma joined him from behind, her laughter enchanting. Just then, a sudden thud echoed, and two sharp blades pierced through his abdomen, one from the front and one from the back. Blood trickled down the glistening steel. Lazili, Bulma, you both. Jiang Ling gazed at them in disbelief. The once bashful expressions of Bulma and Lazili morphed into sinister grins. Scoundrel, dog of a man, die, they mocked. The pain from his wounds was nothing compared to the unbearable ache that tore at his heart. No, staring at the familiar faces that had been his companions. Jiang Ling's eyes burned with rage, yet he remained composed. Darkness enveloped him, an utter void. Suddenly, Jiang Ling jolted awake in the time machine. Gasping for breath, his body drenched in perspiration as if he had emerged from a waterfall. What just happened? He muttered, bewildered by his surroundings. He was seated within the time machine, the exterior time tunnel breathtakingly magnificent, resembling a dreamscape. Had he merely been dreaming? Beep, beep, beep. The time machine's screen indicated they had reached their destination and were preparing to land. Regaining his composure, Jiang Ling took a deep breath. Then, everything faded to black as the time machine materialized above a bustling city. Beneath the night sky, the city illuminated in a radiant display, painting a picture of a flourishing era. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Ling sensed something amiss in the architectural style. Turning to his side, he spotted a towering iron structure nearby. This, the pearl of the demon city? His eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, an air raid siren blared throughout the city. Realizing the urgency, Jiang Ling swiftly piloted the time machine away. 10 minutes later, amidst towering mountains, his heart raced furiously. After a moment of stillness, he inhaled deeply, feeling as though this experience was surreal. First a dream, and now back in the world he had inhabited before his journey. He stowed the time machine away, aware that he could not linger in this place. His immediate priority was to return home. System? Jiang Ling called out in his mind, but received no response. After a brief silence, he moved swiftly, his speed surpassing that of the most advanced instruments, rendering him invisible to the naked eye. Half an hour later, he found himself on the streets of a small county town. The thoroughfare bustled with people, yet he strolled unnoticed, gathering information until he realized the date was, astonishingly, the very night he had traversed into another realm. As Jiang Ling strolled home, he found himself alone in his abode. Lacking a key, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and with a flick of his fingertip, he conjured a wisp of energy that slipped through the keyhole. With a soft click, the door swung open. Upon entering, he closed the door behind him. The arrangement of items within the house mirrored his recollections perfectly. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Jiang Ling's eyes as he settled onto the sofa. The coffee table before him held his wallet and phone, just as he had left them. After a moment of contemplation, he raked his fingers through his hair and absently picked up a book that lay on the sofa. Flipping through its pages, suddenly, a spark of recognition crossed his face as he glanced at the cover. He recalled that this was the Dragon Ball manga, a parcel he had recently received and eagerly opened. A rush of emotion surged within him. Seizing his wallet and phone, he descended the stairs to the corner shop. "Madam, I would like a pack of cigarettes and a lighter," he requested. The shopkeeper, a single mother of striking beauty with a daughter equally enchanting, looked up upon recognizing him and smiled warmly. "Of course, the usual, I presume?" "Indeed," he replied. After receiving a pack of Jin Hao Rizi, Jiang Ling expertly unwrapped it and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and savoring the familiar, comforting flavor. "And a bottle of Dongping, please." "How much?" 18. 5. The shopkeeper said with a smile as she accepted his payment. Xiao Jiang, I must say, it's about time you found yourself a girlfriend. Jiang Ling jested, Auntie, I think your daughter is quite lovely. Perhaps you could introduce us? Certainly, she responded, her hand playfully covering her mouth as she laughed. I'll have her come over to you tonight. At those words, Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, and he cautiously remarked, Auntie, I must say, I find you quite attractive. I have a fondness for your type. The shopkeeper's gaze turned flirtatious. Then I shall come with my daughter tonight. Sounds good. I'll be waiting at home. Jiang Ling agreed, though a shadow of doubt crossed his face as he turned away. He was now entirely convinced that this was nothing more than an illusion. If the missing Dragon Ball manga in his house could be attributed to a mere lapse in memory, the corner shop scenario was undeniably flawed. He knew the shopkeeper well. When it came to her daughter's suitors, she had but one criterion: wealth. The notion of a mother-daughter duo like today's was utterly implausible. An illusion, what a pity, Jiang Ling murmured to himself. At that moment, the surroundings shattered like glass. He slowly opened his eyes to find a time machine beside him. While he lay upon the grass, not far off, two figures stood upon a stone. One had purple skin and a slender frame, with a rebellious glint in his eyes. The other, with blue skin and white hair standing tall, wielded a staff. Beerus, Whis, Jiang Ling murmured, summoning the system within his mind. System, present host. You had just submerged into an illusion. I modified certain elements to facilitate your awakening. Thank you, system. You are most welcome. Call me Dad. Get lost. Jiang Ling finally confirmed that this was not an illusion. He retracted the time machine and gazed at the two individuals before him. Uncertain of their origins, he pondered who might have cast such an illusion upon him. Beerus remarked, You have trespassed into my realm of destruction with this machine. To offend me is a grave offense. What I just enacted was merely a minor reprimand. However, I must admit, your previous world was quite intriguing. Even Whis could not ascertain its location. Jiang Ling's expression grew solemn. Having intruded upon your territory, and having already faced punishment, may I now take my leave? Do as you wish, Beerus replied with a casual wave of his hand. In an instant, Jiang Ling vanished from sight. Observing his method of departure, Whis smiled faintly. Lord Beerus, this young man named Jiang Ling possesses the instant transmission of the Supreme Kai. You know? Moreover, he has traversed time and space, which is indeed a serious transgression. Beerus's eyes glimmered, a smile creeping across his face. Whis, do you not find him rather fascinating? Furthermore, that world he just came from is not located on any planet within the 12 universes. Whis nodded thoughtfully. He is also a Saiyan, and carries the aura of a deity. Saiyan, Beerus recalled, I remember you commanded Frisia to annihilate them before you went to sleep. Chapter 93, Joy. The system's guidance, in an instant, Jiang Ling teleported to the realm of the King Gods. Observing the unfamiliar expressions of King God Shin and Jebet, he realized he had returned from the future. King God Shin, who are you and why? Jebet, the King God is correct. We shall meet again. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ling smiled and utilized his teleportation ability. Earth. In the villa's courtyard, Jiang Ling materialized. This time, he was certain it was not an illusion. Bulma, clad in a silk camisole and pink shorts, was hanging laundry in the yard. The motion accentuated her alluring figure. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling embraced Bulma from behind. Bang! Bulma delivered an elbow strike to his side, breaking free from his grasp, and turned with a sharp exclamation. Who? Jiang Ling winced, gasping from the impact. Wow, this girl is fierce. However, her vigilance was commendable. Upon recognizing him, Bulma exclaimed with delight, Jiang Ling, you're back. Then, a hint of concern crept into her voice. Did I hurt you? Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, not at all. He then wrapped his arms around her, holding her close for an extended moment. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Bulma gently inquired, What's wrong, Jiang Ling? Did someone bully you? I'll go confront them. Shaking his head, a wave of warmth surged within him. Bulma, I wish. No need to say more. Let us go to the small house. Having not been together for over a year, Bulma felt a surge of emotion as they embraced, inhaling Jiang Ling's familiar essence, her cheeks flushing with color. Jiang Ling nodded, encircling her waist, and together they vanished into the residence they once shared. Previously, Jiang Ling often drank here. Now, it had become a sanctuary of their tender affection, marked by their shared memories. Shall we stay in the courtyard? Bulma hesitated, but someone might see us. Fear not, I am here. Jiang Ling raised his hand, casting a semicircular barrier that enveloped the entire house and courtyard. Cradling Bulma, they approached a stone table in the yard, where he produced 2 bottles of beer. Is it necessary to drink beer for this? He mused. To enhance the mood, of course. In the courtyard, the ambience was already quite romantic. Haha, watch this. Jiang Ling gradually leaned closer to her bashful face. Their noses gently brushed, and he inhaled the fragrant scent of flowers wafting from her. As their breaths mingled and lips nearly touched, Bulma's fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, her senses entranced. Jiang Ling's fingers caressed her delicate skin, embracing her form, as he surrendered to the warmth of their shared intimacy. With fervent embrace, he released his surging emotions, merging them into an ephemeral void. An hour later, Jiang Ling sat on a stone chair, taking a swig of beer. Bulma lay languidly in his arms. The two, reunited after a long separation, exchanged tender whispers of affection. Jiang Ling, your journey through time and space was rather prolonged this time. Have you thought of me during that period? Jiang Ling inquired with a smile. Of course I did, but alas, so did Lazili. We sisters share the same plight. Bulma replied. But without me, what did you both do? Jiang Ling asked curiously. Bulma, a bit perplexed, responded, what do you mean? We lived normally, as one does. What else could we do? I meant, oh, you're insufferable. What bizarre thoughts swirl in that head of yours? She teased. Come on, tell me. No one else will know. Well, we just helped each other out a bit. It was somewhat thrilling. Sai, you should go to Lazili. She's just a naive girl, fresh into society and easily deceived by you. Don't neglect her. All right, I shall obey. Jiang Ling laughed as his figure vanished. Bulma rose to tidy the disarrayed scene. In the villa, the tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Lazili was curled up on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Sister Bulma, where have you been? It's been over an hour since you hung the laundry, she said, holding the phone as she conversed with Bulma. What? A surprise? Where? In the next moment, Jiang Ling appeared beside her. Jiang Ling, wow, you finally returned. Did you miss me? Hee. Uffed, who would miss you? Lazili crossed her arms defiantly. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, leaning close to her ear, and tenderly said, all right, my Lazili, don't be upset. I shouldn't have been away for so long. You know what? You must accompany me in Bulma shopping tomorrow. Lazili declared, hands on her hips, glaring playfully. Sure. Jiang Ling readily agreed. But let me make it up to you first. How will you compensate? Jiang Ling, you're insufferable. Kissing me right after your return. Haha, you're not angry now, are you? Still a bit angry. Then I shall disregard that. Jiang Ling interjected, Lazili. Prepare for my next move. The following day, Jiang Ling awoke in a gentle embrace, gazing at the two girls beside him. A sigh escaped his lips. His greatest debt lay with these two women. With so many women around him, he could not provide the companionship they deserved. Moreover, he occasionally needed to train. Life is fleeting. Even as he ascended to the status of a Saiyan god, his reaction merely donned the aura of divinity. If he wished to prolong his life, he must strive for higher realms, which would further diminish his time for companionship. On a more profound level, these women must keep pace, lest they find themselves merely observing as time gradually ages them. Ding, good morning, host. Greetings, system. The dual cultivation technique previously rewarded can flawlessly address the concerns you just pondered. Oh, it can prolong life, enhance strength, and so forth. Goodness, I almost forgot. It must be taught. Chapter 94. Guidance upon waking. Jiang Ling refrained from rousing Bulma and Razali, instead making his way to the kitchen. After a while, he retrieved his phone and ordered takeout. Having not cooked in quite some time, Jiang Ling felt his culinary skills had somewhat diminished, a consequence of being spoiled by Bulma and the others. When the delivery arrived, he awakened the two slumbering beauties. Time to rise, my little lazy cats. Ugh, just a little longer. Indeed, you were utterly exhausted last night. It's remarkable you can even get up, Bulma and Razali murmured in a sleepy haze, turning over to display their graceful forms. Not getting up, are we? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow at their reluctance. Then I suppose punishment is in order. In the next moment, his hand rose high and came crashing down. The sharp sound of two resounding slaps echoed throughout the room. Smack, smack. He playfully delivered a slap to each of their behinds. I'm exhausted, they exclaimed in unison, shooting upright from the bed, hands instinctively covering their behinds. Their cheeks flushed with indignation. The blanket slipped away, revealing their dazzling figures. Ahem, it's early. Perhaps you should put on some clothes. No need for such displays. Jiang Ling quickly turned and exited the room. Bulma and Razali exchanged glances, puzzled. What is up with him? Was he too wild last night? Is that why he seems so indifferent now? After breakfast, Bulma headed to the laboratory to delve into a matter Jiang Ling had proposed the previous day, a large-scale gravity device. As the name suggests, it would allow many individuals to experience the benefits of gravity while also enabling adjustments to the gravitational intensity in various locations. Razali, on the other hand, was set to meet her brothers, androids 16 and 17, who had just returned from an extended journey. Upon Jiangling's return via the time machine yesterday, he encountered a minor malfunction that landed him in the realm of the gods of destruction. Confronted by Beerus, he felt a profound sense of helplessness that left him quite displeased. This experience underscored the reality that his strength was still woefully insufficient. He resolved to become faster, stronger, and to surpass all conceivable limits. Thus, Jiangling first journeyed to the realm of the Kais. The Kais there, Shin and Jabber, were unfamiliar with him. Without elaborating, he simply stated, "I am here to draw the sword of the Kais." He then soared to the sacred mountain and extracted the divine sword. Shin's eyes sparkled with awe. Incredible! This sword has eluded many generations of Kais. Jabber extended a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Remarkable!" Just as they were about to suggest Jiangling take on the role of an apprentice Kai, the sword shattered in his hands. Shin was left dumbfounded, while Jabber stood in disbelief. Suddenly, the old Kai appeared. After the elder Kai explained the situation, Shin and Jabber accepted this absurd yet fascinating tale. "Young man, thank you for liberating me from my seal." Jiangling waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for formalities. I have a favor to ask of you." The old Kai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What's in it for me?" Jiangling produced several magazines filled with images of voluptuous women in scanty attire. He was well aware of the old Kai's peculiar tastes, as he had a penchant for the plumper figures. The old Kai's eyes sparkled with delight as he snatched the magazines, cradling them like treasures. "Speak, what is your request? I shall assist you if I can," he declared with bravado. "Rest assured, you will definitely be of help." Jiangling replied mysteriously, then vanished in an instant, teleporting back to Earth. Upon his return, Jiangling summoned Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo together. "Hey, Jiangling, why the mysterious gathering?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, still preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter. Son Gohan, brimming with excitement, looked around eagerly. It had been ages since he had the chance to have fun, between homework, looking after his younger siblings, and training. His outings had become exceedingly rare. Thus, he was particularly exhilarated this time. One cannot remain cooped up at home forever. Sometimes, one needs to step outside for a breath of fresh air, he mused. "Humph," Vegeta interjected coldly. "Get to the point. I need to return to my fields. It's prime sowing season today." Piccolo maintained his usual stoic demeanor, standing beside Gohan with his arms crossed, silently observing. His gaze softened slightly as it flitted over Gohan. Jiangling cleared his throat and raised his hand for attention. "Everyone, I have an important matter to discuss. Do you recall the Grand Elder of Namek's ability to unlock potential?" "Of course, I remember. When I unlocked my potential, my power sword," Son Gohan replied, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his face. The exhilarating feeling of that transformation lingered in his memory. The others nodded in agreement, aware of Gohan's remarkable power surge at the time, which had not been concealed from them. After a brief pause, Jiangling explained the old Kai's identity and expressed his desire to take them to have their potential unlocked by the old Kai. "Absolutely. Count me in. Who would refuse a chance to enhance their strength?" They chorused. "But how do we reach the Kaishin realm?" "I can teleport us," Jiangling announced, and with that, he transported them before the old Kai. "Helping them unlock their potential is the favor I am asking of you." "Not a problem." The old Kai lifted his gaze from the magazines. "Jiangling, you've got quite the deal here. Do you have more?" Jiangling shook his head in resignation. "This is all I have on hand, but I can fetch more for you." "Excellent." The old Kai then commenced the unlocking ceremony for them. Meanwhile, Jiangling soared to a distance, indulging in his own training. Waves of thunderous sounds emanated from his location, and the others turned their attention to him, witnessing a brilliant display of colors erupting. Fortunately, the Kaishin realm was quite resilient, able to withstand such minor disturbances. Chapter 95, Battle. A day later, the potential had been fully harnessed. Jiangling returned, a white towel draped around his neck, diligently wiping the sweat from his brow. "At last it is done. I have waited eagerly for this moment." The group surveyed the newfound strength within them, their spirits soaring. Son Gohan, filled with fervor, transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second level. The aura surrounding him receded inward, revealing not a trace. Tiny sparks of electricity crackled around him. A full-powered Super Saiyan 2. "Jiangling, come at me. I shall let you use but one hand." Gohan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Sensing a power that seemed to gaze down upon the world, Jiangling also transformed into a full-powered Super Saiyan 2, directly clashing fists with Gohan. Crack! The sound of a bone shattering echoed between the two. Thud, thud, thud. Gohan staggered back several paces, his hand drooping, disbelief etched across his features. That recent clash had fractured his right hand. Meanwhile, Jiangling acknowledged the power of that strike with a nod. This strength at such a young age is remarkable. Compared to Goku at a similar age, it is an entirely different realm. Yet Gohan remained unsatisfied. He closed his eyes, his golden brows and hair reverting to their ordinary black. Yet his aura intensified, reaching a state of primal authenticity. The mysterious Gohan? Jiangling's gaze sharpened. Gohan opened his eyes, which sparkled like the stars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their forms moved with unparalleled speed, time itself seemingly forgotten. Boom. Jiangling once more struck fists with the divine Gohan. A tremendous force unleashed a powerful shockwave across the Supreme Kai's realm, obliterating anything in its path to dust. The crimson aura clashed with Gohan's translucent energy. Rumble. Gohan, enveloped in the red flames, was propelled through several mountain peaks. Jiangling stood still, observing quietly. The red flames and hair gradually returned to their normal hue. Is this the essence of a Super Saiyan god? How terrifying. I shall certainly catch up. After all, I am the Prince of Vegeta. My bloodline shall not fall short of anyone. Vegeta sensed the power within, the competitive spirit gradually taking precedence. Crack. Rumble, rumble. Gohan rose from a pile of rubble, returning with a composed demeanor. With a wry smile, he said, Uncle Jiangling, your strength is truly formidable. Even with my terrifying enhancements, I still cannot match you. Naturally, Jiangling nodded. Your father and Vegeta cannot defeat me either. Indeed, he spoke the truth. Piccolo called out, Gohan, step aside, I shall give it a try. But Uncle Piccolo, before Gohan could finish his sentence, he saw Piccolo's expression and knew this time he was serious. No buts. Very well. Gohan obediently descended. Piccolo flew before Jiangling, and the two locked eyes. A gust of wind swept through, the breeze whispering through the cold waters of the Yishui River. The expanse of the realm of the king was seemingly endless. As if no matter how hard one flew, the boundaries remained elusive. Sunlight cascaded upon Jiangling and Bic, cloaking them in a golden radiance. Whoosh. Jiangling materialized before Bic, sweeping his leg with a forceful strike. Bang. Bic braced himself against the blow. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of fists high above the ground. Boom. The sound of their clash echoed, accompanied by the howling winds and scattered energy waves. The battle appeared evenly matched, yet Jiangling's dark hair signified that he fought in his natural state. Bang. Bic was struck down, crashing onto the ground, momentarily dazed. Sun Wukong rushed over to assist him. Are you all right, Uncle Bic? Don't push yourself too hard. Uncle Jiangling is formidable. Bic nodded, acknowledging, indeed, he is extraordinary. I just felt it. That power is beyond my current capability. He then called out to Jiangling in the sky. I concede, you have my respect. Jiangling clasped his fists together, replying, I appreciate your humility. It is merely 99 effort and 1 luck that has brought me to this level. Understanding dawned on Bic's face. Uncle Jiangling is truly impressive, Sun Wukong remarked, astonished. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared before Jiangling. This time, let us join forces, they declared. Jiangling nodded. You should have done this sooner. Whoosh. Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into their Super Saiyan 2 forms. Their golden hair and brows gleaming, emerald eyes shining, hair standing tall. A golden aura enveloped them, crackling with miniature lightning. If this is all the strength you possess, I fear you may not withstand my full power, Jiangling said, his gaze narrowing. We have our hidden techniques, which we rarely unveil, Sun Wukong replied. Exchanging knowing glances with Vegeta, they understood each other's intentions. Whoosh. Their golden auras surged. Aya. Sun Wukong let out a low growl. Aya. Vegeta echoed. Both their veins bulging, enveloped in golden light. Their hair gradually lengthened. After a flash of golden brilliance, their brows disappeared, replaced by a commanding presence. This is the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, which I shall refer to as Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong proclaimed with a smile. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, eager for a swift resolution, as he had left his dear Bulma worrying at home without a word. The Super Saiyan 3 forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances and soared towards Jiangling with urgency. Jiangling's eyes focused, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan god, with red hair and crimson pupils. Whoosh. 2 powerful punches surged forward with formidable momentum. Jiangling transformed his fists into palms, skillfully intercepting the attacks of both assailants. Observing this, Vegeta withdrew his hand and launched a swift kick, which Jiangling once again blocked. Goku unleashed a flurry of punches, while Vegeta concentrated his assault on lower targets. The air was filled with the sounds of intense strikes, as the battle raged on with unparalleled ferocity. The wind howled around them. This confrontation was even more intense than the previous 2. Jiangling reveled in the thrill of the fight. With remarkable agility, he engaged both opponents, executing a dazzling display of combat. After exchanging several blows, Jiangling suddenly retreated a dozen paces, positioning his hands at his waist in a flower-like formation, channeling a crimson energy wave. Goku and Vegeta's pupils constricted as they simultaneously assumed their stances. A tremendous surge of energy emanated from their hands. 3 low roars escaped their lips. Super. Kamehameha. Wave. Kamehameha. Wave. Ultimate. Flash. Boom. The 3 energy waves collided, creating a blinding radiance that enveloped the entire Kaishin realm. Silence reigned, with the sun and moon hanging precariously in the sky. All that remained in the ears of the spectators was a resonating hum. 2 hours later, a unique gathering took place in the Kaishin realm. Jiangling, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the Kaishin Shinji bit, along with the old Kaishin, enjoyed beer and sang along to the rhythm of music. The earlier battle had left no mark on their spirits, if one were to overlook the massive crater not far away. Chapter 96. Gohan's Aspiration Jebit. I implore you to assist Gohan with his injuries. Jiangling observed Gohan's arm, which hung limply, a consequence of the recent battle that had resulted in a fracture. Gohan had endured the pain until now. There's no need for any elaborate procedures. I can manage the treatment myself. Gohan replied with a smile. Jiangling understood his desire not to inconvenience others, yet he believed in utilizing the available aid. Gohan, heed my counsel, it's nothing serious. Jebit, please attend to him. Jebit nodded, and with a radiant glow emanating from his hands, he directed his energy toward Gohan. Moments later, Gohan's arm returned to its normal state. But a look of disappointment crossed his face. Jiangling, puzzled, wondered why he felt disheartened despite being healed. Gohan squatted down, drawing circles in the dirt, murmuring to himself, "Alas, I still have to do my homework upon returning." Jiangling interjected, "Gohan, come, let us drink." He offered Gohan a bottle of beer. "While you're young, it's wise to practice your tolerance. You wouldn't want to end up like your father, collapsing after just a few sips." Sun Wukong's face flushed, and he retorted, "I do not." Jiangling paid him no mind and continued, "For instance, if you have a good tolerance. When you grow up and drink with girls, should they become inebriated while you remain sober, then you can. You know what I mean?" Son Gohan scratched his head, bewildered. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." At 11 or 12 years of age, Gohan was still naive, lacking insight into such matters. "Why am I even telling you this? Just drink." Jiangling clapped Gohan on the shoulder, handing him a bottle of beer and a cigarette. Gohan, still confused, joined the others in their revelry. Jiangling stood up, downing a bottle in one gulp, then seized the microphone. "Today is a joyous occasion, as everyone's strength has further improved. Allow me to serenade you." With an upbeat rhythm resounding, Jiangling began to sing. There are no ifs in Haikal. Lovers weave tales of heroism. If love were the bright moon, it would dare forget its flaws for you. Her hands trembled, the ending glossed over, chaos rewritten. All halted as the typhoon engulfed the night. I boast to you, this song, Haikal, by Ho Xian, holds nostalgic value for the author, who often spent sleepless nights in internet cafes listening to it a decade ago. As the song concluded, applause erupted among the audience. They regarded him as a true titan of the entertainment industry, whose singing was undeniably captivating. Jiangling exhaled deeply. This song had been his favorite before his journey here, and singing it now stirred a sense of nostalgia. As the food and drinks on the table dwindled, Jiangling managed to draw everyone back to earth. One by one, they prepared to return home. "I will strive to be like you," Jiangling declared. Sun Wukong, brimming with determination, uttered, "As a fellow Saiyan, I shall not lag behind." With that, Vegeta tossed out a remark before soaring back to his abode. "Jiangling, I believe I have discovered a deeper sensation, perhaps the transformation you mentioned," Piccolo remarked. "Yes, keep it up, Piccolo." Jiangling responded with a smile. He harbored numerous regrets regarding Piccolo, lamenting that despite his efforts, his combat prowess fell short compared to the main forces. Finally, Sun Wukong said, "Uncle Jiangling, I'll take your advice." "What? You mean to practice your drinking skills?" "I'm certain I want to be inferior to my father," Sun Wukong declared innocently. Jiangling chuckled, patting his shoulder encouragingly. "Go for it. I have faith in you. Strive to surpass your father and make him do his homework." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with an unmistakable allure, clearly captivated by the notion. Upon returning home, Jiangling found Bulma engrossed in her study of the spaceship. "My dear Bulma, what are you researching?" he inquired. "I have developed a keen interest in this. After hearing about the future Bulma's experiences, I realized that the lack of information on various planets in the universe hindered our search for new Namek. I wish to avoid repeating those mistakes," she replied. Bulma looked up, her large eyes shimmering, yet her fatigue was evident. Jiang Ling felt a pang of sympathy and gently caressed her cheek. Have you been preoccupied with these matters for the entire year? Wasn't there a spaceship before? Bulma forced a smile, albeit strained. Are you referring to the spaceship for Namek? It was merely modified. It's not based on technology we VE developed ourselves. Hence, I must master these techniques to create a spacecraft that truly belongs to Earth. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling suggested, I could take you on a journey across the universe. We could acquire star maps and technology from Shinran. Bulma shook her head. No, the technology obtained will never compare to that which is developed through our own research. Only through our own discoveries can we genuinely elevate our civilization. She was deeply focused on her research, her mind taut from prolonged concentration, which was detrimental. Observing this, Jiang Ling chuckled. Why not take a break? Perhaps indulge in what we did yesterday? Ugh, you lecher. What are you always thinking about? Bulma's face flushed slightly as she retorted, but it was evident her tension had eased. Haha, it's all about balance. You've worked hard. You should rest for a while. Don't worry, there will be no training today. Jiang Ling playfully swept Bulma into his arms, leading her back to the room, preventing her from resuming her research. Though her physical strength was formidable, prolonged mental strain could surely wear her down. Today, Zili had not returned. Leaving just the two of them, Jiang Ling lay on the bed beside Bulma and said, forget about the gravity device I asked you to work on. Focus on the spaceship instead. I've asked 2 future Bulmas to handle the gravity device. All right, let us sleep, Jiang Ling said softly. Cradling Bulma in his arms and gently patting her back, nestled against him, Bulma felt the strength of his embrace and the comforting essence of his masculinity, which brought her a sense of ease. Gradually, she relaxed, and the weariness of her mind washed over her like a tide. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma's serene, sleeping visage, his heart tranquil as still water. He recalled Bulma's once fiery temperament, which had gradually transformed since their time together. A smile graced his lips. This change was rather delightful. He then took her hand gently and succumbed to sleep as well. On a small island, Lazili stood with her arms crossed, her golden hair cascading down, adorned with pendants on her ears. Her face was artfully made up, exuding an air of cold elegance. Will you be living here from now on? She inquired, addressing the 2 individuals before her, her brother number 17 and the burly number 16. Number 17 appeared unchanged from a few years prior, his jet black hair and austere countenance now complemented by a hint of maturity. He shook his head and replied with a smile, Number 16 resides here, but I do not. During my previous travels, I met a girlfriend, and we now share a home on a nearby island. Number 16 nodded in agreement, affirming his words. Lazili surveyed the myriad unfamiliar creatures and the natural flora and fauna of the island, her brow furrowing with curiosity. Is this what you sought? It seems rather pleasant. Number 16 nodded, donning a contemplative expression. You see, I cherish everything about nature, flowers, trees, and all manner of animals. Number 17, observing the island's wildlife, added, I adore animals. The creatures here are rare species. It is my duty to protect them from poachers, and besides, both of us receive wages for our work here. Lazili smiled, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Seeing them thrive brought her comfort. Sister, enough about me. What of you? Huh, what do you mean? My wife is pregnant, and after being with Jiang Ling for so long, why is there no progress on your end? Upon hearing this, Lazili felt a blush rise to her cheeks, turning crimson to the tips of her ears. We haven't considered that yet, perhaps in a few years. Number 17 narrowed his eyes, contemplating dire possibilities. Could it be that Jiang Ling was merely playing with her affections? If Jiang Ling ever intended to abandon his sister, he would not hesitate to confront him. With such thoughts, a murderous intent surged within him. Lazili sensed this ominous aura and understood her brother's concerns. She delivered a sharp tap to his head, glaring at him. Stop overthinking. Rubbing his head, Number 17 replied with exasperation, Sister, I am on the verge of becoming a father. Could you refrain from hitting my head? Even if you become a grandfather, you will still be my brother. Chapter 97. The Spring of Yamucha. Lazili, along with Number 17 and Number 16, set up a table in the wilderness, laden with steaming dishes and refreshing beverages. Number 16. Would you prefer gasoline or a drink? Lazili inquired. I'll take a drink. Gasoline doesn't taste very pleasant, Number 16 replied. Constructed entirely of mechanical components, he could consume either gasoline or food, though he typically opted for regular sustenance unless absolutely necessary, as gasoline replenishes energy more swiftly. A gentle reminder, ordinary individuals should refrain from drinking gasoline, for you are not Number 16. By the way, Number 17, Lazili said. Pausing mid-meal as a thought struck her, Number 17 looked puzzled. Our capabilities as androids can be enhanced through training, not solely reliant on the limitless energy within us. She explained, a revelation imparted to her by Jiang Ling, which she had verified through her own training. What? Is that truly possible? Have I squandered these past few years? Number 17 exclaimed, springing to his feet. It was a moment of epiphany, realizing he had been the architect of his own stagnation. Number 16 shook his head. Your perspective is misguided. These years have been instrumental in cultivating your character, and the benefits derived from that far outweigh mere physical training. Lazili wholeheartedly concurred. Moreover, if you had been solely immersed in rigorous training, would you not have missed the chance to meet your wife? Indeed, that makes perfect sense. No, 17 exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The thought of his gentle and caring wife warmed his heart. Lazili furrowed her brow and continued. Also, where did you pick up that phrase, what the heck? It's rather unbecoming. I learned it from my brother-in-law. Number 17 replied with a playful blink. What brother-in-law? Lazili's words trailed off as realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushing. Nevertheless, she asserted, even if you learned it from him, it is still unacceptable. What the heck? No. 17 protested. Why is it that you can say it, but I cannot? Lazili shot him a stern look, flexing her arms. Are you suggesting you wish to spar with me? Not at all. Number 17 quickly retorted, fully aware that Lazili's prowess had undoubtedly surpassed his own after all these years. Rather than face a potential beating, he deemed it wiser to concede his mistake. After all, she was his sister, so there was no shame in it. If it were an adversary, he would fight to the bitter end. At the Jiangling Group headquarters, Yamucha attended to various corporate matters before departing the office. Although Jiangling had entrusted him with the company's management, it had now found its footing. Many responsibilities could be delegated to subordinates, requiring him only to sign documents and guide the future direction. Dressed in ordinary attire, he could easily be mistaken for a regular employee. As he passed by the company's entertainment department, he observed a young girl, hands on her hips, vehemently arguing with the department manager. Yamucha listened for a moment and soon realized that the girl was a new recruit, aspiring to be an actress. In the workplace, she felt she had been treated unfairly, a sentiment the manager dismissed without concern. The girl, forthright and assertive, perhaps lacking a touch of common sense, rolled up her sleeves and engaged in a heated exchange with the manager. Observing the girl's spirited demeanor, Yamucha suddenly found himself wishing to befriend her. After work, he feigned a chance encounter and approached her, thus commencing a tale between a CEO and an outspoken young woman. As time slipped by unnoticed, a year had passed. Jiang Ling had been living with Bulma and Lazili, imparting the yin-yang harmonization technique, a reward from the system, to them. In essence, it was merely a series of coordinated movements that he and they executed together. Remarkably, the two women made significant advancements in their abilities. Jiang Ling's own strength also improved steadily, primarily through rigorous training in the gravity chamber. One day, the North Kai unexpectedly sought out Jiang Ling, catching him by surprise. He recalled his time on King Kai's planet learning the spirit bomb and his amicable relationship with North Kai, who had become something of a mentor to him. It had been quite some time since they last communicated, and Jiang Ling wondered why he had suddenly reached out. I'm here, North Kai. Please, go on, Jiang Ling said. Jiang Ling, it is this. I have sensed a legion entering my jurisdiction. I am familiar with their dossier. They are a nefarious group. I would like to request your assistance in eliminating them. Just moments ago, Sun Wukong visited me, and I have already spoken to him about this matter. Would you accompany him to vanquish this evil legion? North Kai's lengthy discourse ultimately conveyed a singular message, a mission for Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong to eradicate the malevolent army. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement, feeling that it would serve as a fitting diversion. Chapter 98. Krillin's cultivation achievements in the vast expanse of the universe, on a distant planet in the northern galaxy. Life was thriving just a day prior. The inhabitants lived harmoniously, surrounded by the vibrant energy of nature, exuding a sense of vigor and vitality. However, the arrival of a colossal super battleship altered everything. Within a single day, a gigantic tree sprouted on the planet, draining its nutrients. Flora wilted, and the vitality of the fauna gradually diminished. The planet was engulfed in a lifeless pallor. The human residents suffered immensely, as a pervasive sense of decay hung in the air. Their civilization was woefully primitive, stuck in an archaic era of dynasties. At this moment, their king commanded the assembly of a great army to confront this malevolent tree. The planet stood on the brink of life and death. To resist was to invite demise. Hundreds of thousands of troops gathered, and a spaceship appeared overhead, unleashing a barrage. Thousands vanished in an instant, swiftly subduing the indigenous population. Had it not been for the tree's need to absorb the life force of these humans, the ship would have annihilated them all. Damn it, exclaimed a regal-looking king, slamming his hand on the armrest of his throne in indignation. Is the kingdom of Jitai made destined for ruin? He decreed, let it be known that any who can vanquish this tree shall have my daughters as their prize. And if they be female, my sons shall be theirs. A minister cautioned, Your Majesty, this is unwise. The princes and princesses are of great value. We cannot allow just anyone to tarnish their honor. Please retract your command. And do you have a solution? The king retorted, his brow furrowing in anger. In this critical hour of survival, if anyone can resolve this, they must be a person of great power. Regardless of their status, if they can rectify this situation, we would be fortunate to have them. Yet you seek to obstruct a powerful savior. What is your true intent? Guards, take him away and execute him. The minister was taken aback, forcibly removed by 2 attendants, shouting, Your Majesty, this cannot be. I resign. This resignation, you foolish monarch. With this decree, word spread across the regions, and the entire human population of the planet received the news. Yet no one stepped forward. Before a bulletin, Jiang Ling, Sun Wukong, and Krillin gazed at the announcement, expressing their astonishment. This reward is rather generous, Jiang Ling remarked. Indeed, the king is willing to part with a significant sum, Sun Wukong added. Krillin, however, stared intently at the notice, his eyes glimmering. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Jiang Ling, Wukong, I shall take action this time. Oh, Jiang Ling replied, intrigued. What has prompted you to take the initiative? Cough, cough. Krillin cleared his throat, speaking earnestly, I perceive that the people here lack martial spirit. I wish to propagate the martial arts of my master, Wu Tian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong exchanged a meaningful glance. Very well, we shall see how you perform. The adversary is not particularly formidable. With your current strength, it should be a sure victory. Jiang Ling laughed heartily. Upon a grand tree, a spacecraft rested, dwarfed by the immense trunk beneath it. 7 or 8 individuals gathered beneath the vessel, indulging in merriment and libations. Great King, wait just one more day, and the spirit tree shall bear its fruit, they exclaimed. Indeed, Great King, might we be so fortunate as to receive a single piece? The crowd's gaze turned to a robust man seated in the prominent position. This man, possessing a slightly darker complexion and a tail wrapped around his waist, bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. Indeed, this was Darius. He erupted in hearty laughter and, with a grand gesture, proclaimed, No problem. The vitality of this planet is remarkably robust, and the fruits produced are far more plentiful than before. I shall gladly grant each of you one. The followers rejoiced, astonished that their usually frugal king would be so generous. Darius harbored his own schemes, by occasionally bestowing favors upon his subordinates. He could cultivate their gratitude and enhance their loyalty towards him. Great King, what shall be our next destination after this? They inquired. Indeed, having traveled such a distance to the northern galaxy, we must have a target, they pressed. Darius smirked and nodded. Previously, this territory belonged to Frisia, and we maintained a respectful distance. However, with Frisia's demise and his army in disarray, an opportunity has arisen. Our next target shall be Earth. He was aware of Frisia's death, though the circumstances remained unknown to him. Yet this did not impede his intention to harness the life force of the planet through the spirit tree. Unbeknownst to them, the gathering had lasted an entire day, and a few of the younger members, intoxicated by revelry, even abducted several human maidens for a lavish silver gathering, only to return them afterward with consideration. Surely, a day has passed. The spirit tree must have borne fruit by now, one eager subordinate remarked. Darius nodded, preparing to rise and inspect the bounty, when suddenly, the spirit tree trembled. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Darius's expression darkened. It appeared someone dared to encroach upon his domain. Follow me, my comrades, he commanded, leading his followers downward. Upon reaching the base of the tree, they beheld Jiang Ling accompanied by a regal figure, Krillin, and Sun Wukong. How could there be someone who looks exactly like our leader? One murmured. Could he be a long-lost brother? Another speculated. Perhaps a secret son has come to claim his heritage? No. Could it be that he is the leader's father? It does seem plausible. Darius, overhearing the trivial chatter of his subordinates, chose to disregard it. He fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong, his eyes glinting with intrigue. You must be Bardock's son, he remarked. Bardock? Sun Wukong pondered momentarily before nodding. I have heard that name from Vegeta. Darius smirked coldly. That power you exhibited earlier was your doing, wasn't it? It seems Bardock's son possesses some measure of strength, yet to me, you are but a mere insect. His perspective was overly subjective, and he underestimated the potential threat posed by the 3 individuals accompanying Wukong. However, unexpectedly, Wukong shook his head and remarked, No, that was not me. I did not come here to engage in combat with you, nor do I harbor any interest in it. After exchanging a glance with Jiangling, they both nodded and retreated into the distance, accompanied by the rather composed Uncle King, leaving Krillin alone to face Dales and his entourage of minions. Ha ha ha, this short, bald fellow dares to challenge us? How utterly ridiculous. One of the minions jeered. Indeed, he doesn't even have a nose, clearly just a novice. They all erupted in laughter, with even Dales sneering dismissively. Equipped with combat power detectors, they noted Krillin's pitifully low energy levels. Little did they know that Earth warriors possessed the ability to conceal their true power. Unfazed by their relentless mockery, Krillin remained composed. He had endured far worse. Even his previous girlfriends had criticized him for being short, bald, and lacking stature. With a sigh, Krillin reflected that when he unleashed his full potential, every aspect of his physique would amplify. Resolving to no longer conceal his abilities, he decided to unleash his full strength. A powerful aura erupted from him, sending dust and leaves spiraling away, creating a vacuum in the surrounding area. And as for his height, Chapter 99, the pinnacle of Klin unleashed his full power, a translucent aura blazing fiercely around him. In an instant, his form surged upward, transforming him into a muscular behemoth, significantly amplifying his physical attributes. Beep, 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 beep. The combat power detector worn by Darius began to emit a cacophony of alarming sounds. 30,000. 100,000. 300,000. 500,000. 1,000,000. Beyond that, it was impossible to ascertain, as the device was on the brink of explosion. The same scene unfolded among the other subordinates, who gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? The boss only had a combat power of 600,000. How could this bald man possess 1,000,000? No, he did not merely possess a million. It was clear that the detector was only capable of measuring up to that limit. His true power must exceed 1 million by an unknown margin. Terrifying. What should we do? Help me, mother. Enough. Darius cursed, casting a glance at Klin, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is that all you've got? Farewell. With a swift motion, Darius darted into the spirit tree and vanished, leaving a group of bewildered subordinates in his wake. What the hell, boss? You can't just abandon us like this, they exclaimed. Wait for me. Seeing this, the subordinates attempted to flee, but alas, their legs were too short. They fell to their knees, pleading for mercy from the bald overlord, vowing to reform and lead a new life. Klin, however, showed no mercy. These individuals had treated ordinary people with utter cruelty, each having blood on their hands from the lives of countless beings across various planets. Though Klin bore several scars upon his head, he would not utter any sanctimonious phrases about laying down arms and achieving enlightenment. Such ideals were for Goku alone. With a flurry of swift movements, Klin struck like a bolt of lightning. In mere moments, all the subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of breath. Not far away, Jiangling nodded in approval. Klin excelled in this aspect, unlike Goku, who would often hold back at the outset and later let his foes escape. While it could be described as a childlike heart, less charitably, it was sheer naivety. Goku, covering his face with one hand, was at once amused and exasperated. Stop scolding me. I've changed. Meanwhile, the old king observed with gleaming eyes, murmuring softly, I never expected this seemingly ordinary bald fellow to possess extraordinary martial prowess. If my daughter marries him, their offspring will undoubtedly be formidable. His conviction in his decision grew stronger. Following the aura, Klin discovered Darius nestled within a hollow of the tree. At this moment, Darius was surrounded by fruit cores, fully aware he could not escape. He consumed all his previous reserves along with the fruits harvested this time, resulting in an immediate surge of combat power exceeding 1 million. Although I know not your exact power, it surely cannot surpass mine, Darius boasted, radiating a translucent and fiery aura, a cold smile gracing his lips. Oh, is that so? Klin shook his head, uncertain of his combat power, but he was certain it exceeded 1 million. After a brief pause, he declared, to dishearten you, I shall unleash my ultimate technique. As the words left his lips, a fierce crimson aura ignited around his robust form, his energy surging tenfold. Tenfold. King. Fist. The fiery aura enveloped Klin as he coldly regarded his opponent, Darius, whose malevolent presence reminded him of the Saiyan Vegeta from his first arrival on Earth. Oh, what a less than pleasant memory that was. However, at this moment, his power could easily overpower the nefarious Saiyan before him. Once, he had been the victim of such cruelty. But now the tables had turned. He was the one delivering punishment. How? How is this possible? Darius gasped, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Such immense power cannot exist in this world. Clint smirked. You have yet to witness true strength. Frisia's combat power exceeding 100 million was vanquished by Goku back then. If Frisia were to resurrect now, Goku could easily eliminate him in an instant. Upon hearing this, Darius's legs buckled beneath him, and he sank to the ground. How can this be? How can this be? How can this be? He muttered, his expression twisting into a grotesque mask of madness as he erupted into maniacal laughter. If I cannot survive, then neither shall you. Gathering a colossal energy wave in his hands, he resolved to obliterate the planet, embracing mutual destruction. Clint, however, smiled knowingly, realizing he could effortlessly neutralize such a threat with his current strength. In a flash, Clint moved with a speed unseen by Darius and appeared behind him, delivering a powerful blow that pierced through his abdomen. Ah! Darius cried out in agony, blood spewing forth as the energy he had amassed dissipated. Clint swiftly conjured a red energy wave, which enveloped Darius as he looked on in horror, despair, and a fierce will to survive. A blinding light engulfed the tree hollow, and the energy wave annihilated Darius into nothingness. No ash remained. The walls of the hollow were blasted open, sending debris soaring into the cosmos. Clint stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound. Within, he felt a serene detachment, devoid of guilt. For he understood that Darius had met a just fate, and the lives lost at his hands were countless. After a moment, Jiangling, Goku, and the king arrived to convene at the tree. Let us eradicate this tree and restore life to the planet. Though some vitality has already been depleted, it can still rejuvenate, allowing nature to reclaim its green. In a year, everything will return to its former glory, Jiangling suggested. Goku and Clint nodded in agreement, endorsing the proposal. The king gazed at them with gratitude, expressing his heartfelt thanks for their contributions to the planet of Jitai Mei. Please, allow me to treat you to a delicacy from our world, a rare egg laid by our chickens only once every 2.5 years. Chapter 100. A gift for Bulma. The trio united their strength to obliterate the colossal spirit tree. Its remnants dispersed like stardust, returning to the planet, rejuvenating the flora and fauna, as well as the very soil. The vitality of the planet was restored to a significant degree. That evening, Jiangling, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, under the king's gracious hospitality, indulged in a sumptuous feast accompanied by an array of songs and dances. However, when the time for rest arrived, Krillin was nowhere to be found. Jiangling and Sun Wukong exchanged puzzled glances but soon dismissed their concern. Surely, an adult man, a powerhouse capable of overpowering the entire planet, could not have been abducted. Having imbibed a bit of wine, they retired to bed for the night. The following morning, Jiangling and Wukong awoke early to find several princesses, their faces alight with satisfaction, surrounding Krillin. He shyly rubbed his gleaming bald head and said, Jiangling, Wukong, I think I shall remain on this planet. I spent the night in deep conversation with the princesses, discussing the future of martial arts, which has profoundly elevated my perspective. I have decided to stay on this exquisite planet to impart the teachings of Master Wu Tian and to uphold the unwavering spirit of martial arts. Krillin delivered this lengthy proclamation, clearly apprehensive that Jiangling might forcibly take him back. Jiangling and Wukong exchanged knowing glances, sharing an unspoken understanding. Since Krillin has found his happiness, we must not hinder him, right, Wukong? Indeed. However, Krillin, as someone who has experienced such matters, I must advise you to exercise some restraint. Krillin readily agreed. He bid farewell to Jiangling and Wukong as they departed. In the days that followed, he acquired a grand estate, sharing it with 8 stunning princesses, living a life filled with joy and delight. Before long, Krillin inaugurated the first martial arts academy in the capital, attracting numerous townsfolk eager to learn from the savior himself. Meanwhile, Jiangling and Wukong parted ways upon returning to Earth. Jiangling found Bulma engrossed in her research in the laboratory. Leaning in, he exclaimed, Bulma, I have a magnificent treasure to show you. Without turning her head, Bulma continued her work on the machine, casually responding, I've seen your treasure countless times already. I'm not in the mood right now. Perhaps you should find Lazuli or wait until evening. Jiangling blinked innocently. What? What have you seen so many times? If memory serves, I just acquired this treasure. Are you not referring to that? Bulma retorted. What on earth? Bulma, please don't be so suggestive. Upon hearing this, a blush crept across Bulma's cheeks, though it was fleeting. You've corrupted me, she said, before shifting the topic. If it's not that treasure, then what is it? Jiangling smiled mysteriously and pulled Bulma into the restroom. Bulma's expression was one of utter confusion. With that, Jiangling swiftly transported them to a distant planet. Jiangling, why on earth would you use teleportation in the restroom? It made me think. Think what? Jiangling gazed at Bulma with a playful smile. She shot him a glance, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. Why have you brought me to this planet? Wasn't it to show me the great treasure? Jiangling chuckled, pointing a finger skyward. Behold, an aircraft. What? Bulma instinctively looked up, only to behold a colossal ship hovering majestically above. Its immense form made her feel insignificantly small. Whoa! Oh my goodness! Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Is this the great treasure you mentioned? Jiangling gazed at her tenderly. Do you like it? Absolutely. I adore it. Bulma jumped with glee, her excitement bubbling over as she planted a fervent kiss on Jiangling's cheek. Jiangling touched his cheek, savoring the fleeting warmth of her affection. In that desolate expanse, a daring impulse took root within him. He embraced Bulma, his hand slipping unnoticed into the crevice of her attire. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise as she swatted his hand away. No funny business. Can you take me inside that giant ship? She looked at Jiangling and added, we can discuss other things when we get home. Very well, Jiangling relented, retracting his hand and leading her into the ship. Inside, a myriad of operational systems, living quarters, weaponry, and technology awaited them. Bulma gazed around, her excitement palpable, akin to a child in a candy store. Jiangling, why don't you just go home? I want to stay here for a while, she said earnestly. All right, I'll come back to fetch you in a few days. Jiangling replied before teleporting back home alone. At that moment, Lazili was returning from grocery shopping. Oh, Jiangling's back. Where's Bulma? Jiangling, brimming with pent-up frustration, immediately embraced her and kissed her passionately. Ugh, we're still in the yard. Lazili pushed him away, shooting him a disapproving look as she adjusted her slightly disheveled clothing. The coolness of her features was softened by a blush, revealing her allure. Jiangling chuckled softly, with a wave of his hand. A semicircular protective shield enveloped the villa and the yard, rendering them invisible to the outside world. Now, those outside will see only an ordinary yard, unaware of our presence, he explained, eager to engage in more intimate activities. Lazili hesitated, feeling that being outdoors was rather embarrassing. Jiangling sighed, believing the yard's scenery was pleasant, offering a serene environment conducive to relaxation. As he contemplated which sweet words to use to coax her, a sudden inspiration struck him. Of course, I can use that, Jiangling exclaimed, excitedly retrieving a long-unused remote control. Wait, Jiangling, you. After 2 hours, Lazili nestled in Jiangling's embrace, languidly remarking, Jiangling, in your eyes, am I more important, or is Bulma? Jiangling playfully pinched her pert nose, inquiring about her sudden question. In my heart. Neither of you can replace the other. I just feel that you favor Bulma more, Lazili replied. After a moment's pause, Jiangling reflected and recognized that indeed, he had a slight preference for Bulma, which stirred a sense of guilt within him. Lazili, I apologize for making you feel slighted. No. Having you by my side is already more than enough, she responded. You are truly wonderful, Lazili, Jiangling. Li. Suddenly, he exclaimed, oh no, the soup is still simmering in the kitchen. Goodness, I brought back a Koan egg, which takes 2.5 years to produce. It is said to be quite nourishing. I shall fry it for us to enjoy later. Chapter 101. The new adversary appears rather feeble. Time passes quietly, and in the blink of an eye, several years have gone by. Bulma has settled on the massive ship, leaving Jiangling to shuttle between locations. Fortunate to possess the ability of instantaneous movement. Otherwise, they would have been embroiled in a long-distance relationship. Lazili dedicates her days to training and, during her spare time, has established a martial arts academy for women aimed at enhancing their strength. Jiangling wholeheartedly supports her endeavor, believing it adds vibrancy to their lives. He too has been diligently training, aware that numerous formidable foes await him in the future, and he refuses to let his guard down. However, he understands the importance of balancing work and rest, a lesson exemplified by the original Vegeta, who, in his relentless pursuit to surpass Goku, found himself constantly tense, leading to diminished returns despite his tireless efforts. Jiangling is determined not to repeat such a mistake. He often accompanies the two women on shopping excursions or engages in martial arts sparring with Piccolo, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Thus, life unfolds in a rich and flavorful manner. One day, Jiangling sat at a stone table in the courtyard, tea set before him, the aroma of tea wafting gently through the air. Lazili sat beside him, savoring tea and delicacies. Jiangling sipped his tea, the fragrance lingering in his mouth. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he gazed skyward. A malevolent presence was approaching Earth. After several years, he found himself facing yet another oblivious adversary. Jiangling chuckled softly. Lazili sensed the ominous energy as well, nodding with a smile. Over the years, Jiang Ling had imparted to her the method of sensing energies, and she had become adept in this skill. He brewed another pot of tea before they set off together. Unhurried, not to mention that other warriors would rush to confront the threat. But the villain's power was so minimal that Jiang Ling felt it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In an instant, Jiang Ling and Lazuli materialized at the scene. There stood Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, Tien, and Yamcha, all already present. Jiang Ling, you're rather slow, Goku remarked. Jiang Ling shrugged. With you all here, and given the weakness of this foe, I merely came to observe. The combined strength of Goku and his son, along with Piccolo, was more than sufficient to handle this wicked adversary with ease. However, Tien and Yamcha were at a disadvantage. After 2 years of rigorous training, their combat prowess had reached tens of millions, a level that would have been considered top tier several years ago. Yet, it was now inadequate, as they faced an enemy with a conservative estimate of over 400 million in power. Tien, Yamcha, perhaps you two should go first and meet your demise. Jiang Ling jested. Tien waved his hand with a laugh. I will not take that risk. I know how formidable this presence is. I'm here to gain experience. So you all go ahead. I agree, Yamcha chimed in, raising his hand. Jiang Ling felt a slight headache coming on. At that moment, Lazuli spoke up. Let me take this on. It has been far too long since I last engaged in battle. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of her statement. Very well, go forth and enjoy yourself. In the sky, a spaceship descended slowly. With a hiss, the hatch gradually opened, spilling forth a throng of minions accompanied by a hearty laugh. Ah, is this Earth? The place where my father and brother met their demise. A figure emerged from the hatch, strikingly reminiscent of Frisia. Gula. The instant Jiang Ling laid eyes on him, the name surged back to his memory. Gula appeared in the movie adaptations, yet he was absent from the original Dragon Ball storyline. He is the elder brother of Frisia and the firstborn of King Cold. This time, he had come to the North Galaxy, having absorbed much of his brother Frisia's and father King Cold's power. At this moment, Gula's influence in the North Galaxy was undeniably formidable. Ho ho ho. I have heard that my father and brother were slain on this planet, and I have come specifically to exact revenge. Lazuli stepped forward, her expression serious. Indeed, they perished at the hands of my husband. Your husband is? Gula inquired. Jiang Ling. Then summon him forth. I shall take my vengeance personally. Lazuli shook her head. If you seek revenge, you must first defeat me. Huh, you frail woman. I could crush you with but a single finger, Gula scoffed. Lazuli responded with a derisive laugh. Then let us test that theory. I shall have you kneeling and singing conquered. Son Gohan's eyes brightened upon hearing this phrase. I didn't realize Jiang Ling's song could be interpreted in such a manner. Gula, unfamiliar with Earth's melodies, could not grasp the meaning, yet he detected the mockery in her tone. A brutal glint flashed in Gula's eyes as he extended his hand. 5 beams of light coalescing at his fingertips, directed toward the crowd. With a swift clap, Sun Wukong deflected 3 of the incoming energy beams skyward. 2 others, however, were aimed at Jiang Ling and Lazuli. Jiang Ling flicked his fingers, instantly extinguishing the 2 energy beams. Jiang Ling, do not interfere. I was promised the chance to fight. Lazuli stepped forward, asserting herself. Very well. Jiang Ling, alongside Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha, retreated to a distance to observe. Gula waved his hand, and his minions scattered like birds fleeing from a predator. They were weak, not foolish, well aware of the terrifying energy their lord possessed. Even the slightest residual force could spell disaster, leaving them gravely injured or worse. The battlefield was left with only Lazuli and Gula, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. Thus, a day passed, then 2. Finally, Gula could no longer contain himself. He swiftly closed the distance to Lazuli and launched a powerful punch. With an impassive expression on her striking face, Lazuli remained unruffled, raising her hand effortlessly to block Gula's fist. With a sudden twist, he unleashed a punch. Though small in stature, his fist contained immense power. Bang! Gula crossed his arms over his chest, bracing himself against the blow. He staggered back several steps. Astonishment etched across his face. How formidable! He had been propelled back by several meters. Acknowledging that Lazuli surpassed him in strength, he nonetheless refused to concede. After all, Gula was the brother of the cosmic Emperor Frisia. The notion of surrender was simply not in his nature. With a surge of determination, he charged towards Lazuli. His fists, slicing through the air with a whoosh, bore down upon her. Lazuli slightly lowered her body, exhaling, as she faced the dual punches hurtling towards her. In a swift response, she retaliated with 2 punches of her own. Bang! Bang! Chapter 102, The Feast Crack. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. Gula let out a mournful cry as an overwhelming force sent him hurtling backwards. He crashed into several large stones before finally coming to a halt. Lazili stood still, observing with an expression of calm detachment. She possessed absolute confidence in her abilities. Although she could not match the might of a few Saiyans on Earth, she was nonetheless closely trailing behind Piccolo. Gula lay on the ground in a pitiful state, completely devoid of the elegance he had exhibited upon his arrival on Earth. The onlookers began to converse. Yamucha exclaimed, "How terrifying! Jiangling, how do you manage to live with such a formidable woman every day?" Jiangling rolled his eyes, retorting, "And you dare to speak? You're under the thumb of your wife." Yamucha defended himself with righteous indignation. "This is not being dominated. It is simply cherishing my wife." Tianjin Fan murmured quietly to himself, "Why have I persevered in my training for so many years only to fall behind?" Upon hearing this, Jiangling patted his shoulder, saying, "I'll take you back to your home planet sometime. Once your Tsurumian bloodline is awakened, your strength will ascend to new heights. If you wish to rely solely on your physical prowess, you could also learn the Kaioken technique like Krillin." Tianjin Fan nodded silently in acknowledgement. Observing the poised and formidable Lazili, Sun Wukong remarked, "Jiangling, you truly are remarkable. Neither Bulma nor Lazili is weak. Haha, you can do it too." He continued, "Alas, Chi-Chi's combat power is far superior to that of an average person, but she has not had the time to train due to caring for me and our children. Now that we have 2 more Chi-Chis, she finally has some time to improve her strength gradually." After Wukong finished speaking, Jiangling smiled. "Thus, children are a burden. Although I desire them too, it seems they are not currently inclined towards that idea." Gohan shivered at the thought of his mother's chasing after him to teach him martial arts. Meanwhile, Gula's minions, witnessing their king being so thoroughly defeated by a woman, began to murmur amongst themselves. "What has happened to our king? How could he be bested by a female from Earth? No way could it be. Is our king truly this weak? Have I aligned myself with the wrong cause? In my view, the king is not as formidable as he appears. He merely bullies us lowly subordinates, haha." The disgruntled minions began to voice their cynical thoughts. At Gula's level of power, his hearing was naturally acute. He absorbed every word of his subordinates' gossip. Slowly, he rose to his feet, arms drooping, glaring at the unflappable Lazili with a twisted expression. Gula's body began to emanate a dense aura. The immense force caused the surroundings to tremble, fracturing the ground beneath him into a spiderweb of cracks. Jiangling observed the scene with unwavering calm, preparing to transform. Everything was within his control. After all, he understood Gula well. "Oh," in Lazili's eyes, a ripple of curiosity stirred as she murmured to herself, "Is this transformation akin to that of Shala? Or perhaps an evolution?" At that moment, Gula remained oblivious to their thoughts. He was wholly concentrated on commencing his transformation. A blinding radiance enveloped him, his aura reaching its zenith. With a resounding crash, the light dissipated, revealing Gula's new form before everyone's gaze. He bore a semblance of white exoskeletons, exuding an even more formidable presence. His power had magnified immeasurably since before. "Ha ha 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 ha." Gula cackled wildly. "I have successfully transformed. Now it is your turn to face the consequences." Lazili inhaled deeply, a grave expression finally gracing her visage. She began to summon the entirety of her strength. However, due to her origins as an artificial being, her cultivation system differed. Thus, she emitted no discernible aura. On the battlefield, one radiated overwhelming energy, while the other seemed merely human. Yet, both exuded an extraordinary and compelling presence. The minions of Gula's army struggled to breathe under the weight of their combined forces. Suddenly, without warning, both combatants surged into action simultaneously. Their speed reached an almost dizzying level. Nevertheless, the Earth warriors held their ground. Even Yamcha and Tien were able to keep pace with their fleeting forms. The two engaged in an intense exchange of strikes, twisting and turning in the air, the thunderous sounds of their collisions echoing across the battlefield. Swish! Lazili managed to kick Gula downwards, but he swiftly adjusted his posture mid-air, landing flawlessly. With both hands aimed at Lazili, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, executing the perfect princely combat technique. In the air, Lazili, with impeccable control, effortlessly dodged the energy orbs as they zipped past her, not even grazing the hem of her attire. With a fierce cry, she executed a technique, Diamond Crush. Clasping her hands together to form a colossal fist, she descended rapidly, her punch crashing into Gula. He was instantly driven into the earth, leaving a gaping black hole in his wake. Lazili hurled several energy blasts into the chasm, causing the ground in that vicinity to tremble violently. "Wow!" Jiangling exclaimed loudly. "Wife, please don't blow up the earth." Upon hearing this affectionate address amidst the battle, Lotzi Li felt an unexplainable surge of joy. A hint of a smile crept onto her cold, beautiful face. I know my limits. You need not worry. After a brief moment of silence, sensing the energy around her, Lotzi Li abruptly turned, condensing a shockwave in her hand. Everyone present could feel the terrifying energy encapsulated within the shockwave. Gula suddenly erupted from the ground, poised to launch a surprise attack, only to find himself confronted by the impending shockwave. Boom! The shockwave struck him directly, rendering him unable to evade, engulfing him completely. The explosive sound reverberated throughout the battlefield, and a blinding light illuminated the daytime sky, temporarily blinding all present. After a considerable pause, the vision of the Earth warriors gradually returned, and Lotzi Li was found standing beside Jiang Ling strangely. Jiang Ling's posture appeared somewhat peculiar. Gula had perished, leaving no trace behind. The remaining minions, visibly anxious, were swiftly dealt with by the Earth warriors who had merely come to observe. For Jiang Ling, the arrival of enemies from Earth signified a grand feast. It was an occasion where individuals who seldom gathered would unite, inevitably leading to a sumptuous banquet in the aftermath, aptly named a farewell for the adversaries. A group of people indulged in barbecued delicacies, sipping beer and exchanging amusing anecdotes from all corners of the world. Relishing a rare moment of relaxation, Jiang Ling was in high spirits, having downed another glass of beer, while Lazili effortlessly refilled his cup beside him. Wife, could you please light a cigarette for me? Lazili produced a cigarette, placed it between her lips, ignited it with a lighter, and then handed it to Jiang Ling. He accepted it and took a puff. Lazili had long mastered this act, as Jiang Ling had a habit of requesting one after every event, especially when he was fatigued. Relying on her assistance, though Jiang Ling possessed the skill of Indomitable, his stamina was undeniably depleted. This was particularly true given the formidable presence of a woman like Lazili. Onlookers observed the couple's interaction with a sense of envy, raising their glasses in a toast to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, let us have a drink. Ling Ge, don't leave your drink unfinished. Jiang Ling, are you keeping fish? Uncle Jiang Ling, thank you for your constant care. I toast to you. Jiang Ling, I toast to Lazili. As a man, you wouldn't refuse to drink in her honor, would you? Chapter 103. Summoning the dragon once more that day. Jiang Ling was oblivious to the quantity of alcohol he had consumed, as he found himself being carried back by Lotzi Li, with her hands on her hips. She gazed at Jiang Ling, who lay unconscious on the bed, and sighed in exasperation. After removing his garments entirely and administering a cup of detoxifying soup, Lotzi Li slipped under the covers, preparing to retire for the night. In his stupor, Jiang Ling instinctively pulled her into his embrace, feeling the warmth of his presence. Lotzi Li nestled her head deeper into his arms and drifted into a profound slumber. The following day, Jiang Ling soared through the skies with Lotzi Li on his back. Why must I carry you? Jiang Ling lamented helplessly. Who told you to drink so excessively yesterday, making me tend to you for so long? Lotzi Li replied, tilting her chin with a sense of triumph, playfully patting Jiang Ling on the backside. He inhaled sharply, feeling the fiery sting, and resigned himself to the notion of drinking less in the future. Beep. The Dragon Ball radar signaled the presence of the final Dragon Ball, prompting Jiang Ling to descend and retrieve it. What do you need the Dragon Balls for? These days, aside from death, their utility has diminished significantly, she remarked. Oh, they are indeed useful. You shall see shortly, Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Humph, so mysterious, Lotzi Li scoffed. As the 7 Dragon Balls converged, Jiang Ling summoned the mighty dragon. The sky was dark, the Dragon Balls gleamed golden, and the dragon appeared grand. Jiang Ling addressed the dragon, saying, Dragon, spare me the pleasantries and restore the havoc wrought by my battle with Gula. The clash yesterday was exceedingly fierce, resulting in tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions across the earth. Your wish is granted, the dragon replied. In an instant, the damage inflicted was undone. Casualties, property destruction, and financial losses caused by the volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and earthquakes were all restored to their former state. Jiang Ling nodded and continued, please double the Earth's gravity. Your wish is granted. For my third wish, enhance the Earth's defenses. It is unacceptable that a mere shockwave can obliterate the planet, hindering our ability to engage in battle. Your wish is granted. I shall elevate the Earth to the limits of my capability. Very well, you may depart now. Jiang Ling waved his hand, and the dragon nodded before vanishing, scattering the Dragon Balls in different directions. As Lotzi Li felt the shift in gravitational force, she inquired with curiosity, why increase the gravity? The repercussions could be quite severe. Jiang Ling, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed skyward, his eyes seemingly piercing through the atmosphere to behold the cosmos. The future of humanity lies among the stars and the vast ocean. I refuse to allow our enemies to arrive on Earth, where a mere foot soldier could claim countless lives. However, the consequence of elevating gravity would indeed result in the swift demise of many critically ill individuals and the elderly, whose frail bodies might not withstand the strain. Yet, for the average person, adaptation would come in time, as their physical constitution would subtly strengthen, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. All of this is worthwhile. A momentary pain has empowered humanity on Earth. Upon hearing these words, Lazili's eyes half closed, much like her fellow warriors of Earth, who had never contemplated such matters. Nor would they. Their thoughts were simple. When faced with malevolence, they would drive it away, thus safeguarding the planet. However, Jiangling's perspective was that it is better to teach a man to fish than to merely provide him with fish. Enhancing humanity's strength was the true remedy. While Earth warriors chose to remain in the shadows, emerging only to assist when ordinary individuals were unable to cope, Lazili's eyes sparkled. Finding Jiangling particularly handsome at this moment, Jiangling, with a cheerful grin, promptly took her into the nearby grove. Time flows like a gentle stream, ceaseless and irreversible. Another year has passed. Jiangling emerged from the gravity chamber, having just endured a training regimen under 1,000-fold gravity, now seeking a moment of relaxation. Discovering that Lazili was not home did not come as a surprise, for she had her own pursuits, running a martial arts school to instruct female disciples. Speaking of which, since she opened the school, Jiangling had yet to pay a visit. Now that he recalled it, he decided to check it out. After taking a shower to wash away the sweat, he donned casual attire and made his way to Lazili's martial arts school located in the western capital. As he entered, the receptionist merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, showing no interest. Previously, there had been instances of lecherous individuals attempting to sneak in with ulterior motives, all of whom had inevitably been rendered eunuchs by the formidable head of the school, a fate that left them in shambles. To the receptionist, if Jiangling were to misbehave, he would merely join the ranks of those who had met a similar fate. Wandering into the training area, Jiangling observed Lazili instructing a group of blossoming young women in the fundamentals of defense and offense. Finding it somewhat dull, he took a seat on a nearby bench. After a while, Lazili instructed the girls to practice independently and approached him with one of the students. Jiangling looked up and was taken aback. Was that not Bidalai? One of his beloved from the future world. He was astonished to see her blossomed into a graceful young lady in this world as well, still exuding that same spirited aura. When he had first met her at the martial arts tournament, she had been merely an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Lazili settled beside him, smiling. What brings you here today? Miss me? Of course, he replied with playful banter, always joking around. But allow me to introduce. This is Bidalai, daughter of Satan. As you might already know, Jiangling was indeed aware, and with a smile, he remarked, Bidalai, I can hardly believe how much you've grown. I remember when you were just 11 or 12 at the tournament. Yes, brother Jiangling, Bidalai responded, her mind racing back to the memorable impression he had left during the tournament, as well as the recollection of peeking at Jiangling and Lazili in an intimate moment in her room. An unusual feeling stirred within her heart. Chapter 104. Reunion with the Supreme. Kai Bidalai was invited to dinner at Lazili's home. Bidalai, your potential is impressive. You can become even stronger. Join me in training. Lazili expressed her admiration, having observed Bidalai's diligent practice and fervor for martial arts over the years, particularly in the last year, as Earth's gravity had doubled. Bidalai's remarkable performance was unparalleled. Really? Bidalai's eyes sparkled with excitement. At the martial arts tournament years ago, she had witnessed Lazili's strength and had always aspired to reach her level. Therefore, when she fortuitously discovered that Lazili was opening a dojo, she eagerly joined. Indeed. Moreover, Jiangling can also teach you some advanced techniques. Lazili nodded affirmatively. Bidalai was overjoyed. Having the champion of the martial arts tournament as her teacher was a dream come true. Furthermore, she felt an inexplicable affection for Jiangling and wished to draw closer to him. Thus, upon hearing Lazili's words, she readily agreed. Meanwhile, Jiangling scratched his nose, pondering if this was destiny. In the future timeline, he had taught Bidalai, and their relationship had deepened. Yet in this timeline, observing Bidalai's youthful age as a high school student, he questioned whether it was appropriate to act on such feelings. After dinner, the three of them settled on the sofa to watch television. Jiangling sat beside Lazili, subtly reaching for her waist. Lazili intercepted his hand, her gaze signaling that there were others present, urging him to refrain from inappropriate actions. Jiangling cast a wistful glance at Bidalai before suggesting she return home. Bidalai, it's late. You should head home early to avoid potential dangers, he advised. Bidalai, engrossed in the animated show on television, waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. With my current strength, ordinary people cannot harm me. Lazili chimed in, Exactly. Why not stay the night with me? Is that suitable? Wouldn't it be inconvenient? Bidalai glanced between Jiang Ling and Lazili, her hesitation evident. Jiang Ling's expression morphed into a questioning one. It seemed she was aware of the potential awkwardness. Lazili, noticing his reaction, smiled triumphantly and declared to Bidalai, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. You'll sleep with me tonight." "All right, Sister Lazili is so kind." Jiang Ling observed their camaraderie with a sense of resignation, realizing that his plans for the night were thwarted. As night deepened, Jiang Ling found himself restless in his room, while Lazili and Bidalai had already fallen asleep in the adjacent room. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to rise and, clad in his shorts, instantaneously transported himself to Bulma's massive ship. Bulma had been residing there for years, tirelessly studying the ship's technology. At that moment, she was engrossed in her research. Jiang Ling approached her from behind and gently massaged her shoulders. "Bulma, do not overexert yourself. These studies can be approached at a measured pace. Life is about balancing work and rest." Having completed her final task, Bulma let out a sigh of relief. Turning her head to look at Jiang Ling, with a hint of fatigue in her expression, she gently smiled and said, "You are right. Starting tomorrow, I shall return to my life for a while. After all, my research here is nearly complete." Observing the weary look on her face, Jiang Ling felt a pang of sympathy. For some inexplicable reason, upon arriving here and encountering Bulma, his previously tumultuous emotions had settled into tranquility. "Come, I shall take you to a place," Jiang Ling suddenly declared, and with a swift motion, he transported them back to Earth, to their quaint little courtyard. Jiang Ling led Bulma to the rooftop, where they lay side by side, gazing up at the starry sky. The vast expanse of the galaxy shimmered with countless stars in Bulma's eyes. "Isn't it beautiful?" she asked. It is beautiful. I've never really noticed it before." Throughout her life, Bulma's greatest passion had always been scientific research, leaving little room for such wonders. Jiang Ling tenderly stroked her blue hair and remarked, "If you find it beautiful, then you must come to see it often." "All right," Bulma replied, leaning against Jiang Ling's embrace as they both admired the celestial tapestry, spending a night under the stars. Days passed, and Bulma settled back into her home. Jiang Ling was once again free to enjoy gaming with the two girls in the evenings. One day, as he prepared for high school, a grown-up Son Gohan came to seek Bulma's assistance with a request. "You wish to create something that allows you to change your appearance with a single click? To conceal your identity?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. Yes. Son Gohan nodded eagerly, just like the magical transformations in the shows. Bulma responded, "So, what do you intend to do? Not that you plan to become a hero and save the world, right?" "Just as I expected, Aunt Bulma. You truly understand me." Bulma rubbed her temples and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Fine, come by tomorrow to collect it." After Gohan left, Bulma and Lazili ventured to the balcony, silently observing Jiang Ling teaching Bidalai how to fly. "Sister Bulma, do you think Jiang Ling harbors feelings for Bidalai?" Lazili queried. It's highly likely. I know him well. Should we intervene in their relationship? Let it be. He knows what he is doing. Besides, if he truly desires something, can we really stop him? That's a valid point." In the ensuing months, the figure of the Saiyan Superman frequently appeared throughout the city. Wherever crime lurked, he was sure to make an entrance, not as a perpetrator, but as a resolver of crime. The Saiyan Superman won the adoration of the public. Donning a motorcycle helmet that obscured his face and wearing a peculiar costume adorned with a crimson cape, emblazoned with the words "Combat Piracy." Each of his appearances was accompanied by a series of bizarre introductory movements that left onlookers feeling a touch embarrassed. Yet it did not diminish the esteem in which he was held by the populace. Back at the villa, Jiang Ling conversed with Bidalai about utilizing her energy and the art of flight before returning to his own rhythm of life. In the pursuit of cultivation, indulging in meals, and accompanying my beloved wife, Jiang Ling found himself traversing the wilderness, with Bulma's hand in his left and Lazuli's in his right. They reveled in the majestic waterfalls and the splendor of the mountains and rivers, cherishing the joys of life. Life is meant for enjoyment. The monotony of relentless training and conflict lacks meaning. Suddenly, two figures approached, one tall and one short. The shorter one sported silver hair styled in an eccentric fashion, adorned in peculiar attire that was unmistakably not of earthly origin. Their expressions were cold, exuding an air of mystery. Upon recognizing them, Jiang Ling greeted them warmly. What brings you to Earth for leisure?" The duo were none other than the Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito. Jiang Ling was familiar with them from his previous journey to the Kaioshin realm with Sun Wukong and others, where potential was cultivated. Their stern demeanor faltered immediately. Supreme Kai Shin scratched his head and broke into a smile. "Jiang Ling, we came specifically because Earth is facing danger. Oh, is there danger once more? Jiang Ling replied casually, not taking it to heart. He could surmise the situation. After all, in this timeline, Babidi had yet to arrive on Earth, and the time for his arrival was drawing near. Indeed, a formidable legion from the universe has arrived on Earth, possessing immense power, and I seek your assistance.